Chapter 1. A bounty of 10 billion. 0. A seemingly unique name. Lacking a surname, it ends there. In reality, Zero is merely an ordinary young man in a modern society, holding a 9-to-5 job, indulging in anime and binge-watching shows during his leisure time, leading a tranquil existence. Until one day, while engrossed in a video, a window suddenly popped up on his computer screen, asking, "Do you seek to understand the meaning of life? Do you wish to truly live?" Accustomed to the tricks of the internet, Zero promptly clicked the in the corner. However, the pop-up shook momentarily, and the text transformed. "What is your favorite anime?" "Without a doubt, it's One Piece," he instinctively replied, scarcely aware of what he was saying, when the words before him trembled once more. "If you could traverse into One Piece, what would you most desire to do?" Zero blinked, somewhat perplexed by how this strange entity had seemingly heard his words. Is it merely coincidence? Still, if I truly could enter the world of One Piece, I would love to see just how extraordinary that world is. Of course, meeting Nami, Robin, and Hancock would be even better. Ahahaha. After this burst of mirth, Zero shook his head in exasperation. After all, it was just a pop-up ad. Why was he taking it so seriously? Yet, the next moment, upon reading the content displayed on his computer, he found no humor left. Ding. You have been granted the qualification to enter the world of One Piece. Ding. Insufficient personal strength detected. To ensure your self-preservation in this world, a trial space One Piece themed has been established for you. Countdown to enter the trial space. 10, 9, 8. Hey, why is there a countdown? Zero stared in wide-eyed disbelief as the numbers on his screen dwindled to 0, and suddenly his consciousness became hazy, plunging him into darkness. Zero felt as if he had been trapped in an interminably long dream. A dream that was equally terrifying. In this dream, he was relentlessly pursued by an unending horde of enemies. Even when killed, he would resurrect, only to be slain again. Cornered with nowhere to flee, he had to exhaust every ounce of his being to defeat his foes. Without weapons, he would seize them from his enemies. When weapons broke, he fought with his fists and teeth, employing every possible means. The number of enemies he vanquished multiplied from 1 to 10, then 100, then 1,000. Eventually, Zero felt as though he had transformed into an unfeeling machine, mechanically wielding a weapon scavenged from an unknown foe, dodging, leaping, stabbing, and cleaving. Just when he thought he could never escape this nightmare, a voice resonated from deep within his soul, reviving his spirit. Ding! Congratulations! You have fulfilled the requirements to clear the trial space. You have been assessed and now possess preliminary self-preservation capabilities. The passage to the world of One Piece is now open. The world around Zero blurred again, and when his vision cleared, the grotesque faces of his enemies had vanished, replaced by an entirely different environment. "What on earth?" he mumbled, his gaze filled with astonishment as he beheld his surroundings, struggling to accept the reality that he had traversed into another world. After a moment of stunned silence, Zero exhaled deeply and declared, "Well, since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. There's no point in overthinking ill-treated as an exotic vacation." Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his brow furrowed with curiosity. With a tentative spirit, he casually uttered, "A tribute panel?" In an instant, an interface materialized before him. "Well, would you look at that?" Character: Zero. Title: Invincible. Level: LV.10100. Strength: 10. Stamina: 10. Agility: 10. Skills: Conqueror's Haki LV3 max level. Armament Haki LV2. Observation Haki LV2. Martial Arts LV4. Swordsmanship LV4. What? Zero gazed in astonishment at the string of skills, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. It dawned on him that in the trial space, each time he defeated a certain number of enemies, a few golden boxes had appeared for him to choose from, yet he had been too preoccupied to notice, defaulting to the first option each time. Presumably, those golden boxes were the very skills that had materialized on his attribute panel. Thank goodness they're not some bizarre abilities, and I even have a max-level Conqueror's Haki. Not too shabby. I suppose I can consider myself a rarity now, haha. Although Zero was puzzled as to why he hadn't drawn any devil fruit skills, He reasoned that with the prevalence of armament Haki and the overwhelming nature of Logia types, it was quite satisfactory. Yet the next moment, he noticed an especially glaring line of text under the skills section. The effectiveness of skills is related to the character's level. Zero suddenly felt that the max-level Conqueror's Haki might not be as exquisite as he had initially thought. At this moment, he finally looked around. A blue sky, white clouds, and an endless expanse of ocean stretched before him, and he found himself standing on a small boat bobbing along with the waves. Apart from that, there was just a solitary barrel at the back of the boat. Wait, a barrel? Could it be? As if responding to Zero's thoughts, the barrel suddenly shook, and a voice he found all too familiar emerged from within. Awake, are we? Boom! The barrel shattered completely, and a young man wearing a straw hat and clad in red clothing leaped out. Whoa! Zero's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the remarkably familiar figure, astonished that the future pirate king had appeared before him in such a manner. You. The young man greeted Zero with a cheerful grin. My name is Monkey D. Luffy. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ding. Main quest activated. Assist Monkey D. Luffy in becoming the Pirate King, while ensuring your own bounty reaches 10 billion. Reward. World recognition. Zero was taken aback. His attention fixated on that last, terrifying number. 10 billion? Surely this was no jest. Even the previous Pirate King, GOLD, Roger, had only a bounty of 5.5648 billion berries. To have his main quest doubled was exceedingly demanding. The only consolation was that this main quest lacked any failure penalties. If there were consequences like obliteration for non-completion, Zero would genuinely suspect he was being targeted. But what exactly was this world recognition? As he pondered, Luffy leaned forward, peering at him with curiosity. Hey, what's your name? It's Zero. Oh, Zero, huh? Yes, what about it? You. Yes. Zero raised an eyebrow, suppressing an urge to mock the absent-minded Luffy. Truly, he was the protagonist of the world if it had been a typical devil fruit user. Drifting around inside a barrel like Luffy might have led to being devoured by some sea beast. Is there anything to eat here? None. Seeing Luffy's expression droop, Zero couldn't help but chuckle. Yet there was little he could do after all. His new gear consisted solely of a small boat. Suddenly, Luffy's gloomy expression transformed into one of delight, and Zero followed his gaze. Before them loomed a colossal creature far larger than the small boat beneath their feet. Chapter 2. The Collision with Alvida. It's a ship. Awesome. There's food. Luffy exclaimed excitedly, his eyes sparkling like stars, and in the next moment his arms stretched out and, with a whoosh, he vanished from Zero's sight. Zero stood in stunned silence, watching as Luffy extended his arm to climb onto the massive ship nearby. Wait! That pirate flag looks a bit familiar. Upon reflection, he recalled the scene from the anime's opening where Luffy encounters Alvida. According to the usual plot trajectory, Luffy should have been pulled aboard by the crew of the ship while still in the barrel, but due to his interference, Luffy had not boarded in the established manner. Yet it seems unavoidable that I must confront Alvida now. Zero shook his head, resigned to this reality. Simultaneously, the familiar voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding. Side quest activated. Steal the great pirate Alvida's hat. Successful completion rewards 100 experience points and 10,000 berries. Given the circumstances, it appears I have no choice but to engage in battle. With no oars on the small boat, Zero had no option but to leap into the sea and swim over. Fortunately, the distance was not too great, so it didn't take long. When he finally boarded the ship, he found Luffy being pursued by a group of pirates in a rather precarious predicament. Phew, thankfully not late. Zero took a few deep breaths, disregarding his soaked clothes, and jumped to Luffy's side, standing firm against Alvida and her crew. Zero, you made it, haha. Luffy greeted Zero with a broad smile, as if the earlier chase had been nothing more than a minor skirmish. Zero nodded, but his eyes shifted past the pirates to focus on Alvida. The imposing figure, wielding a nearly man-sized spiked club, unmistakably conveyed the formidable martial prowess possessed by this individual. Soon after, this person would consume a devil fruit, becoming one of the rare devil fruit users throughout the East Sea, akin to finding a phoenix feather amidst a sea of ordinary feathers. However, speaking of which, if I were to face Yalata, after she has consumed the devil fruit. I might find myself somewhat reluctant, Zero mused, contemplating a swift conclusion to the battle. Buzz! The full power of Conqueror's Haki was unleashed. The group of pirates across from him suddenly felt a terrifying pressure emanating from the man before them. And then everything went dark as they collapsed onto the deck. Clatter! The sound of weapons clattering to the ground filled the air. Yalata staggered a few steps, seemingly on the verge of falling. Yet she managed to brace herself against the spiked club, barely resisting the overwhelming intimidation of the Conqueror's Haki. Hey, what is going on? What have you done, newcomer? In her dazed state, she loudly questioned Zero, her eyes occasionally darting to the fallen pirates before her, her expression clearly one of disbelief. Even for one who had roamed the East Sea for a considerable time, encountering an unknown power for the first time struck her with an undeniable fear. Beside Zero, Luffy's eyes sparkled with admiration, clearly fascinated by Zero's extraordinary ability. Zero, you're amazing, Luffy exclaimed with hearty laughter. Zero remained silent, a flicker of disappointment stirring within him. He had expected that a single strike of Conqueror's Haki would incapacitate the opposing pirates, including Yalata, yet she had not fallen. Now realizing that his personal level was insufficient, he understood that the Haki had not manifested its full potential. Otherwise, even Yalata, a pirate renowned solely in the East Sea, would undoubtedly have succumbed. With a subtle sigh, Zero sprang into action. Seizing the opportunity, while Yalata remained momentarily stunned, he dashed forward with remarkable speed. Damn it! Don't underestimate great pirates, kid. Yelita's fearful expression quickly transformed into fury. With that, she swung her massive spike club directly at Zero. As the weapon, capable of flattening a person, whistled through the air, Zero remained unperturbed instead. He swiftly dodged to the right, skillfully evading Yelita's strike with his level 4 agility. Boom! The spike club crashed onto the deck, creating a gaping hole about half a person wide. In the next instant, Zero did not hesitate, lightly leaping onto the top of the spike club. Seeing this, Yelita's muscular arms bulged as she forcefully lifted the spike club, naturally sending Zero soaring high into the air. Straw Hat Kid, once I deal with him, he'll come for you. Believing victory was assured, Yalata shouted towards Luffy, yet she remained oblivious to the shadow that suddenly loomed overhead. By the time she realized something was amiss, she felt a searing brightness before discovering that her hat had been snatched away by Zero. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Seemingly unable to endure such humiliation, she raised her spike club once more, preparing to bring it crashing down on Zero, only to see him waving goodbye as if to bid her farewell. Before she could react, a resounding voice echoed, "Gum Gum Pistol." In an instant, she felt a sharp pain in her back, and just like the enemy she had flung away earlier, she was sent hurtling through the air by a stretched-out arm, eventually plunging into the sea, her fate uncertain. Well, it seems this should be the end. Zero twirled the hat in his hand, tossing it high into the air before catching it again, playing with it for a moment as he prepared to complete the side quest, when suddenly Luffy approached, uttering words Zero had never anticipated. "You're really impressive. Join my crew." Zero paused for a moment, then instantly agreed. "Of course I would love to." "Fantastic. My pirate crew is finally established." Luffy joyfully embraced Zero, celebrating the formation of the crew, and Zero couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. To witness the birth of a pirate crew that would traverse the seas, instilling fear in countless navies and pirates, was truly exhilarating for someone who had once been merely a fan of the sea. He had initially thought joining Luffy's crew would require considerable effort, yet the process had unfolded so seamlessly. Fortuitously, he encountered Luffy at the onset of his journey. When manpower was scarce had it been later in their adventures, the opportunity to become a member of the Straw Hat Pirates would not have come so easily. At that moment, "What is that?" Seemingly noticing a familiar figure on the ground, the small frame and pink hair instantly resonated with a certain individual in his mind, causing Zero, who had been elated, to gasp in shock. Luffy, too, followed Zero's gaze. That's Kobe. Are you alright?" Chapter 3. New Mission. That renowned pirate hunter. Zero sat at the stern of the ship, listening to Luffy converse with Kobe, his expression one of serene contemplation. Ever since Kobe had been inadvertently injured by Zero's Conqueror's Haki, he had developed a psychological barrier. Whenever Zero looked at Kobe, he would hide behind Luffy, too afraid to meet Zero's gaze, prompting Zero to consider himself a mere invisible entity. Knowing the plot, he understood that the next event would involve Luffy meeting the second, no, now the third crew member, Roronoa Zoro. While listening to the conversation between the two, Zero divided his attention to inspect his attributes panel. Character, Zero title, Invincible level, LV. 2, 0 200, Strength, 20 Stamina, 20 Agility, 20 Skills, Conqueror's Haki LV3, Max level, Armament Haki LV2, Observation Haki LV2, Martial Arts LV4, Swordsmanship LV4. By completing the side quest to submit your leader's hat, Zero ascended from level 1 to level 2, resulting in a direct doubling of his attributes. He could distinctly sense enhancements in all aspects of his physique, although the skills did not exhibit any changes. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that leveling up not only influenced his attributes, but also amplified the potency of his skills. For instance, when activating Armament Haki. At level 1, he could merely cover his fist with a thin layer of Haki, which did not significantly augment his combat prowess. However, upon reaching level 2, the intensity of Armament Haki increased, extending the coverage to his elbows. Undoubtedly, as his level ascended, the strength of Armament Haki would continuously grow, and the same would apply to his other skills. Of course, Zero was more inclined to believe that the enhancement of these skills' potency was likely a result of unlocking their inherent power with his increasing level. After all, it had been depicted in the narrative that when red-haired Shanks boarded Whitebeard's ship, he could incapacitate formidable pirates with his Conqueror's Haki. While his Haki could not even affect Yorlita, a pirate who dominated the East Sea. It was quite absurd. He pondered whether, aside from max-level Conqueror's Haki, the levels of other skills could also be enhanced. If so, his confidence in completing the main quest would soar. Regarding his character's level, Zero discerned that experience points seemed to be gained solely by completing side quests, as defeating enemies did not yield any experience. A conclusion he reached after vanquishing Yarlita's subordinates using his Conqueror's Haki. Lost in thought, Zero noticed structures rising from the sea not far away, becoming increasingly distinct as their small boat approached. It appeared they were nearing their destination, eager to encounter the pirate hunter Zoro. Before long, the small boat docked. As soon as he disembarked, Zero greeted Luffy and the timid Kobe, who had hidden behind Luffy, stating his intention to procure some supplies for their voyage. Though his true desire was to savor the unique scenery of this pirate world, Luffy readily agreed, and the three of them arranged a meeting point before parting ways. The medieval-style architecture, modern attire, and the plethora of goods available created a wealth of novel experiences for Zero, broadening his horizons immensely. He couldn't help but reflect, more than once, that the anime's portrayal was overly simplistic. Being fortunate enough to traverse this authentic world was indeed a remarkable journey. Regrettably, he hoped to chance upon someone selling devil fruits, as such items were not easily discernible by the majority. Even if he chose not to consume one, it could fetch a substantial sum at auction. However, after wandering for a considerable time without encountering any, he ultimately abandoned the pursuit. The Navy? As Zero continued walking, he suddenly noticed the Navy gathering in a particular direction, leading him to realize that they were likely approaching the decisive battle. Concerned about missing a side quest, he hastened towards the assembly of the Navy. As he ran, a chime sounded. Side quest activated. Seize Balumeb's pistol. Successful completion rewards 50 experience points and 5,000 berries. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zero's initial reaction was relief at having arrived in time. However, as he comprehended the details of the side quest, he couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. Come on, where are the high experience tasks? Just 50 experience points? Who are you trying to appease? This is dull. As Zero lamented the side quest issued by the system, he remained vigilant, observing the unfolding scene. At that moment, Colonel Monka lay sprawled on the ground, while Luffy relentlessly rained down punches upon him. Not far off, a young man adorned with a green headscarf wielded 3 blades, fending off the advancing Navy forces. Stop it! Straw Hat, look over here. With Zoro's call, Luffy paused his assault and turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. He beheld Kobe, currently held at gunpoint by Monka's son, Barumabur. If you want to spare this guy's life, don't move. One twitch and I'll pull the trigger. Barumabur warned Luffy with a trembling voice, only to be met with Luffy's unwavering stare and a broad grin. Mr. Luffy, I don't want to be your stumbling block. I'd rather die than be one. With Kobe's resolute declaration, Luffy replied, I understand, and once more clenched his fists, advancing toward the two. Don't move. I said don't move. If you do, I will shoot. Just as Kobe braced himself for the impending doom, a voice both familiar and fearsome resonated nearby. Kobe. I didn't expect you to be so brave, quite impressive. Taken aback by the teasing tone, Kobe turned to see the newcomer, his fear dissipating upon recognizing the figure. tears welling in his eyes as he excitedly called out, "Mr. Zero." Indeed, it was Zero who had entered the fray. Upon witnessing Barumabur holding Kobe at gunpoint, he sprang into action, swiftly disarming Barumabur in a flash, accomplishing his side quest while delivering a decisive kick that sent the weapon flying. "Luffy, I'm here." Zero disdainfully pushed aside the eager Kobe who was attempting to leap towards him while greeting Luffy. Naturally, Luffy was overjoyed, yet he added with a hint of jest, "Zero, you arrived a tad too early. Otherwise, that foolish son of mine would surely have fallen to my hands. Thankfully, I made it in time. Had I been a moment later and you had sent him flying, how would I have completed my side quest?" Zero smiled faintly yet refrained from replying to Luffy. For behind him loomed a colossal figure, poised to strike down with an axe raised high. "Luffy, behind you." Chapter 4. An unconventional encounter ding. Congratulations on completing the side quest, earning 50 experience points and 5,000 berries. As Zero listened to the system's notification, a sense of dissatisfaction washed over him, prompting yet another critique of the system's stinginess. It is worth mentioning that the skirmish on the Navy's small island concluded swiftly. When Colonel Monka sought to attack Luffy, Zoro intervened and defeated him with alacrity. Subsequently, as the trio prepared to depart, the island's inhabitants bestowed upon them a fervent farewell celebration. Not long after their departure from the island, Luffy regaled his companions with the tale of his beloved hat. He recounted his encounter with the red-haired Shanks, the unfortunate incident of swallowing a devil fruit, and how Shanks had rescued him during a perilous moment, sacrificing an arm in the process. Though his tone remained nonchalant, both Zero and Zoro could perceive the profound significance of the hat in Luffy's grasp. "By the way, Luffy," Zero remarked sincerely, "the fact that your hat was bestowed upon you by the Emperor Shanks is something you should cherish dearly." "Emperor?" Both Luffy and Zoro responded in unison, their curiosity piqued. Zero, still unaware of the existence of the four emperors, was enlightened by the duo about the composition of the world's highest combat powers. Particularly, when the discussion turned to the 7 warlords and the 4 emperors, Luffy's expression of yearning brought a smile to Zero's face. It turned out that Shanks was such a formidable pirate. I must surpass him in the future. Haha, I believe in you, Luffy. You will surely lead our pirate crew to resound throughout this world. Encouraged by Zero's words, Luffy smiled and raised his fist, his eyes radiating unwavering determination. At that moment, Zoro suddenly inquired of Zero, "Zero, how do you know so much? Where do you come from?" Zero was at a loss for words, while nearby, Luffy also wished to express something, but his attention was suddenly diverted by a large bird overhead. "There's food. Hey, Luffy, what are you planning to do?" Zero recalled a particular moment and swiftly grasped the arm raised by Luffy, exclaiming, "Just look at me. Rubber." By the time Zoro registered the situation, Luffy had already extended his arm to seize a large bird, which then clamped its beak around Luffy's head. In an unfortunate turn of events, Zero was also caught in the fray and was carried away by the bird, soaring further and further into the sky. "Stop right there. Don't run." In a sparsely populated town, a young girl with short orange hair and a graceful figure was sprinting, with a band of pirates armed with knives and guns in pursuit. Upon closer inspection, one could see that she was tightly clutching a piece of brown paper, which inevitably linked her to the pirates' chase. "Damn it. If we don't retrieve the navigation chart quickly, Captain Buggy will surely kill us," one of the pirates exclaimed. "Indeed, you thieving wretch, halt at once." Despite the frantic shouts of the ravenous pirates behind her, Nami remained composed, searching for an escape route, having faced such predicaments before. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted overhead, causing both Nami and the pursuing pirates to halt, instinctively gazing skyward. While Nami was trying to discern the source of the sound, she noticed a shadow enveloping her, growing larger by the moment. Just as she contemplated fleeing, it was too late. Boom. 2 distinct sounds resonated. One was Luffy crashing to the ground, and the other was the noise of Zero's descent. With an LV4 martial arts skill, Zero attempted to land in a relatively safe manner, knowing he lacked Luffy's fruit abilities. Thus, he could not entirely evade the impact, but he had minimized it to the best of his ability. Cough, cough. Rising effortlessly from the ground, Zero felt a sudden awareness. As he looked up, a striking ravine caught his eye, and further above was a familiar, charming visage. "You, what are you doing?" Nami exclaimed in anger, instinctively raising her hand to strike Zero's cheek. However, having endured countless assaults, Zero had perfected his evasion skills, and with a slight tilt of his head, he deftly avoided Nami's blow. Seizing the moment, he grasped her still raised hand, wrapping his right arm around her waist with a gentle but firm grip. Nami gasped, realizing she was now upright. Her form nestled against the man as tenderly as a bird seeking comfort. "You, let go of me," Nami protested, struggling to extricate herself from Zero's embrace, retreating several steps while regarding him with a wary gaze. Zero shook his head, intending to offer an explanation to Nami. However, a commotion from behind interrupted him, and he turned just in time to witness Luffy sending the last standing pirate flying, while the others lay unconscious on the ground. Nami was astonished, never expecting that this seemingly unremarkable Straw Hat Boy possessed such formidable strength. Without hesitation, she resolved to seek Luffy as her shield. After casting a glare at Zero, she swiftly dashed to Luffy's side. Zero watched helplessly as Luffy was lured away by Nami with food, shaking his head in resignation. He lamented that the supplies prepared earlier on the Navy's small island were insufficient, and promptly quickened his pace to catch up with the pair. In a modest dwelling, Luffy indulged in an extravagant feast, while Zero leaned against the window, idly observing the scenery outside. Yet, his gaze seemed to inadvertently drift towards the captivating figure lingering behind him. Within Zero's heart, there lingered the contemplation of whether to seek an opportune moment to tender an apology to Nami, for she had long been the object of his unwavering admiration. A goddess of anime in his eyes. Such an encounter was indeed fraught with the potential for offense. The townsfolk, struck by fear of Buggy, had all fled. Was this not akin to intruding uninvited? How rude of you. I am a thief who specifically targets pirates. Nami, still intent on defending her stance, prepared to argue further. Luffy, with curious eyes, turned to Zero and inquired, Zero, have you heard of this Buggy? At the stroke of midnight, Zero nodded. Ah, the notorious clown Buggy. With a bounty of 15 million. He is a renowned pirate of the East Sea and possesses the powers of a devil fruit. Wow, such a high bounty. Moreover, he shares my abilities as a devil fruit user. It seems that Buggy is quite formidable indeed. Ha ha ha. I've heard that he wields the powers of the chop chop fruit, enabling him to disassemble his body into numerous parts, making him quite a troublesome adversary. Oh, I see. Although Luffy was taken aback, he did not pause in his actions. At that moment, Nami cast a surprised glance at Zero. She hadn't anticipated that this man was so knowledgeable, especially regarding Buggy's abilities. His understanding piqued her curiosity about how he had acquired such information. Chapter 5. Breath. I hope you will join me in seeking out the pirate Buggy. However, as Zero observed Nami binding Luffy with rope, he couldn't help but reflect on how they had arrived at this particular plot point. The next moment, he noticed Nami approaching with the rope in hand, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Hastily, he waved his hands, declining her enthusiastic invitation, asserting the necessity of remaining vigilant in the shadows. After a moment's consideration, Nami reluctantly cast the rope aside, acknowledging the need for caution. Subsequently, she led Luffy away by the rope, while Zero leaped onto the rooftop, trailing the duo towards Buggy's stronghold. The reason he did not intervene in Nami's actions was due to his confidence. Even though the clown possessed a fragmented ability, Zero, endowed with armament Haki, could inflict damage upon him. Coupled with his other skills, he felt assured of his ability to protect himself. However, whether he could defeat Buggy remained uncertain, as he was cautious not to overestimate his own attributes. Nonetheless, Luffy's combat prowess was not to be underestimated, and with his foresight as a plot prophet, he believed he could avert any impending danger. It appears they have arrived. Upon witnessing Nami and Luffy reach Buggy's location, Zero ceased his reverie and concealed himself at a nearby vantage point, attentively monitoring the unfolding events while remaining alert for any potential side quests. Boom, boom, boom. Nami, witnessing the terrifying power of Buggy's cannonball obliterating the surrounding structures, was evidently shaken, beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead and streaming down her cheeks. Buggy cackled maniacally, showcasing the might of his cannonball, before suddenly instructing Nami to aim it at the bound Luffy. Nami hesitated, and in a moment of desperation, a henchman seized the match from her, eager to ignite the fuse himself. Ultimately, Nami retaliated, knocking the soldier unconscious. However, to her dismay, she realized that the fuse had already been ignited. In a panic, Nami dodged several pirate attacks and sprinted towards the cannon's barrel without a moment's hesitation. Just as she was about to grasp the fuse and extinguish the flame, a figure materialized at the front of the cannon, directly facing the cannonball. What could he possibly intend to do? As this question flickered through her mind, Nami noticed that the flame was nearly spent. You get away, she shouted, urging Zero to escape. Simultaneously, both she and Luffy called out to him, and the next moment, a blinding light erupted before them, followed by a deafening explosion. Boom. Zero. Luffy's eyes widened in shock, desperately striving to break free from his confinement. Meanwhile, Nami, positioned behind the cannon, stood frozen, haunted by memories of witnessing a loved one's demise in her childhood. As the thick smoke began to clear, the onlookers craned their necks towards the site of the explosion, where a figure, not particularly imposing, yet exuding an air of formidable strength, drew their attention. Cough. Quite impressive, though the smoke is rather excessive. Luffy and Nami exclaimed in unison, elated. The surrounding pirates gawked in terror, as if confronted with a nightmarish apparition. For Buggy, who was acutely aware of the cannonball's potential, the shock was even more profound. Congratulations on completing the side quest. Directly intercept the cannonball aimed at Luffy. You have earned 150 experience points and 20,000 berries. Congratulations. Your level has risen to LV. 3. Listening to the system's task completion prompt, Zero exhaled in relief, having finally succeeded in intercepting the threat. In truth, when he first accepted this side quest, he harbored little confidence in his ability to accomplish it. However, upon witnessing the moment when Buggy aimed at Luffy and Nami bravely rushed forward, He resolutely sprang into action. With his observation Haki, he locked onto the cannonball, while armament Haki enveloped his fist, extending to his wrist. To ensure success, he employed a level 4 martial technique, mimicking the Navy's 6 styles, augmenting his own capabilities, and ultimately managed to intercept Buggy's cannonball. Yet, he couldn't help but reflect on his still insufficient physical prowess. It was evident that he needed to diligently enhance his levels. Zero shook his somewhat numb hands, and then turned to complain about Luffy, saying, "Captain, how on earth did you get captured?" Luffy erupted into laughter, but refrained from giving a direct answer. "Zero, you truly are remarkable. Ha ha ha, you actually managed to deflect that bazooka shot. You truly are my crew." Just then, Zoro arrived on the scene, having rushed over upon hearing the sound of the bazooka firing. He was astonished to witness Zero's display of strength while simultaneously wanting to inquire about the current situation. However, Zero extended his hand towards him, saying, "Zoro, lend me a sword." What for? Although uncertain about Zero's intentions, Zoro promptly handed over one of his swords, keeping the legendary Wado Ikemanji firmly in his grasp. "Watch closely." Zero, having drawn his sword, signaled Zoro to pay attention to his forthcoming actions. He approached the iron cage that imprisoned Luffy, inhaled deeply, and grasped the hilt of his sword firmly, directing the blade's tip forward. Luffy ducked. Zoro, having already surmised Zero's intentions, fixated his gaze without blinking. In an instant, a faint blue flash of light erupted before him, accompanied by a piercing buzz. The iron cage confining Luffy shattered in an instant. This is incredible. Zoro had always believed that he was the sole swordsman among the crew, only to discover that Zero was also a swordsman, and his swordsmanship surpassed Zoro's wildest expectations. "Breath," Zero proclaimed. "Once you master the breath of all things, you too can cleave through steel as I do." The words of Zero drifted into Zoro's ears, evoking memories of his childhood when his master elucidated the intricacies of breathing. Simultaneously, a tiny seed began to sprout within his heart. At that moment, Luffy, who had finally freed himself from the confines of his cage, stretched exuberantly and offered a grateful nod to Zero. Though he was curious about how Zero had acquired such formidable swordsmanship, he recognized that this was not the moment for inquiries, especially as they found themselves within the stronghold of the notorious pirate Buggy. "Hey Buggy, now that I've escaped from the cage, let us have a duel," Luffy shouted, rousing Buggy and his crew from their astonishment. In the next instant, his rubbery arm elongated, reaching directly for Buggy, propelling him through the air like a cannonball. Boom! The sound of an explosion reverberated once more. At this juncture, a unicyclist swordsman emerged from the ranks of pirates, confronting Zoro directly, while Zero had already engaged with a pirate riding a lion. Chapter 6. Each gained something. Is there no task prompt? Zero glanced at the beast and the person across from him, feeling a deep sense of reflection on his own arduous journey of advancement. "Young one, your fortune truly seems to be lacking," he chuckled heartily, "encountering someone of my caliber. Even if you manage to escape with your life from the brink of peril, your incessant prattling is rather tiresome." With an aura of indomitable power, the Conqueror's Haki erupted instantaneously, enveloping the beast tamer Machi. In an unexpected turn of events, Machi rolled his eyes and promptly fainted. The ferocious beast beneath him, witnessing Machi's swift defeat, was so frightened that it nearly lost its wits. As Zero cast a glance in its direction, the creature immediately stood on its hind legs, hoisting its master and fleeing with remarkable agility, leaving Zero with a comically exasperated expression. Character: Zero. Title: The Undefeated Level, LV 3, 0400, Strength 40, Stamina 40, Agility 40, Skills. Conqueror's Haki LV 3, Max, Armament Haki LV 2, Observation Haki LV 2, Martial Arts LV 4, Swordsmanship LV 4. These represent Zero's current attributes, which have multiplied several times since his arrival. His skills have also seen substantial enhancement, allowing him to incapacitate the beast tamer Machi, despite being merely at LV 3. Had it been the Zero of his initial arrival, such a feat would have been entirely unattainable. Of course, the ease with which he vanquished Machi can also be attributed to the fact that Machi's combat prowess predominantly relied upon the ferocity of his tamed beasts. His own fighting capabilities were rather limited, scarcely surpassing those of an ordinary pirate henchman. Meanwhile, on another front, the battle between Luffy and the clown Buggy had reached a stalemate. Fortunately, Zero had previously prepared Luffy by informing him of Buggy's devil fruit powers. Thus far, Luffy had not succumbed to despair and was even beginning to turn the tide in his favor. In contrast, Zoro's confrontation with the unicycle swordsman Kabeji was decidedly simpler. Rather than a battle, it resembled Zoro assimilating the sword techniques that Zero had recently demonstrated. No matter how Kabeji unleashed his arsenal of attacks, he was unable to inflict any harm upon Zoro. It is worth noting that in Zero's recollection, Zoro had sustained injuries from Buggy's sneak attack during their previous encounter. Although he ultimately triumphed over Kabeji then, it had been a strenuous effort. Yet, in the current skirmish, Zoro was consistently dominating Kabeji with relentless strikes. The gaze of Zero shifted once more, fixating on a striking figure with vibrant orange hair ahead. "Die, you traitor!" Brothers, let's go easy on this young beauty. We should savor her before sending her to her demise. It would be such a waste, ha 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 ha. Indeed, I want to enjoy her too. As Nami found herself surrounded by a dozen menacing pirates from all directions, her expression grew somber, and she tightened her grip on the staff in her hands, bracing herself for a fierce struggle. If given another chance to choose, Nami would undoubtedly still take action. After all, she was not inherently malevolent like those pirates. Furthermore, having witnessed Zero selflessly shield Luffy from Buggy's projectile, she felt a stirring within her heart, and thus, she did not regret her decision. Clang. After evading several attacks and parrying the swords of multiple pirates, Nami's arms trembled slightly, yet she managed to swing her staff, repelling several of her attackers. The intensity of the battle made her breathing rapid as her chest heaved rhythmically, drawing the attention of the surrounding pirates. Brothers, she can barely hold on. Let us finish her off. Oh, whoa, ha 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 ha. Having dodged several slashes, Nami stumbled and fell to the ground, finally cornered by the pirates. Just as she believed she would meet her end, she witnessed the once ferocious pirates suddenly roll their eyes back and collapse to the ground. Nami was momentarily stunned, unsure of the bizarre scene unfolding before her, until she felt a powerful arm lift her up, prompting her realization. Zero, are you all right? Gazing at the face she had previously found somewhat irritating, Nami's heart suddenly settled. Yet, in the next moment, she noticed Zero's unwavering gaze fixed upon her chest. Zero, what are you looking at? Apologies. Zero replied, you truly are. Flushed with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, Nami ultimately did not react harshly to Zero. Perhaps it was due to him saving her moments ago, or because of his earlier sacrifice for Luffy, but Nami had grown less averse to Zero, allowing for some unintended indiscretions. Curiously, Nami inquired of Zero, by the way, Zero, aren't you supposed to assist Luffy? Zero replied, while Buggy is formidable. I firmly believe that Luffy can defeat him. Otherwise, what qualifies him to be our captain? There was another reason that Zero refrained from voicing. If Luffy aspires to become the Pirate King, he must endure numerous battles, continuously growing stronger through conflict. Otherwise, all his adventures would be mere empty talk. Thus, from Zero's perspective, he would not overly intervene in Luffy's battles unless circumstances demanded his intervention, at which point he would certainly not remain passive. By this time, the clash between Luffy and Buggy was nearing its conclusion. Lacking Nami's assistance, Luffy devised a clever strategy. Using his rubber abilities to transform his fingers into a massive fishing net, ensnaring the dismembered parts of Buggy's body and forcefully casting them away. Ultimately, he launched a rubber rocket, sending Buggy's remaining form flying. Meanwhile, Zoro's skirmish with Kabeji had concluded as well. Observing the smile on Zoro's face upon his return suggested that he had gained much from the encounter. Thus, the Straw Hat Pirates emerged victorious against the Buggy Pirates. After the battle, Luffy extended an invitation to Nami, initially resistant to the idea of joining as a pirate. She inexplicably cast a glance at Zero and eventually decided to join the Straw Hat crew under the pretense of collaboration. Whether Luffy truly absorbed this notion of partnership remained uncertain. Shortly thereafter, they noticed the townspeople approaching, armed and intent on attacking. Having mistakenly identified them as part of Buggy's crew. Recognizing the imminent danger, the group swiftly fled the scene. Upon reaching their ship, Nami intended to tally the treasures they had acquired from Buggy's base, only to discover that Luffy had already given the spoils to the townsfolk, inciting her wrath as she delivered a thorough beating to him. The sight of Luffy's pitiful state elicited laughter from both Zoro and Zero. How could you do something so outrageous? Go fetch them yourself. Stop. I can't swim. I will drown. Then perhaps you should experience that fate. Chapter 7. Annihilation. After vanquishing the Buggy Pirates, Luffy and his companions continued their voyage. Upon arriving at a new island, they were still deliberating their next course of action when a young man with a long nose and a checkered hat appeared on the shore. He addressed Luffy and his crew, asserting, "My 8 million subordinates will not spare you." Recognizing the individual, Zero wasted no time in exposing his deceit. That's false. There's only him. No, there are 3 children as well, right? The long-nosed youth, startled by one of the pirates accurately identifying their numbers, panicked and drew a slingshot aimed at them. Luffy's demeanor shifted, radiating an ominous aura, while Zoro and the others regarded him with predatory gazes. Having drawn his weapon, the young man realized he had wagered his life. Overwhelmed by fear, he collapsed to the ground. In the next moment, upon hearing Luffy mention the Shanks pirates, he recognized that Luffy was acquainted with his father, Jesus Burgess, and promptly invited Luffy and his crew to his village. No sooner had they taken a few steps than Zero suddenly called out to Luffy, Nami, and Zoro. "Zero, what is it?" "I just recalled some matters on this island that require my attention. You all go ahead." "Oh, I see. You go on then. I will accompany you." Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Nami quickly waved her hands. "I just fear that Zero might get lost alone. As your navigator, ensuring that none of you stray is my responsibility, after all." With Nami's insistence, Luffy and the others reluctantly agreed. Thus, the group divided into 2. Nami and Zero formed one team, while Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp constituted the other. They agreed on a time and place to reconvene before parting ways. Side quest. Uncover Kuro's scheme before the Black Cat Pirates launch their full assault. Completing this task will reward you with 400 experience points and a skill lottery ticket. Ling pondered the task that had just surfaced in his mind, contemplating the means of its completion, while the prospect of the skill lottery piqued his curiosity. Ling, what are you going to do now? Of course. I shall embark on a quest to vanquish monsters. Monsters? Are you referring to the Sea Kings? Upon witnessing Nami's terrified expression, Ling couldn't help but chuckle. If she were to know the myriad of terrors that lay ahead, far more dreadful than the Sea Kings, would she still consent to journey alongside Luffy? The Sea Kings are merely a ruse. Ha ha ha. Ling, Nami exclaimed in frustration as she lunged at him. Instinctively, he attempted to evade her. However, as he beheld her enchanting visage, he found himself unable to resist embracing her. In that moment, an intoxicating atmosphere enveloped the two. As Nami felt Ling's broad chest and the weighty breaths near her ear, her cheeks flushed a vibrant hue. Despite having traversed various pirate crews over the years, employing numerous methods to pilfer their fortunes, she had never experienced such an odd sensation with a male before. The same was true for Ling. The delightful fragrance emanating from Nami's hair and the softness of her skin under his touch left him entranced. So much so that even his fully mastered evasion skill failed to react. Are you alright? And no, I'm fine. The sudden utterance of Zero shattered the enchanting atmosphere. Although Nami felt a slight flush of embarrassment, she feigned composure and returned to her previous position. The two continued their journey, yet the ambience grew somewhat awkward. In an effort to alleviate the tension, Zero glanced around and began to speak slowly. Nami, have you heard of the Black Cat Pirates? The Black Cat Pirates? Nami's attention was indeed captured. What is that? Is it related to what you intend to do now? Yes. At midnight, Zero nodded and continued. That was a notorious pirate crew once renowned in the East Sea, led by a remarkable captain named Klo, who was an exceptional pirate in his own right. Oh, and then what happened? I just saw their ship. Hearing this news, Nami gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth once more. Although uncertain about their presence here, I am eager to investigate and ascertain the reasons behind their unexpected stay. Zero spoke earnestly. In truth, he had not seen the ship of the Black Cat Pirates. Instead, he had gleaned their whereabouts through the foresight of the narrative. Naturally, he was already aware of the reasons behind the Black Cat Pirates' presence in this locale, but he feared that few would believe him if he spoke openly of it. Thus, he opted to feign a desire to investigate, seeking an opportunity to fulfill his side quest. As for Nami, she harbored no doubts regarding Zero's assertion of having spotted the ship. After all, the man's abilities were utterly inscrutable to her. Although a sense of trepidation lingered, her faith in Zero's strength compelled her to accompany him. The notion that there might be treasures aboard the pirate vessel was merely a secondary motivation. Before long, bolstered by Zero's mastery of observation Haki and the island's modest size, the duo swiftly arrived at their destination, a weathered, enormous pirate ship. It lay solitary at the shore, teeming with a multitude of pirates, whether seated or reclining. At a glance, it appeared no less formidable than Buggy's crew. Upon reaching this point, Nami's assessment of Zero's abilities escalated. The fact that he could perceive the ship from such a distance was truly astonishing. Zero. Are we really going to? Nami had yet to finish her thought when she turned to find Zero already striding towards the pirate ship. Instinctively, she took a step forward, only to hear him call back without glancing over his shoulder. Nami, you stay here and wait for me. Just give me 10 minutes. Are you suggesting? Zero fell silent, leaving Nami with a formidable and dependable silhouette. Upon reaching the ship of the Black Cat Pirates, the battle concluded far more swiftly than he had anticipated. The pirates exhibited remarkably low willpower, and with a single application of his Conqueror's Haki, Zero rendered them all unconscious. Shortly thereafter, two pirates, one stout and the other slender, both resembling feline figures, charged at him. Despite their attempt to resist the intimidation of the Conqueror's Haki using their own willpower, they aimed to vanquish Zero with their swift assaults. Yet, before the prowess of Zero, who possessed the observation Haki, they proved insufficient. In mere moments, he dispatched them effortlessly. After all, in the East Blue, where Haki was not yet widely utilized, Zero's mastery of all three forms of Haki rendered him an extraordinary entity. Standing amidst a throng of pirates sprawled in disarray, Zero suddenly found himself pondering the whereabouts of the hypnotist. Ah, what is the meaning of this? Abandoned here alone while others engage in battle. No, I too must join. Just as Nami resolved to aid Zero, she spotted a familiar figure emerging in the distance, igniting her excitement. Zero, Nami called out joyfully. In the next instant, she noticed peculiar shadows appearing behind him. What could that be? Chapter 8. Fierce confrontation. In a lavish mansion on the island, a tall man clad in a black suit and round glasses addressed Usopp with disdain. You are nothing but a filthy pirate. Unbeknownst to him, nearby, Luffy adjusted his hat and cast a meaningful glance in his direction. You and the young lady belong to entirely different realms. Is your aim merely wealth? How much do you desire? Kaya, incensed, retorted, You are utterly outrageous, Clabotter. Apologize to Usopp at once. It was evident that she held Usopp, her friend, in high regard. Why should I apologize to such a barbaric man, my lady? Clabotter adjusted his glasses and continued, I am merely stating facts. You must despise him, don't you? Loathe that scoundrel father who abandoned his family, valuing treasure above their lives. Clabotter, do not speak ill of my father, Usopp shouted, seizing the rope and leaping down from the tree. As Clabotter continued his mockery, Usopp advanced and struck him squarely in the face, knocking him to the ground. You see? Resorting to violence immediately, just as the saying goes, like father, like son. Bravo. A splendid performance, Captain Kuro. Suddenly, a noise from a nearby location caught Clabotter's attention, causing him to furrow his brow. Following the gazes of those around him, he beheld a young man dressed in casual attire, tall and youthful. Zero. Luffy exclaimed loudly. While Zoro inquired, where did you run off to just now? In response to their curiosity, Zero offered no explanation but nodded at his companions. Then turned his attention to Clabotter. Kuro, what brings you here? Zero, you must have mistaken him. He is Kaya's butler, Clabotter, not Kuro. Usopp attempted to interject. But Zero interrupted. Kuro, captain of the Black Cat Pirates, known as Kuro the Schemer, with a bounty of 16 million. He single-handedly defeated a naval warship and vanished 3 years ago. Yet here he is, serving as an ordinary butler. Quite astonishing. Kuro the Schemer? A bounty of 16 million? More than buggy. As the crowd gasped in surprise. Even Kaya regarded Clabotter with suspicion. Clabotter hastily defended himself. My lady, do not listen to his fabrications. I am merely an ordinary person. Humph. Is that truly so? Come forth. As Zero clapped his hands, the onlookers beheld a strikingly beautiful woman with orange hair emerging from behind a large tree, accompanied by 2 oddly dressed men, one stout and the other slender. However, the condition of these 2 men appeared rather pitiable, as if they had endured a severe ordeal. Zero also noticed that when Kuro saw the 2 men, his expression suddenly darkened, and a sense of satisfaction welled up within him. Kuro, did you not expect this trick of mine? Haha. Zero, Nami, who are these 2? Upon Zoro's inquiry, Zero initially laughed heartily before adding. They are members of the Black Cat Pirates. Their ship is currently docked at the island shore, and I have captured all the pirates aboard. These 2 should be their officers, correct, gentlemen? The 2 men, who had been looking down in fear, suddenly wailed at Kuro. Captain Kuro, save us. Captain Kuro. He's a demon. Our brothers have been taken down. Please help us. Seeing Kuro remain silent, Kaya had already formed an inkling of the truth. Though she found it hard to accept, she couldn't help but ask, Kuro, is what they say true? Usopp, observing Kaya's expression, felt a pang of pain in his heart and pointed accusingly at Kuro. Kuro, no, Pirate Kuro, what is your true purpose lurking on this island? A familiar scene unfolded. But this time the target of the questioning was Kuro himself. Realizing how serious the situation had become, Kuro decided not to remain silent any longer. He pushed himself off the ground with one hand, dusted off his knees, adjusted his glasses, and said to Zero, who stood not far away, I don't know how you found out, but I'm no longer curious. So, prepare to meet your end. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly vanished before everyone's eyes. It was only when Luffy shouted to Zero that they realized Kuro had already appeared behind him, his 10 fingers having inexplicably found their way onto sharp blades. Kuro's signature weapon, the 10-blade cat claw. Zero, Kuro exclaimed, but to his surprise, the man before him deftly turned and leapt backward, evading the attack, leaving Kuro's strike to cut through empty air. He attempted to pursue, but a rapidly extending arm struck towards him, forcing him to halt his assault and defend with the 10-blade cat claw. Kuro, how dare you attack my crewmates? Watch as I defeat you. Zoro had readied his 3 swords, charging at Kuro alongside Luffy. Ah, how terrifying. Usopp exclaimed, having narrowly dodged a stone aimed at him. Though fear was evident on his face, he hurried to a safe spot with his 3 little companions, glancing up at Kaya on the upper floor, his round eyes revealing a hint of worry. She must be in great pain now. Damn Kuro. No, Pirate Kuro. Kuro, however, was too engrossed in his own thoughts to care about Usopp's opinions. At that moment, he was increasingly alarmed. The man who had decimated his pirate crew was one thing, but this straw hat-wearing fellow possessed a rare devil fruit, and the swordsman in front of him, clad in a green bandana, was also quite formidable. How had he never heard of such a person? Clang. Struggling to withstand the onslaught from the 3 sword-wielding swordsmen, Kuro barely caught his breath when a long arm suddenly struck him hard in the abdomen. Crash. Kuro was sent flying, sliding several meters before coming to a halt, coughing up a bit of crimson liquid. He straightened up, took a deep breath to ease his chest, and realized that his situation was becoming dire. He couldn't break through the combined efforts of these 2, and not far away, Zero was watching for an opportunity to strike. If he didn't act quickly, he might very well meet his end here. With that thought, Kuro lowered his head amidst the crowd's confusion, gradually closing his eyes and softly uttering, Spoon. Chapter 9, Sword Technique LV5 Spoon. As Kuro uttered the last word, he began to sway from side to side, and when he lifted his head again, his eyes had turned a ghastly white. Seeing this, Zoro jumped up, resembling a fierce lion, ready to pounce, but unexpectedly found nothing but air. Kuro had vanished. Zoro. To your right. With Zero's prompt, Zoro quickly positioned his sword on the right side. A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out, and Kuro's figure disappeared again. What was that? Nami asked, turning to Zero. Consider it a type of foot technique, utilizing silent steps for indiscriminate attacks. It's not much different from the shave technique, Zero explained. Although Nami was curious about what shave entailed, she nodded in partial understanding. But they won't be in danger, will they? Of course not. It's just a matter of initial adaptation. Just look at how they're faring now. At this, Nami turned her gaze back to the battle. Indeed. Luffy and Zoro had quickly acclimatized to Kuro's rhythm, managing to break through Kuro's spoon stance multiple times and gradually gaining the upper hand in the fight. Damn it. Kuro's veins bulged with frustration. The intensity of their assault was overwhelming, and he found himself unable to find an opening. His anticipated ambush had turned into a farcical situation. He considered fleeing, but escaping using silent steps was no longer realistic, especially with Zero's watchful presence nearby. Suddenly, Kuro caught a glimpse of a frail figure through the window, and an idea struck him. The next moment, he dashed out at incredible speed, reappearing beneath Kaya's window. Humph. If I take her as a hostage, surely you will comply. With that thought, he moved again, appearing in the branches directly across from Kaya, a mere meter away. His tin-blade cat claw glinted with a sinister light as he lunged toward Kaya, only to find her face resolute and unyielding. Did she not fear him? Just as this thought crossed Kuro's mind, a piercing sound of slicing air erupted in his ears. Kuro, leave Kaya alone. Ultimate move, Powder Star. Boom. As a dazzling explosion erupted above Kuro's head, he lost consciousness midair, slipping and crashing hard to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates versus Straw Hat Pirates Usopp. Kuro was utterly defeated. Take care, everyone. I hope to see you again someday. After bidding farewell to Kaya, Usopp turned to Luffy and the others on the ship. Why? What are you talking about? You truly are rather indifferent, aren't you? From now on, we shall all be pirates, and we may very well encounter each other upon the seas. Zoro waved his hand and remarked, what are you saying? Hurry up and board the ship. Luffy added, haven't we already become companions? Zero and Nami exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile and a nod. Usopp paused for a moment, seemingly taken aback by the response, yet his hesitation was fleeting. He raised his fist and exclaimed excitedly, Captain, let me take the helm. To which another voice protested. What are you saying? I am the captain. Thus, Usopp officially joined the Straw Hat Pirates, and the crew, akin to exchanging old weapons for new, received the magnificent ship. The Going Merry, gifted by Kaya. It is noteworthy that once the villagers learned that Kaya's butler was a pirate, and that Usopp had bravely protected Kaya from harm, they forgave him for his past mischief. Later, upon discovering Usopp's quest to pursue his dreams, they extended their heartfelt blessings to him. Ding! Congratulations on completing the side quest, earning 400 experience points and 1 skill lottery ticket. On board, Zero, basking in the sun, glanced at the system's historical records before checking his attributes panel. His current stats were as follows. Character, 0 title, unrivaled fighter level, LV, 4, 0800, strength, 80 stamina, 80 agility, 80 skills, Conqueror's Haki LV3, perfected, armament Haki LV2. Observation Haki LV2, martial arts LV4, swordsmanship LV4. Aside from the unchanged skill levels, his attributes had surged dramatically, increasing 8-fold since his arrival, undoubtedly resulting in a qualitative enhancement of his skills. And it was this skill lottery ticket. Without a moment's hesitation, I chose to proceed. Ding. You are now using a skill lottery ticket. 3, 2, 1, congratulations. You have received a skill level upgrade of 1, allowing you to unconditionally elevate any non-max skill by 1 level. Is that all? Zero felt a tinge of disappointment. Rather than enhancing his skill level, he yearned to acquire new abilities. After all, his current level limited the full expression of his skills, leaving him feeling rather feeble. However, having drawn a skill, he resolved to utilize this opportunity for his swordsmanship. His swordsmanship skill level rose to LV 5, surprisingly not yet at its maximum. It seemed that the potential of this skill surpassed his expectations, as various insights into sword techniques flooded his mind. Zero realized he had begun to form his own distinctive swordplay. He glanced around, eager to experiment, but his attention was suddenly diverted to Luffy and Usopp, who were aiming at a distant rock. What were they up to? A loud bang echoed as a cannonball struck an object, reminding Zero that 2 comical figures were about to make their entrance. Indeed, Luffy had just appointed Usopp as the ship's sniper when a man donning dark glasses leapt onto the scene, knocking over a barrel of wine aboard the ship. Come out, pirates. His bravado was short-lived as Luffy promptly taught him a lesson. At that moment, Zoro emerged from below deck, revealing that this man's name was Johnny, who had a companion named Joseph, a former friend of Zoro. According to Johnny, Joseph had suddenly fallen ill, and they had intended to rest on the rock, only to find it destroyed by cannon fire. Luffy and Usopp felt a wave of shame wash over them. Fortunately, Nami seemed unfazed by such occurrences and swiftly tended to Joseph's injuries. As the group chatted, they discussed the need for a cook on the ship, ultimately deciding on their next destination, the floating restaurant, Baratai. Chapter 10, an unexpected series of tasks. Ahead lay the floating restaurant, Baratai. Johnny introduced the colossal vessel, resembling a fish, to Luffy and the others. Joseph, who had been curious within the cabin, emerged just in time to witness Baratai, his mouth watering uncontrollably. In the next moment, however, he turned to see a naval ship suddenly appear beside the Going Merry. Wah, what? How could there be a naval ship here? Hearing the exclamations, Zero, who had been leaning against the right side of the ship, looked up to see an officer-like figure stepping onto the opposing vessel. That pirate flag is unfamiliar. I'm Lieutenant Iron Fist Hobody from the Navy headquarters. Who is the captain here? State your name. I am Luffy. I'm Usopp. The pirate flag was just created yesterday. I designed it. Iron Fist Hobody raised an eyebrow, disregarding Luffy and Usopp's antics. Instead, he directed his scorn towards Johnny and Joseph aboard Luffy's ship. Although the two felt exasperated, they had no choice but to toss out their bounty notices. At that moment, Nami noticed the scattered bounty notices on the ground, approached, and picked one up, staring at the image of the bounty with a look of contemplation. Zero also noticed Nami's unusual demeanor at this moment. Just as he was about to approach her for comfort, he caught sight of the naval vessel aiming its cannon directly at the Golden Mary beneath his feet. Humph! A cold snort escaped his lips, and in an instant, the muscles in his legs tensed. As he lifted them, a blade-like gust of energy surged forth, cleaving the naval cannon in two. This was the Arisher Jerry, one of the 6 styles of the Navy. Although it was a closely guarded secret within their ranks, his mastery of level 4 martial arts allowed him to replicate it, albeit with somewhat diminished power. Impressive, Zero! Exclaimed Luffy and Usopp, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Nearby, Zoro, who had witnessed Zero's technique, tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, seemingly perplexed by Zero's abilities. Unexpectedly, the naval cannon adjusted its aim, and another intact barrel was pointed directly at them. Without hesitation, Luffy rolled up his sleeves and dashed forward, stretching out his hands in an attempt to intercept the cannonball. However, in his fervor, he lost grip with one hand, causing the cannonball to veer off course and strike the Bartai restaurant instead. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated as a large hole was blown into the roof of the establishment. Zoro, Nami, Usopp, and the others rowed a small boat to the restaurant, leaving Johnny and Joseph to guard the Going Merry. Meanwhile, Luffy was negotiating with the restaurant staff about how long he would need to work on the ship to offset their compensation. Upon entering, they were greeted by Iron Fist Hobody, who claimed to be a captain in the Navy, and was currently being held aloft by a young man with yellow hair clad in a black suit, looking quite pitiful. Just then, a robust chef emerged from within, intercepting the enraged young man. Iron Fist Hobody, having narrowly escaped a dire fate, resumed his taunting. Had it not been for Luffy and the head chef intervening from above, Hobody might have faced a severe reprimand. The situation escalated when a Navy officer appeared, reporting the escape of Captain Creek's subordinate, only to be shot in the back by a man armed with a gun. The gunman appeared frail, yet he stubbornly approached a seat, attempting to coerce the restaurant chef into preparing a meal for him. However, his weakness led to a swift defeat at the hands of the robust chef, who ejected him from the establishment. Zero, who had been quietly observing, stepped outside and soon spotted the feeble man enjoying a meal delivered by the yellow-haired youth, while Luffy squatted on the railing, fervently urging him to join his pirate crew. Upon seeing Zero, Luffy waved, exclaiming, "Hey, Zero, let me introduce you to our new member. The chef of our crew. I did not consent to becoming a member of your crew. Why are you making such decisions on your own?" Sanji retorted passionately, his spiral eyebrows twitching, drawing Zero's gaze momentarily before he forced himself to look away and said earnestly, "Hello, my name is Zero. Welcome to our pirate crew." "I've already said, I am not joining your pirate crew." Sanji attempted to protest further, but upon glancing up, he noticed the F watching them from the second floor. The frail man, sensing the tension, expressed his gratitude once more before departing. As Zero watched the man named Akin leave, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. He knew that this man would not only bring his Captain Creek, but also attract the formidable presence of the renowned warlord of the sea, Dracula Mihawk. For days later, a thick fog enveloped the sea. On board the Going Merry, Usopp urged Luffy to set sail, to which Luffy replied that he still needed to discuss matters with the owner. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned to the fog behind them. Zero, who had been resting his eyes, opened them and rose to gaze out the window, a smile gradually forming on his lips. "At last, you have arrived." Before long, a massive ship emerged from the fog. As it drew closer, they recognized the ship was severely damaged, as if a colossal beast had bitten through its midsections, nearly severing it in two. It was hard to fathom how this vessel could navigate in such a condition. Of course, Zero was among the few who understood the circumstances that led to its current state, so he was not surprised. In truth, as they approached the latter half of the Grand Line, powerful figures emerged like mushrooms after rain. Many possessed the strength to obliterate a ship, a feat that even Zero could potentially achieve now. When the ship appeared, a system notification chimed in Zero's mind. Ding. Side quest activated. Prevent Captain Creek from releasing toxic gas. Reward. For 100 experience points, 40,000 berries. Before Zero could fully process this task, another notification resonated within. Ding. Challenge quest activated. Survive for 10 minutes in battle against Warlord Dracula Mihawk. Reward. 1,000 experience points. 1 item lottery ticket. Goodness. Zero was taken aback, astonished that this time the plot had unlocked not one, but 2 tasks, with the rewards of the second task being exceptionally generous, truly delightful. However, he also came to the realization that such bountiful rewards implied that the success rate of completion would not be particularly high, and there existed a possibility of failure. Truly, the world's strongest swordsman deserves such recognition. Thus, Zero contemplated. Chapter 11, Confronting Hawkeye Mihawk. Kuroku. Zero gazed intently as the pirate Creek, clad in golden armor yet staggering in his gait, entered the floating restaurant. A wave of reflection washed over him. This pirate crew was indeed unfortunate. Upon setting foot in the Grand Line, they had encountered the world's most formidable swordsmen, leading their fleet of 50 ships and 5,000 men to a swift and drastic decline, leaving them with merely a single flagship and a handful of crew members, reduced to the point of begging for sustenance. As for the reason why Hawkeye had chosen to obliterate this fleet, Zero was unaware of the specifics. Yet it was not difficult to surmise that the fleet had inadvertently crossed paths with a lethal force. Those who wield power capable of altering the fabric of this world often acted on a whim, rendering the loss of 50 ships a mere trifling matter. His thoughts wandered. Yet he remained vigilant, activating his observation Haki to closely monitor the happenings within the restaurant. Suddenly, he noticed Nami standing at the bow, staring blankly at a pale yellow piece of paper, her expression tinged with melancholy. As the harbinger of the unfolding narrative, Zero understood the reasons behind Nami's demeanor, and a pang of sorrow gripped his heart upon witnessing her state. Although she skillfully concealed her emotions, the persistent source of her anguish prevented her from ever truly opening up to others. Damn that Vol Dragon! In that moment, Zero seemed to grasp the depths of Luffy's fury in the original storyline. Alas, with a sigh, Zero descended from the second floor of the ship and quietly took his place beside Nami. It seemed that Nami sensed his presence as well. Without turning her head, she remained silent for a moment before speaking. Zero, I must leave. Is it absolutely necessary? Yes, there are certain matters I must attend to. What if I were to stop you from leaving? Even so, I still wish to try. I do not want to forsake any glimmer of possibility. The atmosphere fell into a profound stillness once more. After a brief pause, Zero gently replied, I will not hinder your departure, but please remember that we are your companions. Wherever you go, we will come to find you. We will undoubtedly bring you back. Upon hearing these heartfelt words, tears welled up in Nami's eyes. Yet in the next moment, she resolutely inhaled and declared, All right, I understand. Thank you, Zero. Zero still had something to express when, subsequently, a pair of delicate arms, as smooth as jade, encircled his waist. Nami, he murmured, his heart quivering at the sound of her name. Upon hearing this, Nami tightened her embrace just a little more. The two of them became enveloped in this atmosphere, allowing words to fade into silence. Yet, Nami ultimately departed. Zero made no attempt to retain her. In truth, he had already discerned her resolute intentions from Nami's response. Any further efforts to persuade her would prove futile. Frankly, it would be more prudent to resolve the matters at hand swiftly and then hasten to Kokoyashi village. This would be the most advisable course of action. Brother Zero, why did Sister Nami leave so suddenly? Indeed, where could she possibly go, abandoning us? Johnny and Joseph gazed sorrowfully at the departing Going Merry, perplexed by Nami's departure. Fear not. Once we have settled our affairs here, we shall go and bring her back. As Zero gazed at the diminishing vessel upon the sea, his expression grew resolute. Suddenly sensing an unseen force, he fixed his gaze, unleashing an overwhelming aura that rendered Johnny and Joseph, still afloat, unconscious, causing them to plunge beneath the waves, only to resurface, gasping for breath. Terrified, they beheld Zero, astonished that this seemingly tranquil man harbored such fearsome power. It was reminiscent of the legendary Hawkeye Mihawk. In that very moment, a jarring sound erupted from the ocean, as a colossal ship, larger than both the Bartai and the Going Merry combined, met its catastrophic disintegration. The crew aboard struggled to escape, yet they were inevitably doomed to the depths. Ah, the ship is breaking apart. What is happening? Help us. Captain Kuro, save us. The cries for rescue echoed across the vast expanse of the sea. Captain Kuro's eyes widened in horror at the plight of his pirate crew, as he fixated on a shadowy figure emerging from the water, reminiscent of the terror that had obliterated his fleet. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions learned from Johnny and Joseph about Nami's daring theft of the Going Merry and resolved to pursue her in a small boat. Zoro, initially intent on joining them, suddenly spotted Mihawk approaching and promptly disembarked to challenge him to a duel. Watching from a distance, Zero shook his head. Although Zoro's swordsmanship was commendable for the East Blue, it paled in comparison to Mihawk's prowess. Indeed, Mihawk effortlessly parried Zoro's relentless onslaught with merely a small knife, displaying an ease that suggested he was barely exerting himself. Eventually, it appeared that Mihawk, perhaps inspired by Zoro's spirit, drew forth his enormous black blade, signifying his respect for Zoro's determination. Three-sword style, 3,000 worlds, Zoro declared, but it was undeniable, he was defeated, even wielding his most formidable technique. His weapon shattered beneath Mihawk's single strike, leaving only the once mighty Wat Ikamanji intact. Zoro turned, facing Mihawk defiantly. What are you doing? The scars on my back are a swordsman's disgrace. Impressive. Mihawk acknowledged, then struck the ground before Zoro, concluding the battle as Zoro fell heavily into the sea. Zoro, Luffy cried, launching a rubber bullet at Mihawk, who merely sidestepped, evading effortlessly, as Luffy crashed onto the opposite deck, struggling to surface. Thankfully, Zoro had merely lost consciousness from his injuries. After Mihawk introduced himself with solemnity, Zoro regained his senses and vowed to Luffy, "Before I become a great swordsman, I shall never lose to anyone again. Do you have any objections, Pirate King?" Luffy laughed heartily, "None." Just as Mihawk prepared to depart, a figure suddenly appeared before him, capturing his attention. "Hawkeye Mihawk, my name is Zero. Let us engage in combat." With that proclamation, a formidable aura surged forth, the overwhelming power compressing the very space around them. Could that be Conqueror's Haki? Mihawk, along with Redleg Zeph, stared in astonishment at Zero, unable to fathom that amidst the barren East Blue, they had encountered an individual with such kingly potential. Luffy, intrigued by Mihawk's words, tilted his head and asked, "What is Conqueror's Haki?" "It is a power reserved for kings, found in one among a million. How fascinating to encounter it here." Mihawk mused, seemingly responding to Luffy's inquiry, before turning his full attention to Zero, retrieving his black blade once more. "Young man, you possess Conqueror's Haki. You have earned the right to challenge me. Come forth. Let me witness your might. I am not merely reliant on Conqueror's Haki. Do not underestimate me." Mihawk, momentarily puzzled, then observed Zero's mischievous grin as he nonchalantly seized a longsword embedded in the deck, raising it before him. Armament Haki, hardening. In an instant, a layer of shimmering darkness enveloped the blade. How intriguing. Mihawk's battle spirit ignited as he swung his black blade, unleashing a dark arc that resembled the fangs of a monstrous abyss, evoking fear in all who beheld it. "Zero!" Luffy shouted, yet Zero merely gestured an okay, his gaze fixed on the approaching onslaught. With a surge of muscular strength, he gripped the sword's hilt tightly. Boom! To the astonishment of all present, Mihawk's terrifying slash was cleaved in two by Zero's single strike, sending twin arcs of light soaring into the heavens, tearing through the clouds. What kind of slash was that? Gasps of disbelief filled the air as spectators stared wide-eyed at the two titans, their understanding of the world seemingly collapsing around them. While Mihawk's might was unquestionable, the fact that this previously unremarkable member of the Straw Hat Pirates could withstand such an attack, unscathed, rendered Zoro's earlier efforts akin to child's play. The members of the Straw Hat crew were equally astounded, realizing that Zero's strength far exceeded their wildest imaginations. In truth, Zero had only managed to deflect Mihawk's attack due to the latter's restraint. Even so, it had taken considerable effort, as evidenced by the slight tremor in his arm. The next moment, Zero resolved to take the initiative. Zoro. In the blink of an eye, Zero appeared at Mihawk's right side, his obsidian blade gleaming with an invincible aura as he slashed downwards towards Mihawk. Clang! A dark blade intercepted Zero's assault. With a cold snort, Zero once again employed his scythe, this time launching a flurry of strikes against Mihawk from multiple angles. Clang, clang, clang. The weapons of the two clashed incessantly, producing a cacophony of deafening sounds, while the sparks that erupted in the midst obscured their techniques from view. How infuriating! Is there truly such a disparity between us? Zoro gritted his teeth, watching the fierce battle unfold, but this sense of injustice did not linger for long. Soon, a calmness returned, though the glimmer in his eyes grew ever more fervent. "Boy, is this all the strength you possess?" "Too simple." With a roar from Hawkeye, he forcefully swung his black blade forward, pushing Zero back. Yet, this was not the end. With a steely gaze, he struck down again, unleashing 5 streaks of black blade light, soaring towards Zero in midair. "Let's see how you handle this, boy." With a playful smirk, Zero once again wielded the sword in his grasp, unleashing 5 astonishing slashes. The air erupted with thunderous sounds as the strikes collided, sending forth waves of terrifying energy that radiated from the point of impact, creating such a fierce gale that it rendered the spectators incapable of lifting their heads. "We cannot withstand this force." "Oh no, my chef's hat. How impressive, Zero." Not far away, Luffy gazed in awe at the battle unfolding, even going so far as to secure himself to a component of the ship beneath him with an outstretched arm. Moments later, as the slashes dissipated in their clash, the crowd turned their attention to the center, eagerly continuing to observe the fierce confrontation. Scattered across the battered deck, the remnants of the confrontation lingered as he breathed heavily, his chest rising and falling with palpable exertion. The recent strike had evidently taken a toll on him. Without the protective aura of Haki enveloping his longsword, it would have surely shattered in the next moment. Mihawk. Mihawk discerned that Zero appeared to be nearing his physical limits. He anticipated words of surrender to escape the fray. Yet what he heard instead was, "The next move I am about to execute is the most formidable technique I currently possess. If you can withstand it, then I shall concede defeat. Come forth, young one." Mihawk suddenly erupted into laughter. Although Zero had yet to unveil his full prowess, the strength he had displayed thus far was sufficient to command Mihawk's respect, igniting a fervent desire for a thrilling battle. How long had it been since he had experienced such a sensation? Since Shanks had lost an arm, he had not felt this exhilaration. With this thought, Mihawk noticed a sudden surge in Zero's aura, followed by the sight of flames swirling around the sword in his grip. Behind him, a formidable demonic figure composed of fire began to materialize. What is that? Why does his weapon blaze with flames? Could he also be a wielder of a devil fruit ability? The gasps of astonishment echoed once more. In the instant the fiery demon took form, Zero pointed his longsword once more at Mihawk and unleashed a sweeping strike. A colossal fire dragon erupted forth, incinerating everything in its path, scorching the deck and causing the seawater to evaporate into billowing steam from the sudden surge of heat. Confronted with such a staggering assault, Mihawk simply raised his black blade high and cleaved forward. Boom! The fire dragon vanished in an instant, leaving only the charred remnants between the two as evidence of its existence. Mihawk, having extinguished the dragon, said nothing as he sheathed his black blade and leaped onto his small vessel, departing with a parting remark. Young man, I now acknowledge your strength. Strive to grow stronger. When we meet again, we shall determine our fates. Upon hearing these words, Zero inhaled deeply. As the Haki enveloping his longsword dissipated, it shattered completely in his grasp. Yet, he wore a satisfied expression. Finally, the task was accomplished. Chapter 13. Level up again. Congratulations. You have completed the challenge task and earned 1,000 experience points, along with a lottery ticket. The attributes of Zero have also been updated. Character, Zero title, unrivaled level, LV, 5, 200, 1600, strength, 160 stamina, 160 agility, 160 skills. Conqueror's Haki LV, 3, perfected, armament Haki LV, 2, observation Haki LV, 2, martial arts LV, 4, swordsmanship LV 5. Although the statistics may appear quite exaggerated, Zero is aware that his physical attributes are merely slightly superior to those of Luffy. After all, in this world, the average individual possesses extraordinary capabilities. Even ordinary pirates exhibit physical qualities that far exceed those of common humans, rendering his stats less remarkable in comparison. Furthermore, he is currently in a phase of rapid advancement, where initial side quests provide substantial experience, but as he progresses, leveling up will undoubtedly become increasingly arduous. Nevertheless, once he breaks through, the subsequent surge in attributes across the board will be immensely gratifying. However, it must be said that engaging in battle with Mihawk proves to be quite challenging. His physical prowess prior to leveling up was not on par with Zoro's, and the only reason he has managed to perform so well is due to the multitude of skills at his disposal. Of course, it is also worth noting that Mihawk has not exerted his full strength, which is a significant factor. The most crucial element in his performance remains the LV 5 swordsmanship skill, with physical attributes playing a secondary role. Were he to face Admiral Carp, Luffy's grandfather, it is likely that Zero would succumb after just one exchange. As martial arts heavily rely on physical capabilities, even possessing a skill level of 4, it would be exceedingly difficult to unleash his full potential. As Zero exhaled deeply and took his first step, his body uncontrollably lurched forward. Fortunately, the keen-eyed Luffy extended his rubber hand to catch him, pulling him back to the safety of the floating restaurant, thus averting a most embarrassing fall. Zero, are you alright? Luffy inquired with concern as he assisted Zero in finding a seat. Upon hearing Zero's assurance of his well-being, Luffy stood up, a hint of reproach in his tone. Zero, you all seem to have a death wish, challenging Hawkeye. As your captain, I can hardly protect you. Ahem, it's merely that my Haki has been exhausted. With a slight cough, Zero turned to Luffy earnestly and said, the reason we strive so hard is that our adventures ahead will be fraught with challenges. If we do not compel ourselves to grow stronger, how can we ever qualify to be companions of the Pirate King? Luffy paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, ha ha ha. You make a valid point. I must also become stronger quickly. They exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in agreement. Not far away, Sanji overheard their conversation, quietly observing the scene, lost in his thoughts. Subsequently, Luffy instructed Usopp to lead the others in search of Nami while he stayed behind to assist Zeph and the other chefs in driving away the Krieg pirates. As for Zero, Luffy initially intended for him to join, but Zero insisted that he only needed to rest adequately to regain his strength and provide assistance. So he remained behind as well. Listen up, everyone. Once we seize the ship, we can set sail on the Grand Line once more and contend for the One Piece, Krieg declared, pointing toward the floating restaurant, Baratai, while rallying his crew. Noticing their apprehensive expressions and their glances toward the restaurant's entrance, he fired a shot that struck one of the men before him. Bang! As that man fell into the sea, many pirates froze in fear, hesitant to move. You are members of the Krieg pirates. Your opponent is merely a brash youth. Even if he has crossed blades with that famed swordsman, he surely lacks the strength now. If you remain afraid, I shall eliminate you all. Krieg growled menacingly. Unbeknownst to him, when Mihawk first defeated Zoro, he had initially intended to let Zoro live. However, after witnessing the battle between Mihawk and Zero, he realized that the man wielding the long sword was beyond his capabilities to confront, and even against Zero, he felt he had little chance of victory, hence his inaction. Only now did he muster the courage to rally his subordinates to conquer the Baratai. Meanwhile, to prevent significant damage to the Baratai, Sanji deployed the ship's fish fins. In no time, large wooden platforms emerged on either side of the restaurant, providing a foothold for resisting the Krieg pirates. Soon after, 2 chefs from the Baratai piloted fish-shaped assault boats, sweeping through a large number of enemy pirates floating on the sea. However, when they targeted Krieg, he effortlessly lifted one of the boats with his terrifying strength and hurled it back with force. Even Zero, having fought against the world's strongest swordsman, felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. Krieg's sheer power must have surpassed 200 attribute points, making it nearly impossible to find an equal in the entire East Blue. Fortunately, Sanji leapt up and kicked the assault boat away, and the two chefs sustained minimal injuries. Meanwhile, the Krieg pirates began boarding the Barides fish fins, and the battle on the ship officially commenced. Strangely enough, even as they engaged fiercely with the Barides chefs, they instinctively avoided Zero's position, refraining from attacking him, perhaps out of fear that he might suddenly unleash his full fury upon them. If Zero were to know what they were thinking, he would probably shake his head, deeming their self-importance excessive. He wished to use his Conqueror's Haki to incapacitate them all. Yet the previous battle had already drained a significant amount of his energy. Should he render them unconscious, it might provoke Krieg into a surprise attack, putting him in a precarious position. After all, not everyone is entitled to the privileges of the Chosen One. He certainly does not possess 9 lives. I am the Iron Wall Shield Man, Mr. Bara. At that moment, a man adorned with multiple heavy shields ascended onto the fin, boldly declaring war on the crowd. However, he was abruptly struck by Luffy, causing him to bleed from his nose. Infuriated, Shield Man yelled as white flames erupted from his body, soon igniting a large portion of the deck on the fin. Sanji leaped forward, diving into the flames to confront him, while Krieg hurled a massive iron ball that Luffy deflected, shattering the ship's mast. By a stroke of misfortune, the fallen mast landed squarely on Shield Man's head, knocking him out cold. The rapidly shifting battle left Sanji momentarily stunned. Unbeknownst to Sanji, Akin had sneaked behind and taken Zeph hostage, threatening Sanji to refrain from retaliation. Meanwhile, the now-revived Shield Man seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Sanji, inflicting severe wounds. Disturbed by this, Luffy unleashed a rubber war axe, shattering the fin beneath him. Zero, untouched by the chaos, overheard Luffy explaining his reasoning to Sanji and couldn't help but chuckle. As expected of you, Luffy. Always taking the unconventional route. Chapter 14. The pressure on Krieg. Sanji engaged in combat with Akin. As for the Iron Wall Shield Man, Akin, unable to contain himself any longer, shattered his shield with his weapon, leaving him in a pitiful state. Krieg, witnessing this, was filled with exasperation and helplessness. After a fierce struggle, Sanji ultimately fell short against the ghoul Akin. After all, Sanji was already gravely injured from his earlier encounter with Shield Man, and Akin, as the captain of Krieg's pirate crew, was the strongest fighter aside from Krieg himself. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for the injured Sanji to be overpowered. To everyone's surprise, when Akin prepared to deliver the final blow to Sanji, he showed mercy, even going so far as to persuade Krieg to abandon the ship, which incited Krieg's wrath, prompting him to deploy toxic gas canisters. Suddenly, a resounding hum filled the air. Krieg's words were abruptly halted by a brilliant azure light that sliced across the sea beside him, cleaving the deck in two. If you dare launch the gas canisters, I will end you right now. Zero's chilling declaration enveloped Krieg, who felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, rendered immobile. The next moment, he snapped back to reality, his expression frenzied, blood vessels bursting in his eyes. You dare threaten me? Just watch as I eliminate you all. Luffy. Hearing Zero's call, Luffy instinctively extended his arm. Rubber pistol. The suddenly elongated arm obliterated the barrel of Krieg's gas-launching weapon, much to the delight of the diners at the sea restaurant, and relieved Zero, who had been struggling to rise. Their captain, though sometimes reckless, proved to be reliable when it mattered most. At least he had completed his side mission. As Zero contemplated, Luffy had already engaged in battle with Kuroha. Kuroha's armor resembled an arsenal, continuously producing an array of formidable weapons to fend off Luffy's onslaught, from explosive firearms to capes adorned with sharp iron spikes, soon leaving Luffy's body marked with numerous wounds. Despite this, Luffy remained undeterred, his fearless aura inspiring those around him and instilling a growing sense of dread in Kuroha. Ultimately, under the relentless barrage of Luffy's punches, Kuroha's superalloy armor shattered into pieces. Just when the spectators believed the battle had reached its conclusion, the treacherous Kuroha unexpectedly produced a large iron net, ensnaring Luffy midair in an attempt to drag him beneath the waves to perish. Luffy, though aware that Luffy would ultimately emerge unscathed, Zero could not suppress his cry. Kuroha's scheme was rather transparent, after all, for those endowed with the powers of a devil fruit. Immersion in the ocean rendered them as helpless as a fish out of water, awaiting their demise. However, what he did not anticipate was Luffy's refusal to concede. Instead, Luffy extended his limbs through the iron net, twisting his body into a pretzel shape while firmly clutching his face with his feet. Rubber great hammer. Kuroha was met with defeat as Luffy hurled him violently onto the deck, rendering him unconscious. As for Luffy, though ensnared by the iron net and submerged in the sea, he was swiftly rescued by Sanji, who had reacted promptly. Initially fearing that Luffy would not survive, Sanji was taken aback to see Luffy snoring peacefully, having fallen asleep, prompting him to relax and slump onto the ground. Thus, the tumult caused by Kuroha's pirate crew came to an end, culminating in a resounding victory for Luffy and his companions. the floating restaurant on the sea. Sitting by the window in a state of utter ennui, he gazed out at the vast expanse of the ocean, lost in thought. Only when Zep approached from behind did he come to his senses and nodded in acknowledgement. Zep inquired, "Have you had a good rest?" Zero nodded. Little did he know that Japu followed up with, "You hail from the Grand Line, do you not? What you exhibited in your battle against Hawkeye, was that not the Conqueror's Haki? It is said that such power is a rare ability possessed only by a select few formidable warriors of the Grand Line. There is no denial, it is indeed imposing. However, regrettably, I have never traversed the Grand Line, of that I can assure you. Otherwise, I would not find myself aboard Luffy's vessel." Zero wished to add something, but Zeph burst into laughter. "Ha, it matters not. This is your generation's time. We old-timers should have long surrendered the stage to you. Ha ha ha. With you and your crew aboard, I firmly believe you can reach the Grand Line. If possible, take Sanji with you. His dream lies there as well." Observing the seriousness in Zeph's expression, Zero nodded. "I will try my best. This is what our captain desires. However, he seems to. You need not worry about that. I will handle it," Zeph replied, patting his chest. Zero chuckled softly and turned his gaze back out the window. Before long, Luffy awoke from his slumber and once again invited Sanji to join the crew, but was unfortunately met with rejection. It was here that Luffy learned of Sanji's dream to reach All Blue, although the time was not yet right. Standing by the door, Zero overheard their conversation. Luffy wished to persuade Zero to further convince Sanji, but Zero merely shook his head in silence, prompting Luffy to relent. Soon after, the three descended to the second floor, where they were met with the critical remarks of the other chefs regarding Sanji's dishes, with even Zeph throwing plates in protest, as though Sanji's cuisine were the most unpalatable in the world. Enraged, Sanji stormed off and hid behind a door, inadvertently overhearing Zeph and the others plotting to encourage him to join the Straw Hat Pirates, leaving him speechless. Subsequently, Joseph, pursued by a shark, leapt onto the ship, urging Luffy and the others to hasten to the island where Nami awaited. This spurred Sanji to resolve to set sail with Luffy and his crew. "Sanji, do not catch a cold." Initially, Sanji, prepared to board the small vessel without a backward glance, turned around upon hearing Zeph's words, kneeling on the ground and exclaiming, "Father Zeph, I am eternally grateful for your care over the years. Your immense kindness, I shall never forget." Luffy, Zero, and Joseph, witnessing this touching scene, could not help but chuckle in unison. "All right, it's time to set sail." With Luffy's call, everyone echoed in agreement. The crew of the Straw Hat Pirates welcomed a new member, who would join Luffy in their maritime adventures, pursuing their dreams. Chapter 15, The Explanation of Haki on Board the Ship. "Hey, you haven't heard of the dragon, have you?" Joseph gazed at the seemingly unfazed group, his expression one of disbelief. Luffy and Sanji indeed had not heard of it, but Zero was aware and thought it necessary to enlighten them, allowing Joseph to continue his explanation. "Let me enlighten you. There are 7 formidable pirates recognized by the government on the Grand Line, known as the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Arlong is a fishman who served under one of them, Jinbe, and Mihawk is also among the 7 warlords." "What? There are 7 like Mihawk? That's incredible, ha 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 ha." Joseph felt Luffy's attention had strayed again. Just as he was about to elaborate, Zero interjected, "The 7 warlords are not the strongest. I have also heard that beyond the Grand Line, there exist even mightier pirates known as the 4 Emperors, who are undoubtedly stronger than the warlords." Before the others could digest this information, Zero added, "Red-haired Shanks, who gave Luffy his hat, is one of the 4 Emperors. If Luffy aspires to become the Pirate King, he may very well encounter them as foes in the future." Luffy pondered for a moment and, as Zero anticipated, declared, "No problem. I will definitely become the Pirate King. Any enemy standing in my way, I will defeat them all. Ha 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 ha." As Zero broke into a hearty laugh, Sanji drew a cigarette and inquired of him, "However, Zero, your strength appears quite formidable. It is impressive that you can hold your own against that warlord of the sea. You certainly do not seem like an inconspicuous pirate." Luffy chimed in enthusiastically, "Indeed, Zero, you are truly remarkable. I even feel as though I might not be able to defeat you." Zero waved his hand dismissively. "The prowess of Mihawk is far from simple. I sense that he has not even unleashed a fraction of his true strength. I am still woefully inadequate." "Ah, well, it matters not. As long as you are my companion, that is sufficient. Hiki, if you wish to grow stronger, I can certainly teach you how to harness Haki." "Haki? What is that?" In response to the puzzled inquiries of Luffy and Sanji, Zero elaborated. "If one aspires to traverse the seas with freedom, Haki is an indispensable ability. Haki is divided into 3 categories: Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and Observation Haki. Conqueror's Haki is a rare gift, possessed by only 1 in a million. While Armament Haki can target those with Devil Fruit abilities, capable of inflicting damage even upon Logia users. Observation Haki, when developed to a high level, allows one to hear the voices of all things. The formidable Gold, Roger, the Pirate King, possessed such a capability. Incredible! I never imagined such a wondrous power existed." Noticing Luffy's bemused expression, Zero stood up, approached Luffy, and coated his fist with Armament Haki before striking Luffy's head. Thud. A large bump instantly appeared on Luffy's head. "There you have it. That hurts, Zero." Luffy complained while clutching his bump, a sensation of pain he had only ever experienced from his grandfather. Garp. Zoro completely overlooked Luffy. Well, I shall teach you all when I have the time. For now, I find myself rather hungry. Upon hearing the mention of food, Luffy instantly felt his headache dissipate. Drooling as he called out to Sanji, indeed. Speaking of which, I too am famished. Sanji, I want to eat. I want to eat as well. Observing the three ravenous souls, Sanji nonchalantly extinguished his cigarette, grinning as he responded to them, rolling up his sleeves and heading into the kitchen. All right. I shall prepare a meal for you. After a brief interlude, Sanji presented the delectable dishes he had crafted, inviting everyone to the table. The group commenced their feast with great enthusiasm. Suddenly, as Zero paused in his meal, Sanji inquired, Zero, what troubles you? Is the food unpalatable? There is something beneath the ship. What sort of thing? Luffy, while questioning, carelessly stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth, his words becoming somewhat muddled. Is this the power of observation, Haki? Sanji mused silently, observing Zero. Before he could utter a word, the vessel suddenly began to tremble violently, accompanied by the thunderous roar of towering waves as a colossal sea creature with horns emerged before them. Ah, what a gigantic beast! This surely cannot be from the East Blue. It must have come from the Grand Line. Joseph exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. In the next moment, Luffy, amidst Joseph's exclamations, struck the creature with a powerful punch, knocking it down. Sanji then approached, intending to feed it, but upon witnessing the beast's gaping maw, which seemed poised to devour him, he swiftly retaliated with a fierce kick. Joseph stood in awe. Zeroth contemplated for a moment. Realizing that such a magnificent sea creature should not be squandered, he leaped onto the creature's head and calmly addressed it. Would you kindly guide us to the lair of the evil dragon? Mu? It was at this point that Sanji finally grasped the situation. Indeed, the evil dragon was the most notorious pirate in these waters, and this sea beast had evidently emerged from the Grand Line, a place closely associated with the evil dragon. It surely had ties to him, perhaps even being his pet. How enlightening. We cannot allow this opportunity to slip away. Luffy nodded in understanding. His fist clenched tightly as he flashed a benevolent smile at the bewildered sea creature. Mu? With the assistance of the sea beast. It did not take long for the group to reach the island where the evil dragon resided. However, Hey, Luffy, Sanji, and Joseph cried out as their small vessel was unceremoniously propelled into the island, leaving Zeroth with no choice but to have the sea creature set him down before following suit into the island's interior. Upon finding his companions, Zeroth encountered a rather striking scene. Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro had reunited, standing alongside Johnny and Joseph. Opposite them stood Nami, her expression one of icy indifference as she urged them to leave at once. Alas, even in such dire circumstances, you still think of our well-being. Zero shook his head and took a step forward. Zero, you've arrived. Brother Zero. Nami was the first to spot Zero at the moment he appeared. Her gaze momentarily lost its focus, and that cold demeanor of his began to soften. Nevertheless, she managed to maintain her composure, her voice devoid of any emotion as she inquired, what brings you here, Zero? Zero undoubtedly sensed Nami's suppressed emotions. He gazed intently at her, affirming their quest to reclaim their navigator. Wouldn't you agree, Captain? Upon catching Zero's glance, Luffy solemnly nodded in agreement. Yes, Nami, please return with us. I refuse. You must go back. Stop deceiving yourself, Nami. Chapter 16. Roar, Thunder Dragon. The sudden reprimand from Zero left everyone perplexed, save for Nami, who appeared to grasp the gravity of the situation, covering her mouth in shock as she stared at him. Nami, do you truly believe you can withstand the evil dragon on your own? Do not be so naive. That pirate is not one to keep his word. After all these years by the dragoness side, Haven T, you realize this? Taken aback, Nami stumbled a few steps back and sat down abruptly, her weapon clattering to the ground, bewildered by Zero's knowledge of these matters. Zero, how do you know this? That is not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is that we understand your character and know you would never harm Usopp. After all, we are your comrades. You can trust us completely. To reinforce Zero's declaration, Usopp suddenly appeared behind the group, showing no visible signs of injury. At that moment, everyone began to believe in the authenticity of Zero's words, realizing that Nami had been surreptitiously safeguarding them all along. In that instant, Nami was flooded with memories of the joyful days spent aboard the ship, the images swirling in her mind, ultimately crystallizing on the resolute faces of her companions before her. Zero noticed Nami's expression and could tell that her heart was wavering at that moment. He boldly added, no problem, it's just a dragon, right? Our captain is destined to become the Pirate King. A mere fishman can be easily dispatched. Indeed, Nami, trust in us. Big sister, we shall protect you. Ultimately, it was Luffy's heartfelt words that moved Nami. Nami, you can always believe in us. She could no longer hold back, tears streaming down her cheeks like a child. Luffy. Zero, everyone, please help me. In response, Luffy silently placed his straw hat upon her head, accompanied by the resolute promises of their comrades. Of course, unbeknownst to them, the villagers of Cocoa West Village had somehow learned of Luffy and the others' intention to confront the dragon. When they arrived at Dragon Paradise, they found a multitude of villagers already gathered there. However, this was merely a minor interlude, as Luffy led the group past the villagers, breaking down the gates of the paradise with 2 powerful punches, and stepped inside. "Who are you?" a fishman shouted as the gathered ones inside were taken aback. Just then, a casually dressed man emerged from behind the lead figure in a red jacket, inexplicably raising his hand toward them. "You lot, clear out." As soon as the man finished speaking, a terrifying energy erupted from him, causing fishmen to faint one after another in astonishment among the cadres and villagers. In an instant, Dragon Paradise was left with only the dragon, a few cadres, and the Straw Hat Pirates. What just happened? Our brethren! The remaining fishman cadres gazed in shock at the man before them, bewildered as to how he had managed to defeat so many fishmen. This undoubtedly confirmed that fear arises in the face of the unknown, and fishmen felt it too. Conqueror's Haki? The dragon was incredulous. As a former member of the Sun Pirates, he was well aware of this formidable power possessed only by the elite of the sea. Yet, to encounter someone with Conqueror's Haki in such a small place as East Blue was truly astonishing. Before he could question Zero's motives, Luffy had already approached and sent him flying with a single punch, embedding him into the wall. Incredible. He actually sent the dragon flying. No wonder Nami brought back such a powerful ally. Yes, kid, keep it up and defeat the dragon. The astonished cries of the crowd did not last long. As the dragon emerged from the wall, seemingly unscathed, eliciting disappointed sighs from the onlookers. At that moment, a small octopus with 6 tentacles, named Xiaba, leaped forth, producing a trumpet-like sound toward the sea. Immediately, massive waves surged, and a sea beast familiar to Luffy and the others appeared before them. It's the sea cow. Moo, a creature from the Grand Line. To everyone's surprise, the enormous sea beast merely glanced at Luffy and the others before turning away silently. "Hey, you're not just going to leave, are you?" The dragon spoke, and it seemed to trigger a terrifying memory for Moo. Its eyes suddenly changed, and it turned, opening its mouth to reveal sharp teeth as it lunged at Luffy and the others. Seeing this, Luffy planted his feet firmly on the ground, extending his arms to grasp Moo's horns, executing a rubber windmill that sent the creature soaring into the sea, its fate uncertain. Seriously? Although they had defeated Moo, Zero appeared somewhat helpless, frustrated that Luffy was stuck and wishing he had intervened sooner. Just as he took a step forward to rescue Luffy, he noticed Usopp bravely diverting the attention of a fishman cadre, only to see the dragon appear before Luffy, throwing both Luffy and the floor beneath him into the sea. Luffy. Sanji attempted to dive in to save him but was blocked by a fishman cadre, Kirby, who sent him crashing into the wall with a karate move. Meanwhile, Zoro faced off against Xiaoba, his gaze shifting between his opponent and the sea. Damn it, I must save Luffy quickly. A devil fruit user will die if they fall into the sea. Time is running out. However, he suddenly felt his consciousness fading. The injuries from his previous battle with Mihawk resurfacing and weighing heavily upon him, causing his body to sway unsteadily. Enough, Zoro. Rest well, leave the next part to me. The sudden sound of nothingness seemed to envelop him with an overwhelming sense of security. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes and fell, only to be caught by Zero. Upon witnessing Zero assisting his adversary towards the villagers, Octopus Xiaoba initially intended to intervene. Yet, for reasons unknown, he was inexplicably reminded of the harrowing scene of his fallen fisherman brethren, compelling him to halt. It was only when Zero placed Zoro against the wall and approached him that Octopus Xiaoba snapped out of his reverie. Damn it! Humans cannot possibly defeat me. I possess 6 arms. Zero remained silent, taking a deep breath before drawing a short blade of approximately half a meter from his lower back. The slender blade featured intricate dragon engravings that seemed so vivid they might leap off the surface at any moment. Roar, Azure Dragon. In Chapter 17, titled Swordsmanship, Blueberry. The blade known as Azure Dragon was a reward Zero had obtained from a side quest, a notable prize among the various weapons. Although it was not the supreme sword like the Black Blade, Zero felt considerable satisfaction, for his strength did not solely rely on the quality of his weapon. Having a reliable tool was far more advantageous than fighting barehanded. With the experience points gained from previous missions, his attributes had transformed as follows. Character, 0 title, unrivaled level, LV, 5600, 1600, strength, 160 stamina, 160 agility, 160 skills. Conqueror's Haki LV, 3, Armament Haki LV, 2, Observation Haki LV, 2, Martial Arts LV, 4, Swordsmanship LV, 5. His attributes had doubled once more, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. If he were to face Hawkeye Mihawk again, he could endure a bit longer, though defeat would ultimately be inevitable. Meanwhile, during his battle with Octopus Little 8, Zero received a new task. Achieving victory in their encounter would yield 600 experience points and 60,000 berries. It was evident that, at this stage, the rewards from side quests had diminished, unlike the early days when each quest could easily lead to an upgrade. Only challenges akin to confronting Mihawk could ignite his anticipation. Routine tasks now felt almost inconsequential. How can one knife compete with my 6? Octopus Little 8 taunted, rapidly swinging his 6 arms, creating a flurry of black afterimages. A sight powerful enough to shred an ordinary individual to pieces. Yet, in the face of Little 8's overwhelming assault, Zero merely raised his blade to chest height. The tip aimed forward and struck decisively. With a resounding hum, a brilliant blue arc of light erupted, carrying with it a thunderous force that sliced directly toward the advancing octopus Little 8. With a swish, the blade's glow severed the wall behind Little 8, continuing its relentless momentum into the surrounding jungle. At that moment, the octopus halted, his menacing expression shifting to one of confusion before his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. As he fell, blood gushed from his wounds, staining the ground crimson. Congratulations on completing the side quest. Victory in the battle against the Fishman officer, Octopus Little 8, has been achieved, earning 600 experience points and 60,000 berries. Accompanied by the notification of task completion echoing in his mind, Zero exhaled the name of his technique and slowly sheathed the short blade at his waist. Unable to resist a final quip, "Is this the Fishman that Tiger saved? Rather weak, my brethren." Suddenly, the Dragon of Evil, enraged by Zero's words, seemed to sense a name that struck a nerve. Memories flooded back of the day Fisher Tiger fell before him. If it were not for humans, perhaps his brother Tiger would still be alive. Humans have no right to utter Tiger's name. You are the ones responsible for his death. Prepare to die, he roared, rising with fury, lunging at Zero as he sheathed his blade, teeth gleaming with deadly intent, ready to shatter his target. Simultaneously, the Fishman karate practitioner, who had been observing from the sidelines, dashed to Zero's rear, preparing to strike. "Zero, dodge," they shouted in unison. "Kid, you mustn't die." Nearby, Nami's concern was palpable as she gripped her staff tightly, ready to spring into action if anything were to happen to Zero. However, contrary to expectations, Zero did not react to the impending attack from the Dragon of Evil. Instead, he casually addressed him. "Dragon, your opponent is not me. Look, your true foe has arrived." As doubt flickered in the dragon's mind, a familiar voice resonated from above, growing ever closer. "Rubber rubber bell. Goma goma no bell." Luffy's elongated head collided with the back of the dragon, abruptly halting his assault. At the same moment, the karate fishman was struck in the face by Sanji's kick, sending him crashing to the ground. The onslaught did not cease there. The duo unleashed a flurry of attacks until the dragon and the karate fishman were sent crashing into the wall, finally standing beside Zero. "Zero, it's your turn. Apologies for the wait," Luffy greeted with a cheerful grin, while Sanji, initially stern, seemed unable to contain his frustration and delivered a punch to Luffy's head. Thud. "Sanji, why did you hit me? It's your fault for being reckless. Who goes and gets themselves into such a mess? But isn't it amusing?" Ha. As Zero observed Sanji's drenched attire, he recalled how Sanji had bravely plunged into the sea to rescue Luffy while he himself had been preoccupied with restraining the dragon and his minions. With a sigh of relief, he entrusted the battlefield to the duo. Although Zero yearned to conclude the conflict swiftly, he understood that future adventures would not be so straightforward. Engaging in more battles was essential for Luffy and his comrades' growth. Moreover, he was acutely aware that any alteration he might cause to the outcome could lead to significant deviations in the subsequent narrative, a consequence he wisely wished to avoid. "I leave this to you. If you find yourselves overwhelmed, call for me. I shall handle the aftermath." With that, Zero waved his hand and returned to Nami's side, allowing Sanji and Luffy to continue their skirmish. "Nami, are you alright?" came Nami's concerned inquiry, to which Zero shook his head. "It's nothing, compared to my battle with Mihawk. That was mere child's play." "Mihawk?" Nami echoed, her curiosity piqued. "I'll explain later. They are still engaged in combat." "Alright," Nami nodded, as both turned their attention back to Luffy and Sanji. Meanwhile, Zoro remained blissfully asleep in the backdrop, undisturbed even by the commotion. After a while, Sanji concluded his battle against the fishman adeptly, his relaxed demeanor indicating he had expended little effort in vanquishing his foe. Upon spotting Nami and Zero standing closely together, jealousy flared within him, prompting him to rush to Nami's other side, eager to boast about his victory. His love-struck expression left Nami speechless. Shortly thereafter, Usopp returned, battered but triumphant, bringing news of his conquest over the fishman lieutenant. At this point, only Luffy and the dragon remained, locked in their final confrontation. Chapter 18. The Carnival. The clash between the two intensified. The dragon, confident in the prowess of his teeth, relentlessly attacked Luffy. However, after Luffy sent one of his teeth flying, the dragon ingeniously retrieved it and unleashed a technique he dubbed Iron Teeth, launching yet another assault. This technique, however, was short-lived, as Luffy adeptly countered it with a fishman he had summoned from somewhere. Subsequently, the dragon submerged himself in the sea, utilizing the fishman's enhanced mobility underwater to leap forth, his nose resembling a serrated blade aimed at Luffy. Initially, Luffy struggled to keep up, but soon harnessed the elasticity of his rubber form, extending his fingers to halt the dragon's advances before slamming him forcefully to the ground. In a fit of frustration, the dragon hurled Luffy away and, from behind a wall, drew forth a massive saw-like blade. He began to slash at Luffy while shifting their battle from the ground to the rooftop, drawing the attention of the onlookers. At that moment, Zero noticed Nami's shoulder trembling slightly and asked, "Nami, what's wrong?" "That's my room where I draw nautical charts," she replied, her voice quivering. Zero sighed and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, a sight that made Sanji feel a pang of jealousy, leaving him to sulk quietly to the side. Before long, Luffy broke through the rooftop with his elongated rubber leg, scattering yellow-brown papers everywhere. Realizing Luffy's intent, Nami's eyes welled with tears as she covered her mouth and turned to hide in Zero's embrace, sobbing. Just as Sanji managed to compose himself and turned around, he fell into another fit of tears. Moments later, Luffy's rubber leg crashed through the ceiling of the room where the battle raged, delivering a resounding blow. The ground shook violently, causing the dragon's lair to tremble and begin collapsing from the bottom up, prompting everyone to flee in alarm. Luffy, are you all right? Big brother Luffy. As Nami lifted her head from Zero's embrace, she caught sight of his concerned gaze, feeling a flush of embarrassment. Yet her attention was swiftly drawn back to the crumbling ruins. It's all right. Luffy will be safe. Zero's words seemed to possess an unexplainable magic, calming Nami just as a figure emerged from the debris below. Nami, you are my comrade. Luffy's powerful declaration resonated, and Nami gazed at him, enveloped by an unprecedented sense of security. Thus, the battle culminated amidst the cheers of those who lifted Luffy high into the air. The Straw Hat Pirates triumphed over the Dragon Pirates. In the aftermath, Captain Mouse and a contingent of Navy personnel appeared, but were promptly dealt with by the awakened Zoro. While an invigorated Nami compelled them to address the consequences of the battle, a stroke of bad luck for them indeed, as they found themselves caught in the crossfire. Following their victory over the Dragon Pirates, a jubilant celebration unfolded on the island. Luffy, in true gluttonous spirit, devoured food from the onset of the festivities. Usopp ascended a platform, boasting about his exploits in defeating the Fishman Lieutenant. Meanwhile, Sanji was either flirting with women or on the verge of doing so, while Zoro received treatment from the island's doctor. At this time, Zero stood beside Nami in front of a modest grave, recounting the events that transpired during her absence, eliciting gasps from her as he spoke of his confrontation with one of the 7 warlords. Aiken and Noki had visited earlier, but upon seeing Zero and Nami together, they quietly observed for a moment before silently departing. Suddenly, Nami seemed to recall something and turned to Zero, asking, Zero, how did you know about my affairs with the Dragon Pirates? Ah, you still wish to discuss that matter? Zero sighed inwardly, realizing escape was futile. With a shift of his gaze, he earnestly addressed Nami, saying, Ahem, in truth, I too have consumed a devil fruit. Whenever I make contact with someone, I can glimpse the experiences they have endured. When I touched you, I saw fragments of your time with the Dragon Pirates. Really? That is incredible, Zero, Nami exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Just kidding. Haha. Zero laughed heartily, leaving Nami with a wry expression. She had not anticipated that this usually serious individual would indulge in such jest. Nevertheless, I appreciate your efforts. Zero stopped laughing, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. You are, after all, our companion, and it was Luffy who ultimately vanquished the dragon. Thus, it is our captain whom you should be most grateful to. Though he spoke those words, he continued, however, had you not steadfastly instilled your belief in me from the very beginning, I would never have mustered the courage to confront the dragon. Therefore, please do not dismiss my gratitude. Zero still had something to say, but Nami suddenly raised her index finger to her lips. He could distinctly perceive the faint, unique fragrance that belonged solely to her. By the time he regained his composure, Nami had already lowered her finger, her gaze fixed upon the vast ocean before them. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly spoke. Zero. It is truly wonderful to have you all here. The revelry had lasted for 3 days, and by the 4th day, Luffy and the others had packed their provisions, ready to embark on their journey anew. Johnny and Joseph bid farewell at the ship's edge, expressing their intent to return to the ranks of bounty hunters, promising to reunite at sea when the opportunity arose. However, the crew found it peculiar that Nami had yet to make her appearance aboard the ship. Sanji, in a fit of disappointment, lamented that without Nami, his presence on the ship held no significance. Meanwhile, Luffy, ever earnest, pressed Sanji about the ham slices he claimed to have lost, provoking Sanji into another bout of frustration. Amidst the commotion on deck, Zero silently gazed towards a certain direction on the island. When that radiant figure finally appeared, his eyes sparkled with life. Everyone, let us set sail, Nami exclaimed, suddenly taking off, weaving through the villagers who had come to see them off. With a final leap, she landed gracefully on the ship's railing. It was only when the villagers noticed Nami lifting her skirt, causing her wallet to slip from her grasp, that they realized with alarm that their own wallets had been stealthily pilfered. They could only watch in exasperation as Nami boarded the ship, leaving them in a state of disarray. Nami, you certainly made a lasting impression on them. They chuckled, shaking their heads in disbelief. Zhang smiled and shook his head, while Nami playfully stuck out her tongue in response. Accompanied by a chorus of laughter and joy, their journey commenced anew. Chapter 19, Bountiful Rewards. At this moment, within a naval base, numerous naval commanders sat with grave expressions on either side, attentively listening to a speech delivered by a senior naval officer on stage. Their gazes fixated on the pirate bounty posters affixed to the walls. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the bounty posters depicted foes previously vanquished by Luffy and his companions, the 15 million bounty for the clown Buggy, the 17 million for the pirate Captain Krieg, and the 20 million for the fishman Arlong. In the East Blue, where the average bounty barely reached 3 million, the fact that Manchi D, Luffy could defeat such formidable pirates undeniably posed a significant threat to global security, thus justifying a bounty of 30 million as rather modest. The naval personnel below nodded in agreement, but when the officer presented another bounty poster, gasps of astonishment erupted throughout the room. What? 50 million berries? How can it be so high? In the face of the rising tide of skepticism, the naval officer remained silent, merely pressing his hand down to restore order. Once the room quieted, he began to speak slowly. Zhang, codename Executioner, a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. The reason for his classification as a 50 million bounty pirate is partly due to his previous battle with the warlord Mihawk, where they fought to a draw. Before the crowd could fully comprehend this revelation, he added, more importantly, this individual may possess the rare Conqueror's Haki. As soon as the words left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the room, only to be shattered moments later by a cacophony of chatter. What did you say? Conqueror's Haki. He fought Mihawk to a standstill and possesses Conqueror's Haki? Who exactly is he? I've heard that even the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, possesses Conqueror's Haki. We must keep a close eye on this person. I'll return to print more bounty posters immediately, unbeknownst to them, as they engaged in fervent discussions. In the adjacent room, a stark contrast of tranquility prevailed. A naval officer, adorned with frog-like spectacles and sporting a braided beard, was reviewing documents. A seagull emblem perched on his military cap. Nearby, another individual was munching on snacks from a bag, his graying hair and robust physique unmistakably indicating a wealth of experience. These two were none other than the esteemed Admiral Sengoku and the Vice Admiral Garp, who had once pursued the Pirate King himself. Garp, don't you have any missions today? Sengoku quipped. Garp chuckled heartily. Haha, pirates are an endless pursuit. Whether I catch them early or late, it makes no difference. Humph. I've heard your grandson has also taken to piracy. Your family is quite the restless bunch. After all, you are a hero of the Navy. Mention of his grandson caused Garp to momentarily pause, his expression darkening. That little brat has become a pirate, has he? Yes. And it seems one of his crew members is quite extraordinary. Though they haven't made much of a mark yet, they are still pirates and will ultimately impact the world government. Garp fell silent, continuing to snack, his gaze distant and contemplative. Sengoku glanced at him, knowing well that there was little he could say regarding Garp's family dynamics, for it was a predicament no one would relish. With the conclusion of their dialogue, the room lapsed into silence once more. On board the Mary, the crew had just received the latest bounty notices, and upon seeing Zhang's bounty, astonishment spread across their faces. Executioner Zhang, bounty of 50 million berries. What? That's 2 million more than Luffy's. Zhang, you're amazing. Ah, I'm so frustrated. I'm the captain here. Zhang, I will surpass your bounty next time. Sitting on the deck basking in the sun, Zoro also took note of Luffy and Zhang's bounties, grumbling, hey, why do you both have bounties, but I don't? I don't have a bounty either. If I don't have one, how could you, Mosshead? What did you say? Repeat that, you stinky cook. What did you say? As the two began to bicker, Zhang shrugged, indicating that he had no control over the Navy's decision. However, he was somewhat concerned about the codename assigned to him. After all, what did Executioner even mean? He merely enjoyed using Conqueror's Haki to deal with small fry, surely Master of the Unmatched sounded far more impressive. Despite his internal musings, Zhang addressed the group earnestly. Everyone. Now that Luffy and I have bounties, it signifies that we have entered the Navy's radar. We must exercise caution against their pursuit on the seas. Usopp and Nami cried out in fear, while Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro remained unfazed by the Navy's impending pursuit. To emphasize the gravity of the situation, Zhang added, the Navy we've encountered so far isn't particularly formidable. They simply lack higher-ranking officers stationed in the East Blue. However, in the Grand Line, the 3 admirals are figures that even the warlords of the sea fear, let alone the more powerful naval forces above them. It was only then that the trio began to take the matter seriously. Luffy's face radiated with determination, Sanji lit a cigarette, and Zoro tightened his grip on his sword, contemplating the need to acquire a new blade after breaking 2 during his battle with Mihawk, which had significantly impacted his strength. At that moment, Sanji suddenly spoke up. Zhang, you mentioned Haki earlier, right? I'm quite interested. Could you teach me? Seeing the eagerness on everyone's faces, even Nami lounging nearby perked up her ears. Zhang nodded and smiled. Of course, if you all wish to learn, I would be glad to teach. Really? That is fantastic. Usopp asked uncertainly, can I learn too? Absolutely. Your bullets, like Zoro's sword, are weapons as well, and imbued with Haki, they can deal greater damage. Though the learning curve is steeper. Usopp recalled his encounter with the fishman officer. Although he had triumphed, luck had played a significant role. If he could master Haki, perhaps victory wouldn't be so elusive. Without hesitation, he declared, I want to learn, please teach me Haki as well, Zhang-sensei. Thus, under Zhang's subtle influence, unbeknownst to their adversaries, the Straw Hat Pirates had already embarked on the path to awakening Haki. Chapter 20, Armament Haki today. I shall elucidate the concept of armament Haki for everyone. Let us first delve into its classifications. The first type envelopes the user, augmenting both offensive and defensive capabilities. In this scenario, it is imperative to regulate the extent of the Haki's coverage. Generally, the more one envelopes, the greater the consumption of Haki. Thus, It is customary to cover only the fists or legs. Luffy and Sanji are able to harness this to enhance their own damage. As he spoke, Zoro enveloped his fist in a layer of black armament Haki, evoking a sense of dread in Luffy reminiscent of the fear instilled by the fists of his beloved adversary. The second type of armament Haki can be coiled around one's weapon, amplifying both its damage output and inherent defensive capabilities. Had Zoro employed this technique during his previous battle, perhaps he could have attempted to withstand Mihawk's onslaught. Of course, in the end, he would still have been outmatched, as the Haki of a seasoned warrior, forged through countless trials, far surpasses that of a novice. Seeing Zoro direct his gaze towards him, Zoro nodded in agreement, fully acknowledging this insight. As for the third type of armament Haki, Zoro hesitated for a moment, then shook his head, saying, I shall refrain from discussing this for now, as it remains too distant for you. Establishing a solid foundation is of utmost importance. Understood, Teacher Zero. Acknowledged. Indeed, I am Iron Fist Hobody. You pirates should brace yourselves for demise, ha ha ha. Did he just mix something peculiar into that? The crowd turned towards the sound, and to their surprise, a dilapidated ship had stealthily approached the Mary. A somewhat familiar naval officer was leading a dozen or so sailors, standing aboard and unleashing raucous laughter at them. Lads, do not let them escape. Quickly, fire the cannons and sink that ship. Understood. Wasn't this fellow the inept naval officer they encountered last time at the sea restaurant Bartai? Zero inwardly mused that it is often said that foes do not gather without reason. Observing Luffy and the others approaching with lively enthusiasm, he swiftly decided to step ahead of them. Well, it's a rare occasion for adversaries to invade. Allow me to demonstrate the second application of armament Haki. With that, Zero drew his sword, the stunning dragon, from his lower back, directing it towards the ship before him, as a pitch-black hue enveloped the blade. With a resounding boom, the sound of cannon fire echoed. As the cannonball hurtled towards him, Zero merely slashed his sword forward. In an instant, a brilliant blue arc of light surged forth, not only obliterating the cannonball mid-air but also cleaving through the opposing naval vessel, splitting it cleanly in two. Did you see that? This is the essence of armament Haki. Zero turned his head with an air of ease and addressed the group. Upon witnessing the slowly descending ship behind him and the navy thrashing about on the surface of the sea, Luffy and the others could not help but swallow hard. Their understanding of Haki seemingly elevated to a new level. Therefore, it was clear that to enter the Grand Line, one must pass through the town of Lobetown. Nami pointed to the map, explaining the course that the Going Merry would take next. Zoro, who was immersed in the sensation of armament Haki, remarked, I have heard of that town, Lobetown, which symbolizes both beginnings and endings. If we must traverse that place, let us make landfall and boldly enter the Grand Line. Luffy declared, his fists clenched, and the group felt the weight of his determination, nodding in agreement to designate Lobetown as their next destination. Lobetown, you say? Standing at the bow of the ship, Zero recalled that in the story, the Straw Hat Pirates encountered the smoke-manipulating Navy officer Smoker upon entering that very place. They had narrowly escaped, only to be pursued by Smoker, a formidable adversary. The only divergence from the original narrative was his presence aboard the ship, as Luffy and the others began to grasp the concept of Haki. Yet, that was merely the beginning. Truly mastering Haki would require a lengthy journey. One could only wonder if, in due course, they might cross paths with the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Luffy's father, Dragon. As Zero contemplated, the Mary had altered its course, swiftly making its way towards Rogue Town. At last, they arrived in Rogue Town. At this moment, Zero strolled alone, admiring the unique streetscapes that belonged solely to Rogue Town while pondering his forthcoming objectives. As for his companions, Luffy had rushed off to the execution platform, a site reputed to be where the Pirate King met his demise. Zoro intended to procure new weaponry, while Nami set out to acquire new attire. Usopp and Sanji, on the other hand, seemed uncertain of their destination, likely wandering aimlessly like himself. As he walked, he noticed that Rogue Town, in contrast to the towns previously visited, exhibited a more modern flair, with the pervasive presence of the Navy indicating the town as significant standing in the eyes of the government. Truly, it was a town of great importance along the Grand Line. Zero exclaimed, where is this? Suddenly, he realized that the scenery before him had become familiar. He had arrived at the dock, the very place where the ships were moored. To his astonishment, he spotted Luffy, adorned with a straw hat, alongside Smoker. Zero's expression suddenly turned solemn. He stepped forward, and Luffy, noticing him, greeted him with a cheerful smile. Zero, have you lost your way as well? Zero glanced up at Smoker, who was holding a cigar, his expression unchanged despite the mention of his name. Could it be that Smoker had yet to receive the bounty notice regarding the two of them? Zero felt that this possibility was quite substantial. While confirming, he did not forget to raise his hand in response to Luffy. You are all heading to the execution site, correct? Just follow the direction of the smoke. Smoker squinted and indicated the way for the two. As he spoke, the smoke billowing from the end of his cigar strangely directed towards a nearby alley. Is this the power of the smoke fruit? In his heart, Zero silently contemplated. Subsequently, Luffy expressed his gratitude and stepped forward, while Zero, having no other objectives at the moment, decided to accompany Luffy to the execution site of the Pirate King. Luffy, Upon hearing Zero call his name, Luffy turned with a look of confusion and inquired what was the matter. Zero continued, "That was Colonel Smoker from the Navy stationed in Rogue Town. Like you. He's also a user of a devil fruit. You must be cautious if you encounter him again. That smoking old man? He's actually a Navy officer?" Luffy realized. A bit late. Indeed, his ability allows him to transform into smoke, making him a formidable opponent for you, who have yet to fully master the armament Haki. Transform into smoke, you say? Never mind that for now. Let us proceed to the execution ground of the Pirate King. Zero refrained from speaking. He understood that without truly witnessing Smoker's capabilities, Luffy likely had no clear conception of him. When the moment arrived, Luffy would surely come to regard this adversary with the seriousness he deserved. Joel D. Roger? Chapter 21. Confrontation with Smoker. What is this? I thought it was Roger's execution site. It turns out to be a tavern. With a face full of disappointment, Luffy stepped inside, followed closely by Zero, who surveyed the surroundings and concluded that this establishment would soon face closure, as its exterior appeared dilapidated and lacked the signs of frequent patronage. Nonetheless, they spotted an inebriated elder seated on a stool, waving his hand in an attempt to shoo them away. However, in the next moment, Luffy noticed a gigantic skull on the table and exclaimed, "What a massive skull." It seemed that Luffy's words ignited the elder's desire to share, and he began recounting the tale of the skull's origin, along with stories of the Pirate King Roger. The two listeners felt their spirits surge, longing to experience the tumultuous era alongside Roger. Eventually, Luffy, in a fit of excitement, proclaimed his intention to become the Pirate King, causing the elder's eyes to widen as if he saw a familiar figure in Luffy. This resulted in a joyful invitation for the two to share a drink. To the everlasting Pirate King, the trio echoed the same rallying cry, reviving a semblance of liveliness in the previously quiet tavern. Luffy and Zero did not linger for long before departing. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after their exit, Navy Colonel Smoker arrived at the same locale. From his conversation with the elder, it became apparent that he frequently visited this tavern. Like the elder, he bore witness to Roger's initiation of the Great Pirate Era, and while imbibing, he reminisced about the moment of Roger's demise. However, this reverie was short-lived. A Navy soldier entered, instructing the tavern owner to display new bounty posters. Smoker, upon seeing the images on the posters, recognized Luffy and Zero, and based on their earlier dialogue, resolved to capture the two at the execution site. Is this truly Roger's scaffold? How towering it is. Upon reaching their destination, Luffy gazed at the imposing scaffold and expressed his genuine awe. Zero, recalling something, turned just in time to see Luffy racing towards the base of the scaffold, beginning to ascend. Luffy, be careful. As the echo of the words faded, a familiar voice suddenly resonated. You there? Are you the pirate with a bounty of 30 million berries from the East Sea? I am Luffy. What is it that you seek? I am Colonel Smoker of the Navy, and I intend to apprehend you. Where is your accomplice? I refuse. As Luffy denied the accusation, he attempted to descend from the platform, only to find himself ensnared by the iron frame of the execution stage. After much effort to regain his stance, the constraints of the surroundings caused his attack to miss its intended target, propelling his own body away instead. Thus, Smoker could only watch as the quarry he sought to capture soared further into the distance, until he vanished amidst the throng of the crowd. Smoker, Zero, just as he was preparing to reorganize the naval search for Luffy, he caught sight of a familiar face amidst the crowd, a man whose photograph he had seen not long ago. The executioner. Smoker shouted Zero's codename, and initially, Zero was still grappling with the shock of being abandoned by Luffy. It wasn't until Smoker brandished his weapon, obstructing Zero's path, that he realized it was too late to make his escape. Executioner Zero, is it? I recognize you, although the kid has fled. Do not think you can leave this place. Surrender quietly. As he spoke, Smoker swung his weapon, known as the Jit, crafted from sea prism stone, a bane to those with devil fruit powers, and aimed it squarely at Zero. Clang. As Zero deftly drew his backhand, the formidable dragon blocked Smoker's assault. In the instant their weapons clashed, a cascade of fiery sparks erupted. Oh, it seemed that the pirate's prowess was not as feeble as he had anticipated. Intrigued, Smoker wielded his weapon with various cunning angles directed towards Zero, yet each strike was elegantly parried. Observing Zero's relaxed demeanor, Smoker realized he had underestimated his opponent and promptly activated the powers of his smoke fruit, enveloping his lower body in a billowing gray mist that soon encircled Zero. With a sense of triumph, Smoker declared, Did you not foresee this? I am a wielder of the smoke fruit. Though your swordsmanship is commendable in East Blue, you cannot reach me now. Executioner, prepare to relinquish your life. As he spoke, Smoker propelled his upper body towards Zero with great speed, his weapon raised high, poised to deliver the final blow. However, he failed to notice that, at the moment his weapon was about to make contact with Zero, a sly smile crept upon Zero's lips, and his right hand had transformed into a clenched fist, aimed decisively at Smoker's abdomen. Armament Haki hardened. Bang. As the ebony fist collided with the outer layer of Smoker's smoke, he was suddenly seized by an excruciating pain emanating from within his body. This unforeseen agony halted his assault, and in the next instant, he was propelled backward at an alarming speed, smashing through several buildings in his path. Captain Smoker, The bewildered Navy personnel could scarcely believe the battle had concluded in such a manner, rushing to the location where Smoker had been sent flying. By the time they remembered to seek the instigator of this chaos, that individual had already vanished into the crowd. Phew, how fortunate to have slipped away. Concealed in the shadows, Zero observed the Navy conducting a thorough search along the street, silently commending his own cleverness. He had anticipated a fierce struggle with Smoker. Yet upon engagement, he found Smoker's combat skills to be less formidable than expected. Perhaps it was due to his heavy reliance on his devil fruit powers. Soon, Smoker had resorted to attacking Zero with his smoke abilities, allowing Zero to effortlessly repel him using armament Haki. However, it seemed that Smoker lacked substantial experience in battling Haki users. When he ventured into the New World 2 years later, he might very well overcome this inherent weakness of the Logia type. By then, I shall no longer be so weak. The self-indulgence of Zero did not last long. He felt compelled to search for Luffy, as a significant event was about to unfold. He was plagued by the thought that his mere presence could prevent Luffy from surviving in the manner destined for him, which would leave Zero with an overwhelming sense of guilt. With this in mind, Zero leaped onto the rooftop, preparing to trace Luffy's current location from above. Chapter 22. The initial encounter with Dragon. Who are you? The moment Zero set foot on the roof, a man cloaked in a gray robe appeared before him, prompting a curious inquiry. Upon noticing the dark red markings on the man's face, an image surfaced in his mind that strikingly matched the man's stature. Dragon, you actually know me? Dragon replied, a hint of confusion lacing his words. He primarily operated in the New World and had not visited the East Blue in quite some time. How could this man possibly be aware of him? Well, you are the son of the Marine hero Garp and the leader of the Revolutionary Army in the New World. How could I not recognize you? Dragon was taken aback once more, astonished that this man not only knew his name but was also well versed in his background. Who exactly was he? Rest assured, I am now an ally of Luffy, not your adversary. You can trust me. Haha. Upon hearing Zero's response, Dragon erupted into laughter, continuing, how amusing. You are indeed an intriguing fellow. It seems Luffy has found a remarkable companion in you. He truly is his father's son. Ha. Zero had always envisioned Dragon as a figure of utmost seriousness. However, the mere mention of Luffy transformed him, illuminating his demeanor in a most unexpected way. Seizing the moment, Zero began recounting tales related to Luffy and the myriad adventures he had shared with his companions. As their conversation deepened, they sat down, oblivious to the naval forces patrolling beneath them. My boy, I must say, I admire you greatly. Would you consider joining the Revolutionary Army to help us overthrow the world government? Dragon's sudden proposal caught Zero off guard, prompting a torrent of internal commentary. Truly, he was Luffy's father, effortlessly broaching topics that would send ordinary individuals fleeing in terror. Indeed, those who aspire to greatness possess a rather peculiar mindset. Yet, if Luffy were to discover that his father harbored intentions towards his companions, he would undoubtedly be the first to object vehemently. Despite the whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind, Zero promptly declined Dragon's invitation. Thank you, but I aspire only to be a humble pirate. As for the Revolutionary Army, I am not inclined towards that path just yet. The moment the words left his lips, a pang of regret washed over him. One of his primary goals was to amass a bounty of 1 billion, and perhaps joining the Revolutionary Army would bring him closer to that ambition. However, he was also committed to assisting Luffy in his quest to become the Pirate King, thus resigning himself to the reality that his fate lay far removed from the Revolutionary Army. Upon hearing Zero's refusal, Dragon did not press the matter further. Haha. If you choose not to join, so be it. I have a feeling you will become a remarkable figure in the future. What a pity. Mr. Dragon, you flatter me. Zero replied, chuckling. That said, Luffy has truly benefited from your care, and I appreciate your support. Should the opportunity arise to visit the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, I shall seek you out in the New World. Next time, for certain, Dragon declared with a hearty laugh. It is settled then. Just as Zero was about to nod, his gaze fell upon a figure swaying atop the previously empty execution platform. It appeared to be the notorious Clown Buggy, accompanied by none other than Luffy himself. Moments earlier, Luffy had followed the straw hat that had been whisked away by the wind to the execution platform, where he was beholding the last sights witnessed by the Pirate King before his demise. To his astonishment, Arlita, who had undergone a remarkable transformation after consuming the slippery fruit, also made her appearance. She not only incapacitated the Roachtown police officers attempting to apprehend Luffy with a spiked club, but also threatened to claim Luffy as her own. Naturally, Luffy vehemently rejected Arlita's advances. In the next instant, a cadre of pirates clad in gray robes approached, revealing themselves as none other than Buggy and his band of marauders, who had previously been vanquished by Luffy and his companions. They shared a common objective, revenge against Luffy. Soon after, Luffy found himself captured as the pirate Kabeji emerged from behind him, swiftly securing him to the execution platform with restraints made of an unknown material before he could react. Luffy! Zero shouted Luffy's name, preparing to descend for his rescue. However, before he could take a single step, Dragon intervened, urging him to pause, assuring him that everything would be fine. Observing Dragon's earnest demeanor, Zero's mind gradually calmed, and he recalled the series of events that would unfold in Town. Taking a deep breath, he refrained from charging impulsively into danger. If any unforeseen events arise, I will take action. Rest assured. With that, Dragon's gaze returned to Luffy, whose life hung by a thread on the execution platform. Meanwhile, Zero noticed that the sky had suddenly darkened. Could it be the manifestation of a devil fruit's power? Zero silently pondered. Soon after, Zoro and Sanji arrived at the execution site, determined to rescue Luffy, only to be obstructed by a throng of pirates. The closer they approached the gallows, the more formidable the resistance became. Realizing that escape seemed increasingly improbable, Luffy suddenly broke into a smile and exclaimed, "Sorry, I'm about to die." No sooner had he spoken than, at the moment when the clown Buggy swung his sword down, Zero noticed a flash of blue light in Dragon's eyes. With a crack, a bolt of thunder descended from the heavens, striking Buggy and igniting the execution platform. In a brief span, the blazing gallows collapsed with a resounding crash. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Luffy emerged unscathed, his expression devoid of relief, as if the entire ordeal were but a trivial matter. Witnessing the unfolding events, Zero hesitated no longer. He nodded at Dragon and leapt from the rooftop. Dragon silently observed as Zero reunited with Luffy and the others, lost in his own thoughts. At that moment, an overwhelming number of Navy soldiers suddenly surged from the nearby alleys, as if they had been lying in wait, swiftly encircling the pirates, including Luffy and his crew. Seeing Luffy roll up his sleeves, ready to confront the Navy, Zoro intended to urge everyone to hasten to the port to avoid missing their ship. However, he was taken aback as an astonishing aura erupted from Zero. Boom! The air seemed to coalesce in an instant, and an oppressive presence swept through the crowd, causing them to feel a sudden rigidity, as though a ferocious beast loomed before them. One by one, they collapsed, their eyes vacant, slipping into unconsciousness. Run faster. Don't dawdle. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were still momentarily stunned, but upon Zero's urgent reminder, they swiftly followed him toward the port. Chapter 23. Defeated again from a high building near the execution platform, Smoker observed the chaos below until his cigar fell from his mouth, prompting him to clench his fist, the knuckles cracking ominously. Damn pirates! How dare they harm my subordinates? It was not difficult to understand his fury. Possessing the rare Haki of the Grand Line and exhibiting such terrifying destructive power, where had this pirate emerged from? As a former student of Admiral Zephyr, he was well aware of the power of Haki, yet to see a pirate from the impoverished East Blue wield it was utterly absurd. Listen up. Pursue the Straw Hat Pirates. We must capture them all. The nearby Navy personnel sensed Smoker's intense anger and promptly straightened their posture. Just as they regrouped, they noticed that the clown Buggy had recently regained consciousness, along with Alvida and the remaining few pirates, preparing to chase after Luffy. In his fury, Smoker utilized the powers of his smoke fruit to apprehend them, marking them as exceedingly unfortunate, while the Navy was busy imprisoning Buggy and the other pirates. Not far away on a rooftop, Dragon was laughing heartily. What an interesting man. He possesses Conqueror's Haki. The world government will have quite the headache ahead. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, another bolt of lightning struck from the sky, and as the brilliance faded, Dragon vanished from sight. The rain intensified. Luffy and his companions, sprinting as the Navy pursued them, wished fervently for wings to accelerate their escape. At this moment, Zero lamented that his level was still somewhat low. Although he had managed to exert some influence on the Navy with his fully mastered Conqueror's Haki, its scope was too limited, only affecting half of the execution ground at most. Moreover, achieving this effect was largely due to the fact that most of them were clustered together. Even so, they quickly regrouped and resumed their pursuit of him and his companions. If only he could level up a few more times, he might not find himself in such a predicament. He could unleash his Conqueror's Haki and incapacitate the entire Navy in Town, which would be its true application. However, this remained merely a thought, as ultimately, he was still not powerful enough. As they ran, the group spotted a short-haired female figure ahead, a Navy swordswoman named Dashiki. From Zoro, they learned that he seemed to have a history with Dashiki, who was pursuing him for a swordsmanship duel. Thus, Zoro instructed the other three to leave first while he stayed behind for a confrontation with Dashiki. Luffy and the others did not object, trusting in Zoro's strength, and urged him to resolve the situation quickly before continuing their flight. Just as the trio was nearing the port, a figure with a cart suddenly appeared before them. Straw Hat Kid, you know that if you do not defeat me, you cannot set sail for the Grand Line, Smoker declared, arms crossed, exuding confidence that left Zero speechless. Had he forgotten that he had already been defeated once? Sanji, Zero, you two go ahead. Let me handle this guy. Luffy was poised to engage, but Smoker shouted. Straw Hat Kid, you are overly confident in your abilities. Do you really think you can defeat me alone? And the other two should stay as well. With that, he activated his smoke fruit powers, summoning 3 massive smoke arms that lunged toward the trio. Luffy and Sanji were caught off guard and ensnared, while Zero leapt up, only to be ensnared as well by a cleverly aimed arm, landing him in the same predicament as the others. This smoke. Damn it, I can't break free. After capturing the three, Smoker lifted them high into the air. Rubber gun. Luffy extended his rubber arm in an attempt to strike Smoker. But his arm merely passed through him, inflicting no damage. Even when he tried to attack with both arms, it was futile. As for Sanji, his close-quarters combat techniques were rendered ineffective once ensnared by the smoke. Even if he could utilize his kicking skills, it was likely he would struggle to harm Smoker, as both he and Luffy were still novices in the use of Haki. At this moment, Zero was the only one capable of influencing the battle. Thus, he drew his blade, Gale Dragon, and addressed Smoker. Smoker, it is dull to employ the same technique twice. With a hum, he enveloped Gale Dragon in Haki, unleashing a slash that severed the three smoke arms instantly. Luffy and Sanji fell back down, ready to attack Smoker once more, only to be caught again and slammed against a nearby wall. At that moment, both felt a profound sense of helplessness. Was this the true might of a Logia-type devil fruit user? Now, only Zero and Smoker remained on the battlefield. It's your turn. Smoker flew towards Zero, brandishing his weapon. But Zero countered with Gale Dragon. Smoker then soared high, conjuring more smoke arms to bombard Zero relentlessly. Pirate, you will remain here. Just as he finished speaking, a blade flashed from below, slicing towards Smoker at incredible speed, catching him off guard and inflicting a deep gash on his right arm, blood gushing forth. Damn it. Even after being struck, Smoker barely hesitated before continuing his assault with smoke arms aimed at Zero's position. A sight that caused Luffy's eyes to widen in desperation as he called out Zero's name while extending his rubber arm towards Smoker in the air. Luffy, calm down. Look. At Sanji's urging, Luffy retracted his arm and finally noticed that Zero had appeared behind Smoker. Although you are putting in so much effort, we must set sail. So I apologize. The voice of Zero echoed from behind, prompting Smoker to turn around. Suddenly, his vision was engulfed in a crimson glow. Luffy and Sanji witnessed a flying dragon, enshrouded in flames, emerge from Zero's blade, striking Smoker and completely consuming him, descending before the two with an unstoppable force. Boom. In an instant, as the dragon landed, the surrounding bricks shattered, and the terrifying shockwave severed several nearby houses in half. As the commotion subsided, Zero gently descended to the ground, standing at the edge of the pit, gazing at the unconscious Smoker. Chapter 24. Achievement unlocked. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations on completing the side quest. Defeat Navy Captain Smoker twice, earning 800 experience points and a loot voucher. As he absorbed the mental notification, Zero pondered when he had accepted this task, having paid little attention to it. However, he mused that this side quest was somewhat troublesome. Had he chosen to flee during his first encounter with Smoker, it might have been necessary to wait until reaching the Grand Line to complete it. Moreover, the experience reward seemed rather meager. Currently, he only had 400 out of 600, leaving him short of leveling up. And he could only await the next side quest. As for the loot voucher, he felt a flicker of anticipation. The last time, he had obtained one of the great swords, the Jinglong, and he wondered what treasures awaited this time. While Zero contemplated, Luffy and Sanji approached him. Zero, are you all right? Sanji inquired first, to which Zero shook his head to indicate he was fine. Nearby, Luffy seemed to sense his own inadequacy, his spirits somewhat dampened. Luffy, Sanji. Zero called their names, prompting them to turn their gazes towards him. This is the enemy we shall face in the future, and even more formidable foes await. Not even I can guarantee how far we will go. Do you regret it? Luffy and Sanji exchanged glances before responding in turn. I am destined to become the Pirate King, and I must grow stronger. I too must become stronger. I must find the All Blue. Their replies did not surprise Zero, who smiled, about to speak when a fierce wind suddenly surged from the alley, sweeping towards the trio's location. Is it the dragon's power? As the thought barely formed in Zero's mind, several individuals were suddenly swept away by a fierce gale. And when they landed, they found themselves at the harbor, accompanied by Zoro. Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, Zero, hurry aboard. Upon hearing Nami's call from the distant Mary, they turned to see that both Nami and Usopp were already on the ship. Without hesitation, they raced towards the Mary. Fortunately, during their time at the execution site, Zero had incapacitated numerous Marines with his Conqueror's Haki, so they encountered no pursuit at the harbor, thus avoiding considerable trouble. As the ship drifted further away with the waves, Luffy sprinted to the rear, extending his arm to grasp a nearby structure. Sensing an impending urgency, the others quickened their pace, yet ultimately, they were propelled towards the Mary by Luffy's rocket launcher. Sanji and Zoro exclaimed, Luffy, are you trying to kill us? Zero, it appears to be quite exhilarating. Luffy, ha 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 ha. In a certain location within Logtown, Colonel Smoker slowly regained consciousness, responding to the continuous calls from his subordinates in the Navy. It seemed that the movement elicited discomfort from an injured part of his body, prompting him to pause momentarily, which offered a slight relief. Executioner, he shouted Zero's codename, only to be overcome by a fit of coughing, causing the Navy personnel present to hurriedly attend to his wounds. This was the second time he had faced defeat at the hands of a pirate. It was utterly preposterous. Smoker even mused that the bounty of 50 million was somewhat modest for Zero. Especially when compared to the countless notorious pirates on the Grand Line with bounties soaring into the billions, Zero's prowess was undoubtedly formidable. How had the Navy acquired such intelligence to issue the bounty? Smoker, you seem rather disheveled. Ha ha ha. The crowd turned to see the notorious revolutionary, Dragon, a longtime target of the world government. A Navy officer inquired, Dragon, what brings you here? Have you aided the pirates? Dragon did not respond directly. Instead, he gazed towards the sea, arms outstretched, and posed a rhetorical question. What reason could possibly deter a man from embarking on his journey? With great effort, Smoker rose to his feet, casting a glance at Dragon before shifting his gaze towards the ocean. Prepare the ships. We shall pursue the Straw Hat pirates. But, Colonel Smoker, your condition, and this is your jurisdiction, Logue Town. I said prepare the ships. Make the arrangements swiftly. Faced with Smoker's unwavering resolve, the Navy officers ceased their protests and mobilized promptly. As for Dragon, he was a matter beyond their control, a man deemed troublesome even by the world government. What threat could these mere soldiers pose to him? Amidst the torrential storm, the Merry Go sailed forth towards the Grand Line. Zero marveled at the depth of his experiences in Rogue Town, finding them even more profound than those of the past. Although he had not ascended to the next level, he had encountered the naval hero Carp, the father of the future supernova Luffy, and the revolutionary leader Dragon, while also clashing with the naval Colonel Smoker. The setbacks faced by Luffy and his comrades had been significant. They had narrowly escaped execution and suffered a brutal beating from Smoker. After a moment of silent tribute for them, Zero resolved to intensify his mastery of Haki, ensuring that should they encounter a natural-type user again, they would not be caught off guard. He recalled that in the not-too-distant future, the Straw Hat pirates would face a life-and-death crisis, nearly obliterated by the Navy Admiral Aokiji, who wielded the power of the Ice Fruit. Although they had managed to escape by mere chance, Zero wished to spare them the despair of facing death once more. It was imperative that not only Luffy and the others improved their mastery of armament Haki, but that he himself grew stronger as well. Ideally to possess the means to threaten a Navy Admiral. The thought of his presence leading to any misfortune for his companions was a burden he could not bear. At that moment, to commemorate their ship's entry into the Grand Line, Sanji proposed a launching ceremony, to which everyone readily agreed, without much preparation. They simply brought a barrel of wine to the center of the deck, and the ceremony commenced. Sanji was the first to place his foot upon the barrel. I will find the All Blue. I will become the Pirate King. No need to think, that was Luffy's voice. I will become the greatest swordsman. This was Zoro's singular ambition. Nami, to chart the world map. Usopp hesitated for a moment before placing his foot on the barrel. I will become a brave warrior of the sea. When it was Zero's turn, everyone turned to look at him, awaiting his declaration. Zero contemplated and smiled, mirroring the action. I shall truly immerse myself in this world. As everyone shared their aspirations, Luffy adjusted his straw hat, pointed forward, and shouted, let us set sail towards the Grand Line. Chapter 25. Aboard the battleship Island 2 days after the Merry had departed from Rogue Town, the weather finally turned fair once more. At this moment, Luffy sat at the bow of the ship, inquiring when they would reach the Grand Line. Nami replied that it would take several more days of travel, which reassured him, allowing him to continue practicing Haki at the bow. Since Zero had last taught them the use of Haki, some time had passed, and among them, Luffy was making the swiftest progress. Although he had yet to officially unleash it, he had begun to grasp some sensations, prompting Zero to muse that Luffy truly was Oda's own son. As for the others, they remained at the initial stage, clearly requiring more time to master the fundamentals of Haki. Suddenly, Usopp spotted something on the distant sea. Sanji suggested that if it was fish, they could catch it for a meal. Luffy was instantly intrigued, extending his rubber arm to seize a girl dressed in peculiar attire. Whether it was due to drifting at sea for too long, or another reason, the girl was in a state of slumber upon her arrival on the ship. When Zero noticed her, he recalled that she seemed to have some connection to the legendary Millennium Dragon, suggesting that she remain on board. Luffy agreed. When the girl awoke, Nami introduced her to everyone. I am Nami. That one leaning against the wall is Zero, the one cooking is Sanji, and the one who looks quite fearsome is Zoro. The long-nosed one is Usopp. Zoro retorted, where do I look fearsome? I am Luffy, the captain of this pirate ship, Luffy said with a smile. Only then did the girl realize she had come aboard a pirate vessel, hastily covering herself with a blanket and adopting a demeanor of wanting to be left alone, which left the others somewhat perplexed. The following day, after a night of becoming more acquainted, the girl gradually lowered her guard and even cooked for Luffy and the others. However, the taste of the food was somewhat indescribable. Naturally, Luffy relished it thoroughly, leading one to wonder how his stomach could accommodate such fare. While the others struggled to eat under Sanji's threats, Zero even vowed never to partake in it a second time. Later, the girl introduced herself as ABIs, hailing from Battleship Island. Nami glanced at the map and noted that Battleship Island was not far from the entrance to the Grand Line, prompting her to ask Luffy if they should escort ABIs to her home. The kind-hearted Luffy readily agreed. Thus, they adjusted their course towards Battleship Island. What of the Millennium Dragon on Battleship Island? Zero softly whispered, his gaze drifting past the eager crowd to all bees, pondering whether their excitement would intensify if they knew they were about to encounter a legendary creature. After the Merry had sailed for a while, the crew was taken aback to discover a fleet of naval ships looming ahead, and in considerable numbers. Initially, Luffy suspected they were being pursued. But upon Albiz revealing that she had escaped from the 8th Division of the Navy, the crew began to realize that Albiz was far from ordinary. Faced with the encirclement of the naval fleet, Luffy and his companions were brimming with battle spirit. Zero had even drawn his sword, ready to engage in a fierce confrontation. However, Albiz suddenly mentioned that the wind was picking up. Nami, sensing the unusual change in weather, promptly instructed Zoro to adjust the sails southward while Usopp and Sanji were tasked with steering. "It's all right, Nami. Watch me slice them all down," Zero exclaimed. Although Nami had no doubt regarding Zero's assertion, she opted to exercise caution, choosing to ignore his bold proclamation to avoid any unintended consequences. "Zero, well, it appears that I have no opportunity to showcase my abilities." At that moment, a fierce wind suddenly swept in. Having adjusted the sails, the Mary swiftly glided through the waves, evading the relentless pursuit of the Navy with remarkable speed. However, the euphoria of the crew was short-lived. It was only after Zoro's astute observation that they realized they had inadvertently entered the doldrums, a realm inhabited by colossal sea kings. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted as these magnificent creatures surged from the depths, lifting the Mary high above the water's surface. With swift reflexes, Zero cradled Nami in his arms to prevent any mishap. Meanwhile, ABI's, unable to maintain her grip, inadvertently tumbled off the ship, teetering perilously close to the jaws of a frog-like sea king. In a moment of heroism, Luffy extended his rubbery arm to rescue her. ABI soon realized that Luffy was a user of a devil fruit power. The audacious woman seemed to ponder something and requested Luffy to take her to the nostrils of the Sea King, from which she intended to retrieve a nostril hair. A mighty sneeze later, the group found themselves safely returned to their original waters, thanks to the Sea King's unexpected expulsion of air. After sailing for a while longer, they finally reached the fabled Battleship Island, shrouded in dense fog that obscured the distant sea, making it a treacherous place for less experienced sailors. Guided by ABI's, the crew disembarked on the island. Initially, their pirate identities almost incited a conflict with the islanders, but a wise elder named Boguden intervened, leading them to his home for a brief respite. Before their departure, Nami observed an unusual expression on Zero's face and inquired, "Zero, what troubles you?" "The Navy is near," he replied. Usopp, overhearing, gasped, "What? Is the Navy pursuing us?" "Indeed, we must proceed with caution. Let us anchor the Mary in a discreet location before venturing inland," Zero advised. Everyone nodded in agreement, and after securing the ship, they made their way to Boguden's residence. Curiosity piqued, Nami asked Boguden why ABI's had ended up on a Navy ship. Initially unaware of the details, Boguden spoke of a legend regarding a millennial dragon and a lost island, suggesting that the dragon's bones were rumored to be an elixir of immortality, though it remained mere speculation. As Boguden recounted tales from long ago, Zero listened intently, even as he noticed ABI's slipping out unnoticed. It wasn't until Luffy wandered off in a daze that Nami followed suit to check on him, prompting Zero to excuse himself under the pretext of needing the restroom. Eventually, the two stumbled upon a slumbering Luffy in another room, with drag marks on the floor leading away. They roused him and followed the trail to search for ABI's. Chapter 26. Defeating the Battleship. I brought Boguden's bun. After traversing rugged terrain, the trio arrived at a cave where they heard ABI's voice. Luffy advanced ahead, inquiring whom she was conversing with. Upon entering the cave, they were astonished to find a dragon with green fur, presumably the millennial dragon from Boguden's tale about the Lost Island. The creature appeared ancient and frail, showing little reaction to the newcomers. Zero felt a tinge of disappointment. The disparity between the depiction in anime and the reality was rather substantial. At least the creature before him diverged significantly from his preconceived notion of a dragon, for reasons unknown. The social adept Luffy seemed capable of intuitively grasping the thoughts of the Millennium Dragon, while Abyss could only communicate with it due to her consumption of a devil fruit. This realization prompted Zero to marvel at how, indeed, Luffy was like Oda's beloved son, seemingly embodying the nascent essence of the legendary Pirate King Roger's ability to commune with all living things. Through their dialogue with the Millennium Dragon, the group learned of its aspiration to return to its homeland, the fabled Lost Island. Subsequently, Abyss revealed the reason for her capture by the Navy. The Millennium Dragon had gifted her a dragon scale, which she fashioned into a necklace, inadvertently leading to her discovery by the Navy upon their arrival on the island. This encounter subsequently unraveled into their escape from the naval fleet, culminating in their meeting with Luffy and his companions. Ultimately, Luffy proposed an audacious idea to transport the Millennium Dragon to the Lost Island, a notion that neither Zero nor Nami opposed. Indeed, it resonated with their own desires. The party returned to Boguden's residence, where Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp were deep in slumber, while Boguden murmured incantations in his sleep. Not long after their return, the islanders reported that the Navy had cordoned off Battleship Island. Thus, they deliberated and resolved to lead their companions to the cave. Upon encountering the Millennium Dragon, Zoro and the others were taken aback, their mouths agape. After all, it was astonishing for such a legendary creature to manifest before them. With the Navy surrounding Battleship Island in time of the essence, the group split into two factions. Zero and Usopp navigated the Mary to the nearest point, while the others took charge of transporting the dragon to the shore. Damn it. How did the Navy discover the Mary? We had hidden it so well. Behind a massive boulder, Usopp peered at the navy ahead. Contemplating how to reclaim the Merry Windsor, Zero suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. Usopp, I entrust this group to you. Faced with Zero's earnest expression, Usopp felt a surge of panic. No way. With so many Navy personnel, how can I manage alone? Have I not taught you the technique of armament Haki? Combat is the swiftest path to mastery. Besides, I am right here. You need not worry about any mishaps. Usopp swallowed hard, but soon his resolve solidified. Indeed. Was he not aspiring to become a valiant warrior of the sea? How could he falter now? Thus, Usopp nodded at Zero, retrieving his slingshot from his bag, and, under Zero's approving gaze, stealthily maneuvered to a more concealed position. Bang! Shortly after Usopp concealed himself, a cloud of smoke erupted before the navy. Who goes there? Show yourself. This smoke, it's spicy. Cough, cough, cough. The chorus of coughing resonated through the haze, with some astute Navy members fleeing the smoke while pinching their noses. Yet, in the next moment, flames erupted before them. Boom, boom, boom. In a brief span, the Navy soldiers lay scattered on the ground, their faces marred with blood and tears. Their appearance a pitiful sight. As Zero emerged from behind the stone, applauding, Usopp stealthily approached his side, his expression transformed from one of panic to one of triumphant delight. So, Zero? I took them down. Impressive, right? Hee. Indeed, quite commendable. I half expected you to require my assistance, yet you managed splendidly on your own. Truly. You are the sharpshooter of our crew. Haha. Usopp scratched his head and then uttered a delightful revelation that astonished Zero. Moreover, while I was shooting, I seem to have a vague sense of Haki. Perhaps I could explore the development of some special ammunition in the future. Not bad at all. Keep it up. Hee. Subsequently, the two made their way aboard the Merry, navigating towards their designated rendezvous point to reunite with their fellow companions. However, an unexpected announcement broke their anticipation. Zero. There are naval warships ahead. Usopp shouted, and upon hearing him, Zero glanced forward to witness several warships emerging before the Merry. Upon closer inspection, they counted a total of 8. Simultaneously, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding. Side quest initiated. Defeat the Navy's 8th Fleet Warship 04. Upon success. Reward. 700 experience points and 70,000 berries. How intriguing. Suddenly, Zero broke into laughter, and Usopp, sensing that something significant was about to unfold, involuntarily shivered. Initially, he had intended to circumvent the fleet of warships, wishing to avoid unnecessary conflict. However, now that the system had bestowed upon him a side quest, he found no reason to let them go unchallenged. With this thought in mind, Zero addressed Usopp, saying, Usopp, you should take the Merry and set sail. I shall deal with those warships. Without waiting for Usopp's consent, he leaped into the air, employing the simulated moonwalk to swiftly approach the approaching naval vessels. Leaving Usopp gazing at his retreating figure, his expression somewhat dazed, the naval crew aboard the warships also took note of Zero's arrival. Commander, what is that? That is the notorious bounty hunter with a reward of 50 million berries. Impossible. How can a person walk in the sky? Could it be that he has consumed a devil fruit? Quick, fire the cannons. Bring that pirate down. Yes, under the command of their superior. The naval officers unleashed a barrage of cannonballs towards Zero, with the surrounding warships joining in the assault. The dense volley of projectiles immediately enveloped him. In the face of such an onslaught, Zero drew forth the Qinglong and, with swift precision, slashed at the incoming cannonballs. Boom. The azure light of the blade collided with the cannonballs, resulting in a series of violent explosions in midair, while a sudden gust of wind caused the naval crew to grip their hats tightly. As they anxiously observed the unfolding situation, a figure abruptly materialized above one of the warships. Chapter 27. Just one more to go. Breakthrough. As Zero's voice rang out, multiple streams of azure light erupted from the blade of Qinglong, raining down upon the deck of the warship. To augment his power, he infused the blade with armament Haki, overwhelming the valiant naval fighters who could barely withstand the onslaught before being submerged by a wave of blade light. Cries for help echoed from the ship. A demon! A demon! Help! Run! We can't hit him! Jump into the sea! The astute sailors were the first to plunge into the water, yet a few were unable to escape in time, meeting their fate at the bottom of the ship. If this had been the previous incarnation of Zero, he might have felt discomfort at such a scene. However, after enduring countless battles against overwhelming foes in the trial space, he found himself strangely numb to it all. Zero is uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse, but for now, it has not brought any additional troubles, which is sufficient. As for the future, who can truly predict it? After a while, I have finally managed to secure a vessel. With a light exhale, Zero glanced at the slowly descending warship and the Navy personnel on the surface desperately seeking rescue. Without hesitation, he resumed his aerial assault, targeting the next vessel. He desired to complete his mission in one fell swoop. However, it was clear that these warships were far more resilient than he had anticipated. They were certainly sturdier than the dilapidated ships of Iron Fist Hobody, making destruction a more arduous task. He realized that boarding the warships was necessary to expedite his progress. Fortunately, the opposing navy consisted primarily of mere foot soldiers, and even the few high-ranking officers present were merely in command roles, thus Zero encountered minimal resistance. Before long, he sank the second warship using his stunning dragon, and those naval personnel met the same fate as their predecessors. Next in line was the third vessel. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Zero cast his gaze into the distance, where a navy fleet gradually came into view. The sheer number of ships was staggering, rendering it impossible to ascertain the exact count. A wave of anxiety washed over him, prompting him to instinctively quicken his pace. With so many warships present, even he could not withstand their assault for long. After sinking the third warship, a barrage of cannonballs began to whiz past him, compelling him to halt and look up at the source of the fire. To his dismay, the navy fleet had closed in. With no other choice, Zero had to abandon his destruction of the warships, pivoting swiftly towards the direction of the Mary and ultimately managing to escape just before the fleet arrived. Meanwhile, aboard one of the warships, a Navy officer was reporting the battle losses to someone on the screen. Report to the Admiral, we have lost 3 warships this time, and the number of missing personnel has yet to be tallied. It is expected to exceed 100 sailors. Before he could finish, the person on the screen abruptly interrupted. Where did that pirate come from? How could he so easily dismantle our warships? What are you all doing? According to the returning Navy, this pirate was known as the Executioner, with a bounty of 50 million berries. He belonged to the Straw Hat Pirates, who had previously vanquished several notorious pirates in the East Blue and even had dealings with the 7 warlords of the sea. Mihawk. What did you say? The person on the screen appeared taken aback by the officer's report, pausing for a moment before coldly stating, have Eric keep an eye on this pirate. Our priority remains the keel. As for the Straw Hat Pirates, we will deal with them after securing the keel. Yes, Admiral. To Zero's surprise, he had assumed Usopp had already set sail on the Mary towards their predetermined location. However, shortly after breaking free from the encirclement, he spotted the Mary. As Zero stepped onto the ship, he was greeted with Usopp's concerned inquiry. Zero, you finally returned. Are you all right? Usopp, what brings you here? Hiki. I came to meet you, fearing you might encounter some mishap. Zero, I must insist that next time you refrain from rushing out alone. Though you are undeniably strong, one cannot predict the presence of adversaries even more formidable, can they? Listening to Usopp's admonitions, Zero felt no discomfort. Rather, a gentle warmth surged within him. This sensation of being cared for by another was, in fact, quite delightful. Message received. With a smile, Zero expressed to Usopp that he had absorbed the information, prompting Usopp to cease his discourse and instead join Zero in steering the Mary towards the designated meeting point with their comrades. In a short while, the Mary arrived at a rocky formation reminiscent of Usopp's nose. Here, Luffy and the others had been waiting, while the 1,000-year dragon lay on the deck. Its eyes closed, whether in slumber or mere repose was unclear. Following their earlier plan, upon reuniting, they secured the ropes of the 1,000-year dragon to the ship and began their quest for the Lost Island, guided by the Mary. Although Zero was already aware of the Lost Island's location, he refrained from disclosing it, wishing to preserve the thrill of adventure. Additionally, he harbored a desire to witness the remnants of the sunken island, appeasing his curiosity. The pivotal moment arrived when a dish prepared by ABIs was inadvertently dropped onto the head of the 1,000-year dragon, from which they gleaned that the approximate location of the Lost Island lay to the east of Battleship Island. Consequently, the group altered their course towards the newfound destination. Something seems amiss ahead, remarked Luffy from the bow of the ship, prompting the crew to turn their gazes toward him. Gradually, to their astonishment, Luffy began to vanish, followed by the Mary, both gradually disappearing from the surface of the sea. This sudden and bizarre occurrence left the pursuing naval fleet in a state of confusion. Uncertain of what had transpired, ultimately, they decided to remain anchored, awaiting the reappearance of the Mary. The Mary ventured into a mist-laden sea, where the dense fog obscured their surroundings. Just as they sought to discern their location, a torrential downpour commenced. Accompanied by the deluge, tumultuous waves surged upon the sea, threatening to dislodge the 1,000-year dragon's ropes. In a series of agile leaps, Zero managed to secure the ropes just before they slipped away, while Luffy extended his rubbery arm to firmly grasp the wooden board of the 1,000-year dragon, preventing it from being swept away by the tempest. Once the storm subsided, clarity returned, and with Zero's guidance, they discerned a faint outline of an island ahead. At that moment, they realized that this island was likely the fabled Lost Island. In Chapter 28, titled Understanding Breath, the group disembarked upon the island. After an extensive search, they found no significant clues. They deliberated on pushing the 1,000-year dragon to the mountaintop for a broader view. Following ABI's communication with the island's birds using her whisper fruit, they surmised that the summit was likely the dragon's lair. Upon reaching the pinnacle and preparing to unlock the lair with Abi's dragon bone necklace, the ground beneath them suddenly gave way, and they tumbled downwards, discovering what appeared to be a ruinous relic below. In this subterranean space, they encountered numerous mysterious patterns adorning the walls, indicating a historical connection between the inhabitants of this place and the 1,000-year dragon. Although the reason for their migration to Battleship Island remained unknown, it was evident that there existed a link between Battleship Island and the Lost Island. As Nami speculated that the lost island might have sunk beneath the waves, Zero thoughtfully remarked, I recall that when the thousand-year dragon first appeared, there was mention of the lost island possibly resurfacing soon. Could it be that the submerged island will rise again at some point? Sanji interjected, that seems improbable. For the lost island to emerge voluntarily from the depths of the sea is quite extraordinary. Zero shook his head. Nothing is impossible. Do not forget that we are close to the Grand Line, where anything can happen. As soon as he finished speaking, an air of silence enveloped the group, each member seemingly contemplating the veracity of Zero's statement. Aware that his conjecture might seem fanciful, Zero recognized that even if it were true, it would be difficult for those who had never witnessed it to believe. Thus, he chose to remain silent and resumed observing the surrounding ruins. At that moment, the group noticed that Abyss appeared somewhat despondent, feeling as though their efforts had been in vain. They quickly rallied to comfort her, which gradually lifted her spirits. Suddenly, Zero lifted his gaze upwards, and Zoro followed his line of sight. There was a palpable aura of menace. Upon hearing this, the others turned their attention to the edge of the pit above, where they discovered the whirlwind-like Eric, a devil fruit user who had consumed the scythe fruit. Without hesitation, Zoro directly addressed Luffy, saying, Luffy, you and the thousand-year dragon should head back to the ship. I will stay here to take care of him. Luffy nodded and charged towards the wall, attempting to create an opening, but instead, he collided with the wall and bounced back, causing the adjacent wall to collapse with a resounding crash. Haha, look, there's a way, the others exclaimed. Later, they once more guided the thousand-year dragon as they slid down from the mountaintop. Although they experienced a thrilling and perilous journey, they ultimately reached the vicinity of the Mary with safety. However, Sanji and Usopp could not escape the fate of being submerged in the sea, while Nami was swept up by Zero, who had foreseen the impending splash, thus avoiding getting wet. Thank you, Zero, Nami said. Her cheeks flushed as she hopped down from Zero's arms. Her bashful demeanor made Sanji's teeth itch with envy, wishing he were the one to hold Nami instead. Zero did not ruminate excessively. He was currently attuned to Zoro's situation through his observation Haki. Although the distance impeded his clarity regarding the state of affairs between the two, he sensed that Zoro was relatively safe, which eased his mind. In fact, facing such a formidable adversary for the first time, Zoro felt a modicum of trouble. After all, Eric's strikes were indiscernible, and on several occasions, he relied solely on instinct to evade them, which proved to be exceedingly perilous. How infuriating! How could one possess such an ability? Zoro felt a surge of impatience. He could not afford to squander time here. If he did not swiftly eliminate this foe, he would be in serious trouble. He forced himself to regain composure, recalling the breathing techniques Zero had previously demonstrated and the methods taught by Kushiro. It seemed he was on the brink of an epiphany. Finally, as Eric unleashed another series of sharp, translucent blades directed towards him, Zoro grasped the essence of breathing techniques. Everything breathes. The earth has its breath. Trees have their breath. And he too could perceive the breath imbued in Eric's attacks. With a swift draw, he executed the one-sword style, Lion's Song. Flash. The transparent blades were cleaved in two, and before Eric could react, Zoro closed the distance with blinding speed, delivering a devastating gash across Eric's body with the Enma sword. It was unfathomable. Eric collapsed, his expression a mask of disbelief, as if, in that fleeting moment before his fall, he could not fathom being vanquished by a mere pirate. After defeating Eric, Zoro felt an unspoken enhancement in his understanding of armament Haki, believing that it would not be long before he would grasp its fundamentals. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard Luffy's voice calling his name from afar. In the next instant, Luffy's rubbery arm landed squarely on his shoulder. Could it be this familiar sensation? Before Zoro could articulate a response, he was propelled towards the others like a spring by Luffy's arm, albeit with a rather ungraceful landing. Zero, witnessing the scene, rubbed his forehead, opting to feign ignorance. He had intended to tell Luffy to refrain from such antics, but by the time he considered it, Luffy's arm had already extended, and Zoro was back with them, rendering his thoughts unnecessary. The group departed from the treacherous waters, but just as one storm subsided, another arose. Before the Going Merry, an overwhelming fleet of Navy ships suddenly materialized, far exceeding the number Zero had witnessed during his prior destruction of naval vessels, sending a shiver down his spine. What manner of force was this 8th Division, possessing such an armada? Was this the Navy's might to suppress the Grand Line? It seemed utterly absurd. The Navy fleet, now aware of the Going Merry's presence, swiftly tethered each ship together with iron chains and commenced a relentless barrage upon the Going Merry. Boom, boom, boom. Faced with the whistling cannonballs hurtling past the Going Merry, Zero unsheathed the Soryu and declared, "There's no escape now. We must carve our path through. All right, everyone. We'll board their ships and sever the chains. That's our only chance of survival." Upon hearing Luffy finalize the strategy, the crew steeled themselves against their fears, preparing to engage the Navy fleet in a battle to the death, determined to forge a path to freedom. Chapter 29. Mission accomplished. The crew was at the helm of the Going Merry, attempting to break through the encirclement. Concerned for the Millennium Dragon, ABIs made her way to the dragon's plank, insisting on staying with it, and the others could only acquiesce. Suddenly, a cannonball hurtled toward the Going Merry, and when Nami found herself unable to maneuver the ship away. Luffy leaped from the bow, inhaling deeply to inflate his belly in a moment of desperation, propelling the cannonball away just before it struck the ship. The cannonball soared toward an enemy ship, shattering its mast and cleaving it in two. Admiral Nelson, witnessing the chaos, was infuriated and ordered his men to deploy oversized cannons. Yet, before they could fire, Usopp retaliated, targeting the cannon's firing port with the Going Merry's own artillery. Boom! The main cannon exploded, sending Nelson and numerous Navy soldiers sprawling on the deck, unable to rise for some time. How about that? What a move! Usopp boasted to the crew, only to be met with Zoro's retort about his good fortune in hitting the target. Meanwhile, Luffy extended his rubbery arm, aiming to seize the enemy ship. Rubber bridge. Zoro and Sanji, seizing the opportunity, leapt onto Luffy's arm, heading for the enemy vessel. Zoro swiftly advanced across the sky, simulating a moonwalk, eliciting a wave of envy from Sanji, who contemplated the prospect of learning this technique from Zoro. Mastering it would undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess. Zoro, on the other hand, had no inclination towards acquiring the moonwalk technique, as his strength primarily lay in swordsmanship. Having just grasped the nuances of breathing techniques, he felt the need to consolidate his newfound skills, thus he merely cast a glance at Zoro before continuing his forward momentum. As Zoro landed on the deck, Zoro and Sanji arrived simultaneously, only for Luffy to retract his arm and soar over, inadvertently colliding with the unfortunate Zoro. "What are you doing, Luffy?" he exclaimed. "Haha." Safely arrived. Despite the grumbling within his heart, Zoro did not decline Luffy's request to sever the steel chains. Instead, he positioned himself beside the chains and unsheathed his sword. What a Kamanji! Zoro took on the task of cutting the chains while the others assumed the role of his protectors. Luffy unleashed a barrage of rubber techniques, while Sanji employed his powerful kicks. Even as waves of Navy soldiers surged from other ships to reinforce their ranks, they remained undeterred. On Zero's front, however, the battle took on a peculiar twist. Any Navy soldier who ventured within 3 meters of him would find their eyes rolling back, their bodies succumbing uncontrollably to the ground. Consequently, the advancing Navy troops hesitated, daunted by the phenomenon surrounding Zero, and opted instead to converge their efforts on attacking Luffy and Sanji, thereby escalating the pressure on the two. Though he desired to eliminate the Navy in one fell swoop, the overwhelming number of adversaries and their continuous reinforcements proved insurmountable. His aura of dominance had its limitations. Thus, he resolved to gradually dispatch his foes. Ultimately, Luffy utilized his rubber arm to encircle the entire naval contingent aboard the ship, casting them all overboard from the warship, which afforded him a brief respite. As the battle momentarily ceased, Zoro coincidentally severed the last steel chain. Nami and Usopp hastily navigated the Going Merry, attempting to force their way between the two warships. Unexpectedly, a sudden cannonball plummeted onto the surface of the water beneath the plank where ABI's and the Millennium Dragon stood, causing the board to lurch violently, and ABI's lost her footing, plunging into the sea. Fortunately, Usopp, witnessing the urgent predicament, leapt from the Going Merry and rescued the feeble ABI's from the depths. Gazing at the unconscious ABI's, the Millennium Dragon suddenly rose, elongating his neck and letting out a thunderous roar that drew the attention of all present. Dragon. At that moment, ABI's regained consciousness, seemingly attuned to the Millennium Dragon's thoughts, wishing to dissuade him. However, the Millennium Dragon had already taken to the skies, his sights set on the flagship commanded by Nelson. "You lot, bring it down. I only require the dragon's bones. Even a corpse will suffice." Hearing Nelson's frantic orders, the naval ships promptly aimed their cannons skyward at the soaring Millennium Dragon. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the cacophony of cannon fire, most shots failed to reach their target due to insufficient altitude, yet a few projectiles struck the Millennium Dragon, inflicting pain and anguish, yet he remained aloft, undeterred. At last, Zero arrived and employed his swordsmanship to block the barrage of cannonballs surrounding the Millennium Dragon, allowing the Straw Hat Pirates and ABI's to breathe a sigh of relief. "There is no need to worry. With Zero here, Lord Dragon will surely be safe." ABI's nodded vigorously at Usopp's confident words, although she still harbored some concerns. Given the situation had escalated to this point, all she could do was pray that Lord Dragon would remain unharmed. Whoosh. Boom. As another cannonball disintegrated in midair, Zero, briefly pausing beside the Millennium Dragon with his moonwalk technique, found his temper hard to contain. After all, the Millennium Dragon was merely a peculiar creature in this world. Talking reindeer existed, so what was so extraordinary about a dragon? Moreover, the notion of an elixir for immortality was patently farcical. Yet such a multitude of fleets had been dispatched to capture it. Was this not an egregious affront? No, it should be directed toward the dragon. Regardless, anger coursed through him. And seizing the fleeting moment while the cannonballs ceased fire, Zero activated his armament Haki, enveloping the blade of his sword with it. The dragon-like pattern shimmering with a hint of purple luminescence. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless barrage of cannon fire surged forth once more. Clearly, the naval fleet, having failed to bring down the Millennium Dragon, had grown increasingly agitated, resulting in a greater number of cannonballs than before. In the face of this assault potent enough to obliterate a small mountain, Zero inhaled deeply and swung his sword once again. Buzz. A colossal arc of blade light emerged upon the ocean's surface, resembling a crescent moon, capturing the attention of all. In Nelson's eyes, the cannonballs posed no obstruction to the blade light. In fact, the two naval vessels before him were cleaved in two as the light surged past. Subsequently, the blade light dissipated, revealing the central section of the flagship, the very vessel Nelson occupied, suddenly marred by a dark fissure that gradually expanded. Following this, the upper half of the ship tilted ominously into the sea, and despite Nelson and the other sailors' frantic struggles, they could not avert this grim fate. On the Mary, ABIs beheld the abruptly hushed scene, and the naval ship slowly sinking before that man, her eyes sparkling with awe. How magnificent! Chapter 30. Attribute Surge. Congratulations on completing the side quest. Defeat Navy Warship 44, earning 700 experience points and 70,000 berries. Upon completion of the task, Zero's attributes underwent another transformation. Character, Zero. Title, Undefeated Champion. Level, LV, 6500, 3200. Strength, 320. Stamina, 320. Agility, 320. Skills, Conqueror's Haki. LV, 3. Perfected, Armament Haki. LV, 2. Observation Haki. LV, 2. Martial Arts. LV, 4. Swordsmanship. LV, 5. With yet another level up, his attributes surged once more. Alongside this enhancement, Zero felt his skills' potency correspondingly amplify. The strength of his Haki intensified, and both martial arts and swordsmanship became more refined than before. However, contrary to this progression, Zero's body felt fatigued, and his Haki reserves were nearly depleted, indicating that the recent assault had taken a considerable toll on him. At this juncture, he could only maintain his moonwalk, barely keeping himself aloft in the sky, as another such strike would be unattainable in the short term. Meanwhile, following the sinking of Nelson's flagship, the opposing navy clearly descended into chaos. Some retreated, abandoning their chains, while others, in their panic, collided with one another, resulting in a severe disaster. Simultaneously, sensing something amiss, Zero withdrew his gaze and turned to the Millennium Dragon, which had inexplicably ceased flapping its wings and was now descending straight into the sea. What was happening? Perched upon the back of the Millennium Dragon, I began to examine its physical condition. Before long, Luffy leaped over, calling out to the ancient dragon in his own unique manner. Old dragon, what do you mean by enough? You should consider your own well-being. We can take good care of ABIs. Oh, what is this? Suddenly, Zero noticed a vast expanse of green gradually emerging beneath the sea's surface. With a perceptive awareness, he exclaimed, "It seems the lost island is finally about to reveal itself." What are you talking about, Zero? Luffy initially questioned, though through the eyes of the Millennium Dragon, he seemed to sense something as well. So that's how it is. The Millennium Dragon suddenly let out a resounding roar, prompting Luffy to remark with delight, "Ah, I see you have significant companions too." On the Mary, ABIs also heard the Millennium Dragon's call and explained to Nami and Usopp, "The Dragon Lord is summoning the Millennium Dragons from around the world. The time has come." At this moment, the two of them also noticed the expanding green hue beneath the sea and recalled Zero's earlier speculation about the reappearance of the lost island mentioned amidst the ruins. They could not help but swallow hard, their belief in his conjecture beginning to solidify. Shortly after, the Millennium Dragon's cry echoed through the heavens. Numerous Millennium Dragons suddenly emerged from the lofty clouds. In no time, the sky above this maritime expanse was enveloped by an unfathomable multitude of these majestic dragons. Oh my! So many! As Zero gazed at the ancient dragons soaring overhead, he marveled once more at the magnificence of such a wondrous creature. At that moment, the ancient dragon was bidding farewell to Luffy, who, though reluctant, nodded in acknowledgement and assured the dragon that he would convey the message to ABIs. In the next instant, the dragon's eyes shifted to Zero. "Thank you," the dragon expressed through Luffy's translation. Kneeling down, Zero silently regarded the dragon until it closed its eyes and drew its last breath, at which point he exhaled deeply. Despite his reluctance to accept the situation, Zero had done all he could, and the outcome was beyond his control. In truth, the ancient dragon was named not for its longevity of 1,000 years, but rather for its migration every millennium. The dragon's demise was simply due to the natural limits of its lifespan. Soon, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates arrived on the Going Merry. ABIs wore a somber expression, feeling she had failed to fulfill the dragon's wish of returning it to its lair. Yet Luffy reassured her, stating that the dragon's wish had indeed been accomplished. At that moment, she beheld new land emerging from the depths of the sea, as the fabled lost island resurfaced in a breathtaking new form. Suddenly, ABIs leaped from the ship and sprinted toward a specific location. "Where is she going?" Usopp inquired. Luffy replied, "To where the dragon is." As Luffy had indicated, ABIs rushed to the spot where the ancient dragon had once sunk beneath the waves, now revealed by the receding waters. The others followed ABIs, witnessing her tears as she faced the lifeless dragon. Unable to contain himself, Luffy exclaimed, "The dragon isn't truly dead. Look over there." Following Luffy's finger, ABI spotted a newly hatched baby dragon calling out in her direction. It seemed to resonate with the familiar voice of the ancient dragon. At that moment, she grasped the meaning behind the dragon's earlier words. Even in death, the ancient dragon would be reborn. Although sorrow still lingered in her heart, her gaze hardened with resolve, as if she had made a vow. Subsequently, the villagers from Battleship Island arrived and invited the Straw Hat Pirates to the island to express their gratitude. The crew graciously declined, realizing that they had already veered off course for too long and needed to set sail. Before departing, Luffy invited ABIs aboard the ship. Although Zero understood his captain's nature, he pondered whether it was wise to take a child onto the Grand Line. Despite her possessing a devil fruit power, Zero felt it was still too perilous. Fortunately, ABIs responded that she would remain on the island, vowing that even if she could not witness the dragon's next migration, her descendants would safeguard the lair for generations, awaiting the return of the baby dragon. Luffy respected her decision and refrained from insisting further. Goodbye, take care, they all called out. As the Going Merry sailed away, ABIs reminisced about her time spent with the crew, though she felt a pang of longing. She remained true to her heart. Suddenly, Bogdan mentioned the history of Battleship Island, which instantly struck a nerve. Grandpa Bogdan, no more of that. ABIs protested. Wait, ABIs. Don't run away. Please, listen to me. Thus concluded the tale of the Lost Island and the Ancient Dragon. Though brief, it became an indelible and cherished memory for Zero and each member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Even years later, they would fondly recall the little girl who communicated with the Ancient Dragon and the island that emerged once every 1,000 years. Chapter 31. A Moment of Peril. Nami. A vast expanse of dark clouds ahead. Upon hearing Sanji's report from atop the mast, Nami sighed, relieved to be back on their original course. Luffy, filled with excitement, leaped beside Sanji, laughing heartily. We're finally heading to the Grand Line. Caught up in the exhilaration, Zero felt a surge of anticipation. He too would one day experience the wonders of Giant Island and Alabasta. In a moment of serendipity, he glanced at Nami just as she turned to meet his gaze. He smiled and nodded, causing her to shyly avert her eyes, her ears tinged with a rosy hue. Zero, somewhat perplexed, chose instead to gaze into the distant expanse of the sea. Inside the dining hall of the Merry, the crew had gathered around Nami, who had made a new discovery. According to her, the map depicted a canal leading towards a mountain, suggesting that the entrance to the Grand Line was situated atop the mountain. Zoro expressed skepticism, questioning how seawater could possibly flow upwards and doubting the map's reliability. In contrast, Zero supported Nami's perspective, asserting that such a possibility indeed existed within the Grand Line. Sanji, standing behind Zero, also voiced his endorsement of Nami's findings. However, their discussion was abruptly interrupted when Usopp, who was at the helm, suddenly reported an inability to control the ship. Sanji rushed to assist, but to no avail. At that moment, Zero proposed the possibility of a powerful current beneath them. Upon hearing this, Nami quickly began to analyze the direction of the currents and ultimately concluded that if they wished to enter the Grand Line, it was highly likely they would need to ascend from the mountain. Regardless of the circumstances, let us first stabilize the ship to prepare for any unforeseen events. As Zero spoke, the crowd responded in unison, then returned to their respective positions. At last, they arrived at the Red Earth continent and beheld the towering peaks that pierced the heavens. Even Zoro, who had previously harbored doubts, could not help but believe that they might indeed be entering the Grand Line from the mountains. Just as they spotted a rising current from below, tension mounted among them. Nami took charge. Luffy, watch the right side, to the right. Got it. Sanji, Usopp, steer the ship to the right. Yes. The force of the current was so immense that Sanji and Usopp could not redirect the Merry even after breaking the helm. Just as the vessel was about to collide with the Red Earth continent, Luffy leaped forth, transforming into a balloon, and miraculously pushed the Merry back into the rising current, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. Zero sheathed the sword of the astonished dragon, the moment fraught with peril, as he almost drew his blade, uncertain of its efficacy. Soon, the Merry surged through the clouds, ascending to the highest peak of the Red Earth continent. Upon leaping over the summit, they finally beheld the waters belonging to the Grand Line. This was the world's most magnificent sea, the Grand Line, where the One Piece lay hidden somewhere in its depths. Onward! Luffy shouted exuberantly, and the crew was swept up in a tide of exhilaration. We have arrived at the Grand Line. The Merry sped down the mountainside. Having experienced such thrilling events, the crew's emotions were palpably heightened. Sanji even climbed onto the ship's netting to gaze into the distance, shedding his earlier composure. At that moment, Zoro inquired if anyone had heard any peculiar sounds. Nami glanced around and shook her head, suggesting it might merely be the wind, given the area's unusual terrain. Something feels amiss. Everyone, take heed. There's a colossal creature ahead. The silence was broken by a voice. Sanji exclaimed, "Hey, it seems there is a mountain ahead." As strange sights and sounds reached their ears, the crew aboard the ship became increasingly alert. However, when they finally discerned what lay before them, they were all rendered speechless in astonishment. A colossal whale. Luffy expressed his surprise, while Usopp, trembling, inquired whether they were to engage in battle with this gigantic creature. Nami interjected, pointing out that it was no longer a matter of whether they could win, but rather how they might survive. Zero felt a sudden chill, pondering whether this was indeed the largest whale species in the West Sea. The stark contrast between the depiction in anime and the palpable reality was striking. Laboon not only possessed an immense size, but also exuded an overwhelming aura of pressure, far more intense than any Sea Kings encountered in the Windless Zone. If Brook, now a mere skull, were to witness Laboon's current form, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. Zero surmised that even summoning the mighty dragon would scarcely inflict any significant damage upon Laboon, unless... At that moment, the crew noticed a passage on the left side of the whale, yet the Mary's helm was in disrepair, rendering Zoro and the others powerless in their attempts to maneuver it. Ultimately, it was Luffy's spontaneous idea to fire a cannonball that struck the whale's surface, leveraging the resulting rebound to halt the Mary, albeit at the cost of its bow. My first-class seat. As the crew hastily attempted to navigate the Mary away from the colossal whale before it detected their presence, Luffy, in a fit of anger, shouted at the whale while extending his arm to strike its eye. "What are you doing?" Zoro and Usopp rushed over, shoving Luffy aside. Yet their commotion had already attracted the whale's attention. The whale suddenly roared, its thunderous bellow reverberating through the air, even with their hands over their ears. The crew struggled to withstand the cacophony, and the Mary was violently rocked by the force, a display of sheer terror. But the ordeal did not end there. As the whale opened its mouth wide and engulfed the entire ship whole, when the crew regained their senses, it seemed as if the Mary had entered another realm, with blue skies and white clouds overhead. In the distance, a small island with a quaint cottage appeared, lending an inexplicable eeriness to the scene. Meanwhile, Luffy was conspicuously absent, having seemingly escaped before the Mary was consumed. "Where are we?" Nami lamented, her head spinning. Encountering such absurdity so soon after entering the Grand Line was outrageous. The others surveyed their surroundings, while Zero maintained a calm demeanor, confident in their relative safety. He understood that Laboon bore no ill intent. The whale merely sought a response from its companions in its own peculiar way. Suddenly, a giant octopus emerged, capturing everyone's attention, and they braced themselves for action. Yet, in the next moment, several iron arrows soared through the air, striking the massive creature and killing it instantly on the surface. As the colossal octopus fell, the crew noticed a figure observing them from within the cottage. Upon recognizing the person's likeness, Zero quietly remarked in a voice only he could hear, "Is this Roger S. Ship's doctor?" Chapter 32, Blade Cuts Rocket Launcher. A sense of indifference enveloped the scene. The individual before us appeared to be over 70 years of age. Yet, one must not judge by appearances, for he was capable of hunting colossal octopuses even at such an advanced age. Truly, he was a man who had once followed Roger. He cast a glance at the gathering and then sat down to peruse a newspaper, provoking a chorus of playful banter from the crowd. Subsequently, he introduced himself as Colicles, the guardian of Twin Cape. Colicles expressed his bewilderment at the presence of the others, causing Nami and Usopp to become somewhat flustered. Zero comforted too. Since that fellow was able to construct a dwelling here, it stands to reason that he must have resided here for a considerable period. Therefore, we should not encounter any issues. So, how shall we proceed to exit? In response to Usopp's inquiry, Zero gestured towards the newspaper reading Curex, stating, "Ask him." As they sought Curex's guidance on how to leave, he promptly pointed to a massive iron gate not far away, declaring that the exit was right there. Once again, the group lamented the bizarre existence of such an exit within the belly of a whale. At that moment, Usopp came to the realization that this world was illusory. The sea surface above, the clouds, and the azure sky were merely painted images. As the group prepared to depart, the merry-go suddenly jolted once more. Curex explained that this was due to the whale Labu, who was ramming his head against the red earth continent. Nami recalled the numerous scars on the whale's head, while Usopp speculated that Curex might be employing some method to hunt the whale. Zoro and others expressed their disinterest in getting involved. Suddenly, Curex leaped into the gastric fluid. Usopp questioned his intentions, noting that being corroded by the gastric acid was perilous, but Zero merely shook his head, feigning ignorance. Before long, Curex re-emerged, ascending the staircase by the iron gate, seemingly intent on some undisclosed purpose. A voice suddenly echoed through the air, "Hey everyone, so you were all here." The group turned to see three figures soaring through the sky. Aside from the last figure, who was Luffy, the other two were unfamiliar faces to them. Upon reflection, it seems that the backgrounds of these two individuals are quite formidable. One is a princess from Alabasta, and the other is an underling of Crocodile. The crowd managed to rescue all three. At that moment, Curex reappeared, visibly angered upon seeing the two, and warned them against harboring intentions to harm the whale Laboon. However, the two disregarded Curex's admonitions, and, inexplicably producing a rocket launcher, prepared to fire a projectile at Laboon's belly. Zero shook his head, and the dragon was unleashed. Clang! The two felt an abrupt alleviation of their burdens, and before their astonished eyes, the rocket launcher split in two, clattering onto the ship. As they contemplated their next move, Zero swiftly approached and rendered them unconscious with the hilt of his sword. "Well done, Zero. I was just feeling a bit irked by those two. And you beat me to it, ha ha ha," Luffy exclaimed, patting Zero on the shoulder. Zero nodded in agreement, though he felt somewhat remorseful towards Vivi, who was acting in this scenario. On the small island, Curex was currently elucidating to the group why Laboon had collided with the Red Line and the reason behind his cries at Reverse Mountain. It was said that a certain pirate crew had once arrived at Reverse Mountain, and before their departure, they entrusted Corex with the care of Laboon for a span of 2 to 3 years, promising to return for him after completing a voyage around the Grand Line. Yet, 50 years have since elapsed. Zero understood that this pirate crew had mostly perished, with only one member remaining in this world, transformed into a lifeless skeleton due to consuming the Yomi Yomi no Mi. Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their astonishment at the perilous nature of the Grand Line, particularly in regard to the whale Laboon's remarkable ability to wait here for 50 years, which they found utterly incomprehensible. Subsequently, with the assistance of Crocus, the Straw Hat Pirates managed to exit the belly of Laboon. During their conversation, Luffy learned that Crocus had once served as a ship's doctor for a pirate crew and was struck by the desire to invite him to join them, only to be firmly declined by Crocus, who acknowledged that his body was no longer youthful. Through further dialogue with Crocus, they uncovered a harsh truth. That pirate crew from 50 years ago had long since fled the Grand Line, earning their ire and condemnation. Only Zero and Luffy leaned against the railing, silently gazing at Laboon. Zero suddenly spoke up. "Hey, Luffy, do you think that pirate crew truly escaped?" Luffy tilted his head. "I don't know." "Oh, I see. That guy is quite pitiable." What do you wish to do?" "Me? I want to do this," Luffy declared, and then, under Zero's gaze, he dashed towards the Mary, forcefully snapping the mast. Following that, he ran up Laboon's body and fiercely plunged the mast into its head. Laboon cried out in agony, leaving Luffy's companions bewildered, uncertain of why he would undertake such an action. Only Zero had surmised Luffy's intentions, a silent smile gracing his face. Laboon was enraged. It hurled Luffy against the red line, and even when Luffy charged again, Laboon repelled him once more. In just a few exchanges, Luffy was left battered and bruised. "It's a draw." Luffy raised his hand, agreeing with the whale Laboon on a future duel. He promised he would return after a round trip of the Grand Line to face it again, urging it to wait for him. Laboon emitted a cheerful sound. Later, to prevent Laboon from crashing into the red line again, Luffy decided to leave a drawing of a straw hat skull on its head, instructing it to protect it well. Laboon nodded, indicating it would uphold the promise. When everyone returned to the Mary, Zero finally climbed onto Laboon's head and began recounting tales of Brook. "Laboon, did you know? Your companions didn't flee. They fought valiantly. And do you remember Brook?" Upon hearing the familiar name, Laboon appeared somewhat agitated. "Brook? He consumed the Yomi Yomi no Mi and is currently somewhere along the Grand Line. He will become our companion. When we return here, you shall see him again. But he has now transformed into a skeleton, so be careful not to shatter his bony frame. Ha 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 ha." Zero, confident that Labu understood his intentions, refrained from continuing the conversation and leapt gracefully from Labu's head. Labu watched as Zero's silhouette ascended the Mary, his eyes once again brimming with tears. Chapter 33. Anomalies. While Luffy and his companions were taking a respite at Twin Cape, Nami suddenly exclaimed in distress that the compass had malfunctioned. Kureha elaborated that the islands of the Grand Line were predominantly composed of magnetic minerals, resulting in chaotic magnetic fields that rendered compasses ineffective for navigation. Eagerly, Nami inquired if there was an alternative to the compass. Kureha informed her of a device known as the log pose, specifically designed for navigation in the Grand Line. In a moment of surprise, Nami watched as Luffy produced the log pose, promptly resolving their dilemma. When Nami asked where he had acquired it, Luffy replied that it was left behind by the duo who had fled, prompting her to nod in understanding. With the log pose in hand, Kureha began to explain its principles and usage to Nami, mentioning that it would ultimately point towards Raftel, the final island where the Pirate King had set foot, making everyone acutely aware of the significance of this small object. "Luffy, how could you have consumed all the food?" Sanji suddenly demanded, irate. Unfazed, Luffy shrugged off the reprimand, prompting Sanji to deliver a swift kick that sent Luffy sprawling. At that moment, Nami happened to be in the line of fire. Fortunately, the observant Zero noticed this unfolding event, stepping in to redirect Luffy to a safer spot, thereby protecting both Nami and the log pose from calamity. "Luffy, you all are being excessively unreasonable, aren't you?" Ignoring Luffy's protest, the group witnessed Laba suddenly transporting the two individuals to shore, none other than the previously escaped duo, Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine. Mr. Nine pleaded for assistance, wishing to board the Mary and return to Whiskey Peak. Nami initially intended to refuse, but Luffy's unexpected acquiescence left her with no choice but to relent. Thus, shortly after Nami adjusted the log pose, the Straw Hat Pirates, amidst Labu's howls, set sail from Twin Cape aboard the Mary, heading towards Whiskey Peak. As they departed, Kureha mused to himself, could they be the pirates we have long awaited? What an extraordinary man he is. Isn't that right, Roger? After the Mary had sailed for some time, a sudden snowfall began to blanket the sea. Standing on the deck, Zero felt a twinge of nostalgia. Just moments ago, the weather had been warm, only to transform into a frigid chill. The climate of the Grand Line was indeed peculiar. Fortunately, his enhanced constitution allowed him to disregard such a drop in temperature, and Luffy and the others were similarly unaffected. They even began to build snowmen and engage in a snowball fight, which made Zero envious, igniting a desire to join their merriment. However, He seemed to recollect something and approached Nami. Nami, what is it? Zero pointed at Nami's log pointer and said, you should pay attention to the log pointer. I am concerned that the weather may affect the course of the Mary. Nami intended to express that she had just checked it, but as she lowered her head, she suddenly noticed that the pointer had reversed its direction. What was happening? I clearly just looked at it. Nami quickly realized that the Mary had inexplicably changed its course and was now heading back in the direction they had come from. She hurriedly instructed everyone to adjust the ship's direction. Luffy and Usopp, stop playing around. The ship is going the wrong way. Quickly pull the sails, and Sanji, turn the helm into the wind and execute a 180-degree turn. Nami called out to Mr. 9 and Vivi, urging them to assist as well. Zoro, who had been napping on the deck, received a swift punch from Zero, waking him from his daze. Upon seeing everyone bustling about, he joined in without hesitation. In a brief span, the crew endured scorching sun, thick fog, fierce winds, and tumultuous waves, even encountering an iceberg in the seemingly barren sea. Thankfully, Zero swiftly severed it with a blade of light, but the encounter left everyone feeling uneasy. Finally, after the rain ceased and the skies cleared, the sea calmed, and they reached their destination, Whiskey Peak. Luffy marveled at the island's landscape, astonished by the sight of enormous cacti. However, Zero, utilizing his observation Haki, discerned that the peaks were adorned with numerous crucifix tombstones, each inscribed with names, creating a rather eerie atmosphere. One couldn't help but wonder if the crew would still choose to set foot on the island upon discovering such a grim reality. Suddenly, a thought crossed Zero's mind. Yet upon witnessing the excitement etched on everyone's faces, he deemed it prudent to withhold this reality. At that moment, the duo appeared atop the fence, bidding farewell to the crowd before leaping into the sea and swimming away. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates felt little impact from their departure, as their time spent together had been rather brief. Subsequently, discussions regarding Whiskey Peak ensued among the group. When Luffy suggested that if the island posed any danger, they could simply set sail, Nami promptly doused the enthusiasm with a dose of reality, indicating that they might need to remain here for a while. The log pose required time to record the island's magnetic forces, which could take anywhere from 1 or 2 days to 4 or 5, before they could proceed to the next island. The crew had no choice but to accept this truth. As the mist gradually enveloped their surroundings, the Going Merry ventured into the inner sea of Whiskey Peak. Suddenly, Zero sensed something amiss and surveyed the surroundings. Everyone, remain vigilant. I feel that we are being watched. And not by just a few. Prompted by Zero's warning, the others began to notice the indistinct figures on the island. Just as they were about to react, jubilant cheers erupted from the shore. Welcome to Whiskey Peak, esteemed pirate. Welcome, heroes, to this land. Welcome, welcome. Feeling the exuberance of the island's inhabitants, Luffy and the others couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Usopp even greeted them as if they were true heroes returning in triumph. This spectacle caused Zero to shake his head in disbelief. For heaven's sake, in this grand line, how can these pirates with an uncertain future be regarded as heroes? It is either a trap or a scheme. It seems everyone is still too naive. Zero pondered this thought, suddenly lifting his gaze towards Zoro, who was looking back at him with a serious expression. It seemed that not only did Zero sense something amiss, but Zoro too had discerned the peculiarities of the moment. The two exchanged nods, their eyes intertwining before shifting to observe their surroundings. The group disembarked from the ship. A middle-aged man with British curls approached, introducing himself as Ikelam, the mayor of the town, warmly welcoming everyone and inviting them to a gathering on the island. Standing at the back, Zero found himself somewhat speechless, pondering whether this was not akin to a banquet of treachery. Chapter 34. The Intimidation of the Executioner. At this juncture, Nami inquired of Ikelam how long it would take for the recording device to gather the island's magnetic data. Ikelam dismissed such matters, preparing to place an arm around Nami's shoulders. You be mindful. Upon hearing this somewhat indifferent remark, Ikelam halted his movements, turning to regard the speaker. The bounty on this individual's head suddenly surfacing in his mind. Was this the executioner with a bounty of 50 million berries? Indeed, he appeared formidable. Ikelam mentally tagged Zero, awkwardly retracting his hand. At that moment, Nami turned to Zero, feeling a warm surge from his unexpected concern. Eventually, Ikelam regained his composure, ushering Luffy and the others into the interior of the island while reminding the townsfolk to take good care of these adventurers. That evening, the group joined the island's revelry. Luffy indulged in a grand feast. Usopp regaled everyone with exaggerated tales of his exploits, and Sanji embraced the women with a look of infatuation. Meanwhile, Nami, Zoro, and Zero sat on a nearby sofa, observing the festivities. Ikelam approached, wishing to share a drink with the trio. Initially, Nami declined, but upon Ikelam's explanation that it was a special beverage made from grapes and contained no alcohol, she decided to give it a taste. This drink is delightful, Nami exclaimed after sipping. Seizing the moment, Ikelam invited Nami and the others to participate in a toast competition, offering a reward of 100,000 berries for the victor. The money-loving Nami immediately resolved to join in, even encouraging Zoro and Zero to partake. Zero shook his head, expressing a desire to step outside for some fresh air, and promptly exited the room, leaving Zoro to face the dubious gaze of Nami, who insisted he join her in this so-called drinking contest. After a considerable time, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates succumbed to slumber. Ikelam emerged, engaging in conversation with the suddenly appearing Vivi and Mr. Nine, and he subsequently unveiled his true identity as Mr. 8 of the Baroque Works. To their astonishment, that female pirate possessed an extraordinary capacity for alcohol. A woman clad in a gray robe also made her way out of the house, and as she shed her robe, her muscular physique was revealed simultaneously. Like Ikelam, she was a bounty hunter from Baroque Works, known as Miss Monday. Miss Monday remarked in exasperation about why a group of mere children hadn't been dealt with upon their disembarkation. Upon hearing this, Ikelam retrieved 2 bounty posters, one featuring Luffy and the other Zero. As they beheld the bounties, all 3 were taken aback. They had not anticipated that these seemingly harmless pirates warranted such attention from the Navy. Particularly striking was Zero's bounty of 50 million berries, which was hardly inferior to that of their boss before he became a warlord of the sea. By the way, it seems I haven't seen that executioner since then. Do any of you recall? Upon hearing Miss Monday's words, Ikelam broke into a cold sweat, only to then hear a familiar voice. Are you looking for me? The executioner is merely a title bestowed upon me by the Navy. I prefer you call me by my name. What do you think, esteemed members of Baroque Works? The 4 abruptly turned their heads in unison towards the source of the voice. At this moment, Zero stood in front of a house, arms crossed and devoid of any expression. Yet, for reasons unknown, the 4 individuals simultaneously sensed an unfathomable pressure emanating from this man. Before they could react, another voice emerged from the house behind them. Zero, so this is where you are. I was wondering why I couldn't find you, ha ha ha. As the 4 recognized the figure, they discerned that it was none other than Rorino Azaro of the Straw Hat Pirates. My apologies. I just stepped away to the restroom and took a short stroll. I didn't expect to return at such a moment. Haha. Zero waved in response to Zoro, also noticing that individuals armed with knives and guns were gradually gathering around, seemingly intent on surrounding the 2. Zero, are you all right down there by yourself? This is the den of bounty hunters, so do be cautious. Zoro inquired with concern, yet showed no inclination to come to his aid. Zero shook his head, standing up amidst the puzzled gazes of numerous bounty hunters, and spoke in a calm tone. They are merely a group of ordinary people. Upon finishing his words, Ikelam seemed to recall something and prepared to alert everyone to the man before them, but was suddenly overwhelmed by an astonishing aura emanating from Zero, causing his head to throb intensely. Ikelam struggled to articulate, what on earth is this? As he observed the bounty hunters collapsing one after another, their eyes rolling back, Zoro could not help but take a deep breath. Although it was not the first time he had witnessed such a phenomenon, the impact remained profoundly shocking. The Conqueror's Haki is truly formidable, Zoro remarked. Yet rather than feeling disheartened, he found his desire for strength intensifying upon sensing Zero's immense power. In the blink of an eye, all the surrounding bounty hunters had fallen. Even those further away, who were not directly affected, were compelled to flee upon witnessing the bizarre scene, shouting cries of devil. As for the 4 members of Baroque Works, although they did not collapse, they were left reeling on the ground, taking a considerable time to rise, gazing at the man before them with expressions of fear. Despite having encountered numerous pirates, they had never encountered a man with such an eerie power, especially as their companions fell one by one, leading them to the terrifying realization that this man might be even more dreadful than Mr. Zero. Suddenly, Ikelam spoke up, do not be afraid, prompting the 3 to turn their attention toward him. Zero and Zoro also looked over, curious about his next move. Do not forget, if we fail our mission, we will still meet our demise. Dying at the hands of our boss is far less preferable than battling this man. At least there is a glimmer of hope. After all, having just exerted such power, he surely cannot do so a second time. Zero wished to express that he could indeed make a second appearance. After all, following his upgrade, the range of his Conqueror's Haki had not only expanded, but its duration had also significantly increased. However, observing their current dismal state, Zero felt it best not to harm their fragile spirits, especially considering that one among them might one day become a companion of the Straw Hat Pirates. Zero, you need not display your prowess alone. Allow me to handle these 2, Zoro declared, leaping down from the rooftop. After stretching his limbs, he charged directly toward Mr. 9 and his companion. Zero smiled slightly, tacitly acknowledging Zoro's actions. However, his expression abruptly shifted to one of seriousness, for Ikarim and Miss Monday now stood before him. Executioner, let us see what means you possess, Miss Monday declared, charging forward. Ikarim simultaneously brandished a horn-like device, preparing to launch an attack on Zero. Sensing the unwavering resolve of his opponents, Zero could only helplessly concede. Very well, I shall indulge you in your play. Chapter 35, The Return of the Abilities. First update, bang, bang, bang. Ikarim relentlessly fired at Zero, yet each round was effortlessly deflected by Zero with a mere flick of his wrist. Observing Zero's ease, Ikarim urgently called out to his companion, Miss Monday, act swiftly. Executioner, let you experience the strength of a woman. With a fierce shout, Miss Monday lunged at Zero, enveloping him in a bear hug and slamming him into the ground. The earth shattered beneath her immense power, creating fissures reminiscent of a spider's web. She was just about to mock Zero when a robust hand suddenly emerged from the swirling dust, gripping her neck with an ironclad hold. It was the executioner. Before Miss Monday could fully utter the words "save me," a force more terrifying than her own erupted from that grip, rendering her breathless and causing her arms to fall helplessly to her sides. Miss Monday! Kareem cried out in anguish, taken aback by the swift downfall of his partner. Zero, on the verge of collapse, cast aside Miss Monday and continued his advance towards Ikarlum. You wretched scoundrel, just wait until I pierce you through, Ikarlum shouted, unexpectedly extending 6 machine guns from his hair, aiming them at Zero, who was approaching. However, to his astonishment, Zero suddenly vanished, only to reappear behind him in an instant. With a sharp sound, blood began to seep from Ikarlum's chest, a trickle of crimson flowing from the corner of his mouth. With a dull thud, he collapsed to the ground, instantly losing consciousness. Zero retrieved the startled dragon, casting a glance at the fallen Miss Monday and Ikarlum on the ground. Without lingering, he proceeded towards another battlefield. Upon his arrival, he found that Zoro had just concluded his skirmish. Previously, Zoro had been in a favorable position. But the tide turned when Vivi, seeking to threaten him, used the sleeping Luffy as a hostage, dragging him out of the room. Seizing the opportunity, Zoro countered by launching Mr. 9 towards Vivi during Mr. 9's chain attack, ultimately bringing the conflict to a close. What transpired? As Zero and Zoro observed their captain Luffy awaken briefly before returning to slumber, they felt a sense of helplessness. Just when Zoro believed the situation had reached its conclusion, 2 unfamiliar faces emerged before the fallen quartet. According to Vivi, these individuals were also from Baroque Works, designated as Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. Within Baroque Works, Mr. Zero served as the clandestine leader, and the numerical proximity to Zero indicated greater strength. Thus, it was evident that these 2 possessed considerable prowess. They openly declared their intention to eliminate Ikarlum and Vivi. It turned out that they were both undercover agents, and upon hearing Ikarlum address Vivi, it became apparent that she bore a remarkably noble status. Ikarlum urged Vivi to flee, insisting he would confront Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine alone. In response, Mr. 5 merely pinched his nose and flicked a booger at Ikarlum. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted before Ikarlum, engulfing him in flames, and he collapsed before Vivi's astonished gaze. Nearby, Zero noticed Zoro's incredulous expression and pointed out, "These 2 have consumed devil fruits. They are. The man in sunglasses must have eaten the bomb fruit, while the one floating in midair has likely consumed the float fruit." Thus, it was revealed, truly, this was the Grand Line. To encounter 2 such individuals within a mere few days of setting sail was extraordinary, Zoro mused, before continuing to observe the unfolding scene alongside Zero. Meanwhile, Mr. 5, having severely injured Ikarlum, displayed no change in expression, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Ikarlum, with us here, don't expect to escape. Miss Valentine laughed derisively, her demeanor carefree as she floated through the air, approaching Vivi alongside Mr. 5. At that moment, a notification echoed in Zero's mind. Ding. Side quest activated. Defeat Baroque Works Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. Successful completion rewards 750 experience points and 1 item lottery ticket. Finally, a quest had arrived. Through previous side missions, Zero had begun to discern patterns in quest triggers, such as the likelihood of task intensity correlating with one's own strength. If the opponent were too weak, the conditions for triggering a quest might not be met, as was the case with Ikarlum and Miss Monday. However, through this side quest, Zero realized that today's events would fall under his jurisdiction. Just as Vivi was about to be overwhelmed by the 2 attackers, a man suddenly appeared, standing protectively before her. You are. The duo finally noticed the presence of another individual, and upon recognizing Zero, their faces filled with astonishment as they exclaimed, "The executioner, Zero, a pirate with a bounty of 50 million, it is you. Ah, so you are aware of my reputation. That simplifies matters. Might I implore you to spare this woman for my sake?" Upon the conclusion of Zero's words, a sense of familiarity washed over him. However, Miss Valentine's Day and Mr. 5 erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Just a mere pirate worth 50 million, and yet he dares to be so arrogant. He should return to his pirate ship. It appears that this matter is far from resolved. Zero, would you care to lend a hand?" Zoro suddenly interjected, recognizing that these 2 are indeed formidable devil fruit users, far from the trivial underlings encountered before. Zero waved his hand dismissively. "No need for assistance. I can handle these 2 on my own. You may simply observe." "You really think we can be easily manipulated by you?" Miss Valentine's Day felt a flicker of annoyance, acutely aware of her own insignificance in Zero's nonchalant words. Just as she contemplated soaring into the air to confront this boastful man, Mr. 5 suddenly urged her to remain calm. "Look, that woman is making a run for it." Upon spotting Vivi sprinting away, they instinctively followed suit, only to be abruptly halted by a swift flash of cerulean blade cutting across their path. The sound of Zero echoed as it questioned, "Did I permit you to leave?" At that moment, the tip of the dragon's blade was directed at the 2. Its chilling glint flashing ominously, as if it were poised to transform into a fearsome beast ready to unleash its fury upon them. Faced with this threat, the 2 had no choice but to halt their pursuit of Vivi and resolve the matter with the man before them first. Meanwhile, in another location, Luffy had just finished using the restroom when he observed the islanders lying unconscious, their eyes rolled back. Recalling that only one person among his crew could wield such power, he felt a surge of anger. "Zero, where are you?" he shouted, puzzled as to why Zero would treat the island's inhabitants in such a manner. And he began to roam the town, calling out his name. Chapter 36, Armament Haki, Hardening. Second update, is Zero engaged in battle with Miss Valentine and Mr. 5, Nami. Feigning intoxication, appeared beside Zoro, negotiating with the awakening Icolum. She sought to ensure Vivi's safety in exchange for a bounty of 1 billion berries. Initially, Icolum did not acquiesce. But upon realizing his inability to protect Vivi, he conceded that they should rescue her first before discussing terms. With the negotiations yielding initial success, Nami felt a surge of elation and instructed Zoro to assist Zero in the fight. However, Zoro shook his head, asserting that Zero could handle them alone. And they continued to observe the unfolding battle. "How dare you face us alone? Do you not realize we are both devil fruit users?" Miss Valentine mocked, her lips covered in amusement, while Mr. 5 nodded in agreement, seemingly confident of their victory. "Enough talk, let us get to it." With that, Zero swung his blade, cleaving through a nearby building with a single stroke. Sensing the invisible pressure emanating from this attack, the two exchanged glances and Mr. 5 initiated his assault. He extracted a small clump of black substance from his nose and launched it at Zero. Disgusting. Zero felt a sense of disdain. Unlike Zoro, he would never allow his beloved blade to come into contact with such repugnant matter. In an instant, he unleashed a brilliant arc of light from his sword. Buzz. Boom. The moment the blade's radiance collided with the booger bomb, a tremendous explosion erupted, generating a fierce gust of wind that shattered the windows of the nearby houses. As the turmoil subsided and the smoke cleared, Zero realized that Miss Valentine had vanished from her position, while Mr. 5 was rapidly advancing toward him. Zero once again unleashed a blade of light. As the cerulean glow approached Mr. 5, his figure shifted, and when he reappeared, he had already bypassed the blade and stood before Zero. Die. Mr. 5 swung his fist. Zero felt the latent power within it and instinctively raised his sword to block. Boom. An explosion reverberated through the street. In the next moment, Zero swiftly retreated from the dissipating smoke, but before he could regain his footing, the voice of Miss Valentine echoed from above. "My ability allows me to control my weight. For instance, 50 kilograms, 100 kilograms, 1,000 kilograms, 10,000 kilograms." Miss Valentine plummeted from the sky at an astonishing speed, targeting Zero's position. Thud. This time, the sound was somewhat muffled. Yet the force was evidently greater than that generated by the previous two. Fortunately, Zero quickened his retreat, narrowly evading Miss Valentine's attack. Otherwise, he would have found himself in dire straits. Enough of this play. It's time to earnestly resolve this farce. Upon hearing Zero's declaration, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine appeared to have heard the most amusing joke in the world, bursting into laughter. "What are you saying? We are, after all, devil fruit users." In the scene, Zero's figure abruptly vanished from sight, yet his voice resounded in their ears. What is happening? As Mr. 5 thought this, a brilliant blue light erupted before him. Boom. A tremendous explosion ensued, sending Mr. 5 flying like a deflated balloon, crashing violently into a nearby building. Clouds of dust swirling as he lost consciousness entirely. "You scoundrel." Miss Valentine soared into the sky once more, then plummeted at 10,000 kilograms towards Zero. Observing this, Zero merely enveloped his arms in armament Haki up to his elbows and gazed solemnly at the formidable attack. Thud. How is this possible? Miss Valentine's expression turned incredulous. Her strike, powerful enough to create a several-meter-deep crater in the ground, was effortlessly blocked by Zero with just his arms. Moreover, his expression remained impassive, suggesting that withstanding her attack posed little burden to him. As Miss Valentine attempted to ascend further, she suddenly felt a wrenching pain in her abdomen. And then darkness enveloped her vision. "Congratulations on completing the side quest. You have earned 750 experience points and a lottery ticket." Hearing the prompt in his mind, Zero shook off the numbness in his arms. Fortunately, Miss Valentine had not fully developed her fruit-esque potential. Had she intensified her attack further, he might not have been able to counter it so easily. At that moment, Zero also spotted Nami standing beside Zoro. Just as he intended to approach, Luffy's voice suddenly resonated from the side. "Zero, I finally found you." Huh? In the midst of an unexpected confrontation, Zero noticed a peculiar expression on Luffy's face, reminiscent of a prior storyline that left him feeling somewhat perplexed. Was he truly about to engage in a battle with Luffy? Indeed. Luffy extended his rubbery arm and launched an attack, prompting Zero to sidestep just in time. The rubber limb crashed into the nearby structure, creating a gaping hole. And at that moment, Zero realized Luffy was indeed serious about this altercation. Zoro and Nami, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, were left bewildered as to why Luffy was behaving in such a manner. They shouted at him, but he remained undeterred, charging at Zero once more. Rubber headbutt. Luffy's body had taken on a balloon-like quality, diminishing the precision of his strikes. Consequently, he elongated his neck and delivered a powerful blow towards Zero while simultaneously questioning him. "Zero, Why are you treating those who welcomed us with kindness in such a manner? They are good people. I will not let this go unpunished. Zoro and Nami exchanged glances, exasperated by Luffy's foolishness. Frustrated by the relentless assault, Zero retaliated with a swift kick, sending Luffy crashing through several walls before finally coming to a halt. Is Luffy alright? Nami expressed her concern, but Zoro reassured her, urging her to calm down. Yet, this only made Nami notice that Zoro was gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, revealing an inner turmoil that contradicted his outward calmness. A thought struck Nami. Was it true that men often displayed such contradictions? As she pondered this, Luffy, who had been sent flying, reappeared before Zero in no time. This time, his balloon-like form had returned to normal. Although his attire was disheveled, he radiated an undeniable vigor. He fixed a determined gaze upon Zero. Just as Zero thought Luffy had come to a realization, Luffy proclaimed, Zero, I know I am not your match, but I have been working hard to grow stronger. Now, allow me to demonstrate the fruits of my training. With that, Luffy resumed his stance, and to Zero's astonishment, a layer of glossy black material enveloped his arms. Armament Haki. Hardening. Chapter 37. The Farce Comes to an End. Part 3. Witnessing Luffy's arms enveloped in armament Haki, Zero initially felt surprise, soon followed by a sense of relief. In the world of pirates, individuals with robust physiques learn the intricacies of Haki swiftly, and given Luffy's innate talent, it was no wonder he grasped the techniques of CP0's Soru so quickly. With just a modicum of guidance, mastering armament Haki would come naturally. However, Zero had anticipated that Luffy would require more time to fully master Haki, making his rapid progress quite unexpected. On a positive note, Luffy's acquisition of armament Haki meant he would not overly rely on Gear Second, though he had yet to activate it. Mastering Gear Second in the future could place a strain on his heart over time. As Luffy's captain, Zero naturally preferred the path of armament Haki. Moreover, armament Haki had an advanced form, Flowing Cherry Blossom, which could potentially replace Gear Second or even Gear Fourth, contingent upon how swiftly Luffy could master it. While Zero's mind raced with thoughts, in reality, mere moments had passed. As Luffy activated his Haki, he sprinted towards Zero with unwavering resolve. As Zero found himself in this precarious situation, he instinctively activated his armament Haki, and in an instant, his hands were enveloped in a glossy black sheen. With a sharp sound, as their limbs clashed, the four arms became ensnared in a fierce struggle, and a potent gust of energy surged outward. Foreshadowing the magnitude of the impending shockwave, Luffy gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength. However, Zero remained unfazed, pressing forward with even greater force, causing Luffy to retreat step by step, leaving deep grooves in the ground behind him. Rubber, headbutt. Luffy's head suddenly elongated, his forehead also shrouded in armament Haki. Uncertain of the hardness of his own head, Zero chose to relinquish his grip on Luffy's arm and leapt backward. Boom. At the very moment Zero distanced himself, Luffy's head collided with the ground, creating a substantial crater. Phew, Luffy, that move was perilously close. Zero wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead and remarked to Luffy, who did not respond but instead shouted his skill again. Gum, Gatling gun. Bang, 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 bang. Luffy's arm transformed into a barrage, swiftly assaulting Zero. In response, Zero deftly drew his sword, the shocking dragon, parrying each of Luffy's punches. Clang, 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 clang. The battle between the two was fiercely intense, and in a short span, they had obliterated several nearby houses, leaving Zoro and Nami, who were watching from a distance, utterly astonished. Realizing that his attacks were ineffectual against Zero, Luffy concentrated all his Haki into his right arm and struck with tremendous force. Boom. The fists of Zero and Luffy collided with great force, while the surprised dragon had seamlessly shifted to a position on the left. At this moment, Zero remarked, by the way, Luffy, I forgot to mention that there are varying degrees of strength in armament Haki. Before Luffy could fully comprehend the situation, he felt an overwhelming and terrifying force emanating from Zero's fist, far exceeding anything he had encountered before. Whoosh. Boom. Luffy was sent flying, crashing into a building and reducing it to ruins. Coughing, he struggled to rise, his armament Haki already faded and his arm trembling slightly. Nevertheless, fueled by indomitable willpower, he staggered forward, eager to engage Zero in battle once more. Zero observed Luffy's condition and shook his head, preparing to subdue him completely. However, he noticed a girl with orange hair standing protectively in front of Luffy. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as Luffy's head swelled dramatically, and in the next moment, he collapsed. Eyes rolled back, with an unidentified liquid seeping from the corner of his mouth. Truly, this is just the kind of trouble I don't need. Nami, having performed what she deemed a trivial act, clapped her hands, her expression unmistakably filled with anger. Zero initially intended to approach and assess the situation, but instead, he turned on his heels and feigned ignorance of the incident. Zero, you stop right there. Ahem, I need to use the restroom. I'll be back shortly. Farewell, you rascal. Later, after Zoro's explanation, a revived Luffy grasped the situation and, grinning broadly, offered an apology to Zero, only to be met with Nami's ire once more due to his boisterous laughter, prompting him to quiet down. As the incident settled, Nami was engaged in discussions with Vivi regarding a transaction of 1 billion berries. Upon hearing this, Vivi appeared somewhat hesitant but ultimately relayed the current state of the Alabasta kingdom to the group. For reasons unknown, the kingdom had erupted in chaos. Through investigations led by Vivi and Ikelim, they uncovered a link between the unrest and the Baroque Works organization, leading them to decide to infiltrate it in search of a resolution. Unfortunately, their identities were soon discovered, and they found themselves pursued by the organization, making the prospect of procuring 1 billion berries rather unrealistic. Nami felt a sudden headache coming on. Subsequently, Luffy inquired about the mastermind behind Baroque Works. Initially, Vivi hesitated to disclose the name, but whether intentional or not, she revealed it to the group. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Shortly after Vivi uttered the name, Nami noticed a bespectacled otter dressed in clothing perched on the rooftop, observing them, accompanied by a similarly attired eagle. Nami attempted to discreetly exit the premises, only to discover that the otter had sketched their likenesses on paper. Instantly realizing they had fallen within the Baroque Works line of sight, escape now seemed an elusive hope. Zero approached gently to comfort Nami, which somewhat eased her troubled spirit. Yet, the slight tremor in her hand betrayed her inner turmoil. At that moment, Ikelim reappeared, astonishingly disguised as Vivi, though his awkward physique made the illusion rather unconvincing. Zero observed that the resilience of the individuals in the world of pirates was indeed remarkable, despite having sustained injuries from his own blade and MR-5's explosive attack. They remained vibrantly alive, leading one to wonder if they had consumed some extraordinary devil fruit. Ikelim's presence was not without intent. He aimed to masquerade as Vivi to ensure the Straw Hat Pirates could safely escort her to Alabasta. Nami was initially reluctant. Yet it was Luffy who boldly made a promise. Reluctantly, she asked Zero to persuade Luffy, only to hear him cheerfully declare, "Don't worry, Nami. He is merely a warlord of the sea. Our captain is destined to become the Pirate King and will surely defeat him." Luffy's hearty laughter echoed, while Nami was left speechless, reflecting on her tumultuous fate. Subsequently, the group bid farewell to Ikelim. However, shortly after he set sail in his small boat, it exploded before their eyes. Boom. Chapter 38. It was hungry. Zero's expression was one of incredulity. It suddenly dawned on him that a similar incident had indeed transpired in the narrative, but he had failed to alert Ikelim in time, and the explosion had already occurred. "Nami, have you gathered the data with the record pointer?" At that moment, Zoro hastily inquired of Nami, and upon receiving her affirmative response, Luffy immediately urged everyone to depart post-haste. Consequently, they split into 2 groups, one headed for the Going Merry while the other took Sanji and Usopp aboard. When Nami and Vivi reached the ship, Vivi was anxiously scanning her surroundings, lamenting that her duck named Speedy was nowhere to be found. Zoro gestured toward Speedy, who was nearby, asking if that was the one she meant. Relieved, Vivi then jested about how swiftly it had boarded the ship. At that moment, Sanji and Usopp regained consciousness, erupting into a cacophony of complaints about why they couldn't linger longer and questioning the haste of their departure. Nami, finding them a nuisance, swiftly delivered 2 punches, knocking them out once more. Before long, they had tidied up and departed from Whiskey Peak. It was indeed a relief to have evaded their pursuers. Just as Nami was reflecting on their good fortune, a mature voice interjected, "Indeed, do be careful not to let the ship collide with the rocks." Realizing who was speaking, Nami glanced around and saw Zero, his gaze fixed intently on a particular spot on the ship, his expression grave. Following his line of sight, she noticed a striking woman perched atop the 2nd floor railing, clad in alluring attire and donning a hat that added an air of mystery. "Who are you? How did you come to be aboard the Going Merry?" Upon hearing Nami's inquiry, the others became aware of the enigmatic woman. "You are Miss All Sunday," Vivi exclaimed, identifying her. However, Zero recognized her true identity, Nico Robin, the devil fruit user with an 8 million bounty, known as the Demon Child. From Vivi's words, they learned that this captivating woman was also associated with Mr. Zero, Crocodile's partner. Robin then elaborated on the reasons behind Vivi's pursuit. It turned out that Vivi had inadvertently disclosed critical information, and her current predicament was somewhat tied to Robin as well. Enraged by this revelation, Vivi was about to retaliate when Sanji and Usopp appeared beside Robin, threatening her not to make any sudden moves. The next moment, under some mysterious influence, the 2 found themselves suspended in midair, only to crash down onto the deck from the 2nd floor. What just happened? Is it the work of a devil fruit? The group speculated whether Robin possessed extraordinary powers, their gazes laden with suspicion. Seemingly to taunt Luffy, Robin used her abilities to snatch Luffy's straw hat, tossing it back while informing everyone that the next island was Little Garden, insinuating that reaching Alabasta would be fraught with peril. Suddenly, she handed Vivi a record pointer, indicating that it contained a safe route for them to follow. However, Luffy seized the pointer, crushing it in his grip. Although he later faced Nami's wrath, Luffy unabashedly expressed his disdain for Robin, citing her injury of Ikelim as his reason. Robin expressed her regret and leaped down from the 2nd floor. Pausing beside Zero to inquire, "You are the one with a 50 million berry bounty from the Navy, are you not?" Zero did not glance at her, yet he slightly nodded. "Crocodile seems quite interested in you. Would you consider joining Baroque Works? I assure you, With your abilities, you would be a valuable asset. Before Robin could finish her sentence, Luffy and Nami interjected in unison. Hey, don't lay your hands on my crew. Zero will not accompany you. So do not waste your efforts. At that moment, Zoro had already drawn his sword, ready to spring into action should Luffy decide to fight. Robin, taken aback by the intensity of their reactions following her invitation for Zero to join Baroque Works, continued to gaze into Zero's eyes, awaiting his response. Unsurprisingly, Zero shook his head in refusal. Robin smiled, seemingly anticipating his answer, and chose not to press further. She turned and leaped from the Going Merry, departing on the back of a large turtle. After Robin's departure, Sanji and Usopp inquired about the situation, and Zero explained, revealing that they had missed quite a lot. They learned that Luffy had already mastered the ability to utilize Haki, which left them both astonished, prompting thoughts of diligently training henceforth. Subsequently, the group unanimously decided that their next mission would be to escort Vivi to Alabasta, and they confirmed their next landing destination, Little Garden. Meanwhile, on the deck of the Going Merry, Zero appeared to be lost in thought, gazing at the distant sea, but in reality, he was reviewing the rewards from the previous side quest in his mind. Aside from his experience points increasing from 500 to 1250, the only item that captured Zero's attention was an item lottery ticket. He remembered that he had previously drawn a remarkable sword from such an item. He wondered what surprise might await him this time. Contemplating, Zero scanned his surroundings, ensuring no one was watching, and then extended his hand, silently invoking the ticket's power. In the next instant, a flame erupted from his palm, and an oval object gradually became visible within the fire. As the flames dissipated, Zero beheld a puzzling white egg in his hand. What could this egg signify? Hey, Zero, what are you doing? What is that in your hand? Can you eat it? Luffy's voice rang out unexpectedly. Before Zero could respond, the egg vanished from his grasp, and he turned to find Luffy gaping, eager to swallow the egg whole. Shell and all. Wait, Luffy. With an air of impatience, he extended his hand, yet he could not prevent the gluttonous Luffy from devouring the egg. And thus, he consumed it. Zero. The outcome was that shortly after Luffy swallowed it, his cheeks suddenly flushed crimson, and his eyes widened in an instant. Accompanying this transformation was a cry of agony. It's so hot. As Luffy opened his mouth, a burst of flames erupted from within, wobbling as it returned to Zero's hand. It was at that moment that Zero discerned the true nature of this peculiar creature. It resembled a small bird, entirely red with a plump body, and a particularly striking patch of golden fluff on its chest. Its eyes sparkled with vitality, betraying its newly hatched status. Eep, was its call. Yet for some reason, Zero seemed to perceive within that sound a message. It was hungry. Chapter 39. Found at Sea, Part 5, The Mary's Dining Room. At this moment, everyone was gathered around, with Sanji continuously bringing forth dishes from the kitchen. The newly hatched little creature was feasting alongside Luffy, indulging in the delectable spread before them, thoroughly enjoying itself. Strangely, despite its small stature, it matched Luffy's pace in eating, demonstrating a remarkable appetite that seemed disproportionate to its round physique, leaving one utterly astonished. Zero gazed at the little creature, a look of contemplation on his face. His mind was awash with questions about the true nature of this being. Shouldn't it resemble a lifeless entity like the startling dragon? Yet this little one could both eat and fly, clearly not of the same ilk. Could it possibly be from another realm? He pondered endlessly, finding no clues, and decided to dismiss the thoughts altogether, picking up the morning newspaper instead. Meanwhile, Usopp inquired, Zero, where does that creature come from? It eats so much. Without lifting his head, he replied, I picked it up casually from the sea. Usopp exclaimed, is that true? How astonishing. At that moment, the little creature seemed to have had its fill, contentedly burping as it fluttered its wings and wobbled its way onto Zero's shoulder. It leaned forward, peering at the newspaper in Zero's hand, seemingly engrossed in deciphering the written content. Nami, witnessing the little one's affectionate demeanor towards Zero, couldn't help but chuckle cheerfully. Zero, look how close it is to you. Perhaps you should give it a name? Upon hearing this, Zero set the newspaper aside and turned to glance at the little creature, which coincidentally turned to look back at him, as if puzzled by his sudden pause in reading. A name, huh? Let me think. That little guy is quite impressive, devouring so much despite its size. How about we call it Glutton? Luffy, simultaneously spitting out the remnants of a bone, burst into laughter, eagerly continuing to pop chunks of meat into his mouth. Zero directly disregarded his words, gently tapping the little creature's head with a finger, declaring, I have decided, let us call it Little Red Sparrow. Luffy remarked, Little Red Sparrow? It doesn't sound as appealing as the Great Glutton. Nami interjected, are you certain you don't want to choose another name? It feels she hesitated, sensing that the name was rather too straightforward. But at that moment, the little one, now dubbed Little Red Sparrow, joyfully chirped, nuzzling its head against Zero's cheek, seemingly growing more affectionate. See, it appears quite content, doesn't it? Right, Little Red Sparrow? Chirp. All right then, Nami shrugged. Usopp chimed in, Little Red Sparrow seems quite fitting, don't you think? How about joining the illustrious Usopp? I could help you become a valiant sea warrior. Chirp. What is he saying? Apologies, it seems uninterested, haha. Why is that? At that moment, Luffy's gaze fell upon a newspaper, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "That fellow, Sanji Kobe?" Kobe? Zoro, who had been resting with his eyes closed, turned to look, and Zoro also noticed the photograph on the newspaper. Prominently featured was the naval hero, Vice Admiral Garp, standing resolutely against the wind, while Kobe and Helmeppo huddled together, trembling in stark contrast behind him. Vivi, intrigued, inquired, "Do you know that guy?" Upon noticing the interest of his companions, Zoro recounted the events that transpired between himself, Luffy, and Zoro with Kobe. He raised his thumb in praise, exclaiming, "Do not underestimate Kobe's small stature. I firmly believe he will grow into a formidable Navy officer." Luffy and Zoro wholeheartedly agreed with Zero's sentiment. Even the little red bird perched on Zero's shoulder nodded earnestly, as if it comprehended the essence of their conversation. A few days after the Mary set sail from Whiskey Peak, the Straw Hat crew continued their voyage across the sea. However, as Nami observed the compass, it appeared that Little Garden was swiftly approaching. On the deck, Sanji brought forth beverages for everyone to relish this leisurely moment. Consequently, Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp began to enjoy their drinks with laughter, while the little red bird perched atop the swiftly moving head, sipping joyfully from its cup. Yet, before long, the bird's companion became dizzy and collapsed. The little red bird cast a disdainful glance before continuing to sip from its drink. "How pathetic. You barely had more than I," it chirped in amusement. "Indeed, the little red bird is impressive. Sanji, prepare another drink for it. Coming right up." Meanwhile, Vivi observed from the second floor, her heart heavy with concern for Luffy and his companions, realizing that the upcoming journey would be fraught with peril. Just then, Zero, noticing Vivi's unease, chuckled lightly, "Vivi, fret not. An overly serious atmosphere only breeds tension. Battling should be enjoyable, and I quite relish it." "What do you mean by enjoyment?" Vivi inquired, but before she could receive an answer, she saw Zero vault over the railing onto the second floor and join the merriment below. The little red bird, noticing Zero's arrival, hopped onto his shoulder, chirping as if to say the drink was delightful and it too wished to partake. Vivi felt a sudden headache and began to question whether allowing them to escort her to Alabasta was indeed a wise decision. Fortunately, Nami soon emerged from the cabin on the second floor, offering her a drink while reassuring her, which helped to soothe her anxious heart. Not long after Vivi regained her composure, she followed the direction of the Straw Hat crew's gaze and spotted a white dolphin leaping gracefully through the waves. As the dolphin approached the Mary, Vivi was astonished to realize its size was several times that of the ship. Suddenly, Luffy rallied everyone, urging them to capitalize on the massive waves created by the dolphin, propelling them forward at an astonishing speed, reducing a journey that would have taken several minutes to mere moments. Observing the elation on the faces of the Straw Hat pirates, Vivi began to grasp the essence of Zero's earlier remarks about enjoyment. A flicker of anticipation ignited within her heart as she wondered what thrilling adventures awaited them on the horizon. Soon after, they beheld an island shrouded in mist rising from the sea, known as Little Garden, the enigmatic isle. The Straw Hat crew was filled with joy. Yet few among them comprehended that they were soon to encounter numerous perilous creatures and the fearsome giants of the Grand Line. Chapter 40. Getting used to it, the crew entered Little Garden. Surrounded by dense forests filled with unfamiliar flora and echoing with eerie sounds that made Nami instinctively cover her ears. "What was that noise?" she exclaimed. Sanji, with a reassuring smile, promised to protect her, but before he could finish, Nami had rushed to Zero's side, her face a portrait of distress. "Sanji, behind you." Upon hearing Usopp's terrified shout, Sanji turned in confusion, only to be confronted by a gigantic bird adorned with green feathers, reminiscent of the Millennium Dragon they had encountered at the naval island. Before he could react, a burst of flame shot toward the enormous bird, igniting its plumage. With a mournful cry, the bird plummeted into the sea. As the flames subsided, the little red bird emerged from the fire, while Luffy appeared pained, seemingly recalling the terror induced by the small creature. Feeling the collective gaze upon him, Zero glanced skyward, feigning ignorance, though he too understood little of the little red bird's nature. Just then, a sound akin to a volcanic eruption reverberated from within the island, deafeningly shifting their focus back to the mysterious jungle surrounding them. Nami and Usopp spotted a massive tiger lurking near the shore, which suddenly collapsed, bleeding profusely, solidifying their resolve to remain aboard the ship. Just as the anchor was lowered, Luffy clamored for Sanji to prepare a meal, proclaiming his desire for adventure. Zero and Vivi expressed their eagerness to explore the island, prompting Sanji to prepare 5 meals, including for the little red bird and its companion. Trembling in fear, the little creature thought, "No, I don't want to," while the little red bird insisted, "No, you must." Shortly after, as the 3 adventurers and 2 birds ventured forth, Zoro emerged from the cabin, declaring his intention for a stroll. Sanji suggested he procure some game, and with their competitive spirits ignited, the two engaged in a contest to catch the largest prey, much to the dismay of Usopp and Nami, who watched them embark toward Little Garden. The remaining duo, feeling despondent, could only pray for the swift return of their friends while grappling with their mounting fears. Were Zero to witness Usopp's demeanor, he would undoubtedly shake his head, lamenting the distance the aspiring warrior had yet to traverse on his path to bravery. As Luffy and the others navigated the jungle, he suddenly pointed to something by the riverbank, exclaiming with excitement, He leapt into the water to retrieve it. Vivi gazed curiously at the peculiar creature he held aloft. "That is a belemnite, a prehistoric being," Zero murmured, and as Vivi processed his words, a colossal dinosaur loomed in the distance, prompting her to exclaim, "That's a dinosaur. An extinct creature. This place is a primordial island, still steeped in the prehistoric era." The little creature quivered in fright, while the little red bird flew onto its head and flapped its wings, reassuring it with the gesture that it would protect it. This act of comfort brought tears to the creature's eyes. While Vivi remained astonished, Luffy stretched his arm toward a grazing dinosaur, exclaiming, "How impressive." Simultaneously, Usopp and Nami encountered a massive humanoid creature who introduced himself as Bragi, the mightiest warrior of Elbaf village. The two were so terrified they collapsed onto the deck, only to be captured by Bragi. Elsewhere on the island, Zoro and Sanji faced their own prehistoric challenge, having underestimated their strength, leading to their capture as well. Returning our focus to Zero, he exclaimed, "Wow, there's a massive hole in that rock over there." Luffy shouted exuberantly atop the dinosaur. Eager to venture towards the so-called stone, he forcefully redirected the creature, inadvertently causing it to burst into tears. Before he could offer any words of comfort, an even larger dinosaur suddenly loomed above him. Thus began his whimsical escapade as he leaped and frolicked atop the bodies of these colossal beasts. What, one might wonder, is this curious fellow up to? Below, Vivi watched with a slight headache, perplexed by his antics. With a nonchalant shrug, Ling Jian responded to Wei Wei, "Rest assured. Although our captain has a penchant for mischief, his prowess is undeniable. You will soon acclimate." Wei Wei inquired, "Are you referring to his playful nature? It occasionally leads to minor mishaps, such as?" Zero directed Vivi's gaze upward, where she beheld Luffy landing atop what appeared to be the most formidable dinosaur. Subsequently, he was flung high into the air and then devoured. "Luffy!" Vivi cried out in alarm. In the next instant, a giant suddenly emerged, severing the dinosaur's neck, allowing Luffy to slide out from the severed neck and into the giant's hands. Vivi, standing beside the giant, was momentarily entranced. Zero looked up and was astounded by the sheer size of the giant, which exceeded his expectations. Moreover, in his recollections, this giant possessed not only immense stature but formidable strength as well, having a bounty of 100 million from a century ago, surpassing the combined worth of the current Straw Hat pirates, piquing Zero's interest greatly. Nearby, Run Fast had collapsed, frothing at the mouth, while the little redbird fluttered inquisitively before him, perplexed by his sudden fall. "Ah, ha ha ha, I admire your bravery in battling a dinosaur." The giant praised Luffy before introducing himself as Dolly, a warrior of the giant race. Luffy, in turn, warmly introduced Zero, Vivi, Run Fast, and the little redbird. Dolly then invited everyone to his home, to which Luffy readily agreed, although Vivi and Run Fast appeared somewhat reluctant. Nevertheless, they ultimately accompanied him. "This dinosaur meat is delicious," Luffy exclaimed, tossing a large chunk into his mouth, then reaching for another piece. The little redbird was also enjoying a hefty portion of dinosaur meat, a stark contrast to the shivering Run Fast. In exchange, Luffy offered Dolly their bento boxes, which Dolly appeared to relish, albeit with some dissatisfaction regarding the portion sizes. Luffy promptly declared that if Dolly dared to complain about the taste, he would send him flying. Dolly erupted in hearty laughter, and Vivi was astonished at how quickly the two had formed such a camaraderie. "Zero, it is merely a matter of habit. One shall grow accustomed in due course." "Ah." The little red sparrow, while savoring the meat of a dinosaur, nodded in agreement, its charming demeanor eliciting uncontrollable laughter. Chapter 41. Provocation. Subsequently, Dong Li recounted his origins. Hailing from a place along the Grand Line known as Elbaf Village, for reasons unknown, he was compelled to engage in a duel with a man here, where only the victor would be permitted to leave the island. When Luffy learned that the two had been locked in combat on this island for a century without a resolution, he was astounded by the span of time. Dong Li further elucidated that the lifespan of giants is thrice that of humans, making such longevity entirely plausible. Zero couldn't help but exclaim, "I envy such a long lifespan." The little red sparrow nodded in agreement. "You have been fighting for 100 years. Is there any meaning in that?" Vivi questioned Dong Li, who chuckled without offering a direct answer. At that moment, a sudden eruption resounded from a nearby volcano, causing Dong Li's expression to turn grave. This was the signal for a duel. As Dong Li stood up, preparing for battle, Vivi attempted to speak again, but Luffy unexpectedly reached out to stop her, indicating that her understanding was misguided. After a few steps, Dong Li finally replied to Vivi's inquiry, "It's for honor. As for the reasons, I've long forgotten. Ha ha ha." With that, he dashed forward and soon collided with the giant known as Bragi. Bang! At the moment of their clash, a fierce gust of wind erupted, sending dust and debris swirling around and uprooting trees. The sheer power of the impact left Zero with no doubt that even the largest sea kings in the Calm Belt would be annihilated by such force. "What a spectacle!" Luffy exclaimed, staggered by the overwhelming visual impact of the giants' battle. Meanwhile, in another part of the small garden, two members of the Baroque works arrived. If Vivi were present, she would immediately recognize them as Miss Valentine and Mr. Five, who had previously been defeated by Zero at Whiskey Peak. After they dispatched a dinosaur, They entered a wax dome where a man with a number 3 hairstyle leisurely sipped tea alongside a little girl wearing a hat. Through their conversation, it became apparent that these newcomers were also part of Baroque works, known as Mr. 3 and his assistant Miss Golden Week. According to Mr. 3, there were 2 giants on this island with bounties exceeding 100 million, Dongli, codenamed Green Demon, and Broggy, codenamed Red Demon. He was preparing to hunt these giants. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine did not refuse but requested one condition: the executioner of the Straw Hat Pirates must be handed over to them. They would not let that individual escape. Upon hearing Miss Valentine's vehement words, Mr. 3 became intrigued. What kind of person could incite such hatred? Nevertheless, he preferred strategy to combat, believing that fewer unpredictable variables would be advantageous. Thus, they quickly reached a consensus and prepared to implement their plan. The battle between the 2 giants was fierce, with each strike aimed at the other's vital weaknesses, narrowly avoiding disaster. It was unfathomable that this struggle had persisted for a century. The aftermath of their clash sent gusts of wind that swept through Luffy and his companions, who stood in awe, determined to etch this rare scene into their memories. Sensing something, Zero suddenly looked up and spotted a familiar figure in the sky. The peculiar attire immediately linked him to a member of Baroque works. At that moment, he recalled an upcoming scene in the narrative, a sly smile creeping across his face. Since I have arrived here, it seems you were simply out of luck. Just then, Valentine descended from the sky, her expression perplexed. Mr. 5 inquired, Miss Valentine, did you see anything? Yes, I saw the 2 giants and the Straw Hat crew, including that executioner, she replied. What about it? Uncertain, she continued under Mr. 5's scrutinizing gaze. I think the executioner noticed me. Will that affect our plan? Mr. 5 pondered before assuring her, rest assured, our plan is foolproof. Even if he is aware, it will change nothing. Miss Valentine nodded, yet for some reason, the image of Zero's enigmatic smile lingered in her mind. I hope I am just overthinking this. Before long, the battle between Dongli and Broggy concluded, declaring their 466th match a draw, after which they collapsed from exhaustion. In the next moment, they erupted into hearty laughter, their mirth reverberating through the forest, dissipating some of the earlier tension. Dongli then returned to rejoin Luffy and the others. Vivi asked Dongli whether it truly took a year for the recording pointer to store its magnetic force. His response was somewhat vague, yet conveyed that most who reached this island did not survive the year, either succumbing to fierce beasts or dying at the hands of the 2 giants, as evidenced by the pile of skulls in the cave. Later, Dongli mentioned he possessed a permanent pointer, but it pointed to Elbaf village. He had fought Broggy to claim this pointer and inquired if Luffy and the others were interested in attempting to seize it. Luffy bluntly replied that he was not interested, to which Dongli said it was a matter of luck. With good fortune, they might reach the next island. Upon hearing this, Luffy appeared to contemplate the feasibility of the idea. Suddenly, Dongli heard someone calling his name. Turning, he saw Zero addressing him. What is it, young man? I am quite intrigued by your permanent pointer. How might I acquire it? Vivi interjected, Zero, what are you saying? Dongli scrutinized the young man more closely before bursting into laughter. Young man, are you jesting? To obtain this permanent pointer, you must defeat us. Do you comprehend that? If you retract your statement, I may pretend I did not hear it. I'm not joking. Sensing Zero's seriousness, Dongli gazed intently at him. If you truly desire it. As he spoke, he opened a barrel of wine he had taken from Broggy, continuing, then boom. A deafening explosion suddenly erupted. An explosion? Vivi gasped in shock, realizing the barrel in Dongli's possession had detonated. Fortunately, Zero had anticipated this and swiftly unleashed a blade of light to shatter the barrel, triggering the explosion prematurely, sparing Dongli from harm. Had he consumed it, the consequences would have been dire. Who did such a thing? Luffy shouted angrily, his fists clenched in frustration at the unexpected turn of events. Could it be Broggy? Vivi speculated. Dongli vehemently disagreed. Impossible. Broggy would never act in such a manner. That barrel came from you. What exactly are you plotting? Confronted with Dongli's furious inquiry, Zero leaped onto his shoulder and replied, Dongli, do not let your anger cloud your judgment. If it were us, I would not have shattered the drink before you could consume it. Think carefully. At this moment, the little red sparrow had also perched upon Zero's shoulder. After Zero finished speaking, it chirped at Dongli as if attempting to justify the actions of its companions. Luffy exclaimed, Indeed, Nami and Usopp would never engage in such behavior. With the reminders from Zero and Luffy, Dongli finally regained his composure, plopping down onto the ground. He addressed the group. I apologize. I indeed misunderstood. If it were not for you, then perhaps there are others on this island who might be eyeing your lives. You and Broggy should exercise caution. Dongli pondered for a moment, just as he was about to speak again when he suddenly witnessed the volcano before him erupting anew. This was yet another signal for a duel. Vivi exclaimed, so soon another one? Before them, Dongli stood once more, grasping his axe and shield, ready to engage in combat with Broggy. Remembering something, he turned to Zero on his shoulder and said, Young man, you mentioned wanting to take our eternal pointer. Did you not? Then come forth. Indeed, I've been anticipating this. Upon hearing Zero's response, Dongli burst into hearty laughter and swiftly made his way towards Broggy, his gaze resolute, as if the recent explosion held no significance for him. Vivi looked on with concern. Meanwhile, Luffy adjusted his straw hat and gazed in the direction Dongli and Zero had departed, seemingly speaking to himself. That Zero fellow is undoubtedly the strongest member of our pirate crew. I have always believed in him. Vivi nodded at his words, appearing to ponder deeply. Dongli and Broggy stood face to face, with Broggy noticing the unfamiliar visage upon Dongli's shoulder. Dongli introduced Zero and mentioned his desire to obtain the Eternal Pointer. Haha. How amusing, young man. In this past century, you are the first to voice such a sentiment. But be cautious. A misstep could cost you your life. Zero responded with a firm nod. Indeed, Dongli, this fellow possesses quite the resolve. Dongli laughed heartily in agreement. He then detailed the necessity of defeating one of them to qualify for the Eternal Pointer, as the two had fought to a standstill for 100 years. However, Zero did not concur. He audaciously challenged both giants to attack him simultaneously. Dongli and Broggy initially considered protesting. But upon witnessing Zero slice through the distant volcano with a single stroke of his blade, they exchanged glances and accepted Zero's unreasonable request. One could only wonder if this time they would truly unleash their full potential in battle. Anticipation hung in the air. Zero felt a surge of excitement. And the little redbird perched on his shoulder chirped joyfully, as if sensing the exhilaration within him. How long had it been? Since his battle against Hawkeye Mihawk. Zero had not fought with all his might. Even when facing Smoker, he merely caught him off guard with his Haki. At this moment, he found himself uncertain of his own strength, hoping that the giants, Dory and Broggy, would prove formidable enough to allow him a taste of the pressure that the giants could exert. Of course, he was not overly confident in his abilities. In the original narrative, even Luffy had managed to topple the already injured Dory, momentarily incapacitating him. Moreover, after a century of combat, their weapons had undoubtedly suffered significant wear, leaving their fighting capabilities in question. Thus, Zero's decision was not made lightly. As the two giants prepared to engage Zero in battle, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Side quest initiated. Defeat the blue demon Dory and the red demon Broggy. Completing the task will reward you with 1,500 experience points and 150,000 berries. Meanwhile, in a certain location within the little garden, Mr. 3 stood astonished, observing the lively Dory, whose vigorous demeanor clearly contradicted the notion of having sustained severe injuries. Confused, he pondered the flaws in his meticulously crafted plan, while Miss Goldenweek beside him fixated on the coffee in his hand, torn between the desire to taste it and the fear of doing so. After much contemplation, Mr. 3 remained baffled about the failure of his flawless scheme and redirected his focus to the impending battle, seeking an opportune moment to strike. On the other side, Usopp suddenly dashed to Luffy's side, exclaiming in a panic that Nami had been eaten, leaving the two bewildered. Vivi urged Usopp to calm down and speculated that Nami might have attracted the attention of Baroque Works, suggesting that the barrel bomb could have been specifically arranged to target them. Upon hearing about the barrel bomb, Usopp felt a sense of unease. And only after Vivi's explanation did he grasp the gravity of the situation, leaving him utterly shocked. Fortunately, Zero had dealt with the bomb. For Usopp could only imagine the dire consequences had Zero not intervened. Dory would have been gravely injured, and even if Broggy had emerged victorious, he would have felt no pride, but rather shame. Later, Usopp realized he had not seen Zero since the beginning and turned to the others for clarification. Upon learning that Zero had gone to challenge the giants, he was once again left speechless. Luffy remarked, "Seeing Zero confront them makes me want to join him in battle. But he got there first. I can only yield this opportunity to him. What a pity." Vivi and Usopp harbored no doubts about Luffy's sentiments, but felt it best not to add to their troubles at such a critical juncture. Observing Luffy's dejected expression, they deemed it wiser to remain silent. At that moment, the trio noticed movement in the thicket behind them. Turning to investigate, they were startled to see a battered and bruised running fast being flung out, followed by the appearance of two familiar figures. "Who are you?" Chapter 43, The Fisherman Gains? Little Garden. As the agile figure of Zero hovered midair, his adversaries, Dongli and Broggy, exchanged a swift glance before launching their assault. Dongli raised his colossal sword high and charged towards Zero with remarkable speed, aiming a devastating strike directly at him. In response, Zero deftly sidestepped to the left, evading the blow just in time. The impact of the sword against the ground resonated with a thunderous roar, creating a vast, elongated fissure in the earth. Truly, the might of the giant race is fearsome, their every movement imbued with tremendous destructive power. Barely having escaped this perilous attack, Zero found himself confronted by a massive shield hurtling towards him. Upon collision, an overwhelming force surged forth like a tidal wave, sending him crashing into a nearby smoking volcano. Broggy scratched his head, glancing at Dongli, his expression seemingly questioning the effectiveness of their strategy. Was this truly the challenge they had anticipated? Yet, Dongli shouted a warning. "Be careful." Broggy turned just in time to face a brilliant azure blade of light, rivaling the length of his axe. The impact was instantaneous, unable to raise his shield in time. Broggy was propelled through the air, his immense frame crashing down and flattening a swath of trees, a testament to the sheer might of the strike. Dongli was about to check on Broggy's condition when Zero's figure suddenly appeared in his path, brandishing his weapon, the surging dragon, and unleashing another colossal arc of light. Sword technique, watermelon. In the wake of Brokey's earlier misfortune, Donley instinctively raised his shield. It was still overwhelmed by the force of the blade's passage, sending him reeling. After what felt like an eternity, the radiant arc dissipated like fireflies in the night, granting him a moment to catch his breath. You, young one. Your prowess belies your status as a mere pirate. Pray, reveal your name. 0. My current bounty stands at 50 million berries, codename Will. Though perhaps it is best left unmentioned. 50 million berries. The Navy's intelligence seems woefully inadequate these days. With your abilities, you could easily command a higher bounty. Huh? That may be so, but defeating the two of you will suffice. Humph. The battle is far from over. Brokey, have you awoken from your slumber? Donley, I assure you. I have not been sleeping. In an instant, the two giants regained their composure and launched another ferocious onslaught against Zero. As Zero deftly evaded attacks, he seized the opportunity to counterattack, unleashing a flurry of blade-like strikes upon their bodies, shields, and weapons. In no time, they were left battered and bruised, their armor marred with dents and dings. Finally, taking advantage of the moment when Zero was occupied with striking Brokey, Donley forcefully brought his shield down towards Zero. Making intimate contact with the ground, the sudden gust of wind it generated stirring up a miniature sandstorm. Was it over? The thought barely crossed Donley's mind when an immense force surged from the shield. Zero had concentrated his armament Haki in his arm and withstood Donley's shield strike. Yet, this was not the end. After raising his shield, Zero shouted and pushed it outward. Then, in that fleeting moment, enveloped in Haki, he unleashed a blade of dazzling brilliance akin to flames. Sword technique, fire dragon fruit. Boom. The shield could not withstand the onslaught and shattered into two pieces. While the blade of light struck Donley unimpeded, inflicting tremendous damage upon him, Donley collapsed to the ground, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, prompting Brokey to roar and charge at Zero once more. However, he too followed in Donley's footsteps. After blocking Zero's strike, his shield shattered completely, and his vulnerable body fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Thus, the outcome of the battle was revealed. Zero versus Brokey and Donley. The two titans of the giant race, with Zero emerging victorious. With a soft thud, he gradually descended from the air, gazing at the colossal forms before him. Heaved a sigh of relief. It is finally over. Though he appeared to have some strength left, he had expended nearly 80% of his power. In contrast, Brokey and Donley still possessed even more terrifying techniques yet to be unleashed, capable of vanquishing the fearsome creatures of the island. Even Zero himself could not guarantee that he could fully withstand such attacks. It could only be deemed a stroke of luck that he emerged victorious. Upon defeating the two giants, a notification resonated in his mind. Congratulations on completing the side quest. Defeat the blue demon Donley and the red demon Brokey. You have earned 1,500 experience points and 150,000 berries. After completing the side quest, Zero's experience points progressed to 2,750. Nearing the threshold of 3,200 required for his next level up. As Zero took a moment to recuperate, a white viscous substance suddenly ensnared his ankle, swiftly transforming into shackles. Candle shackles. With the sound echoing, a peculiar man emerged from the thicket, followed closely by a stoic little girl. They were Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week from the Baroque works. Clap, clap, clap. Mr. 3 applauded, exclaiming in astonishment. Truly, you are the executioner, capable of defeating two giants with a bounty of 100 million berries. Yet, in the end, you fell right into my grasp. Ha ha ha. At that moment, the two giants had just regained consciousness, and with Mr. 3's keen eyesight, he noticed them and unleashed more of the white candle liquid, binding the still recovering Donley and Brokey firmly to the ground. What are you doing? Let me go. The giant struggled desperately. But having exhausted too much energy from the earlier battle with Zero, he could only lie helplessly on the ground, resigned to his fate. Mr. 3 was quite pleased. Although his previous plans had inexplicably failed, seizing the opportunity while they were weakened to bind them with his melting fruit powers was a testament to his strategic prowess. However, he was puzzled as to why the executioner before him showed no reaction after being captured. Had he resigned himself to his fate? Hey, after all this effort to catch you, at least show me a hint of fear, he taunted. But it matters not. Once I unleash the candle feast, you shall become candle people, ha ha ha. As he spoke, Mr. 3's arm extended again, preparing to let the man before him experience the terror of death. Boring. Zero uttered with two simple words, then pointed his dragon blade downward, aiming at the candle shackles beneath him. Useless. Once my candle solidifies, it becomes harder than iron. You cannot cut through it. Mr. 3's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Zero effortlessly shatter the shackles, then turn the blade's tip toward himself. What did you just say? Repeat that? Chapter 44. Domination. At that moment, a little red bird flitted its wings, perching on a branch. Its eyes darting curiously between Zero and Mr. 3, its expression remarkably human-like. Just as Zero aimed his blade at Mr. 3, another figure's appearance plunged his mood into despair. Hey, Zero, are you finished? Luffy greeted, tossing out the unconscious Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day, his attire somewhat soiled, indicative of a recent fierce battle. Behind Luffy, Usopp and Sanji swaggered out of the woods, with Usopp boasting, "Zero, look, we defeated 2 members of Baroque Works. Impressive, right?" "Hiki," Luffy interjected. "Wasn't it me who defeated them?" Realizing he was about to be surrounded, Mr. 3 enveloped himself in a thick layer of candle liquid, forming a hard armor. This armor was once used to defeat a pirate with a bounty of 42 million. "You shall not harm me." With that, Mr. 3 charged at Luffy, calculating his chances. Clearly, Zero could easily shatter his candle shackles, proving he was no match for him, so he aimed to break through Luffy, the 30 million bounty Straw Hat. To find a sliver of hope, had the previous events unfolded as scripted, he might have succeeded, but Mr. 3 was unaware that Luffy had mastered the power of Armament Haki. Armament Haki, pardon? In response to Mr. 3's fierce attack, Luffy instantly coated his arm with Armament Haki and delivered a singular punch. Boom. Crack. As expected, the candle armor shattered under the force of the Haki strike. And Luffy's fist landed squarely on Mr. 3's abdomen. "Impossible," Mr. 3 gasped, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. Luffy, puzzled, withdrew his fist, staring down at him. Who is this guy? Meanwhile, Miss Golden Week attempted to flee but was intercepted by Sanji, who overwhelmed her before she could even showcase her abilities, leaving her utterly defeated. At that moment, the little red bird fluttered down to perch on Zero's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. Zero sheathed his sword and addressed the little red bird. "Where did you scamper off to just now? Do refrain from wandering about recklessly next time. By the way, you might need to melt the candles off those 2 giants. If I recall correctly, that fellow's wax is particularly averse to flames." Shortly thereafter, the group spotted Zoro and Nami, ensnared by candle shackles, not far away. With Zeroth's assistance, they managed to liberate themselves from their bindings. As for the 4 members of Baroque Works, they had tied the quartet together and casually discarded them in some remote location. Their survival in this land dominated by dinosaurs would depend solely on their luck. Meanwhile, Sanji sat leisurely in a slowly melting white cottage within a small garden, sipping red tea. "What am I doing? I must hurry to rescue Nami." Realizing the urgency, Sanji sprang to his feet, ready to depart, only to be interrupted by the sudden ringing of a transponder snail from somewhere within the cottage. Bloop, 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 bloop. Sanji returned, picked up the transponder snail, and upon hearing the introduction from the other end, his expression turned grave. "I am Mr. Zero." He had already learned from his comrades that the enemy was none other than Crocodile, a warlord of the sea, and he was astonished to discover just how close he was to the foe. Through subsequent dialogue, Sanji deduced that he was currently in the headquarters of Mr. 3, as mentioned by Crocodile, and thus feigned the role of Mr. 3, urging the other party not to send more pursuers. Although Crocodile consented, he informed Sanji that the ill-fated duo had sent a permanent pointer directing to Alabasta. Turning around, Sanji saw them standing at the window, launching an attack at him. Ultimately, following a battle that was not particularly arduous, Sanji obtained the permanent pointer from the ill-fated duo and subsequently departed, eager to relay this news to his companions. Later, after defeating the 2 giants, Zeroth acquired a permanent pointer pointing to Elbaf village, which elicited envy from Usopp. Fortunately, Zeroth mentioned that they could venture to Elbaf together in the future, which brought a smile to Usopp's face. It was evident that the glory of the giant race had deeply imprinted itself in Usopp's heart, beginning to sprout and await the day it would grow into a towering tree. As the group pondered how to reach Alabasta, Sanji appeared before them with the permanent pointer, instantly igniting joy among the crew. Yet, Sanji found himself somewhat perplexed, for the battle had concluded, leaving him unable to showcase his full prowess. Thankfully, he learned that Zoro was also bound by the enemy and had not been able to contribute significantly, although Sanji had merely played a minor role. Bringing back the permanent pointer clearly placed him in a more favorable light than Zoro. As the moment to board the ship approached, the 2 began to compare the size of their catches, and had it not been for Nami's loud insistence for them to board, they likely would have continued their bickering. When the Mary was on the verge of reaching the sea exit, Dory and Bragi had somehow taken their positions on either side of the shore, directing the crew to move straight ahead. Only Zeroth was aware of the impending event. The others, though somewhat bewildered, still obeyed their commands. Suddenly, a gigantic goldfish emerged from beneath the surface, a fearsome sea creature known as the Island Eater, which was said to feed on islands, with its excrement occasionally mistaken for land. As the crew realized they were about to fall prey to the Island Eater, they instinctively looked to Zeroth, only to find him gazing forward without a hint of fear. Remembering the giant's earlier words, the others immediately adopted a resolute demeanor. At last, Budrunk, with the mighty cries of the 2 giants, a fearsome red and blue shockwave pierced through the Island Eater. The Mary, following this tremendous force, emerged from within the creature, and the Straw Hat pirates erupted in cheers, marveling at the giant's strength. As for the 2 giants who had unleashed the Budrunk, the durability of their weapons plummeted to the lowest level. Upon lifting their sword and axe, they shattered in halves, falling into the sea. Nevertheless, they offered the most sincere blessings to the Straw Hat crew. "Friends, charge forth, onward." Boom. The volcano erupted once more. Although they had lost their weapons, the 2 giants immediately engaged in hand-to-hand combat, as if their very existence was meant for battle. Chapter 45. An inescapable plot aboard the Mary. How formidable. The warriors of Elbaf. Indeed, I shall set foot on Elbaf soil one day. Fresh from their departure from the small garden, Luffy and Usopp celebrated shoulder to shoulder, engaging in a spontaneous dance. Above them, the little red birds circled excitedly, chirping as if yearning for Elbaf, though Zeroth suspected it was merely drawn to lively commotion. Nami and Vivi conversed about matters concerning Alabasta, yet Nami's cheeks flushed slightly, and she often touched her forehead, clearly exhibiting signs of unease. Zeroth, observing Nami's unusual state while watching Zoro engage in weight training, approached her to check, only to discover her forehead was already burning. Zeroth, what is wrong with Nami? Vivi inquired. Nami has a fever. As Zero once spoke, he lowered his gaze, noticing an unusual wound on Nami's ankle. How could such a situation arise once more? Zero had initially believed that altering the storyline would prevent such an unfortunate circumstance. However, to his dismay, Nami still succumbed to a bite, proving that some fates are inescapable. At this moment, Sanji emerged, carrying a platter of pastries. Upon noticing Nami's unusual condition, he promptly tossed the pastries to Luffy and inquired with concern, Nami, are you all right? Zero, what is wrong with her? As Nami attempted to rise, a wave of dizziness washed over her, causing her to topple towards the deck. Observing this, Zero swiftly assisted her, and together with the others, they carried Nami into the cabin. After a while, aside from Zoro, who remained outside to monitor the course, the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates congregated in the cabin, expressing their worry for Nami. Vivi was measuring Nami's temperature, while Zero applied a damp cloth to her forehead as a means of physical cooling. Once the cloth lost its chill, the little red bird took the initiative to drop it into a nearby basin, allowing Zero to wet it again before placing it back on Nami's forehead, repeating this cycle. It's 40 degrees now. This is indeed quite severe, Vivi exclaimed, her eyes wide as she observed the thermometer's reading. Luffy and Sanji, lacking a clear understanding of the situation due to their robust constitutions, only grasped the gravity of it once Vivi explained the potential dangers. Sanji voiced his concern. What should we do? Is Nami going to die? Luffy added, Nami, our navigator. How can we embark on our adventures without you? Nami. Vivi reasoned that this illness might be a result of the unusual climate of the Grand Line, a common occurrence at sea. She inquired if there were any doctors on board, but the crew could only point to Nami, leaving Vivi momentarily speechless. Sanji worriedly remarked, I want to prepare some suitable dishes for her, but each ailment requires specific remedies. Without knowing the exact cause, I dare not proceed recklessly. Zero suddenly remarked, Sanji, even if you were to attempt it, the results would likely be inconsequential. Sanji inquired, what makes you say that? Zero pointed to Nami's ankle, and the crowd immediately noticed the unusual red swelling. Observing the confusion on their faces, he continued, this is likely a wound inflicted by some insect in the small garden. If it were a modern insect, Sanji's methods might prove effective. However, for a species that has nearly become extinct worldwide, Zero ceased to elaborate. Yet the others comprehended his meaning, and Sanji's countenance immediately shadowed with concern. At that moment, Usopp inquired of Vivi how long it would take to reach Alabasta. Vivi initially replied it would require at least a week, but upon glancing at Nami, who lay in bed, she hesitated and added that Nami might not be able to endure such a duration. Instantly, the group erupted into a cacophony of anxious exclamations, bustling about the cabin. Finally, it was Zero who admonished them not to disturb Nami's rest, prompting them to settle down, albeit still pacing restlessly, their gazes periodically drifting toward the frail girl in bed. Nami, please retrieve the newspapers from the cabinet. Nami's sudden voice pierced through the tension. Vivi seemed to grasp her intent and rose to fetch the newspapers from the cabinet across the room, unearthing an edition from 3 days prior. Upon discerning the news it contained, Vivi's eyes widened in shock. It detailed a significant defection of the king's army to the rebel forces, indicating that the rebels now outnumbered the royal troops, a grim situation indeed. Staring blankly at the report, Vivi appeared dazed, struggling to absorb the gravity of the news. Nami, what are you planning to do? They noticed as Nami, with great effort, began to rise from her bed, prompting everyone to implore her not to overexert herself. Undeterred, Nami persisted, unsteadily climbing the stairs, and Zero, with no other choice, trailed closely behind, vigilantly monitoring her condition. To their surprise, upon reaching the deck, Nami sensed an unusual shift in the atmosphere. She questioned Zoro, who was training by the railing, only to discover he was using the clouds in the distance as a compass, which only heightened his agitation. Zoro urged Nami to return to the cabin for rest, but she turned and summoned everyone outside, instructing them to change course immediately. Though the Straw Hat Pirates were perplexed, they complied with Nami's directives. Shortly after the Merry set sail in the direction they had come, the crew was astounded to witness an enormous waterspout suddenly materializing on the sea behind them. Had they not altered their course, they would surely have met the fate of becoming mere wreckage upon the ocean's surface. A sense of numbness enveloped her. Even in her present state, she felt utterly helpless in the face of such natural calamity. The forces of nature proved to be far more formidable than she had ever imagined. It was at this moment that Vivi recognized the extraordinary talent Nami had displayed during their voyages. After careful contemplation, she addressed her companions with earnest urgency. Friends, I must make a request. The situation in Alabasta is critically urgent, and I need you to journey there with utmost haste. Luffy, Zero, Sanji, and the others regarded her with stoic expressions. Vivi continued, first, we must locate an island with a doctor to tend to Nami's injuries. Only then can our ship reach Alabasta as swiftly as possible. Luffy responded with a hearty laugh, absolutely. The little red bird chirped in agreement. Thus, the group resolved to sail onward, keeping an eye out for any island suitable for docking, prioritizing Nami's treatment before making further decisions regarding their course to Alabasta. Nami did voice her dissent, recalling her prior promise to Vivi, but after a heartfelt persuasion from her friend, she reluctantly acquiesced to the current plan. Chapter 46. The Star of Valbach. As the Mary set sail away from the tempest, a sudden chill descended, and snowflakes began to fall upon the sea's surface. At that moment, Zero and Vivi were tending to Nami in the cabin, while the others remained on deck, vigilant about their course ahead. At this moment, Zero felt rather unwell. Although his strength had significantly increased since his arrival in this world, it remained incomplete. Beyond the pinnacle of his Conqueror's Haki, his other abilities could only be utilized in combat, and even then, their effectiveness was limited. When faced with someone like Nami, he found himself in a rather passive position. He contemplated that, should he have another opportunity to select skills, he would prefer to choose some healing or knowledge-based auxiliary abilities. Even if they did not reach the maximum level, they could still prove useful, preventing him from being entirely helpless in certain exceptional situations. Of course, if Zero knew the location of Drum Island, he could direct the Going Merry towards it. However, the original storyline did not provide a specific position, rendering that approach unfeasible. Another option would be to elevate his level to a considerable extent or rely on the fully developed observation Haki. By combining both strategies, even without the assistance of the storyline to ascertain the location of Drum Island, he could make an educated guess. Yet, as of now, that too was unworkable. He gazed at the unconscious Nami, a wave of helplessness washing over him. At that moment, Luffy on the deck suddenly spotted a man in a clown suit standing on the surface of the sea, astonished and momentarily doubting his own vision. The others turned to look as well, puzzled by the situation. In the next instant, a ship emerged from beneath the man's feet, causing a surge of tumultuous waves. The Going Merry rocked violently, and the crew grasped the railing to avoid being thrown overboard. Inside the cabin, Zero, sensing the commotion on deck through his observation Haki, noticed Nami appearing distressed amidst the turmoil. Anger surged within him. After instructing Vivi to take good care of Nami, he strode purposefully onto the deck. Upon his arrival, he witnessed the Straw Hat Pirates engaged in battle with an oddly dressed adversary. Amidst the foes, a round figure appeared strikingly familiar. Zero recognized the individual before him. It was none other than Wapol, the former king of Drum Island, who had consumed the Devour fruit. Previously, when Zero had observed this segment of the narrative, he felt little emotion, but now, as a first-hand participant, he found their presence rather overwhelming. Thus, without uttering a word, Zero unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. Boom! The overwhelming presence descended upon the deck of the Mary, eliciting no reaction from Luffy and his companions, yet causing Wapol's subordinates to collapse, their eyes rolling back in terror. The crew of the opposing ship, witnessing this spectacle, urgently called for Wapol to board their vessel, but in the next moment, Zero seized Wapol by the collar, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Wapol struggled desperately but could not free himself. His subordinates, paralyzed with fear at Zero's uncanny power, fell silent. I ask again, do you have a doctor aboard your ship? Faced with Zero's emotionless inquiry, Wapol initially contemplated denial, but the intensity of Zero's gaze filled him with dread. He confessed, albeit reluctantly, that there were 20 doctors on his ship. Upon hearing this, the others felt a surge of hope, believing that Nami might yet be saved. However, when the 20 doctors arrived in the cabin and assessed Nami's condition, their expressions turned grave. Although they discerned that her ailment was caused by an insect bite, they lamented that their ship lacked the necessary antidotes for treatment. They would need to venture to the nearby Drum Island for any chance of recovery. Subsequently, Vivi and the others inquired about the location of Drum Island, but the doctors shook their heads in uncertainty. Frustrated, Zero hurled Wapol towards the distant sea. On the opposing ship, Wapol's subordinates were thrown into chaos, hastily gathering the doctors before swiftly heading in the direction Zero had indicated. Following this encounter, although the precise location of Drum Island remained unclear, the group was buoyed by the possibility that the island might harbor the medicine needed to save Nami, prompting them to remain vigilant for any signs of it. The next day, while Nami still suffered from a persistent fever, Sanji on the deck brought forth encouraging news. They had discovered an island of winter ahead. Additionally, guided by the earlier indications from the 20 doctors, they quickly surmised that this island was indeed the fabled Drum Island. The most striking feature of Drum Island was its towering, cloud-kissed peaks, perpetually blanketed in snow, presenting a stark white landscape that epitomized the essence of a winter island in the Grand Line. Just as they were about to land on Drum Island, Zero suddenly dashed onto the deck, cradling Nami in his arms amidst the puzzled gazes of his companions. Zero, here lies the kingdom of the magnetic drum. I can roughly ascertain the position of the doctor, and Nami's condition can no longer be postponed. Therefore, I intend to set foot on the island ahead of time. Is that acceptable, Luffy? Zoro. Zero. Are you capable of doing this alone? Zero. Rest assured, I shall take care of everything. Luffy. Then go ahead. We will seek you and Nami later. Sanji initially wished to accompany them, but upon realizing that Zero could traverse the skies with remarkable speed while he would merely hinder him, he reluctantly decided to stay with the others. Thus, Zero made arrangements with them for a meeting point before leaping into the air, soaring like an arrow, swiftly navigating the heavens. In no time, they could only discern a minuscule black dot against the sky. At that moment, Vivi gazed in the direction Zero had departed, suddenly sensing an aura of mist enveloping him, exuding not only immense power but also an unwavering resolve to stand firm during the Straw Hat Crew's dire moments, far more composed than Luffy and the others. She could not help but inquire of Sanji beside her. Sanji, do you know what Zero's true background is? Sanji shook his head, turning his gaze to Luffy. After all, it was Zero who initially joined Luffy, while Zoro came later. Therefore, Luffy held the most insight regarding this matter. Luffy. Zero? I stumbled upon him out at sea. Found his strength impressive, and invited him to join us. I never anticipated he would be this formidable, ha ha ha. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates then realized they had scarcely heard Zero speak of his origins, lamenting their limited understanding of him. Ultimately, Luffy declared, I don't care what secrets Zero harbors. All I know is that he is my comrade now, and will remain so. I will always place my trust in him. The crew exchanged glances, nodding in unison, seemingly in full accord with Luffy's sentiments. Subsequently, they prepared to board Magnetic Drum Island, hastening to reunite with Zero and Nami. Little Redbird, eek. Luffy, oh, Little Redbird, what are you doing here? Didn't T-Zero take you with him? Little Redbird. Oh, Chapter 47. A clash once more in midair, Zero activated his observation Haki to its maximum capacity, searching for clues within a limited range while employing Moonwalk to maneuver swiftly, all the while securely holding Nami to shield her from the biting wind and snow. Although his observation Haki had yet to reach its pinnacle, it had already acquired some qualities akin to a mind network, allowing him to vaguely sense the surrounding environment. As his level increased, this range would expand, and at his current 6th level, he could envelop a small town with his Haki. Thus, he was able to ascertain the presence of a doctor in the town they passed through under extreme conditions. It was highly likely that upon reaching the maximum level, his observation Haki would function similarly to a mind network. However, he deemed the likelihood of attaining abilities such as foresight or communication with all beings, akin to a game-breaking feature, to be slim. Moreover, these two capabilities evidently required a high level to be fully realized. By that time, he surmised that he would likely have little need for them. Nami. Hold on just a little longer. We shall arrive shortly. Zero softly spoke to Nami in his arms, his tone imbued with warmth and unwavering resolve. Before long, Zero passed through a place known as Kaistad Town and chanced upon a silver-haired woman preparing to depart on a sled. Before the sled stood a reindeer, adorned with a blue-nosed cap. Zero immediately recognized them. One was the island's few doctors, Kureha, and the other was Chopper, the reindeer who had consumed the human fruit, allowing for one of its 7 transformations. Wait, doctor, he exclaimed as he descended from the sky, landing before Kureha and Chopper, panting heavily, clearly struggling with the exertion of such a long-distance moonwalk. Who is this person? How can he fly? Is he from the neighboring village? Nearby. The villagers of Kastad were taken aback by Zero's sudden appearance, never expecting someone to descend from the heavens. Initially, Kureha did not notice Nami, who was wrapped tightly by Zero. Her first reaction to being obstructed by Zero was to ask, Are you here to share the secret to eternal youth? Zero shook his head slightly, half kneeling on the ground, placing Nami, who was cradled in his arms, onto his thigh. Only then did Kureha comprehend the purpose of Zero's presence here. However, Kureha questioned, Do you wish for me to save her? Zero. Could you please examine my companion and see if they can be saved? Kureha. They can be saved, but I will only do so at my discretion. I just saved someone moments ago, and I find myself rather reluctant to attend to patients today. Zero seemed taken aback by Kureha's unexpected response. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly regained his composure and declared, Doctor, if you can save her, I am willing to pay any price. Kureha scrutinized Zero with an earnest gaze, as if an unseen force compelled one to believe his words. Although she was internally inclined to assist, she feigned reluctance, waving her hand dismissively and stating, In that case, I shall accept your terms. Zero, I am immensely grateful. Kureha, however, at this moment, I do not possess any specific remedy for this situation. Therefore, we must ascend the mountain. Place her beside me. And whether you can keep up will depend on your own abilities. As the clock struck midnight, Zero nodded and gently placed the unconscious Nami onto the sled seat. Following Chopper, who was carrying the two of them, he ascended the snowy mountain. At that moment, a villager, belatedly realizing the situation, remarked, Is that fellow a pirate? To which the other villagers responded with silence. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat Pirates had just landed on the island. After engaging in earnest dialogue with the island's inhabitants, they were granted access to the interior, leaving Zoro and Usopp to guard the Mary. Upon conversing with Dalton, the captain of the Kingdom's Guard, they learned that this nation had recently been invaded by the notorious Blackbeard pirates, a mere 5-member crew. Their king, Wapol, having witnessed the pirates' might, abandoned the citizens and fled to the seas to become a pirate himself. This Wapol was none other than the user of the Munch Munch fruit, whom Luffy and his crew had encountered outside the island. Consequently, Luffy and his companions developed a strong aversion towards him. Dalton soon received disconcerting news. Wapol was lurking in the nearby waters, potentially poised to land on Drum Island. He promptly arranged for vigilant watch over the port to ensure timely updates should Wapol and his crew arrive. It wasn't too long before Dalton received intelligence that Wapol had indeed landed at the Great Horn, motivated by the possibility of encountering Zero there. Luffy decided to follow Dalton towards the Great Horn. Upon their arrival at the village of Great Horn, they found it ravaged by Wapol's forces, with only remnants of the village's former glory visible amidst the ruins. Wapol's troops had not yet departed, and they found themselves face to face with Dalton and the Straw Hats. Upon spotting Luffy and his crew, Wapol's eyes widened in fear, reminiscent of the terror he felt when confronted by Zero. However, upon realizing Zero was absent from their ranks, he straightened up defiantly. Wapol exclaimed, "You are the detestable pirates from before. And Dalton, when did you start associating with pirates?" Dalton retorted, "Wapol, you have forsaken this nation. Do not return here, for you are not welcome." With that, he transformed into his human-ox hybrid form and launched an attack on Wapol's subordinates. It was then that Luffy and the others discovered his status as a devil fruit user with the ability to transform thrice. After their initial astonishment, they joined the fray. Rubber Gun, Ultimate, Powder Star, Neckmeat, Peacock Saw. Watching the fierce battle unfold, Dalton was taken aback by the Straw Hats' formidable combat prowess. They swiftly dispatched Wapol's forces with ease. Wapol, initially believing his adversaries to be relatively weak aside from that one individual, was stunned to see his men fall so quickly. Before long, only Wapol and 2 of his men remained, while Dalton and the Straw Hats suffered no casualties. Just as Luffy prepared to charge at Wapol, a sudden surge of villagers from the previous village appeared, seemingly to assist. However, this turned out to be a cunning ploy by Wapol and his crew, who aimed their arrows at the civilians. Dalton, disregarding his safety, rushed forward but was struck by a flaming arrow and fell to the ground. "Uncle, are you all right?" Luffy called out as everyone hurried to check on him. Taking advantage of the ensuing chaos, Wapol and his men fled, and by the time Luffy and the others regained their composure, several figures had already vanished from sight. Chapter 48. The Monster Among Monsters in Drum Castle. Nami had just regained consciousness. She spotted a humanoid creature covered in brown fur, donning a red top hat, busily engaged in some activity. Curious about her surroundings, she inquired where she was, only to see the creature suddenly panic, halting its work and retreating behind a wall, peering at her with half its body exposed, leaving Nami utterly perplexed. Just as she was about to speak again, the creature dashed away, knocking over various bottles and jars in its haste, leaving Nami in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, Dr. Kureha emerged from a nearby room, chiding Chopper for being too noisy while introducing herself as the island's physician. Zero followed closely behind her, informing Nami that Kureha and Chopper were the ones who had treated her, prompting Nami to express her gratitude with a nod. Subsequently, Kureha approached Nami to explain her condition, pointing at her ankle. This ailment is caused by a bite from a caskia, an insect-like creature. Typically, patients can only endure for 5 days, and you must be feeling quite unwell. Today marks your 3rd day. Fortunately, your companions brought you here in time. Otherwise, you would have been in grave danger. Upon hearing this, Nami turned to Zero, her eyes conveying a complex mix of emotions, gratitude, joy, and affection. The profound bond between them was so palpable that Kureha, feeling somewhat exasperated, interrupted, "By the way, this species has been extinct for over a century. If it weren't for my antibiotics, you might not have survived." Zero recounted his prior experiences in the quaint garden to Kureha, suggesting that it was highly probable that the island harbored species long thought to be extinct. Naturally, he chose to omit any mention of the giants, prompting Kureha to nod in realization. Subsequently, Kureha advised Nami to rest adequately, suggesting a minimum of 3 days before their departure. Initially resistant to this notion, believing it would impede their journey, Nami ultimately acquiesced under the persistent insistence of Kureha and Zero. Meanwhile, Chopper, who had been covertly observing, felt a chill run down his spine as the man before him inexplicably vanished, only to reappear right behind him. "A ghost!" Chopper exclaimed, attempting to flee once more. But Zero swiftly caught him and redirected him to Kureha's side, where he clutched her pant leg, watching the two with wide eyes. "Chopper, your medical skills are quite impressive. Would you consider joining us as the ship's doctor?" Zero inquired. "A ship's doctor?" Chopper echoed, intrigued. "Yes, we are pirates." "Pirates?" Both Chopper and Kureha exclaimed with surprise. They had heard tales from villagers about a pirate crew that once invaded the island, sending the king fleeing and devastating the nation. Who would have thought that these seemingly fragile individuals were pirates themselves? However, this revelation held little weight for a doctor. Matters of terminal illnesses would pique their interest far more than piracy. Before Chopper could respond, He observed Zero nonchalantly approach Nami's bedside, stating, however, "This matter must be discussed with our captain first. For now, let it be. I shall speak with Luffy about it when he arrives." Chopper cast a final glance at them before wandering off, preoccupied with his own tasks. Kureha, taking a seat, began to elaborate on Chopper's background to Zero and Nami. It was then that Nami learned that Chopper was a reindeer who had consumed the human fruit, granting him human abilities and emotions. Having been shunned by both his kind and humans, he developed a certain aversion to people, which explained his reactive demeanor towards them. After sharing this, Kureha turned to Zero with a questioning gaze. "Did you genuinely intend to invite Chopper aboard? He is quite the peculiar creature." Zero and Nami exchanged a knowing smile and remarked, "Our pirate crew is indeed composed of extraordinary beings." Kureha chuckled heartily. Time passed, and Nami eventually awakened from her slumber once more. Noticing the door ajar, with a chill breeze seeping in, she felt a slight cold and intended to rise to close the door. However, Chopper appeared before she could do so, shutting the door behind him while gently admonishing her to take care, lest her condition might relapse. Warmth spread through Nami's heart as she apologized to Chopper for her earlier rudeness. To her surprise, Chopper turned away, declaring he did not accept apologies from humans, only to immediately adopt a bashful demeanor. Nami realized that Chopper was rather inept at concealing his emotions. Observing Chopper's antics, she suddenly pondered that if he were to become the ship's doctor for their pirate crew, she could leave earlier, as Chopper could tend to her needs aboard the ship. Their previously established plan to journey to Alabasta could thus proceed unimpeded. With this thought, she extended another invitation to Chopper, inquiring if he would like to join their pirate ship. Startled, Chopper retreated to the bookshelf, pointing at his blue nose and exclaimed, "Look at my blue nose. I am a monster and cannot associate with humans." "Silly, what are you thinking?" Zero entered the room, delicately balancing a tray of food, and placed it beside Nami's bed. He remarked that although it may not be as delectable as Sanji's culinary creations, it should be sufficiently nutritious. He then turned to face Chopper and exclaimed, "If you are a monster, then what we encountered earlier must be the most formidable of all monsters. Is that true?" Upon noticing the curious expression on Chopper's face, Zero began recounting the adventures he and his companions had experienced, the Fishman, the Millennium Dragon, and the Colossal Whale at Twin Cape, which filled Chopper with a sense of longing. When Zero spoke of the giants, Dory and Bragi, Chopper was astonished to learn that such a magnificent race as giants existed in this world. Later, Zero described the members of his pirate crew, the swordsman who wielded 3 blades, the chef who became entranced by beautiful women, and the sharpshooter with an unusually long nose, along with the princess of a kingdom. When Chopper heard that Luffy had consumed a devil fruit and transformed into a rubber man, he suddenly realized that Zero's earlier statements held a kernel of truth. "Zero, how do you feel about becoming a pirate? If you join our crew, the adventures that await you will be truly exhilarating." "Huh?" Chopper appeared somewhat intrigued, but in the next moment, he dashed out of the room, leaving the two in a state of bewilderment. Ultimately, Zero could only express his disappointment, realizing that his personal charm was insufficient. The role of inviting new crew members still belonged to Luffy. Upon hearing this, Nami couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, Nami, enough laughter. Let us have dinner." "All right." Chapter 49, A Delayed Warmth. Zero. Where are Luffy and the others? "Well, they should have arrived on the island by now. Do not worry, once your condition stabilizes, we shall reunite." "Okay." It was then that Nami noticed, at some point, her hand had intertwined with Zero's. A profound warmth radiated from his palm, making her wish to suspend time in that moment, cherishing the intimacy they shared. Zero sensed the somewhat ambiguous atmosphere enveloping them at that moment. He casually placed his right hand upon Nami's shoulder, allowing her to lean comfortably against him, her heart finding solace against his strong chest. However, as Zero lowered his gaze, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Nami's delicate, rosy skin through her attire, causing his heart to race. Nami, too, seemed to notice the sudden intensity of Zero's breath, lifting her gaze to look at him with curiosity. In an instant, their eyes met, and an intoxicating ambience blossomed between them. Zero could not contain himself any longer. He leaned in for a kiss. Nami's eyes widened in surprise at Zero's sudden advance. Her body stiffened momentarily. However, after a brief period of discomfort, she gradually transformed from a passive participant to an active one, wrapping her arms around Zero's back. Their breaths became heavy, and Zero felt Nami's softness, imbued with a sweetness that stirred within him an insatiable desire to explore further. While one arm held Nami tightly, the other began to glide along her waist, inching upward. Just as the two were becoming increasingly engrossed in each other, an untimely voice echoed from within the room. "What are you doing?" They both froze instantly. Nami concealed herself in Zero's embrace, her cheeks flushed with a vibrant hue, as if on the verge of spilling over with emotion. Zero's expression soured as he turned to see Chopper entering with medicine in hand, silently cursing himself for forgetting to lock the door. Chopper seemed oblivious to the implications of their actions, assuming they were engaged in some incomprehensible endeavor. He approached, intending to ensure Nami took her medicine. However, upon noticing the flush on Nami's face, he mistakenly believed her illness had recurred and hurriedly urged Zero to step aside, examining her closely. Once he confirmed her well-being, he finally relaxed and clapped his hands together. How peculiar. She has already recovered from her fever, yet her face is still so red. Is there an ailment I am unaware of? Nami could only offer an awkward smile, casting a lingering glance at Zero with a look of reproach as Chopper turned away. Zero responded with a mischievous grin, prompting Nami to recall their prior actions, causing her ears to burn with embarrassment. Humph, that scoundrel. At that moment, Nami noticed something peculiar in Chopper's demeanor. His blue nose twitched as he gazed solemnly out the window. Zero, too, ceased his playful expression and followed Chopper's line of sight. Chopper, Zero, what is it? Nami inquired. That is the sin of Walpo, Chopper replied. Who is that? Nami asked. Zero knew that Nami had likely not yet encountered Walpo, so he recounted their previous encounter with him, expressing concern that Walpo had returned to reclaim his castle, for he had once been the king of this land, albeit not particularly beloved. Sensing that unfavorable circumstances might soon unfold, Chopper prepared to inform Kureha about Walpo's arrival, while Zero instructed Nami to rest well before they proceeded together. Before long, the two, accompanied by a reindeer, arrived at the city gate, where Walpo stood with his two henchmen, vocally announcing his presence. Kureha cautioned Walpo, asserting that since he had forsaken this nation, he ought not to return. Walpo arrogantly declared that this was his kingdom, and he would come and go as he pleased. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Walpo recognized that it belonged to the very individual from the pirate crew who had effortlessly subdued him and cast him into the sea. Had he not encountered Dalton and Luffy, perhaps Walpo's mind would have remained clear. However, reduced to a mere trio of companions, his anger simmered within him. The sight of Zero ignited that fury. Damn you. The last time you dared to throw me into the sea. This time I shall make you feel the wrath of Walpo, he shouted, opening his enormous mouth wide enough to swallow a person whole, and leapt towards Zero. Yet, in the next moment, a pair of elongated arms emerged from behind, seizing him mid-jump. Rubber, swing, Luffy exclaimed as he hurled Walpo into the air, causing him to crash heavily onto the ground. Luffy then leaped a short distance in front of Zero and greeted him with a smile. Zero, so you are here too. Where's Nami? Is she alright? Although surprised by Luffy's sudden appearance, Zero quickly regained his composure and replied, Nami is fine now. There is a doctor here who can treat her. That's wonderful, Luffy exclaimed. Zero, indeed, ha ha ha. Following Luffy's appearance, the rest of the companions made their entrances as well, Sanji, Vivi, Usopp, and the little red bird that had just alighted on Zero's shoulder. Once again, they gathered together. They inquired about Nami's condition, and upon learning that she had transitioned from peril to safety, they all breathed a sigh of relief, especially Sanji, who, had the matter with Walpole and his companions not been resolved, would have likely rushed over to see how Nami was faring. Eep. The little red bird affectionately nuzzled Zero's face, chirping intermittently, seemingly reproaching Zero for having left it behind. Zero could only stroke its body a few times to calm it down somewhat. Accompanying them was Dalton, who had transformed into his bull-human form. However, he appeared to be in a rather dire state, heavily bandaged, and evidently still recovering from severe injuries. Zero, who are these individuals? Upon hearing Chopper's inquiry, Zero smiled and replied, they are my companions. Look, the one who can transform into a rubberman is our captain, Monkey D. Luffy. Chopper blinked in surprise and turned to see Luffy gazing at him with astonishment, exclaiming, you can actually talk. Zero, Luffy, this fellow is named Chopper. And he is indeed a doctor. Moreover, his abilities are quite formidable. Upon hearing this, Luffy suddenly dashed to Chopper's side, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm as he proposed. How about joining our pirate crew as the ship's doctor? Chopper, Chapter 50, Capturing Chopper. At this moment, Dalton observed Chopper standing at the castle's entrance. A sense of familiarity washing over him. He recalled the past when Chopper avenged Dr. Hiralik, and a wave of nostalgia surged within him, realizing that Chopper had been fighting all along until now. Meanwhile, after being rescued by his subordinates, Wapple clumsily crawled out of the snow, acknowledging their disadvantage. One of his subordinates, sporting a wild afro, suddenly hurled black fur balls at the crowd, while another subordinate dressed as a clown shot flaming arrows, igniting the black fur balls and causing chaos among the group. Wapple's attention was suddenly drawn to the pirate flag fluttering above the castle, and in a fit of rage, he declared his intention to burn it. Chopper transformed into his human form and charged forward, only to be swallowed whole by Wapple, who opened his mouth wide. In that critical moment, Luffy and Sanji rushed forward together, attacking Wapple's belly, which ultimately liberated Chopper. Following this, Wapple, in a state of furious exasperation, grew to an enormous size through a technique known as the Wapple House, and even swallowed his two subordinates. When they emerged, they had transformed into a combined form. Luffy and Usopp were instantly dazzled, exclaiming, how impressive. Zero, isn't it just a matter of stacking together? After successfully transforming, Walpo directly fired a cannonball at the flag of the Cherry Blossom Pirates. However, before it could hit its target, Zero intercepted it with a slashing attack, causing a brilliant explosion of sparks in midair. Thank you, Zero. Chopper expressed his gratitude before charging towards Walpo, raising his fist. At that moment, Dalton also rushed in from behind, grappling Walpo from the back to restrain him. Just as Chopper was about to land his punch, he recalled the words of Dr. Hillilik before his demise, causing him to halt his attack. Walpo seized the opportunity and sent him flying with a cannonball. While Dalton was also knocked back by a single punch, rendered motionless, Usopp and Vivi hurried forward to check on Dalton, discovering that he had merely fainted from his severe injuries, which relieved them. As for Chopper, he got back on his feet and engaged in combat with the combined entity, while Luffy positioned himself in front of Walpo, preparing for a standoff. Lambo Ball. Chopper produced a yellow sphere and bit into it, astonishingly exhibiting a transformation beyond the typical 3-stage transformation of Zoan users, achieving a remarkable 7-stage transformation that left Luffy wide-eyed in admiration. Yet, Luffy failed to notice Walpo stealthily sneaking up behind him, seemingly intent on entering the castle, only to be kicked back by Zero like a ball, landing headfirst into the snow. Luffy remarked, "Watch out. Your opponent almost got away just now." Zero made a sarcastic remark about Luffy when he suddenly spotted a key on the ground, seemingly dropped by Whirlpool moments earlier. He recalled that this key might open a door to a certain room within the castle, so he picked it up and tucked it away for future use. Meanwhile, as Luffy once again engaged Whirlpool, Chopper had already vanquished the combined foe with his cherry blossom hoof, swiftly concluding the battle. In the Grand Factory, Whirlpool ultimately resorted to his most potent technique, consuming his own body to transform into a frail version of himself, hoping to enhance his agility or facilitate an escape. However, against a Luffy who had grown stronger than in the original narrative, his attacks were effortlessly repelled by Luffy's hardened armament, failing to inflict any damage whatsoever. In the end, Luffy unleashed his rubber rocket, sending Whirlpool soaring into the sky. Thus, with Whirlpool's final defeat, this chapter came to a close. After the ordeal, the awakened Dalton knelt before the assembled crowd, expressing his gratitude to Luffy and his companions for their valor in rescuing the nation. Yet, as he raised his gaze, he found Luffy chasing after Chopper across the hills, eager to recruit him as a companion. Luffy exclaimed, "Don't run. Join us as our friend." To which Chopper replied, "Don't chase me, Zero. It is simply a matter of getting accustomed to it." Before long, the villagers from the foot of the mountain arrived, carrying Dalton into the castle, where Kiriha began to administer treatment. When Kiriha inquired whether Dalton possessed the key to the armory, he shook his head in negation. However, upon turning, he spotted Zero producing the key and asking if it was the one. Dalton, astonished, nodded in affirmation, confirming that the key in Zero's hand was indeed the key to the armory. As Kiriha attempted to retrieve the key from Zero, Nami, lying in bed, seized the opportunity to propose conditions. She requested that Kiriha waive her treatment fees and allow her to leave. Initially, Kiriha agreed to the former request, but did not acquiesce to the latter. As she mentioned that there were clothes in the cabinet and that there were no guards to monitor her escape, Zero couldn't help but reflect that Kiriha was, in fact, a kind and endearing person. Outside the castle, Luffy was calling out Chopper's name, eager to invite him to join the crew as their ship's doctor. Unable to resist, Chopper eventually emerged, expressing that he was a monster with a blue nose and could not associate with humans. Luffy, undeterred, raised both hands and exclaimed, "How tedious. Let us go." Chopper burst into tears, recalling Dr. Hirolik's encouragement to venture out to sea, and ultimately accepted Luffy's invitation, becoming a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. At that moment, Zoro unexpectedly appeared from a nearby path, displaying a look of surprise upon seeing Luffy and the others. Amidst the group's bemusement, he remarked, "I was merely swimming. How did I end up here? By the way, what are you all doing here?" Usopp retorted, "Hey, you idiot. Getting lost to this extent is hopeless." Zoro questioned, "What did you say?" This elicited laughter from everyone, while Zoro remained perplexed, unable to comprehend their amusement. As they gathered outside the castle, waiting for Chopper to bid farewell to Kiriha, he suddenly appeared with a sled, urging everyone to hop on. Thus, they sped down the mountain together. En route, they noticed a gigantic pink cherry blossom blooming atop Drum Mountain, prompting them to pause and admire the rare beauty. Chopper transformed back to his usual form, weeping profusely in front of the magnificent cherry blossom, reminiscing about Hirolik and feeling reluctant to part with Kiriha. Yet, at this moment, he had no choice but to say farewell as he set forth toward the ocean he had always dreamed of. Silence enveloped the group. Unbeknownst to them, Nami, sensing that no one was paying attention to her, discreetly rested her head on Zero's shoulder. Understanding her unspoken sentiment, Zero embraced her waist, cherishing the fleeting moment of warmth. Chapter 51. The food crisis. As Chopper joined Luffy and the others, setting sail aboard the Mary, Dalton was conversing with Kiriha atop Drum Mountain, discussing his intention to stay and assist the villagers. Suddenly, a guard arrived with news, reporting that a mysterious man had previously appeared on the island, brandishing Luffy's bounty poster and inquiring if anyone had seen him. Before departing, the man mentioned he was headed to Alabasta and would only remain for 10 days, requesting they inform Luffy. However, due to the haste of Luffy and his crew's departure, the guard could only relay this information to Dalton. Kiriha gazed at Luffy's picture on the bounty poster and remarked upon the full names of Luffy and Roger, hinting that the letter D held significant meaning, prompting many reflections. Dalton, perceiving Kiriha's contemplative state, chose not to interrupt her, but instead shared her gaze toward the distant sky. Aboard the Mary. Following Chopper's induction as the ship's doctor, the crew held a welcome party, touched by the gesture. Chopper was momentarily disheartened when Nami pointed out that they merely sought an excuse to drink. Subsequently, Chopper showcased his ability to communicate with animals, astonishing the crew by understanding the swift-footed creature's language. Only Zoro seemed somewhat oblivious. Only when Chopper formally introduced himself did he realize, having mistakenly thought Chopper was merely stockpiling food. This caused Chopper to weep uncontrollably, but soon after, he seamlessly integrated into the Straw Hat Pirates, engaging in playful antics with Luffy and Usopp. Days later, the Mary was approaching Alabasta. In preparation for their impending challenges, Vivi briefed the crew on the structure of Baroque works, explaining that Mr. Zero, Crocodile, commanded a hierarchy of agents from Mr. 1 to Mr. 13, with those closer to the front exhibiting greater power. The agents from Mr. 1 to Mr. 5 were senior agents and possessed devil fruit abilities, while those from Mr. 6 to Mr. 13 were junior agents, each partnered with a female counterpart, except for Mr. 2. Sanji inquired about the animal duo encountered in the Little Garden, to which Vivi replied that they were known as Mr. 13, Crocodile's punishment unit, responsible for dealing with failed missions. It is worth noting that among the senior agents, Mr. 1, Mr. 2, and Mr. 4 had not encountered the crew, while Mr. 3 and Mr. 5 had already been defeated, allowing for counter-strategies should they meet again. Furthermore, Vivi elaborated on the agent's subordinates, indicating that each senior agent commanded 200 subordinates, while junior agents had 800, culminating in a formidable force of 2,000, forming the current Baroque works. Despite his fear, Usopp trembled as he exclaimed, "There are 2,000 of them." Zero, however, nonchalantly remarked that a mere use of Conqueror's Haki would suffice to resolve the matter effortlessly. Noticing Chopper's confused expression, Usopp took it upon himself to explain the composition of the 3 types of Haki, inspiring Chopper to express his desire to learn Haki as well. Zero shook his head, stating, "Not necessarily. My domineering influence has its limits, and the efficacy in real combat may be somewhat diminished. Moreover, even if we eliminate these 2,000, those agents are not to be underestimated. Should we encounter them, a confrontation will be unavoidable." Usopp exclaimed, "Is that so? Do we still have time to return now?" Luffy replied, "As long as we defeat Crocodile, it should not pose a significant issue." The little red bird chirped, "Eep." Chopper clarified, "What it means is that Crocodile will be defeated by it." Luffy retorted, "Don't try to take my opponent. Crocodile is mine." The little red bird chirped again, "Eep." Luffy, exasperated, cried, "You little rascal, breathing fire again? Zero. Save me." In an instant, Luffy found himself fleeing from the little red bird, only to be met with 2 furious punches from Nami, knocking him to the ground. Both Luffy and the bird sported swollen bumps atop their heads. Noticing Nami's wink, Zero, who had been observing the spectacle, stepped forward to capture the little red bird and placed it into his pocket, allowing it to reflect on its behavior. The little red bird chirped, "Eep." That evening, as everyone slumbered soundly, Zero stood at the bow of the ship, gazing contemplatively at the distant sea, lost in thought. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly called from behind, "Zero." Zero turned around to find Nami clad in her nightwear, offering herself a steaming cup of beverage. "It's a bit chilly tonight. I thought I might warm myself with some tea. What brings you here? You ought to get some rest tomorrow. You'll need to keep an eye on the Mary. I have a robust constitution and am not afraid of the cold." Despite her words, Zero obediently accepted the hot drink. Upon noticing the thin fabric of Nami's nightwear, he set the drink aside, removed his jacket, and draped it over her shoulders before finally savoring the warmth of the beverage. Nami moved closer, leaning against Zero's side, and together they gazed into the distance in serene harmony. "Zero, what were you just thinking about?" "I was reflecting on our past experiences and the possibilities that lie ahead. The future? For instance, how many children we might have." Nami's cheeks flushed, and her fist instinctively aimed for Zero's chest, only to be caught by him, drawing her in closer. Unable to resist the allure of Nami's enchanting visage, Zero leaned in to kiss her, when suddenly, "Where's the restroom?" Luffy, appearing drowsy and caught between dreams and reality, ambled past them, disrupting the tender atmosphere that enveloped the pair. Zero gazed at Nami's speechless expression, unable to suppress a chuckle as she covered her mouth, then returned his clothing to him, instructing him to keep a watchful eye throughout the night before turning away to continue her slumber, leaving Zero alone, bewildered by the wind. "Luffy, why on earth did you consume all the provisions meant for 10 people? Those were intended for our upcoming landing in Alabasta." At that moment, Sanji shouted angrily at Luffy, who initially denied the accusation, but ultimately revealed his own guilt through Sanji's clever tactics. Upon hearing the sound of Luffy being hurled away, Usopp, who had been fishing, hurriedly rushed over, while Chopper, caught off guard, inadvertently exposed himself during Sanji's inquiry, resulting in a severe beating. Meanwhile, Zero, who had been resting with his eyes closed on the deck, instinctively opened them at the commotion, just in time to catch sight of remnants near the beak of a little red bird. realizing that the culprit in the food theft might very well include the little creature. Zero, feeling a sense of urgency, shook his head and resolved to take action. He removed his clothing and leaped into the sea with a splash, hoping to catch some seafood to stave off impending hunger. Meanwhile, Usopp and Luffy, using the struggling Speedy as bait, were startled when a colossal fish, measuring over 10 meters, suddenly leaped from the water and landed on the ship. They rushed over in excitement, exclaiming about food. On the fishing line, Speedy lamented, "Have you forgotten about me? Release me." Chapter 52, 1/ to defeat the enemy ship. Upon Zero's return to the ship, Sanji was already dividing the food among the crew, temporarily alleviating the food crisis caused by Luffy and the others' voracious appetites. Just as he steadied himself, a plume of green gas began to rise from the sea ahead of the Mary, forming a distinctive gas waterfall. Fortunately, Nami explained that it was sulfur gas emitted by an underwater volcano, assuring them that passing through it would pose no danger. As the crew navigated through the gas waterfall, they unexpectedly spotted a man dressed in a swan costume, who had appeared on Speedy. He slipped off and shouted that he was a duck, urging them to rescue him. Recognizing the man, Zero realized he was Mr. Bon Clay from Baroque Works, the only high-ranking agent without a partner, known for his ability to mimic others by touch. Although lacking combat prowess, he was exceptionally skilled for a spy. It seemed he was unaware that they were the Straw Hat Pirates he had been pursuing. Otherwise, he would have surely attacked. Ding. Side quest activated. Defeat Mr. 2 of Baroque Works. Completion reward, 400 experience points, 40,000 berries. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zero's expression transformed into one of knowing amusement. At that moment, Mr. 2, oblivious to the danger he was in, excitedly declared himself a devil fruit user and began to demonstrate his mimicking abilities, transforming into Luffy, Chopper, Usopp, and Zoro. When he attempted to mimic Zero, he sensed something unsettling in Zero's gaze and hesitated, opting instead to showcase his memory ability, mimicking those he had previously touched, which earned him applause from Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper. Zero noticed Vivi's expression shift as she appeared to recall Mr. 2's identity through his demonstration. Shortly thereafter, a small boat approached the Mary, prompting Mr. 2 to recognize his associates and bid a sorrowful farewell to Luffy and the others, promising to meet again someday. However, as he jumped onto the small boat, his subordinates inadvertently revealed his identity, leading Luffy and the others to realize he was their enemy. There was still time. Watch this. Zero exclaimed as he swiftly leaped onto the ship's railing, drawing his sword, Chi-Long, and unleashing a brilliant blue blade of light towards Mr. 2's boat. Buzz. The blade sliced through the water, splitting the sea and creating two waves, swiftly closing in on the small vessel, exploding into a dazzling blue light upon impact. In an instant, the boat vanished from sight, while Mr. 2's subordinates shouted his name amidst the scattered debris, seemingly unaware that he had been thrown back into the sea. Only when Zero received the completion notification did he sheath his sword and address his companions. Well, it seems we've dealt with that. Initially, Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp felt disheartened after witnessing Zero defeat Mr. 2, but Vivi reminded them that he was indeed an enemy from Baroque Works. Had he utilized his abilities, he could have caused immeasurable chaos in Alabasta. The thought of such an adversary masquerading as an ally could lead to distrust among them. A perilous situation in their battle against Baroque Works, especially since he had already touched most of the Straw Hat crew. Had Zero not defeated him, the ensuing conflict would have been fraught with uncertainty. Later, Vivi inquired how Zero had reacted so swiftly. He explained that he had seen a likeness of Vivi's father in the newspaper, and upon witnessing Mr. 2's performance, he had suspected his true identity. It was only after Mr. 2's departure, which revealed his identity, that he took action. Vivi understood now. After their encounter with Mr. 2, Zero's experience points reached 31,503. 200, leaving him just 50 points shy of his next level up. He eagerly anticipated the potential increase in his combat prowess. The Mary continued its voyage. Suddenly, a gigantic cat appeared on the horizon. Luffy instinctively sought to capture it, but was reprimanded by Vivi, who explained that it was a sea cat, a revered creature in Alabasta. She reassured him that soon they would be able to enjoy delicious food. The crew realized they would soon reach Alabasta. Suddenly, Usopp, on lookout duty, alerted the crew to multiple ships approaching, all bearing the Baroque Works insignia. Vivi recognized them as subordinates of high-ranking agents, far more formidable than the bounty hunters they had encountered at Whiskey Peak. Although their intentions for converging upon Alabasta remained unclear, it signaled a growing tension in the situation. Vivi instructed her companions to prepare for battle, and they all responded affirmatively. Although Zero had defeated Mr. 2, to prevent any potential return, Vivi devised a plan to tie a band around her left hand, so that if anyone identical but lacking this mark appeared, they could confirm their enemy status. Once ready, they docked at a town named Laroha to replenish their supplies. The moment they arrived, Luffy leaped off the ship, driven by the promise of delicious food that Vivi had mentioned. Before the others could react, Zero declared, "I'll take care of this fool," and followed suit, bringing along his pet sparrow. Suddenly, Usopp spotted Mr. 3's ship not far off. After Vivi confirmed that the vessel was powered by Mr. Three's abilities, it indicated a strong likelihood that he was still alive. Aware that they might be discovered, the crew decided to proceed with caution. Chapter 53. Smoker is frightened away. Oh. That was when Zoro, who had been gracefully pursuing Luffy through the air using his moonwalk, suddenly came to a halt, his expression reflecting a hint of surprise. Through his observation Haki, he sensed a strange yet intense aura emanating from a nearby town, one that felt somewhat out of place amidst the surroundings. Upon further investigation, he discerned a familiar yet indistinct silhouette. In an instant, he comprehended that these two figures must be simultaneously searching for Port Gasti, Ace, and the Navy officer Smoker. At that moment, both individuals were aimlessly wandering about the town, evidently still in pursuit of Luffy's whereabouts. Zoro decided to bypass them, continuing along the path he had previously taken. Soon enough, he caught sight of Luffy. At that moment, Luffy stood before a stone house in the desert, opening a bag to sample the green powder within. Just as Zoro descended from the air, he witnessed Luffy tossing the bags of powder into the furnace to incinerate them. Luffy, what are you doing? Zoro inquired. Zoro. Little red bird. What brings you two here? This is so strange. Vivi said we could enjoy delicious food upon landing. But I haven't seen any. Earlier, I tasted something terribly unpalatable, but fortunately, I burned it all. What happened to the bento Sanji prepared for you? I finished it all. Zoro was grateful that he had asked Sanji to prepare an extra bento, and as he was about to retrieve it, he suddenly noticed that it had started to rain. In that instant, he recalled the powder that Luffy had just burned, which he suspected was the substance referred to as dancing powder in the narrative. Due to the unexpected downpour, the two decided to wait until the rain ceased before setting off. As Luffy enjoyed the bento prepared by Zoro, he pondered the peculiar climate of the desert. After a while, the rain stopped, and Luffy and Zoro prepared to depart. Suddenly, a man burst out of a stone hut, brandishing a knife and shouting, "You two dare to destroy my dancing powder." In truth, Zoro had already sensed the man's presence inside the hut through his observation Haki, but he chose to ignore him. To his surprise, the man emerged, inevitably leading to a rather severe beating. The man humbly knelt before them, confessing that the substance they had burned was indeed the prohibited dancing powder, which the world government had outlawed. Its purpose was to artificially induce rainfall, and he had intended to exploit the drought in Alabasta to profit from its water production. However, Luffy's unintentional actions had completely thwarted his plans. Given the apparent utility of this substance to Alabasta, one might wonder why it was prohibited by the world government. Zoro inquired of the man, yet he was equally perplexed. Ultimately resigning to the circumstances, Luffy exclaimed, "Dancing powder? Artificial rain?" The little red bird replied, "Eek." Luffy retorted, "You are the real fool." The little red bird continued, "Eek. Eek." Zero. Behind them, the man persistently implored the two not to divulge the matter. When Zero remarked that they were pirates, the man fell silent, quietly gathering his belongings before retreating to the stone house. After exchanging a bewildered glance, the two departed from the scene. Inside the stone house, the man muttered to himself, "What a waste of time. Pirates, of all things, are the most detestable." Zero and Luffy traversed the vast expanse of the desert. A little red sparrow circled overhead, guiding the two toward the nearest village. "I'm so hungry. When will we arrive? I need to eat." Zero exclaimed. "We're almost there, just a little longer." Luffy reassured. "I'm so famished." Zoro underestimated Luffy's appetite. After sharing a meal with Robin, it wasn't long before Luffy clamored for more food, leaving Zoro with no choice but to ask him to hold on a little longer. At last, the duo arrived at a quaint little town. The aroma wafted through the air. Luffy suddenly perked up, dashing toward a certain direction within the town. Zoro called Robin back to his shoulder and then followed Luffy. Upon reaching the entrance of a restaurant, Zoro's brow furrowed in concern. Those two rascals again. As he approached the establishment, he noticed a rather conspicuous gaping hole, likely a result of Luffy's antics. By this time, Luffy had already begun to indulge in the food, while the chef, donning a tall white hat, urged him to leave at once, but Luffy showed no inclination to comply. Zero sat beside Luffy and said to the owner, "Bring me 2 more portions. One for him and one for the little red sparrow," while waiting for the dishes. The little red sparrow could no longer resist and began to sneakily eat the food in front of Luffy. "You've taken too much, little red sparrow." "Eek. Well, since you've brought me a bento, I suppose I can share a bit," she replied. "Eek. Luffy." Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed, "Straw Hat Kid, the executioner." Both of them looked up to see Smoker standing at the entrance, glaring at them with visible anger. "Smoker, what brings you here?" Luffy recognized Smoker, but continued eating, his gaze showing no fear. After all, the reason he had struggled against Smoker previously was largely due to his inability to counter natural abilities, leaving him in a precarious position. However, with the mastery of armament Haki, Luffy felt a newfound confidence, even if the current disparity in strength remained unclear. "I've been chasing you for so long, and finally, I've found you in Alabasta. Surrender quietly," Smoker declared, smoke swirling around him as he prepared to take action. Sensing the impending confrontation, Zero and Luffy readied themselves for battle. Just then, a bare-chested man appeared, suddenly grabbing Smoker's arm. Are you planning to lay a hand on my brother without my consent? It was Ace. Luffy shouted joyfully, while Smoker's expression shifted to one of shock. He could hardly believe his ears. Was the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division truly the brother of the Straw Hat Kid? Observing the camaraderie between Luffy and Ace, along with Zero eagerly watching, Smoker felt an ominous sense of dread. Indeed, the two brothers engaged in lively conversation, with Luffy introducing Ace to Zero, who responded with a smile, seemingly oblivious to Smoker's presence. Smoker silently calculated, with a bounty of 50 million for the executioner and 30 million for the Straw Hat Kid. He might manage to contend with these two, but with the inclusion of the Whitebeard Pirates captain, his chances of victory dwindled to almost nothing. As a Marine officer, Smoker's capabilities were formidable. After assessing the power dynamics, he discreetly retreated, intent on finding another opportunity to strike back. Meanwhile, Luffy, Ace, and Zero remained unaware of Smoker's departure, engrossed in their conversation and enjoying their meal. Chapter 54. The Marine's encirclement. Smoker quietly returned to the Marine encampment and entered a tent, where a frail figure immediately came into view. Upon seeing Smoker, the figure commented, "Smoker, why didn't you announce your arrival?" Smoker replied coolly, "Apache. They've arrived in this country. So, it's that group of pirates you're after, is it? I believe they go by the name Straw Hat or something similar. Your opponent is the executioner. Do not mistake that." Yes, I will do as you say," the man said as he passed by Smoker and stepped outside the tent, opening his arms to embrace the sea breeze. Once Smoker joined him, he slowly remarked, "Just a bunch of pirates daring to trample on the dignity of the Marines. Watch how I bring them back." Smoker said nothing, fully trusting the man's words. After all, he was a former student highly regarded by his instructor, his strength undoubtedly superior to Smoker's, which explained his rapid rise to the rank of Rear Admiral. Nodding in agreement, Smoker began mobilizing the Marine forces. Before long, they were assembled and set off in the direction they had come from. Unbeknownst to Luffy and his companions, the Marine forces had just entered the small town. After finishing their meal, they exited the restaurant, chatting while searching for their comrades. "Ace, how did you end up here?" Luffy asked. In response to Luffy's inquiry, Ace countered, "Did you not receive my message from Drum Island?" Seeing the puzzled expressions on Luffy and Zero's faces, Ace realized his message had likely failed to reach them. He then explained that his presence here was due to an official matter. "What matter?" Luffy asked. "Zero, is it because of Blackbeard?" Ace looked at Zero with some surprise, not expecting that Luffy's companion would know this name, and curiously inquired, "How do you know?" Zero, During our time on Drum Island, we heard rumors regarding Blackbeard's destruction of the Drum Kingdom. Coupled with your earlier mention of his presence on Drum Island, it seems that aside from Blackbeard, there is no one else who could command such regard from the 2nd commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, right?" Ace, ha ha ha, you truly are a clever companion of Luffy. Luffy, isn't that right? Ha ha, Ace continued. "However, you are indeed correct. My arrival here is indeed due to Blackbeard. I have heard that he once lingered in this place." Zero, in light of this, Ace, you must exercise caution. That Blackbeard possesses the capability to obliterate an entire nation with just a few individuals, indicating his formidable strength. Ace, rest assured, as the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, I have unwavering confidence in my own abilities. Seeing Ace so confident, it was difficult to interject, especially since he could not mention that he would soon be defeated by Blackbeard and subsequently captured. Even if such an event were imminent, who would believe it now? Ace suddenly turned to Luffy and asked, "By the way, Luffy, would you like to join the Whitebeard Pirates?" "Of course. Your companions are welcome to come along as well." Luffy replied, "Is that the Yonko? I believe Zero mentioned it." Ace responded, "Indeed. Are you interested?" "Just the two of us as brothers," Luffy exclaimed. "No way." Ace chuckled. "Luffy, you truly haven't changed at all, huh?" Luffy smiled mischievously. Ace continued, "I aspire for Whitebeard to become the Pirate King and claim the One Piece, not you, Luffy." Zero, rest assured, even if we do not join you, we shall undoubtedly assist Luffy in his quest to become the Pirate King. Ace, is that so? It seems we are destined for a confrontation sooner or later. However, I must emphasize that the Whitebeard Pirates are not so easily vanquished. Zero ceased to speak, acknowledging the undeniable truth. The Straw Hat Pirates had only recently arrived in the Grand Line, and their overall strength was rather lacking. Their crew composition remained incomplete, necessitating time for growth. However, the current inferiority to the Whitebeard Pirates did not imply a permanent disparity. Luffy proclaimed, "Then let us settle this with a fight. After all, we are pirates. Only through battle can we discern victory from defeat." His expression remained unchanged, still adorned with a cheerful grin. He neither agreed nor disagreed. Yet Zero understood that, for Luffy, he held unwavering faith in his companions above all else. Suddenly, Little Red Bird exclaimed, "Eek!" The trio came to an abrupt halt. Surrounding them was a formidable ring of Navy soldiers, which had amassed unbeknownst to them. At the forefront stood 3 naval officers clad in their distinguished uniforms, gazing at the trio as if they were mere prey on a butcher's block. Smoker pointed his jutty at them, declaring loudly, "Executioners! Straw Hat Brat! Fire Fist Ace!" You three have come here today. There is no escape. With that, he transformed into a cloud of smoke and charged forward. Ace urged, Luffy, you and the others should leave. I'll hold them off here. No, I want to stay. Luffy refused, immediately adopting a fighting stance. In an instant, his arms became enveloped in a substance as dark as ink. Armament Haki, hardened. Gum pistol. While Ace was still astonished that Luffy could wield armament Haki, Luffy had already elongated his arm and launched an attack toward Smoker, striking him back before he could react. Smoker, are you alright? Colonel. Smoker coughed blood. His expression one of disbelief. His initial target had been Zero, yet he was unexpectedly repelled by Luffy's punch. Had that kid truly grown so strong? You've also learned armament Haki, Smoke Man. Let us have a proper battle this time. Luffy shouted, his body stretching as he charged at Smoker with remarkable speed, engaging him in a fierce struggle. Ace glanced at Zero and noticed he had already confronted the Navy forces. Just as he prepared to assist, a familiar yet potent aura suddenly permeated the air, emanating from Zero, Luffy's comrade. How could this be? My father's Conqueror's Haki is manifesting within this person? What is happening? Ace realized he might not know Luffy as well as he thought. Not only could he wield armament Haki, but he also had companions capable of using Conqueror's Haki. How many secrets did he hold that Ace was unaware of? As he remained in shock, the area surrounding Zero had transformed into a no-man's land. Any Navy soldier who approached within a certain range would instantaneously fall, their eyes glazing over, unable to rise regardless of the calls from their comrades. It was utterly bizarre. A monster. This pirate. We are no match for him. Zero walked forward with an air of nonchalance, as if meandering through a serene garden, his expression unchanged despite the fallen Navy personnel surrounding him. It was only when he stood before a frail man that his demeanor shifted to one of gravity. That should suffice, Executioner, the man remarked, his tone unruffled yet laced with a chilling intensity that sent shivers down one's spine. Chapter 55. The True Form of the Little Red Sparrow Ding. Side quest initiated. Defeat the Navy Major, Apache, to earn 1,800 experience points and a skill lottery ticket. Upon perceiving the prompt echoing in his mind, Zero instinctively heightened his vigilance. The substantial experience rewards and the skill lottery tickets indicated that the peril posed by this man might surpass that of both Dongli and Brogy, potentially marking him as the most formidable adversary he had encountered thus far, aside from the legendary Mihawk. Although he was perplexed by the emergence of a character not originally scripted in the narrative, particularly a naval rear admiral who was exceedingly rare within this arc, it was abundantly clear that he had no path ahead but to engage in battle. Rear Admiral Apache. The surrounding individuals recognized their inferiority against the pirate before them and consequently vacated the area, launching an assault towards Ace who stood behind, on the opposite side of Zero. The frail man introduced himself at that moment. Remember this, the one who defeated you is named Apache, a Navy officer who consumed the gorilla fruit. As soon as the words left his lips, Apache's emaciated form suddenly swelled dramatically, tearing his clothes apart in an instant, transforming into a ferocious beast nearly 4 meters tall. With a thunderous roar, the beast swung its right fist, the armament Haki enveloping it instantly, and then struck Zero with immense force, sending him hurtling through several stone houses before finally coming to a halt. Zero, Luffy exclaimed as he noticed Zero being sent flying, but in the next moment, Smoker, utilizing the powers of the smoke fruit, lifted him high into the air, preparing to slam him down onto the ground. Fortunately, Ace repelled the group of Navy soldiers entangling him, transforming into a fireball and engaging Smoker in a fiery confrontation, granting Luffy a moment to breathe. Is this really it? A pirate with a bounty of 50 million is nothing remarkable. The beast seemed somewhat disappointed, lamenting in its tone. However, the next instant, a dazzling flash of a blade surged towards him. With a furious roar, he brought both hands down at the moment the blade approached, astonishingly managing to block the fierce attack. After a brief moment, as the blade's brilliance faded, Apache noticed some charred marks on his hands and felt a flicker of interest. When Zero and Scathe approached him, he remarked, "You possess Conqueror's Haki, and you're a swordsman? Kid, your strength exceeds my expectations. But if that's all there is to it suddenly." Apache leaped into the air, his massive form exhibiting an agility that belied his size. His muscles began to flow in an uncanny manner, concentrating around his arms, which expanded to several times their previous size. Yet it was still not enough. He shouted, as his fist descended vertically from above, carrying an indescribable, overwhelming power that pressed down on Zero, who immediately coated his sword, the Dragon of Surprise, with armament Haki and slashed with great force. A fire dragon erupted from the tip of the sword, its searing heat rendering the surrounding Navy soldiers aware of the desert environment, yet still feeling unbearably hot. Boom. The fire dragon clashed with Apache's fist, and the energy unleashed between them was so immense that it created ripples in the air, as if it were on the verge of collapsing in the next instant. However, the fire dragon did not hold out for long. Mere seconds later, it was shattered by Apache's fist, which continued its relentless advance, crashing down towards Zero. Bang! A deafening roar reverberated across the area. creating a massive crater in an instant and causing the surrounding stone houses to collapse into the pit, stirring up thick clouds of smoke. Fortunately, the Navy forces promptly evacuated the nearby villagers. Otherwise, this strike could have resulted in dozens, if not hundreds, of casualties. As for Smoker, Luffy, and Ace, they had already shifted to another battlefield and were unaware of this astonishing spectacle. Thud, thud. Apache, the cause of this impact, stood at the edge of the crater, arms crossed as he gazed into the depths. The surrounding Navy personnel approached, eager to ascertain whether the executioner had truly fallen, only to be met with Apache's sharp rebuke. Stay back, he's still alive. Indeed, the next moment, some movement emanated from the depths of the pit. Cough, cough. With one hand pressed against his chest, Zero emerged from the pit, appearing somewhat disheveled, yet not bearing the marks of a grievous injury, prompting Apache to raise an eyebrow in intrigue. In truth, Zero himself felt a surge of peril. Apache's prior assault had been genuinely formidable. Had he not swiftly unleashed a blade of light to counter the attack at the critical moment, he might well have faced a swift demise. It is undeniable that Apache's ascension to the rank of Major General is well-deserved. His prowess is indeed a rare gem within the Navy, and one can even discern faint echoes of the legendary Iron Fist garb in his abilities. At that moment, the little redbird returned to perch upon Zero's shoulder, filling him with a sense of reassurance. It seemed that without resorting to that particular maneuver, escaping this predicament would have posed a considerable challenge. Wouldn't you agree? Given that you share this sentiment, let us reveal your true form to them, little redbird. With a resounding cry, the little redbird suddenly unfurled its wings amidst the puzzled gazes of the surrounding Navy personnel. In an instant, it transformed into a blazing inferno of crimson flames, surging directly towards Zero's outstretched palm. In the next moment, as the flames dissipated, a brand new weapon materialized before the onlookers. The sight of the weapon instantly reminded Apache of the ongoing research at Vegapunk's facility, which sought to fuse weaponry with the powers of the devil fruits. Zero raised the weapon, revealing for the first time the slender blade of the little red sparrow. Its sword body, dark as night, bore a fiery red pattern that extended from the hilt to the tip. Even in broad daylight, one could see it flickering with an orange-red glow, truly eye-catching. The bird fruit, mythical Zoan type, phoenix form. This was the devil fruit fused within the little red sparrow. The wind swept across the blade, allowing Zero to hear its eerie cry. Are you calling me to strike him down? Thus, Zero swung the sword at Apache. A fire dragon manifested once more before Zero. But this time it was even larger than before, its intricate patterns now clearer and more defined. A pair of fiery red wings sprouted from its back, enhancing its imposing presence. Faced with this evidently formidable assault, Apache laughed heartily, channeling his strength into his arms before activating his Busashoka Haki. His dark fists came crashing down upon the phoenix version of the fire dragon. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed throughout the small town. Chapter 56. The Growth of Luffy Rubber Rocket Launcher. As the Straw Hat Kid's two hands swiftly approached, Smoker shot into the sky, evading his attack. In the next moment, a sphere of orange flame spiraled upward, colliding with the smoke, creating a mesmerizing interplay of orange and gray in midair, leaving Luffy at a loss for how to proceed. After finally shaking off Ace, Smoker glanced towards Zero and Apache, puzzled as to why their battle had yet to conclude. After all, Apache's strength was well known. He had risen through the ranks solely through sheer might, capturing numerous pirates worth over 1 billion. Even he himself had little chance against Apache, and surely that executioner would be no match for him. It was indeed a coincidence. Had he not fortuitously encountered Apache nearby while on duty, reminiscing about his pursuit of the Straw Hat Kid's crew, he might not have successfully invited him to assist in defeating that troublesome man, despite being reprimanded for leaving his post. Smoke man, what are you gazing at? Rubber headbutt. As Luffy's attack surged once more, Smoker drew his weapon to block the blow, subsequently becoming entangled in combat with the two once again. Returning to the battlefield between Zero and Apache, after enduring an attack enhanced by the little red sparrow, even Apache felt the strain. His arms, overexerted, momentarily stiffened. Though his insides remained unscathed, his exterior was marred with numerous intersecting wounds. Clearly, enduring Zero's assault was no trivial matter for Apache. Ha ha, kid. Your attacks have finally shown some effect, but they are still far from sufficient, Apache exclaimed with laughter. He then leaned forward, sprinting across the ground with astonishing speed, closing the distance to Zero in no time before launching his next offensive. Zero did not yield, positioning the little red sparrow and the startled dragon before him, deftly thwarting Apache's relentless assaults. Simultaneously, he seized the fleeting opportunities during Apache's attacks to strike with his weapon. Yet the majority of his blows were deftly deflected by Apache's Haki, resulting in a lamentably scarce number of successful hits, as Zero silently marveled at Apache's formidable prowess. The surrounding Navy personnel were equally astonished. They had anticipated that a rear admiral's intervention would swiftly subdue the Straw Hat Pirate's executioner. To their surprise, the battle had yet to yield a decisive outcome. Indeed, the executioner's bounty seemed to starkly contradict the legendary tales surrounding it. Time could no longer be squandered in this confrontation. As time elapses, Zero feels his stamina waning, including the depletion of his Haki. In stark contrast, Aokiji appears to possess boundless energy, having endured his sword techniques while still unleashing a relentless onslaught. If this battle continues, defeat seems inevitable. What should he do? Just as Zero contemplates abandoning the mission and fleeing, a familiar voice suddenly resonates beside him, accompanied by a surge of intense energy. Zero, I'm here to assist you. Gum spin. Quickly move aside. Fire fist. Zero leaped aside, as Luffy and Ace launched their attacks, striking Aokiji with tremendous force during a moment of his distraction, sending him hurtling through the air. Seizing the opportunity, Zero, well-versed in the art of combat, did not hesitate. As Aokiji lingered momentarily suspended in the air due to their assault, Zero's form swiftly ascended, appearing directly above Aokiji in no time. Sword technique, Vermilion Phoenix. Anticipating the impending chaos, Apache's eyes widened in alarm, for he was met with a colossal fireball, radiating with a brilliance rivaling that of the sun. Boom, boom. The sound echoed, a cacophony of the fireball colliding with Aokiji and the subsequent impact reverberating against the ground. Major Aokiji, the surrounding Navy personnel gasped in disbelief. Taken aback by the sudden turn of events in the battle, they hastily rushed toward Apache's direction, swiftly dividing into two groups, one continuing to encircle Zero, Luffy, and Ace, while the other hastened towards Smoker's location. Ace, Luffy, let us go. Zero returned to the two companions, urging them to leave this place swiftly. The two nodded in agreement and followed Zero as they hurriedly made their exit. Meanwhile, the little red sparrow transformed back to its original form, soaring behind them. At that moment, a voice resonated in Zero's mind, proclaiming the successful completion of the side mission by defeating Navy Major Aokiji, awarding him 1,800 experience points and a skill lottery ticket. Upon hearing this, Zero exhaled deeply, reflecting on the arduous nature of this task. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Luffy and Ace, he might have met his demise here. This battle left Zero feeling inadequate in strength. After all, encountering a major had proven to be such a challenge. He pondered how he would fare against a rear admiral or even a general, and whether he could truly protect his comrades in such dire circumstances. Clearly, it was time to develop a new ultimate skill. As Zero pondered over his new technique, he did not forget to inquire of Luffy and Ace, by the way, your battle concluded rather swiftly. Did you defeat Smoker? Ace replied, of course. That fellow, for reasons unbeknownst to me, seemed to be fighting with divided attention. How could he possibly be my match? Luffy interjected, Ace, what are you talking about? It was I who vanquished the Smoke Man. Your flames had no effect on him. Ace retorted, what damage could your half-hearted Haki inflict upon that man? Ultimately, it was my strength that prevailed. Luffy challenged, you, my friend, let us engage in a duel. We shall see who is mightier now. Ace scoffed, are you a fool? We are currently being pursued by the Navy. Once we have escaped, then I shall gladly fight you. Luffy declared, then it is settled. Zero observed the two individuals momentarily cease their quarrel, only to resume their verbal sparring. Suddenly, he felt a surge of empathy for the bandit king, Dayton, who had tirelessly cared for his brothers over the years. It must have been a considerable challenge, regardless of who ultimately vanquished Smoker. The fact that they managed to reach Zero's side amidst Smoker's onslaught was indeed unexpected. After all, in the original narrative, Ace could only contend with Smoker on equal footing. The only one capable of altering the battle's dynamics so significantly would be Luffy, who had mastered the use of Haki. This indicated that Luffy's prowess had undoubtedly matured during this interval. As they hurried along, the trio suddenly caught sight of a ship on the adjacent sea, where their companions were calling out in their direction. Luffy and Zero immediately altered their course. One stretched his arm, leveraging the elasticity of rubber to propel himself forward, while the other employed Moonwalk to swiftly traverse the air. Ace, left behind, exclaimed, what is happening? Chapter 57, full of mockery. Aboard the merry-go, Nami inquired, Luffy, was what just transpired instigated by you? Luffy, taken aback, responded, Nami, how did you know? Thud. Ouch. Luffy winced as Nami delivered a punch to his arm. Zero sensed a troubling atmosphere and instinctively wished to retreat. However, Nami merely gave his forehead a gentle push, reproaching him with a hint of admonition. Zero, why didn't you keep an eye on Luffy? If we hadn't noticed the dire situation in time to set sail, we would have been cornered by the Navy at the harbor. Zero, I just happened to encounter Smoker, along with a rear admiral from the Navy. Thankfully, I managed to fend him off. He touched his forehead, feeling a lingering warmth. Little Redbird, eek. Chopper, it says it also participated in the battle. Nami, oh my. Little Redbird is so formidable. Little Redbird, eek. Usopp, Smoker? The Navy colonel from Lobetown? Surely he has pursued us all the way to the Grand Line. Right? What a misfortune. Zoro, and there's also the rear admiral. Zero, Luffy, I envy you so much. I wish to duel with the admiral too. Nami, please don't cause me any trouble. Bang. Zoro received a punch from Nami as he attempted to resist, and she gave him another thorough beating until he finally settled down. Zoro, oh Luffy. Ha ha ha, Zoro is so unfortunate. Nami, you're so loud. Bang. Luffy, oh my dear brother, is this your companion? A voice suddenly drew the attention of the Straw Hat Pirates. It was Port Asti, Ace, who had accompanied them. Behind, Luffy began to introduce Ace to the crew. Upon learning that their captain had such a reliable older brother, everyone was astonished. Realizing just how contrasting the personalities of the two siblings were. Zero, if you knew that Ace is the son of the previous Pirate King, you would undoubtedly be even more astonished. Ace, I truly appreciate your care for my brother. You have worked hard. Nami and the others nodded in agreement. It has indeed been quite arduous. Luffy, Little Sparrow, eek. Not long after Ace boarded the ship, they noticed 5 ships from Baroque Works suddenly appearing ahead, clearly heading towards them. Luffy and his companions prepared for battle, but Ace had already leaped off the ship, landing on a small boat, swiftly advancing towards the 5 enemy vessels with the aid of his fruit abilities. Fire Fist. As the two sides were about to clash, Ace soared into the air and unleashed a powerful Fire Fist, piercing through the enemy ship before him, continuing until the last vessel was utterly incinerated, leaving nothing but wreckage upon the sea. Nami and the others then realized that Ace's strength was indeed formidable. Later, Ace shared with Luffy's crew that he had come here to capture Blackbeard, who was rumored to be lurking in Yuba. Coincidentally, their goal was also to head to Yuba to persuade the armed leader of the local insurgents to abandon the war. Thus, they quickly reached an agreement to set sail for Yuba together. After a while, several naval ships arrived at the scene, and on the deck of the foremost vessel stood Smoker and Tashigi, who had just battled with Luffy and his companions. Upon closer inspection, both were wrapped in bandages, though Tashigi's were notably more extensive. Report, we have discovered signs of a battle in this location. Based on the current situation, it appears there was a conflict between Baroque Works and the Straw Hat Pirates, with Baroque Works failing to intercept them. The Straw Hat Pirates have since departed, and their current intentions remain unclear. Once the subordinate finished his report, Smoker waved him off, instructing him to leave. Smoker, Tashigi, do you still intend to accompany us? Tashigi, of course. How could we allow a pirate that the Navy is after to escape? In truth, had it not been for the sudden appearance of Luffy and Ace, he would likely have captured Zero to claim credit, but being defeated left him feeling somewhat humiliated. Reflecting on this, his earlier composure faded, replaced by a gaze filled with anger towards the 3 of them. Smoker, the destination we are heading to may involve a confrontation with Crocodile. Moreover, it is said that the unrest in Alabasta is closely tied to him. Will you intervene then, considering he is currently under the Navy's jurisdiction? Tashigi waved her hand dismissively, stating, let it be. He is merely a pirate. I doubt he can stir up much trouble. Let us capture that Straw Hat crew and retreat. With that, she returned to the cabin, leaving Smoker alone to gaze at the wreckage on the sea, his expression contemplative, lost in thought. The group continued their voyage towards Yuba. Zero stood on the deck, seemingly in a state of tranquil repose, yet in reality, he was poised to activate the skill lottery voucher acquired after vanquishing the Apache. Ding. Activating your skill lottery voucher. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations. You have obtained the skill, Taunt LV1, which allows you to draw enemies towards you for a certain distance. The effectiveness of the taunt and its range are contingent upon both the skill and your own level. Oh dear. Zero blinked in surprise, unable to fathom that he had actually drawn this skill. What does it mean? Is this a sign to cultivate himself in the direction of a tank? Aside from his attributes being somewhat aligned, he hardly resembles a tank in other aspects, does he? A moment later, he realized that this skill might complement his Conqueror's Haki, allowing him to draw enemies towards himself and eliminate them in one fell swoop, effectively akin to Conqueror's Haki level 3+1. However, it seems that this skill might only be effective at lower levels. As his level increases, his Conqueror's Haki would be sufficient to support large-scale attacks, making this meager taunting effect seem rather lacking. Could it be that this skill possesses other applications? Zero contemplated the newly acquired skills while frequently checking his attributes interface. Character, Zero title, undefeated champion level, LV, 17, 506. 400, strength, 640 stamina, 640 agility, 640 skills. Conqueror's Haki LV3, perfect, armament Haki LV2, observation Haki LV2, martial arts LV4, swordsmanship LV5, taunt LV1 having reached level 7. His corresponding attribute points had effectively doubled, and the experience cap had surged to a staggering 6 per 100. Although there were residual experience points from the previous side quest, a gap of 650 still remained. Given the system's peculiarities, he would need to vanquish enemies with attributes around 643 times to level up, a task that undoubtedly escalated in difficulty. However, following this enhancement, if he were to confront Apache again, the battle would not prove as arduous. He estimated that Apache's attribute level was approximately 200, relying on the strength of the gorilla fruit and the enhancement of armament Haki to maintain the upper hand. In truth, Zero's strength in armament Haki was not inferior. Managing to defeat him under such disadvantageous circumstances could indeed be considered fortunate. Chapter 58. The translator remains online. As the Mary approached its destination, Vivi suddenly instructed everyone to temporarily dock. She hurriedly made her way to the underside of the ship, retrieving a letter. Vivi, run fast. Could you please deliver this envelope to my father? It contains details about the Baroque works and Crocodile schemes, as well as my experiences along this journey. Run Fast nodded in agreement. Vivi, I am just a bit concerned. Can you traverse the desert alone? Run Fast patted his chest, assuring her of his capability. Little Redbird, eek. The group instinctively glanced at Chopper. Chopper scratched his nose. He believes Run Fast can accomplish it. With a cry, Run Fast dashed into the desert, swiftly vanishing from sight amidst the hopes of his companions. Vivi watched the direction he had taken, her worry lingering, yet she buried it deep within her heart, calling upon her friends to continue their voyage. At last, shortly thereafter, the Mary finally reached the target port. Just as they prepared to disembark onto the desert, they were confronted by a group of sea cows clad in green shells blocking their path. Vivi explained that these were the Kung Fu sea cows. But before she could finish, Usopp charged ahead, engaging the Kung Fu sea cows in battle, resulting in an inevitable thrashing. Zero felt somewhat speechless, realizing that Usopp had indeed allocated all his skill points to marksmanship, leaving him nearly inept in close combat. Although Usopp exhibited commendable physical prowess, Zero believed he would benefit more from training his observation Haki, while the prospect of mastering armament Haki seemed rather distant. Nevertheless, it must be said that the martial sea cows truly lived up to their name. Zero vaguely recalled that they ventured into the New World later on and even learned armament Haki, their combat aptitude far surpassing that of Usopp. While Vivi continued to elucidate the characteristics of the martial sea cows, Luffy had already incapacitated one. Due to their custom of seeking mentorship from the victor, Luffy soon found himself with a multitude of martial sea cows as disciples, who even expressed a desire to traverse the desert alongside him. Fortunately, Chopper had a moment of inspiration and presented food to keep the martial sea cows occupied. Otherwise, Zero would have had to resort to using Conqueror's Haki to subdue them all. The group pressed on and arrived at a small town known as Elmar. Vivi introduced this place as once being referred to as the Green City, yet the desolate surroundings suggested a stark contrast to its former glory. Noticing the group's confusion, she spoke of a powder known as dance powder, the very substance that Luffy and Zero had encountered in the desert, capable of inducing artificial rainfall. At that time, Zero had pondered why such a beneficial resource for Alabasta had been banned. Vivi provided clarity, explaining that dance powder absorbed rain clouds from the surrounding land, ultimately leading to drought in neighboring territories. Zero's understanding deepened. Later, Vivi recounted a period of anomalous rainfall in the capital, Alabasta, which had been linked to the presence of dance powder. They deduced that Crocodile had likely orchestrated its discovery to frame Vivi's father, thereby eroding the citizens' trust in the king and precipitating civil unrest within the nation. The current desolation of the Green City stemmed from the war, during which people had fled in search of water, resulting in a barren landscape devoid of life over time. What transgressions had they committed? While Crocodile masqueraded as a hero to the people, all the while remaining undetected, Vivi wept over a skeleton that had once been a living soul, lamenting the series of brutal acts perpetrated by Crocodile against this nation. Zhengshang gently patted her shoulder, prompting Vivi to rise and embrace him, her shoulders trembling in silent sobs, exuding a profound sense of helplessness. Instinctively, he glanced up at Nami, who was observing the two of them. Though her brow was slightly furrowed in discontent, she nonetheless nodded in his direction, seemingly granting him permission to comfort Vivi. With that reassurance, he placed his hand gently on her back, offering solace. Sanji chimed in, Vivi-chan, come to my embrace. My warmth surpasses that of Zhengshang. Nami retorted, you're so loud. Sanji, sporting 3 bumps on his head, lamented, oh. At that moment, Luffy, Usopp, and the others were somewhat irate, venting their frustrations towards the surrounding houses. After a considerable while, they returned to bury the remains of the villager. Subsequently, Vivi stood before the makeshift grave and declared, when we reach Yuba, I will persuade the leader of the rebels to comprehend the truth and to prevent them from making senseless sacrifices. Observing Vivi's resolute gaze, Zhengshang felt a flicker of comfort within him. Yet, the next moment, Vivi's eyes met his, revealing a peculiar glint that left him somewhat bewildered. Zero, what is happening? If you come again, I fear I may not see the sun tomorrow. The group traverses the desert. On the first day, they endured the sweltering heat of the day followed by the biting cold of the night, and in the early hours, they faced an unexpected storm. This capricious climate rivaled that of the ocean. By the second day, Luffy, struck by a whimsical idea, proposed a game of rock, paper, scissors, with the winner carrying the group's belongings. Unsurprisingly, he emerged victorious, claiming the group's luggage as his prize. Although Zero participated in the game, he refrained from handing over his belongings to Luffy, knowing that, true to Luffy's nature, they would inevitably be lost. Indeed, as Luffy dashed towards a rock, he returned, shouting about a flock of nearly dead birds. The group rushed over, only to discover that their luggage had been pilfered by these deceitful creatures. Luffy sprinted after them in an attempt to reclaim their possessions, but soon returned with a colossal desert lizard and a camel, astutely aware of human nature. Naturally, the desert lizard was swiftly prepared for a meal, roasting its meat over the searing rocks. As for the camel, initially intended as a mount, it communicated through Chopper that it only supported female riders, leading to Vivi and Nami claiming their steed. With most of their belongings lost, only Zero's luggage remained, barely enough to satiate the group's hunger for a single meal. Thus, they continued their quest through the desert in search of water. As they walked, Zero suddenly realized that Luffy and the others were no longer in sight, leaving only himself, Nami, and Vivi, who also noticed the absence of their companions. They exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what had transpired. At that moment, their attention was drawn to a nearby sight, a pirate ship seemingly emerging from the desert, barreling directly toward them. Nami, how can there be a pirate ship in the desert? Vivi, that is. Chapter 59, Stopping the Sand Ship. Before the trio stood a ship navigating the sands. Although Zero recognized this scene, he was initially wide-eyed, unable to fathom how such a massive vessel could traverse this environment. Zero, what do we do? We must flee. Nami and Vivi, realizing the ship was targeting them, wore expressions of alarm. Yet in an instant, they witnessed Zero calmly stepping before them, seemingly prepared to use his own body to halt the ship, which made them tense with apprehension. In the blink of an eye, the sand ship approached Zero at breakneck speed. Nami and Vivi's eyes followed his retreating figure, resolute in their decision to stand by him. Then, amid the astonished gazes of the two women and the band of sand pirates, Zero extended both hands, pressing against the approaching ship. Boom! A resounding thud echoed from beneath the vessel, and miraculously, Zero, propelled by the ship's force, skidded backward, yet managed to bring the ship to a complete standstill. The pirates peered over the deck, their leader leaping down, utterly awestruck by the sight of Zero bracing the sand ship with his hands. Who are you? Later, Nami, Vivi, Zero, and the camel boarded the sand ship. The pirate leader explained that they had charged toward them upon seeing the camel, mistaking it for food, thus igniting the earlier chaos. Nami and the others remained skeptical. Had it not been for Zero's formidable presence, their predicament could have been dire. Zero, though initially skeptical, found his attention increasingly drawn to his own burgeoning powers, realizing with astonishment that he had unconsciously reached such a level of strength. However, he recognized that as his rank ascended, the advancement of his abilities would become increasingly sluggish, rendering it improbable to achieve an upgrade pace akin to that of earlier times. Thus, to continue his ascent in strength, he resolved to shift his focus towards side quests, enhancing his capabilities through an array of skills and items, thereby fortifying himself before formidable adversaries arrived. At that moment, the unmistakable voice of Luffy pierced through the air, prompting Zero to glance in its direction. True to form, Luffy made a grand entrance, causing the mast of a sand vessel to snap under the force of his arrival, crashing to the side and startling a number of sand thieves. Zero, Nami, Vivi, so you are all here. Haha, I've been searching for you. Luffy greeted the trio cheerfully, completely disregarding the destruction he had just wrought, which left the sand pirate leader visibly perturbed. Yet, upon hearing Luffy acknowledge Zero, the leader suppressed his displeasure, recognizing their acquaintance. In this world, after all, sheer strength often dictated authority. Out of a sense of guilt, Vivi inquired how they might repair the mast. They were informed that materials could be procured from a nearby village. After a moment's contemplation, Zero decided to undertake the journey, understanding that Luffy's actions could not simply be overlooked. Naturally, this led to Luffy receiving a deserved reprimand from Nami. As Zero sought directions from the sand pirate leader regarding the village, they provided him with a tool called a sand sled, which could glide swiftly across the desert. Intrigued yet unsure how to operate it, he was fortunate that Vivi possessed the requisite driving skills, prompting her to lead him to their destination. Accompanying them were two sand thieves, a man and a woman. Zero noted the way the female thief regarded Vivi, sparking his curiosity. Indeed, after gliding for a while, the female thief abruptly maneuvered the sand sled closer to them. Zero, sensing her intent, unconsciously unleashed a hint of his Conqueror's Haki, momentarily distracting her. Had her companion not alerted her in time, she might have veered into the treacherous sands. Following this unsettling encounter, the female thief reigned in her disgruntlement, casting wary glances at Vivi and Zero, apprehensive of further unforeseen attacks. Once the two thieves settled down, Zero diverted his attention away from them, instead resting his hand on Vivi's waist, savoring the exhilaration of their swift passage across the desert. He scarcely noticed that her ears flushed a deep crimson at his touch, a stark contrast to her fair complexion. Upon arriving at their destination, the female thief recounted her past to Vivi, revealing that she had once been part of this village and had been fortunate enough to meet both Vivi and her father. When Vivi learned that the thief had awaited a promise from the king alone for so long, tears welled in her eyes, and guilt washed over her for her people's plight. At a loss for words to console the female thief, she simply gazed at the distant sun, momentarily envisioning the thief's solitary weight in that very place. After a while, as Zero meticulously searched the house for usable supplies, Vivi's voice unexpectedly reached him from behind. Zero, am I truly inadequate? She questioned softly. In light of what my people are facing, I feel utterly powerless and like a failure. You have done your utmost. As a princess, I believe you have done more than enough. There is merely one aspect you falter in. What aspect? You are too compassionate. always believing you can safeguard everyone. Yet, such circumstances are often unavoidable. War inevitably brings bloodshed. Vivi paused, sensing that her thoughts had been laid bare before Zero. Zero continued. You even infiltrated the Baroque workshop, seeking to exchange your solitary sacrifice for the peace of this nation. Is it truly that simple? Vivi cried out, I am utterly powerless. At this moment, I have nothing left to lose. But you still have us, do you not? Yet there is no buts to consider. We are all here and will serve as your strongest support. All you need to do is place your complete trust in us and pursue your course without hesitation. That alone will suffice. Vivi then collapsed onto the ground, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her face. Zero gently touched his nose, stepped forward, and crouched down to embrace Wei Wei, allowing her to release her emotions freely within his warm embrace. After a considerable time, her sobs gradually subsided. She lifted her head, gazing at Zero with a look of poignant vulnerability. At that moment, the sun had just begun to kiss the horizon, casting a golden light upon Wei Wei's face, momentarily enchanting Zero. Zero, your embrace is so warm. Ahem, indeed it is. With no hint of embarrassment, he gently touched his head, only for his movement to abruptly halt in the next moment, as Vivi unexpectedly leaned in to kiss his lips. Chapter 60, This is Trouble. The intimate encounter between Zero and Wei Wei was remarkably prolonged. The little red bird instinctively flew to the eaves, its wings gracefully covering its eyes, leaving only a small slit through which it could discreetly observe. At last, they parted ways. She gazed intently at Zero, her eyes suddenly brimming with affection, and her delicate lips glistened with a hint of moisture, seemingly conveying her lingering sentiments. Why did you suddenly? Zero felt a sense of bewilderment. Unlike the natural progression he experienced with Nami, he realized he had never shared any emotional connection with Vivi, so how could she suddenly kiss him? Could it be that he possessed an innate charm? Vivi offered no response, merely burying her head deeper into Zero's embrace. After a moment, she finally replied, I don't really know, I just feel that your embrace is so warm. I truly adore the sensation of being held by you. It's an experience I have never encountered before. As she spoke, she seemed at a loss for words, becoming shy and once again nestling into Zero's arms, leaving him somewhat flustered, prompting him to simply hold her in silence. Yet, the thought of what Nami would say upon discovering this moment with Vivi lingered in his mind. As twilight approached, the group finally returned to the pirate ship. All of Luffy's companions were present, weary from their day's journey, and they resolved to rest temporarily aboard the vessel. The following day, they inquired with the pirate crew about possible provisions, and the captain pointed them towards a path leading to the Waterwell village. Thus, they set forth on their journey. Throughout the trek, Zero held tightly to the camel's reins, his gaze averted from Nami, fearing that she might see through his heart, which would lead to his utter ruin. Despite his attempts to bolster his strength, he remained acutely aware of his male identity, yearning for more intimate interactions with the charming female characters he once admired in the anime. Yet, when faced with the reality of such encounters, he found it difficult to conceal his inner turmoil. Vivi, on the other hand, seemed oblivious to any discord, her eyes darting back and forth between Nami and Zero, lost in her own thoughts. As they neared the Waterwell village, they were unexpectedly greeted by Ace, riding a towering lizard and laden with substantial supplies of food and water. Upon Sanji's remark that this bounty could sustain them for an extended period, Vivi suddenly inquired Ace about the origins of these provisions. Ace revealed that they had been obtained from individuals masquerading as rebels and added with a hint of sarcasm that such individuals would continue to deceive the villagers for sustenance, urging them not to feel guilty. Vivi hesitated, seeking consensus among the group to ascertain whether those impersonating rebels had any intention of protecting the villagers. Luffy and the others did not object, leading the way in agreement. Observing Vivi's strategic demeanor, Zero sensed a subtle change in her, though he could not pinpoint precisely what had altered. After a while, the group formed a circle, encircling the village's entrance, with Luffy and Zero facing the gate while the others flanked them, heralding their arrival. The villagers, upon spotting the Straw Hat Pirates, rushed to report. And when the village chief learned that among the intruding pirates were notorious fugitives with bounties of 30 and 50 million, he was thrown into a panic and sought the protection of the imposter rebels. The leader, Kamui, arrived with intentions to flee in the opposite direction upon opening the gate, only to find their plans utterly thwarted. With pirates in front and villagers behind, they were compelled to confront the intruders. In the ensuing chaos, a pirate adorned with a straw hat revealed himself to be a devil fruit user, extending his arm and forcefully striking Kamui back into the enclosure, incapacitating him. As the pirate advanced, threatening the safety of both his companions and the villagers, Kamui finally stood his ground, seizing the pirate's outstretched arm and delivering a powerful blow that left the pirate's face swollen and bruised. Zero contemplated, truly, this was the world of One Piece. Even a mere ruffian could effortlessly subdue the future emperors of the sea. This physique surpassed even that of Tyson from his hometown by an unfathomable margin. Although he understood that Luffy might not have exerted his full strength, the sight of that rotund face was simply unbearable. Even as a petty thug, he resolved to perish heroically in front of the children. Vivi, Upon hearing Camus' resolute words and witnessing his companions rise to protect their village and leader against Luffy and his crew, decided alongside Nami to halt the test. Thus, Vivi directed a reflective mirror towards Usopp's face, prompting everyone to vacate the area. Before departing, Camus suddenly heard Luffy proclaim that seeing them in such a state allowed him to confidently confront Crocodile. Though he found Luffy's statement somewhat perplexing, in that fleeting moment, Camus sensed the persistent gloom within him gradually dissipating. The group continued their journey across the desert, following the recent incident involving impersonation of the rebel army, which had concluded satisfactorily. Nami remained curious about the origins of the rebellion. Seizing the opportunity while Luffy and the others were squabbling over a water bottle, she inquired of Vivi regarding the rebels. Vivi recounted that it all began with a young boy named Koza, who, at that time, fought valiantly against those attempting to kidnap her in order to protect her. Fortunately, everyone emerged unscathed. One could discern from her words that Koza was, in truth, quite honorable. Subsequently, under the guidance of Cobra, the king of Alabasta, Koza and his father departed for Yuba to establish a new city, bidding farewell to Vivi and the others as they left the capital. By the time Vivi learned of Koza again, he had already ascended to the position of leader of the rebel army. Although she was unaware of the reasons behind this transformation, she felt compelled to uncover the truth. Unlike before, since that day she had heard Zero's words, doubt lingered in her mind. Even if she succeeded in persuading the rebels to cease hostilities, how much would it truly aid Alabasta against their foe, Crocodile? Zero was unaware that his words had left a lasting impression on Vivi, who was now contemplating other potential sanctuaries for their nation, such as the possibility of directly overthrowing Crocodile. She cast her gaze towards a peculiar creature beside her, drooling over an unfamiliar plant, and shook her head. Then her attention shifted to a figure ahead, tethered by a rope, whose silence belied the unwavering determination in his stride. It began to dawn on her that the prospect of vanquishing Crocodile was not as distant as she had once thought. Chapter 61. The second main line that belongs to me. It's mine. Luffy, you've eaten too much. Is there any left for me? The group sat in the shade as Luffy and Usopp resumed their squabble over the ownership of the food. Nami observed Ace, who was quietly enjoying his meal, and noted the stark contrast between the two brothers. She glanced over at Zero, who was polishing his sword, and inquired, Zero, do you know Ace's bounty? I believe it's 500 million berries. Although surprised by the figure, Nami reasoned that it was not unexpected, given Ace's status as a captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Vivi, too, shared this sentiment. Learning of Ace's bounty deepened their understanding of his formidable strength. Later, they encountered two young boys who, upon recognizing Ace's identity, beseeched him to locate a hat-wearing bounty hunter. Ace examined the photograph they provided and found it somewhat fortuitous, as he had come here upon hearing that this man had defeated Blackbeard. Subsequently, a large bird descended from the desert, carrying this man, who sought to challenge Ace to a duel. However, the man's strength proved woefully inadequate, failing to live up to the reputation of having once defeated Blackbeard, and he was easily bested by Ace in mere moments. It was only when the boys called the man daddy that Ace realized the news had been deliberately disseminated by the man to lure him here, aiming to assert his identity as the world's foremost bounty hunter in front of his children. In the end, Ace chose not to impose any hardship upon him. Instead, he simply advised them to live well. This incident prompted Ace to make a decision. He would part ways with the Straw Hat Pirates and follow the leads he had previously gathered to the west in search of Blackbeard's whereabouts. As the sun set, Ace bid farewell to the group, handing Luffy a piece of paper to keep safe. Zero, life card. Luffy, what is that? Zero, in simple terms. The above records the status of the life card's owner and also indicates the location of Ace, resembling the function of a record pointer. Ace, indeed. Haha. I never expected you to know about this, Zero. That is splendid. Upon realizing the significance of this paper, Luffy nodded earnestly and tucked it away. Later, with Nami's assistance, he sewed it into his hat, ensuring it would not be easily lost. Farewell, everyone. Upon hearing the bounty hunters bidding them goodbye, Luffy turned around to reciprocate their farewell. To his surprise, when he turned back, Ace's figure had vanished. Unbeknownst to Luffy, Ace had quietly slipped away while he was distracted. Watching the distant silhouette fading in the desert, Zero opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from warning Ace to be cautious of Blackbeard. After all, the world had yet to realize that Blackbeard, through years of patience, had acquired an unimaginable level of power. In the future, he would stand alongside the likes of Shanks, Kaido, and Big Mom in the relentless pursuit of becoming the Pirate King. After spending another night in the desert, the group set off towards Yuba. As anticipated, Luffy once again fell into a daze, running about the desert while shouting slogans about defeating Crocodile. Zoro turned to suggest that Chopper administer a sedative to Luffy, only to find that Chopper had succumbed to the sun's heat. Zero stepped forward, offering to handle Luffy, instructing the others to proceed ahead while he would catch up with Luffy shortly. They complied with Zero's plan and continued onward. However, before Zero could reach Luffy, he heard him shouting about finding Crocodile, followed by Luffy enveloping his arm in Haki and launching an attack towards Zero, as the evasion was narrowly avoided. In the next moment, Luffy struck himself with an elongated rubber technique, forcing him to retreat while dodging, drifting further away from their original path. It was only when Luffy regained consciousness that they realized they had arrived in a completely unfamiliar location. Zero wished to utilize his observation Haki to discern the locations of his companions, only to hear Luffy suddenly exclaim about a shaded area before dashing towards it. To his surprise, as soon as Luffy reached that spot, he stepped into thin air and fell into a pit. Observing this, Zero hastened his pace. Upon arriving at the edge of the pit, he employed his observation Haki to sense that, apart from Luffy, there were no other presences within, prompting him to leap down as well. Upon his descent, he discovered a ruin reminiscent of an ancient site, with a colossal white square object at its center, inscribed with strange characters, the meaning of which remained elusive. Historical text? He was somewhat astonished to stumble upon such a discovery by mere happenstance. As he recognized the historical text, the familiar sound of the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Main quest activated. Collect historical texts. For each piece of historical text collected, gain 500 experience points. For each landmark historical text collected, gain 2,000 experience points. Upon complete collection of all historical texts, receive 3,000 experience points and 3 skill lottery tickets. Oh, what bountiful rewards. Zero felt a sense of surprise. Yet he realized that the task was not as easy as he had initially imagined. After all, the locations of the historical texts were largely devoid of clear indications. Merely locating one was already quite fortunate, let alone finding them all. At that moment, Luffy pointed at the historical text and exclaimed, Zero, look at this stone. It is truly immense. This is what they call the historical text, which chronicles a history lost for a century. Zero stepped forward, speaking as he placed his hand upon it. Indeed, the system indicated that recording could commence. History? This may not pique your interest, but did you know that the legendary pirate king, Roger, once gathered such artifacts? They contained records of the ultimate destination of the Grand Line. How remarkable! Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he extended his arm, eagerly wrapping it around the historical document, preparing to lift it away. However, Zero uttered a remark that diminished his enthusiasm. Unfortunately, this document pertains to historical information, not a directional marker leading to the destination. Oh, I see. Well, never mind. With that, Luffy retracted his arm and nonchalantly made his way to the pit below, seemingly contemplating a means to return to the surface. Zheng remained stationary, gazing at the historical text before him. Nevertheless, it grants 500 experience points, which is better than nothing, he remarked. Seizing the moment while Luffy was distracted, Zheng integrated the information into the system. Subsequently, he directed his focus toward the historical text, which indicated that it could be retrieved at any time. Noticing that there was nothing else of significance around, he employed the Moonwalk technique and departed with Luffy. Chapter 62. Altering plans. At the very moment Zheng and Luffy discovered the historical text, a conversation was unfolding in a certain location in Alabasta. Is the Utopian project ready to commence in 2 days? It is prepared. 150 wealthy elders have already arrived. I have also notified Mr. 2, but I have yet to receive a response. What is the situation? He is crucial to our plan. Deploy some personnel to locate Mr. 2. He must be found. Understood. Is there anything else? Yes. The Navy has reported that Smoker from Lowtown arrived here recently and had a confrontation with the Straw Hat Pirates. It is said that a major general accompanied him. Smoker? A major general? And the Straw Hat Pirates are still alive? The speaker's tone suddenly intensified, evidently taken aback by the presence of 2 naval officers in the area. Moreover, he did not anticipate that the Straw Hat Pirates had not been vanquished as Mr. 3 had claimed. Previously, Sanji had masqueraded as Mr. 3, reporting the defeat of the Straw Hats. After a moment of silence, he slowly asserted, Let us not concern ourselves with them for now. We must find Mr. 2 first. Proceed with the plan. Yes. After reuniting with the others, Luffy and Zheng continued their journey for another day, ultimately arriving at Yuba, the very stronghold of the rebel army that Vivi had mentioned. However, upon witnessing the state of Yuba, uncertainty crept in. The area was besieged by sandstorms, and its dilapidated appearance hardly suggested a place teeming with inhabitants. Upon entering Yuba, they encountered an elderly man tirelessly digging a pit. Vivi recognized him as Dado, the father of the rebel leader, Koza. From Dado, they received troubling news. Due to the relentless sandstorms, the region could not provide the necessary living conditions, prompting Koza to lead the rebels away to Caturlia. Coincidentally, Caturlia was situated near the first village where they had just landed in Alabasta. The group was deeply disheartened and resolved to rest for the night in this desolate place. Zero silently observed from the sidelines, choosing not to speak. After all, he had always believed that the likelihood of persuading the rebel leader to seek peace was slim. Otherwise, he would have shared this information with the others long ago. His singular goal had always been to vanquish Crocodile. The following day, the group prepared to depart. Before they left, Dado presented Luffy with a cup, explaining that the water inside was painstakingly distilled by him. Luffy accepted it with a serious demeanor. However, it wasn't long before he simply sat down, resting his head on his hands against a small tree. Zero followed suit, taking a seat beside Luffy. Much to the bewilderment of the others, Usopp inquired, "What are you two doing?" "We still need to head to Cartelia." Luffy replied, "I'm done." Zero, the same. "Nami, why?" Luffy, "I no longer wish to go to that place. I only want to defeat Crocodile." Upon hearing this, Zoro chuckled softly and then seated himself beside the two. Usopp, "Zoro, you too?" Zoro remained silent, yet his stance clearly aligned with theirs. "Zero, what is your choice, Vivi?" The gaze of the crowd turned towards her. Will it be to vanquish Crocodile, or to venture to Alabasta? Her decision will undoubtedly influence the group's forthcoming objectives. She spoke, though her words were somewhat unexpected. "Vivi, very well. Let us proceed to defeat Crocodile." Zero? Hearing Vivi's response, he was somewhat taken aback. He had initially planned to mediate when conflict arose between Luffy and Vivi, but her answer had completely caught him off guard. Suddenly, Zero recalled his previous conversation with Vivi, and it seemed that she had already mentally prepared herself for the situation. Indeed, Vivi continued, "I have always sought to avoid the outbreak of war, but it appears that Crocodile is the true catalyst for all our troubles. Only by defeating him can we truly bring an end to this conflict. Luffy, Zero, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, join me in vanquishing Crocodile." The group did not hesitate, smiling and nodding in agreement to Vivi's plea, solidifying their plan to head north towards the Baroque work stronghold, Green Zone. A day later, they finally arrived at Green Zone. This place was in stark contrast to the dilapidated villages they had encountered earlier. It was not only resplendent, but also vibrant with greenery, evoking in Zero a sense of having stumbled upon a utopia. As they walked along the streets of Green Zone, Zero noticed many curious gazes directed towards them, prompting him to caution his companions that their appearances might have been exposed and they should remain vigilant. Vivi expressed her confusion, asserting that since MR2 had been defeated by them, news should not have spread so swiftly. Zero shook his head, indicating that the Baroque works might have alternative means of identifying them beyond that singular channel. The group nodded in understanding. They soon arrived at a restaurant, where Luffy and Usopp went to procure water, while the others took a moment to rest. Zero suddenly approached Vivi and inquired, "When did you change your mind?" Vivi, who had been scanning her surroundings, pondered for a moment before responding, "It was after you shared those words with me last time." Without waiting for Zero's reply, she continued, "In truth, had it not been for you, I might still cling to my naive notions. If that were the case, the people of Alabastan would endure yet another day of suffering. So, I truly thank you." Gazing at Vivi's sincere expression, Zero momentarily lost himself in thought. Yet he ultimately smiled in response. Just then, he seemed to sense something and lifted his gaze to the sky. Although Vivi felt a twinge of confusion, she followed Zero's line of sight and soon beheld a shadowy figure in the heavens, gradually enlarging and wholly dominating her view. "Be careful," Zero shouted, drawing forth the startling dragon, and charged toward the figure descending from the sky. With a resounding crash, the sudden impact sent everyone tumbling. "Zero," Vivi called out his name, while others swiftly brandished their weapons, anxiously watching the confrontation unfold. As the smoke dissipated, they beheld a figure standing before Zero, resembling a robust gorilla, clad in naval attire. "How can this be the Navy?" Nami exclaimed in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how they had encountered the Navy in such a manner. Reflecting on their earlier experiences upon arriving in Alabasta, it dawned upon them that this naval officer was likely the rear admiral who had previously pursued them alongside Smoker. Chapter 63, The Twirling Blossom. As Zero engaged in combat with the naval officer, the others, acutely aware of the admiral's formidable prowess, prepared to assist. However, in the next moment, Luffy and Usopp charged forward, followed closely by Smoker and a throng of naval forces. "Zero, leave this to me. You all proceed to find Crocodile. Little Redbird, eek." Upon hearing Zero's words, they had no choice but to follow the original plan and head to Crocodile's location ahead of schedule. Smoker glanced at the two in confrontation but did not linger. He continued his pursuit of Luffy and the others. Apache laughed heartily. "Ah, do you truly believe, Executioner, that you alone can thwart me?" As he spoke, his muscles rippled, and his black fist surged towards Zero once more. Had it been the previous Zero, he would have indeed harbored some trepidation. However, after undergoing another upgrade, Zero simply extended his remaining free arm to meet the blow. Boom. A powerful shockwave erupted once again between the two. "Apache, what is happening?" In his eyes, his attack had been effortlessly neutralized by Zero, who appeared to handle the situation with remarkable ease, a stark contrast to their earlier encounter. "Zero, you cannot hinder me. I am more than sufficient on my own." As the words echoed in the air, the blade's radiance erupted within this space, revealing a shadowy figure retreating swiftly from the gleaming edge, crashing into an entire row of houses behind. Even the opulent structures could not withstand such force, crumbling into halves under the impact. Subsequently, before the blade's brilliance fully dissipated, another figure leapt forth, charging towards Aokiji with an aura of sharpness. Sword technique, dragon fruit. Though this skill lacked the resplendence of the vermilion bird version, its grandeur was undeniable. The dragon's form had doubled in size, plunging fiercely from the air before Aokiji could escape. Boom. "You cannot flee." Indeed, surrender obediently, ha ha ha. Listening to the arrogant taunts of the enemies surrounding her, Vivi inhaled deeply, drawing forth her weapon, ready to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Not long ago, she had been in the company of her companions, but somehow found herself isolated, ensnared by foes. After a grueling battle, her weapon was knocked away. And just as one enemy grinned maliciously, raising his fist to strike her down, he suddenly collapsed, eyes rolled back. 1, 2, 3. One by one, adversaries inexplicably fell before her. Recognition dawned upon Vivi, and her expression shifted to one of relief. Fortunately, he has arrived. Vivi, are you unharmed? As she beheld Zero emerging from the fallen foes, a sense of tranquility washed over her. With him by her side, even Crocodile seemed far less daunting. She shook her head, signaling that she was fine, and had just relayed news of the others to Zero when a familiar voice resonated from the sky. Princess Vivi, I have come to rescue you. The young one lifted its head. A large white bird appeared in the sky, swiftly approaching. Subconsciously intending to attack with the surprising dragon, Zero was restrained by Vivi, who grasped his arm firmly. Wait a moment, Zero, I know him, she exclaimed. She recognized the individual as Belle, the guardian of the kingdom and a devil fruit user capable of transforming into a great bird. As Belle seemed poised to launch an assault on Zero, Vivi promptly shouted at him, thereby averting an imminent conflict. Once Belle transformed back into his human form and descended to the ground, Vivi was visibly elated. The news of her father preparing to dispatch troops to attack the Greenlands filled her with renewed confidence. Just as they were about to proceed together towards Crocodile's location, a tall woman in a hat obstructed their path. Mississippi. All Sunday, Vivi gasped, her expression one of sheer terror. As memories flooded back of the small boat that had exploded before her eyes while Icolum was aboard, the woman's powers were undeniably mysterious. Belle demanded, who are you? Step aside at once. In response to the group's apprehension, Robin smiled gently and said, There's no need to be so frightened. I am merely here to escort Mississippi. Wednesday back to meet Crocodile. Upon seeing Zero, she appeared slightly taken aback. Executioner, I noticed your battle just now. It's surprising that even a Navy Rear Admiral was no match for you. Have you considered joining the Baroque Works? Zero, no more. Since you are aware of my strength, what emboldens you to confront me here? Before Robin could utter a word, Belle activated the powers of the bird fruit once more, transforming into a majestic white bird and charging towards Robin. However, Robin, undeterred by Belle's assault, displayed no signs of fear. Instead, she crossed her arms over her chest, her fingers forming intricate gestures. Rotating flower. In the midst of Belle's horror, numerous snow-white arms suddenly sprouted from his joints, binding him securely in place. Subsequently, as Robin walked past him, Belle had already collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Belle, Vivi exclaimed in shock, never expecting the formidable Belle to fall without even a single exchange against Robin. As Belle succumbed to defeat, Zero received a new mission, to vanquish the Devil's Child, Nico Robin, and earn 700 experience points and 70,000 berries. Robin, Executioner, as you have witnessed, I have consumed the flower fruit, granting me the ability to disregard strength and speed. Even if you were to defeat that Commodore, you would still be no match for me. As she spoke, Robin approached with an air of nonchalance, her confidence radiating even in the face of confrontation, prompting Zero to remark, indeed, she is the Devil's Child. Upon hearing this title, Robin's expression momentarily shifted, yet in the next instant, she returned her arms to her chest. Though I am uncertain how you have learned of my identity, I regret to inform you that anyone who interferes with our plans must meet their demise. Vivi, run Zero. At Vivi's frantic cries, Zero rubbed his forehead and, under Robin's perplexed gaze, sighed, alas, I had hoped to refrain from violence against you. Rotating buzz. Before Robin could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation emanating from the man before her. As if she were reliving the struggles of survival she had endured over the past 20 years at the hands of various individuals. She momentarily lost her bearings. Seizing the opportunity, Zero flashed behind her, striking her neck with the back of his hand. Crack! Robin stared blankly, seemingly unaware of her defeat, and fell straight down. Fortunately, Zero caught her just in time, preventing her face from meeting the ground too intimately. Chapter 64. Blade Light cuts the Sand Crocodile. The Rain Banquet. The most opulent structure amidst verdant fields. Luffy and his companions, pursued by Smoker, found themselves here, inadvertently falling into a cage crafted from sea stone by Crocodile. At that moment, Luffy, disguised as Sanji, pretended to smoke, while Usopp laughed heartily. Nami, unable to endure the racket, delivered a couple of punches to their heads. Even Zoro, who had been peacefully napping, suffered the brunt of Nami's affectionate blows. Such a spirited young lady. In front of the cage, Crocodile elegantly indulged in a meal, commending Nami, which drew the ire of several onlookers. Luffy, once again grasping the cage, declared his intent to strike Crocodile, only to succumb to the paralyzing effects of the sea stone material once more. Usopp, I told you not to touch it. Crocodile laughed heartily, seemingly ridiculing their foolishness. Only Smoker, the naval colonel seated quietly to the side, smoked his cigarette, observing Crocodile and the actions of Luffy and the others, lost in thought. At that moment, Vivi's voice suddenly rang out, "Crocodile, I will defeat you." This proclamation captured everyone's attention, and they all looked up. On the steps, Vivi stood with Zero, a small red bird perched on his shoulder. Beside them was a seductive woman wearing a hat, her eyes closed as she leaned against a pillar. "Vivi Zero, little red bird, you have finally arrived, how wonderful." Nico Robin, how could this be? In stark contrast to the excitement of the others, Crocodile's expression darkened upon seeing Robin, and he turned his gaze towards Vivi and Zero. "I kindly sent someone to escort you. Yet you have left my men in this state. Should I interpret this as a provocation on your part?" "Zero, Crocodile, are you a fool? We have long been adversaries. Casualties are to be expected, are they not?" "Crocodile, what did you say, brat?" His forehead throbbed with veins, his arm transformed into sand, and the glinting hook at the tip surged towards the two with a chilling brilliance. "Nami, be careful." Clang. The sudden intervention of the dragon-like creature thwarted his assault, prompting Vivi to lower her head and dash down the steps. In no time, she appeared before Crocodile, brandishing her weapon at him. To her astonishment, the area struck by her weapon transformed into sand, ensnaring her armament and coalescing behind her, returning to its original form. "You cannot harm me." The chilling echo of this voice sent a shiver down Vivi's spine. In the next moment, she found herself ensnared by Crocodile's sand-formed arm, which clutched her throat and lifted her high into the air. Vivi, Luffy's desperate urge to rescue her surged forth, but as his body made contact with the confines of the cage, he once again succumbed to weakness. Nearby, Usopp and Nami anxiously called out Vivi's name. "Zero, Crocodile, do you act as though I am invisible?" Buzz. A flash of a blade sliced through the air, striking Crocodile in the back and sending him crashing against the white wall of the adjacent cage. As Vivi descended, she was caught by Zero. Boom. A massive hole was created in the wall. Fortunately, there was solid construction behind it. Otherwise, Crocodile might have been plunged directly into the water, as this place was originally built beneath the surface. Even so, after enduring Zero's assault, he found himself in considerable distress, spitting blood. And the once arrogant expression on his face was now replaced with astonishment. With an armament-infused slash, "Who exactly are you?" Zero gently set Vivi down, directing the tip of his blade towards Crocodile. "I am the one you have been relentlessly pursuing, a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, Zero. Remember this name." Crocodile, recognizing him as the executioner Robin had previously mentioned, noted his bounty of 50 million berries, alongside the fact that he was being hunted by a naval major. Could it be that the major had also succumbed to this man? Emerging from the scattered stones, blood trickling down his back, Crocodile's expression turned ominous. Just as he prepared to transform into sand once more, a voice halted his movements. "It is already midnight, Crocodile. Our plan is about to commence." It was Robin, who had regained consciousness unbeknownst to them, her attire somewhat disheveled, yet her innate grace exuded a captivating beauty. An eerie silence enveloped the space. Vivi stood behind Zero, her demeanor cautious as she regarded Robin, while Zero merely glanced at Robin before fixating his gaze back on Crocodile. Subsequently, Crocodile adjusted his clothing, reigniting his cigar, and casually remarked to Robin, "Humph, Nico Robin, you need not remind me. I am well aware." Vivi interjected, "Crocodile, what exactly are you planning?" "The Paradise Project," he replied, as if it were already a foregone conclusion. He showed no urgency to deal with the Straw Hat Pirates. Instead, he took a seat on a nearby stool and continued outlining his scheme. The Paradise Project involved utilizing MR2's abilities to impersonate Vivi's father, Cobra, inciting war between the rebel forces and the royal army. At that very moment, their men had just departed from Cartlay, and the rebels were advancing towards the royal army, preparing to launch an assault on Alabasta. Vivi's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated that their arduous journey would fail to prevent the outbreak of war. Zero, filled with silent confusion, pondered how remarkably resilient Mr. Two was, surviving a fall into the sea as if possessing the tenacity of a cockroach. Luffy exclaimed, "Crocodile, I lack the strength to defeat you." Thud. Usopp shouted, "Didn't I tell you not to touch that?" After outlining their plan, Crocodile reached into his pocket and produced a set of keys, which he nonchalantly tossed into a small hole in the floor, where they were promptly devoured by a gigantic banana crocodile lurking below. He then remarked casually, "These are the keys belonging to the Straw Hat crew. What a pity. I do not have the time to indulge in games with you here. Otherwise, you would have surely provided me with considerable amusement." From the confines of his cage, Luffy cried out, "What? Zero, this damned old man." He unleashed a blade of light once more, charging towards Crocodile, who anticipated the attack and transformed into sand, evading the strike just before it landed, taking Robin with him. "Executioner, watch as your companions drown here." Ha ha ha. Accompanied by Crocodile's laughter, the walls of the room opened, revealing numerous banana crocodiles emerging, eyeing everyone menacingly. The situation suddenly took a turn for the worse. Chapter 65. Zero, the toyed one. What a nuisance. Had I known, I would have simply slain Crocodile instead of dealing with all this nonsense. Observing the banana crocodiles encircling him from all directions, Zero muttered his frustrations. Then, with a fierce glare, he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, causing the banana crocodiles to flip onto their backs, their eyes rolling in terror as they lay motionless on the ground. After dispatching them, he approached the cage where Luffy and the others were confined, finding Vivi already trying to unlock the door. It's no use, it won't budge. As Zero listened to Vivi's words, he reached out to touch the cage made of sea stone, attempting to unlock it through alternative means. Luffy exclaimed, "Zero, do not defeat Crocodile. That fellow is my adversary." The little red bird chirped, "Eep." Luffy continued, "Little red bird, repeat that. Are you also vying with me?" The little red bird chirped again, "Eep." Nami interjected, "Luffy, be quiet." Bang. Luffy responded with a forlorn expression, "Zero, rest assured, Luffy, I shall leave Crocodile to you. I only need to make a brief appearance." Luffy, "Hee, then I trust you." Little red bird, "Eek. Usopp, don't say that." Zero, little red bird. "Let's focus on escaping first." Nami, "Don't worry, Zero will certainly find a way." Smoker suddenly interjected, "Have you defeated Apache?" He cast a glance at Smoker and nodded. Smoker gazed intently at him, then closed his eyes, choosing not to speak further. "Zero, please step aside. Allow me to attempt to sever this object with the little red sparrow." As his words fell, the little red sparrow transformed, soon manifesting in Zero's hand as a resplendent longsword. Luffy and Usopp exclaimed, "How impressive. Wait, the little red sparrow is actually a sword?" Zoro observed Zero's movements quietly, pondering what swordsmanship this man would unveil next. Suddenly, a crisp cry resonated from the longsword, and a deep, inky blackness spread upward from the hilt, instantly enveloping the blade in armament Haki. Sword technique, vermilion bird dragon fruit. As Zero's voice echoed, a magnificent fire dragon emerged from the longsword, swiftly lunging toward the cage. Boom. Flames erupted like fireworks. Luffy exclaimed, "How beautiful. Ouch, it's so hot." Usopp chided, "You fool, why are you so close?" As the flames subsided, everyone fixated on the point of collision between the longsword and the cage, only to find the cage remained unscathed, just as before. Nami remarked, "Is it still ineffective?" Luffy and the others sighed in disappointment, while Smoker's eyes widened in astonishment as he noticed the sea stone powder on the ground. Indeed, has this man's power reached a level capable of shattering sea stone? He was inwardly astounded. The long sword in Zero's hand transformed once more into the form of a small red sparrow, fluttering its wings as it returned to perch upon his shoulder. "No, it seems I must retrieve the key after all." As Zero spoke, he turned his gaze towards the group of banana crocodiles preparing to depart quietly. He addressed them, saying, "Hey, you banana crocodiles, do not dare to move. Hand over the one who just consumed the key, or face your demise here." The banana crocodiles trembled in fear, wishing to return home. Shortly thereafter, one of the banana crocodiles was pushed forward, trembling as it approached Zero. Its stomach churned, and it regurgitated the key they sought, along with a peculiar white sphere. Almost immediately, the sphere melted away, revealing a gaunt Mr. 3 who emerged with great difficulty. It was somewhat unexpected that Mr. 3, left in the small garden at that time, would manage to arrive here, albeit in such an unusually distinctive manner. As Mr. 3 emerged from within, he glanced at Luffy and the others confined in their cage, then shifted his gaze to the keys not far away. An ill-conceived idea struck him, and he lunged forward, attempting to seize the keys. However, he failed to acquire them and instead received a thorough beating from Zero. Well then, having obtained the keys, can they finally unlock the cage? Zero held the key in his hand, suddenly struck by the sensation that he had forgotten something crucial. As he turned the key in the lock, it stubbornly refused to budge, and only then did he recall that it was, in fact, a counterfeit key. That wretched crocodile. Frustrated by the trickery, Zero felt a surge of anger. Had it not been for Usopp's reminder that Mr. 3 possessed the ability to replicate a key, he would have already dashed out to search for Crocodile with fervor. At last, the cage was unlocked. As everyone emerged, Sanji also arrived at the scene. And aside from Chopper, who was still unaware of the happenings outside, the group was finally reunited. Ironically, it seemed that the opening of the cage had triggered certain mechanisms, for the walls suddenly erupted in a massive explosion and torrents of water began to surge in, swiftly engulfing them all. Only Zero managed to embrace Nami, while the others were swept away by the torrent. Cough, cough. Finally, they emerged. After much effort, the group reached the entrance, only to turn and find the structure completely submerged. They could not help but feel grateful for their survival. At that moment, Roronoa, Smoker, once rescued, immediately launched an attack on Zoro, thrusting his 10 hands toward him. Fortunately, Zoro was able to parry the assault with his sword. "Why did you save me?" Smoker asked, a hint of irritation in his voice. The individual before him was a pirate, an enemy. Why would he come to his aid? Yet, in response to Smoker's inquiry, Zoro merely turned his gaze toward the drowning Luffy and replied coolly, "Do not misunderstand. It was our captain's command to save you." Smoker then looked toward Luffy and continued, "What if I were to apprehend you now?" "Zero, then let's have a duel." With that, his blade, the surging dragon, gleamed ominously, ready to unleash a tempest of strikes at the slightest movement from Smoker. At that moment, Luffy awakened from his dazed state, and upon witnessing the tense standoff, he too aimed his fist at Smoker. "Smoker, are you looking for a fight?" However, Smoker retracted his hands and addressed the group. This time, I shall let you go. But should we meet again, I will show no mercy. With that, he turned to leave. Luffy chimed in. Smoker, I don't actually dislike you. Hee. Smoker retorted. You little rascal. Suddenly, his hands shot towards Luffy, who instinctively dodged, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Luffy shouted, run for it. Seeing their captain take the lead, the others followed suit. Time was of the essence. They aimed for Alabasta, the capital of Alabasta, needing to reach it swiftly to avert the impending conflict before the rebel forces clashed with the royal army. Chapter 66. This seems quite effective. As Luffy and the others departed, a contingent of Marines emerged from behind Smoker, pursuing their fleeing figures. Suddenly, Smoker called out to an officer. Tell them if they cannot catch Straw Hat Luffy's crew, they should not pursue further. Instead, prioritize summoning the surrounding Marine forces here. The officer hesitated, but Colonel, is it really worth deploying so many for this band of pirates? Smoker snapped, I do not require your questions. Just do as I say. Yes, sir. By the way, what about Major Apache? Have you located him? Report, Colonel. The Major is injured but not in serious condition. He is just unable to fight for the time being. Once the officer hurried away, Smoker exchanged a few words with his aide, Tashigi, before departing on his motorcycle. Presumably to orchestrate some strategy, Luffy and his crew dashed across the verdant landscape. With war imminent, Nami suggested they find a means of transportation to the capital. Just then, Chopper appeared with a massive hermit crab for them to ride. Vivi was astonished, noting that such creatures typically burrow in the sand and rarely interact with humans. Chopper explained that hermit crabs are friends of camels, alleviating her confusion, though the crab's eyes reminded her unsettlingly of Sanji. Soon, the group mounted the hermit crab and sped away across the desert. Suddenly, a golden hook shot towards them, and Zero instinctively slashed with the surging dragon to fend it off. Crocodile, Luffy shouted as he leaped from the hermit crab, urging the others to escape while he stayed behind to confront Crocodile. Zoro glanced determinedly at Luffy's retreating figure and said to the group, let us move on. Trust in Luffy, he's incredibly strong. Although hesitant at first, the crew soon found their resolve. Sanji turned to the worried Vivi, saying, since you've chosen to ignite this war, you must bear the responsibility. But don't tackle this alone. Sometimes you have to trust us, your comrades. Vivi nodded affirmatively. Meanwhile, Zero received a new mission to prevent the sandstorm triggered by Crocodile's battle with Luffy. Completing the task before the storm reached Yuba would yield him 600 experience points and 60,000 berries. Without hesitation, he jumped off the hermit crab. You all go ahead. I have something to attend to. I'll catch up with you soon, Little Redbird. Before the others could react, Zero and Little Redbird plunged into the swirling dust, leaving them to forge ahead. Not long before Zero's leap from the hermit crab, Luffy had confronted Crocodile. Crocodile, today I will defeat you. Crocodile scoffed, dismissing Luffy's declaration, for the young pirate had not previously exhibited the demeanor of a true warrior. Among the group, he regarded Zero with some caution, as only Zero had truly inflicted harm upon him. The battle commenced. Gum Gum Pistol. Luffy extended his arm, striking Crocodile, only to see him dissolve into sand. Undeterred, Luffy closed in, unleashing a flurry of rubber techniques. Gum Gum Stamp. Gum Gum Rocket. Gum Gum Headbutt. Unsurprisingly, Luffy's attacks failed to inflict any genuine damage as Crocodile effortlessly transformed into sand to evade the strikes. Useless, your attacks are futile against one who can turn to sand. Crocodile thought, his patience waning as he resolved to end the skirmish prematurely, only to see Luffy's arm enveloped in a gleaming black hue. Armament Haki, hardening, Luffy declared. You can use Armament Haki? Crocodile was taken aback. If Zero were present, he would certainly admonish Luffy for wasting energy on ineffective attacks, noting that employing Haki in advance would have been advantageous. While Crocodile was still astonished, Luffy surged forward, his elongated arms following suit. Boom. This time, Luffy's blow landed squarely on Crocodile, sending him hurtling back like a sandbag, crashing heavily into the desert. Coughing, Crocodile staggered to his feet, clutching his abdomen, blood trickling from his lips, his expression one of disbelief. He had not anticipated that the seemingly foolish boy before him could inflict such damage. Luffy, exhilarated, clenched his fist and exclaimed, see, that was quite effective, wasn't he? With that, he charged at Crocodile again, eager to capitalize on his momentum. Crocodile, refusing to be idle, pressed his hand into the sand, activating his power. Desert Sunflower. As the words left his mouth, quicksand began to take form beneath Luffy's feet, the pit expanding to a diameter of 10 meters in an instant. Not good, I need to escape. Luffy frantically dashed through the quicksand, finally reaching its edge, only to be pushed back by Crocodile's sands, returning him to square one. Fortunately, he devised a plan, extending both arms to strike the sand, generating enough force to launch himself into the air, and then unleashed a barrage of punches, enveloped in Haki, that forced Crocodile back and freed him from the quicksand. Damn it, I almost got buried, Luffy exclaimed, his resolve unwavering against Crocodile. Without a moment's pause, Luffy unleashed a new wave of attacks against Crocodile. With long jabs and whip-like kicks, he managed to disrupt Crocodile's composure, landing a few hits that threw off his rhythm. Gum Gum Stamp. as he narrowly dodged Luffy's onslaught. Crocodile's thoughts turned to his own plan, and impatience began to brew within him. He transformed into sand, retreating further from Luffy, and with his palm facing upwards. He declared amidst Luffy's bewildered gaze, "I no longer have time to play with you. This is a sandstorm, and once it fully forms, even I will be incapable of controlling it. If you do not stop it, you shall witness Yuba being consumed by it. Ha ha ha." Luffy recalled Dotto, the one who had brought him water, and urgently shouted, "Stop it, Crocodile." Chapter 67, A Feast of Fruits. The sandstorm rapidly took shape before Luffy's eyes. Damn it. Stop it. Luffy realized he could not halt this calamity, so he activated his Haki and charged at Crocodile once more, seeking to eliminate the threat at its source. Yet, Crocodile merely transformed into sand and glided away, leaving Luffy to pursue him in the direction he had vanished. Unbeknownst to Luffy, the sandstorm grew increasingly monstrous, fueled by the desert, devouring everything in its path like a natural disaster. It was not until a male figure appeared ahead that the storm's ferocity became more apparent. A little red bird circled low above him, remaining remarkably steady even as fierce winds whipped around. Hey, this sandstorm seems to be a tad too large, doesn't it? Zero gazed upon the colossal behemoth before him, his expression one of astonishment. In comparison, he felt as diminutive as an ant. Truly a testament to the fearsome entity that instilled dread in the hearts of all within the desert. However, this perception was relative. For one whose level had ascended to 7, boasting an average attribute of 640, the creature appeared somewhat less formidable. He refrained from drawing the dragon slayer or transforming the little red sparrow into a longsword, instead fixating on the approaching sandstorm. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters. It drew nearer, ever closer. The garments of Zero fluttered wildly, as if they might be whisked away into the sky by the ferocious winds at any moment. Yet, in the next instant, an overwhelming aura of domination erupted from his being, propelling him towards the sandstorm with an astonishing velocity that defied logic. It was as if colossal hands had materialized from thin air, not only halting the advance of the tempest, but subtly urging it backward as well. But that was insufficient. With a powerful shout, Zero elevated the might of his Conqueror's Haki once more, intensifying the enigmatic force that obliterated the sandstorm entirely. Congratulations on completing the side quest. Successfully thwarting the sandstorm's assault on Yuba, earning 600 experience points and 60,000 berries. Upon hearing the system notification reverberate in his mind, Zero exhaled deeply. As the little red sparrow landed on his shoulder after vanquishing the storm, affectionately nuzzling against his cheek, Zero smiled as he gently patted the little red bird, intending to say something further, when he was abruptly interrupted by a new side quest issued by the system, causing him to furrow his elegantly shaped brow. Time was of the essence, and he hoped he could manage to complete it in time. With that thought, he activated the Moonwalk, ascending into the air, his figure swiftly moving through the sky until he vanished from sight. Only the scattered debris around him hinted at the ferocity of the sandstorm that had once ravaged this place. Meanwhile, Vivi and her companions arrived at the longest canal in Alabasta aboard the moving crab. As the crab could not traverse the water, they resolved to cross the river on foot. Not long after they began, a colossal catfish appeared before them, a monstrous carnivorous catfish unique to this region. Just as the beast lunged at them, a group of kung fu manatees intervened, not only incapacitating it, but also using its body as a makeshift ferry to carry the group across the canal. Upon reaching the opposite bank, the group found themselves once again without means of transport. Just as they deliberated on a strategy, the Quick Run, accompanied by the Quick Duck Brigade, arrived, swiftly transporting them towards the capital. At last, aided by the Quick Duck Brigade, they reached the capital, where the two armies had yet to engage in battle. Vivi analyzed the position of the rebel forces, considering the possibility that high-ranking agents from Baroque Works might be lurking nearby, prepared to thwart their advance. They thus decided to adopt a multi-pronged approach. Zoro and Nami, along with Sanji, would split into two teams heading toward the capital, while Usopp and Chopper would venture to the outskirts. Once everyone was in motion, Vivi would lead the Quick Run to the southern gate of the capital, a crucial passage for the rebels. The outcome was evident. MR1 and his partner entered the capital alongside Zoro and Nami, while MR2 approached Sanji, following suit. Meanwhile, Usopp and Chopper attracted the attention of MR4 and his partner. As the high-ranking agents realized their mistake in targeting the wrong individuals, Vivi successfully reached her intended destination. She was determined to reveal the truth to Crocodile and put an end to this war, as it was the very purpose of her being there. As she gazed toward the horizon, where the Revolutionary Army advanced, her resolute demeanor compelled even the Quick Run to adopt a serious expression, following her gaze. However, just as the rebel forces were about to make contact with Vivi, a cannonball suddenly fired from the city walls, sending up a cloud of dust that obscured visibility for both the rebels and Vivi. On the walls, a guard reprimanded the soldier who had fired the cannon. But the soldier merely scratched his head in apology, the emblem of Baroque Works clearly visible on his attire. Regrettably, Gabra waved him off, unaware that the actions of the soldier would soon place the kingdom's princess in jeopardy. Hearing the thunderous sound of hooves approaching, Vivi widened her eyes. unable to see clearly before her, a wave of helplessness washing over her. Why? She had done her utmost, yet still found herself powerless to prevent this war. Countless thoughts raced through her mind, ultimately fixating on a shadowy figure. How wonderful it would be if he were here. Suddenly, the call of the quick run interrupted her thoughts. She looked up to see countless swift horses racing past her, bearing the rebel forces alongside her. She quickly raised her hands, signaling for the rebels to halt, but the bloodlust-driven rebels paid her no heed, spurring their steeds onward toward the capital. Vivi turned to position herself at the forefront to intercept the rebel troops, yet failed to notice a galloping steed barreling toward her from behind. In a critical moment, the quick run leaped behind Vivi, preparing to shield her with his own body, when a familiar voice rang out from the sky. It was the little red bird. As the quick run realized this, he found himself lifted into the air by the bird's beak, while its owner, Vivi, was cradled in Zero's arms, escaping from danger. Vivi opened her mouth to speak, but Zero interrupted her, saying, "There's no need to say anything. I already know. That is precisely why I am here." With that, he drew his blade, the armed color enveloping it in a matter of moments, and unleashed a breathtaking slash toward the rebel forces. Let me test this newly conceived sword technique. In the eyes of the rebels, the sky appeared to be cleaved by an ethereal blade of light, eclipsing even the midday sun, casting a dreamlike azure hue over the region below. The blade descended. Boom. In an instant, it kicked up a towering cloud of dust. This sudden cascade not only obstructed the path of the leading rebels, but also caused the soldiers of the capital, who had intended to attack, to lose their target. As the dust settled, all eyes turned to the source, revealing a gash approximately half a person wide and over 100 meters long in front of the rebels. Its depth was unknown, but its darkness was palpable. Even a group of men stacked atop one another would struggle to measure it. What is happening? Why has such a phenomenon appeared before us? A natural disaster? The rebels fell into disarray, their steeds also growing restless, stamping in place, and had they not been tethered, they would likely have bolted in panic. Crocodile, too, was taken aback, momentarily unsure whether to press forward. That is Princess Vivi. Gabra on the walls immediately recognized Vivi's silhouette in the sky and intended to rush out the city gate to greet her. However, he turned to see the soldier who had fired the cannon stealthily reloading, preparing to fire again. He dashed over, knocking the soldier unconscious and ordering his capture. Outside is Princess Vivi. If you provoke a battle between the two armies, she will be in grave danger, you fool. While berating the soldier, Gabra gathered his men, preparing to exit the city to welcome Vivi. When the soldiers of the capital reached the edge of the gash, they too found themselves in a state of shock, unable to advance further, locked in a standoff with the rebels. At that moment, Zero descended from the sky with Vivi, the little red bird bearing the quick run, standing between the two armies. Princess Vivi, Gabra and the others called out, while the rebel leader, Crocodile, also recognized her and approached, weaving through the ranks of his men to stand before her. Crocodile, why have you come here? Vivi nodded to Gabra in greeting before turning to face Crocodile directly. Crocodile, put an end to this war. Your enemy is not the kingdom's army, but Crocodile. Don't think that just because you are a princess, you can command us here. Our leader will not heed your words. Amidst the ranks of the rebel forces, some recognized Vivi's identity, and his words incited a measure of unrest, stirring indignation among them. In the next moment, a surge of Conqueror's Haki erupted from Zero, rendering the most agitated individuals unconscious. Silence, commanded Zero, his voice cold and unyielding, causing them to fall silent in an instant. They were acutely aware that provoking this man further could lead to dire consequences for themselves. Kusha regarded Zero with wary eyes, sensing the depths of this enigmatic man. He then turned his attention back to Vivi, eager to hear her account. Thus, Vivi recounted how Crocodile had manipulated the Baroque works, instigating droughts with his jumping powder, and subsequently dispatched his subordinates, disguised as royalty, to sow discord between the two armies. Both the rebels and the royal forces were taken aback by this revelation, especially Kusha, who clenched his fists in fury upon realizing that the sandstorm ravaging their hard-earned Yuba was also orchestrated by Crocodile. Is this true? Princess Vivi, are you deceiving us? Is Crocodile truly our enemy? The rebel forces erupted into chaos once more, yet Zero did not quell them. This information required time for digestion. Kusha found himself increasingly inclined to trust Vivi, but still pressed her. Vivi, how can I be certain of your words? Gaka, pointing an accusatory finger at Kusha, retorted with ire, Kusha, you fool. These are facts. In this conflict, the only victor will be Crocodile. Do you not see? Kusha dismissed him, his gaze fixed intently on Vivi, awaiting her explanation. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Vivi inhaled deeply and solemnly declared, what I have just conveyed is the truth. Should there be even a hint of falsehood in my words, let my life be the guarantee. Upon hearing her declaration, Kusha's resolve solidified. He turned, raising his fist, ready to speak, when suddenly a barrage of gunfire erupted from behind him. Bang, bang, buzz. The members of Baroque Works widened their eyes in disbelief. To their astonishment, the bullets they had fired did not strike Kusha, but instead bizarrely hung suspended in the air. How could this be? Realizing their plan had unraveled, Zero had already discerned their markings through observation Haki, swiftly incapacitating them with his Conqueror's Haki. Bang, bang, bang. Members of the royal army continued to fall, and thankfully, Zero clarified that those who had collapsed were employees of Baroque works. Otherwise, panic would have ensued. Having been maliciously interrupted, Kusha recognized that there were clear forces at play inciting this war. Without hesitation, he addressed the rebel forces. The war is over. Our enemy is not the Alabasta royal family, but Crocodile. The rebels exchanged glances, and ultimately, they began to lower their weapons. Vivi, overwhelmed with emotion, gazed at Zero with profound gratitude. With a smile, Zero simultaneously received a system notification confirming the completion of a task. Congratulations on successfully preventing a battle between the rebel army and the royal forces, earning 1,200 experience points and a skill lottery ticket. Gazing at the bountiful rewards, Zero couldn't help but reflect on the arduous journey that led to this success, a struggle only he could truly appreciate. After all, the swift arrival had drained much of his stamina, and employing a new sword technique had further depleted his energy. Overall, he felt as though he had engaged in a battle comparable to the one he fought against Major Apache before his breakthrough. Although fatigued, the rewards were undeniably gratifying. Not only had he surpassed the halfway mark in experience points, but he had also acquired yet another skill lottery ticket. While the time until his next upgrade remained uncertain, Zero was confident it would not be long. Meanwhile, in other parts of the royal capital, battles involving the Straw Hat crew were unfolding. Chapter 69. The Battle of Companions, Part 1. What kind of monstrous strength is that? That hulking brute. Usopp despaired as he glanced at the baseball bomb hurtling toward him, feeling that their chances of victory were exceedingly bleak. Just moments ago, he and Chopper had engaged in an encounter with Mr. and Miss Christmas from the Baroque works. Miss Christmas, a mole fruit user, possessed the ability to burrow underground and launch surprise attacks. Mr. on the other hand, was immensely powerful. Wielding a baseball bat that weighed 4 tons, he could effortlessly crush bricks with it, showcasing his strength with ease. Additionally, they were accompanied by a creature that had consumed the dog fruit, resembling an animal and capable of firing cannonballs, further aiding Mr. in his assault. Initially, Usopp and Chopper found themselves on the defensive, suffering multiple hits from the baseball bombs. Had they been ordinary humans, they would have perished several times over. Yet the situation remained dire. It wasn't until Miss Christmas emerged from the ground, smashing Usopp through a wall and taunting him by proclaiming that Luffy had been defeated by Crocodile, that Usopp vehemently retorted. Luffy was destined to become the Pirate King. And even if it was Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he would surely prevail. Don't be ridiculous. The notion of becoming the Pirate King is utterly unrealistic. Miss Christmas laughed. Usopp, infuriated, attempted to argue back, but suddenly recalled Zero's previous words, allowing him to regain his composure. Indeed, with his current stamina, he could not compete with them. He had to cast aside his former weakness to deliver a resounding defeat to those who scoffed at Luffy's dreams. What did you say? You think you can defeat us? Don't make me laugh. Miss Christmas declared before plunging underground once more, preparing for a final attack on Usopp. Chopper, wanting to lend support, was restrained by Mr.'s baseball bomb, helplessly observing the unfolding scene. Observation Haki typically requires extensive practice and combat experience to master. However, there are alternative paths. Possessing a heart that protects one's companions and enduring life and death trials can also lead to the acquisition of Observation Haki, uniquely tailored to oneself. Remembering Zero's prior teachings on Observation Haki, Usopp forced himself to close his eyes, relax his mind, and strive to sense the aura surrounding his adversary. Finally, just as Miss Christmas was about to break ground, he opened his eyes and leaped high into the air. I see you, you wretched mole. Taste my specially crafted sticky bomb, Usopp exclaimed. With a swift motion, he launched a green projectile, striking Miss Christmas before she could evade. In an instant, the bomb detonated, enveloping her in a powerful adhesive substance that firmly anchored her to the ground. What is this? I can't break free. Cursed Longnose, Miss Christmas exclaimed. It's futile. That's my sticky bomb enhanced with Haki, designed specifically to counter devil fruit users. You can't escape, Usopp triumphantly replied. Idiot Usopp, why didn't you use that weapon sooner? You've had me worried for so long. Chopper chided. Sorry, I couldn't find an opportunity to attack, haha. Usopp laughed, disregarding their banter. Upon witnessing Miss Christmas's defeat, Mr. redirected the baseball bomb toward Usopp, but Usopp countered with a smoke bomb, obscuring his vision. He then mimicked Miss Christmas's voice, pretending she had captured him, and hurled her toward Mr. who sent her flying with a swing of his bat, knocking her unconscious. With only Mr. remaining, he was no match for Usopp and Chopper, who combined their strengths to defeat him along with the dog fruit creature, triumphantly securing their victory over Mr. and Miss Christmas. Within the city, Sanji clashed with Mr. too. As a key member of the Straw Hat Pirates, and having undergone Haki training with Zero, Sanji had also mastered armament Haki. Consequently, the battle unfolded in his favor, as Mr.'s attempts to utilize his Okama Kenpo proved ineffective against Sanji's defenses. On the contrary, Sanji's attacks, bolstered by Haki, inflicted excruciating pain upon Mr. as if his bones were shattering with each blow. First meet. Shoot. Another powerful strike landed, leaving Mr. on the verge of collapse, yet he stubbornly continued to engage. As long as he could keep the Straw Hat crew occupied, their plans could proceed unhindered, befitting his status as a high-ranking agent. Initially, he had believed that only the executioner among the Straw Hats warranted caution, especially since Zero had previously wounded Crocodile. He had not anticipated the chef aboard their ship to possess such formidable strength. What manner of monsters comprised this pirate crew? Feeling his odds diminishing, Mr. contemplated surrendering. Instead, he demonstrated the abilities of his copy fruit, and when he transformed into Nami's likeness, he discovered an unexpected advantage. The man opposite him hesitated to strike at the form resembling Nami. What a simple-minded man. Mr. assumed the stance of Okama Kenpo, and as Sanji charged, he caressed his face with a hand transformed into Nami's, seizing the moment to deliver a powerful kick. Bang! Sanji crashed into the building behind him, causing the walls to shatter under the tremendous force, leading to a swift collapse. Mr. advanced again, employing the same tactic, and in a matter of moments, he severely injured Sanji. Just as he reveled in his triumph, Sanji discerned a crucial detail. Whenever Mr. employed his Okama Kenpo, he was unable to maintain the Nami form. Sanji, invigorated, deftly evaded Mr. 2's kick aimed at him, and then unleashed a powerful blow to the latter's abdomen, enveloping his leg in armament Haki. The impact resonated with a thud, and Mr. 2 collapsed instantly, rendered unconscious in a mere moment. Finally, it was over. Truly, next time he should refrain from adopting Nami's appearance. Otherwise, every encounter will end in combat. Sanji delivered a few more kicks before departing, leaving Mr. 2 hunched over on the ground, clutching his stomach, adorned with several disheveled footprints, a sight both peculiar and amusing. The battle concluded with the chef of the Straw Hat Pirates emerging victorious over Mr. 2. Chapter 70. The Battles of Comrades, Part 2. Following Sanji's clash with Mr. 2, Nami found herself embroiled in a duel with Mr. 1's partner, Miss Doublefinger. A user of the Thorn fruit, Miss Doublefinger could extend sharp spines from her body, delivering attacks with formidable piercing power, capable of penetrating even the sturdiest bricks. Consequently, Nami found herself at a distinct disadvantage from the outset, struggling to inflict any damage while narrowly dodging several of her adversary's assaults. Determined to prove her worth, Nami revealed 3 blue iron rods known as the Weather Staff, a weapon devised by Usopp specifically for her, perfectly suited to her role as navigator. Each rod served a unique purpose. One generated hot air, another cold air, and the third emitted a faint electrical charge. When combined, they produced astonishing effects. For instance, they could create mirages through the refraction of air. When Miss Doublefinger attacked, she discovered she was striking at an illusion while Nami stood behind her. Moreover, the fusion of hot and cold air, along with electricity, allowed for the creation of localized thunderstorms, unleashing lightning strikes upon enemies to achieve victory. Of course, these effects were the result of Nami's painstaking research. Initially, when she first wielded the Weather Staff, its instructions indicated that it could only produce entertaining effects, such as launching flowers or sprays of water. Had Nami not been quick-witted, she might have found herself in peril before the Weather Staff could demonstrate its true potential. Even so, Nami struggled to deliver significant damage to Miss Doublefinger, especially after enduring a round of lightning attacks and still managing to retaliate. At this juncture, Nami had no choice but to resort to her ultimate move. According to Usopp, this technique could only be used once. Failure to defeat her opponent could spell danger for herself. Hadn't she anticipated this outcome? She had long since steeled herself for such a moment. If she could not vanquish this foe, how could she assist Luffy in his quest to become the Pirate King, let alone provide aid when that man was in peril? With determination etched upon her face, Nami stood firm, facing Miss Doublefinger. As the latter launched her assault, Nami extended a leg, resolutely attempting to block the sharp spines with her own body. Clang! Miss Doublefinger was momentarily taken aback as a layer of dark, flowing energy suddenly enveloped Nami's foot, effectively thwarting her attack. Surprised? I, too, have mastered armament Haki. Though I may not wield it with the same prowess as Luffy, I can certainly stall you for a while, Nami declared with pride. Indeed, she had quietly learned the technique. Although Zero primarily trained Luffy and the others, he often provided Nami with additional guidance. Her physical constitution was slightly lacking, preventing her from maintaining it for extended periods, but this brief moment sufficed. Now, allow me to unleash the ultimate strike of this weapon. Tornado. As Nami's words echoed, the Weather Staff released several toys, their ends affixed with strings that swiftly entwined around Miss Doublefinger's arms. In no time, she was ensnared. Then, the staff's tip erupted with tremendous force, sending Miss Doublefinger hurtling away, her body spinning like a whirlwind, leaving behind a trail of humanoid impressions in the structures behind her. Upon witnessing Miss Doublefinger unconscious on the ground, Nami sank to her knees, exhaling a sigh of relief. Zero, I believe I can assist you now, she gazed skyward, a sweet smile illuminating her face. Thus, the battle concluded, with Nami, the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates, claiming victory. Ultimately, the decisive confrontation lay between Zoro and Mr. One. A user of the Chop Chop fruit, Mr. One could transform his body into steel and wield it for slashing attacks, capable of unleashing invisible blades that could sever buildings. He could also rotate his limbs at high speeds, utterly obliterating anything in sight. In the original narrative, Zoro had to engage in a harrowing battle to defeat him. However, since Zero's arrival in this world, Zoro's encounter with Mr. One was devoid of drama. Having comprehended the breathing technique, Zoro was already equipped with the ability to slice through steel, and with a single stroke, he decisively defeated Mr. One. Even as Mr. One fell, confusion lingered on his face. Despite possessing formidable powers, he could not withstand Zoro's strike. You're simply not strong enough. Are you truly Mr. One? You fell without even facing my armament Haki. How dull, Zoro remarked, sheathing his cursed sword, Yoru, before departing. In truth, with Zoro's current strength, bolstered by the breathing technique and armament Haki, even Crocodile would pose little threat to him, let alone Mr. One, rendering the outcome of this battle utterly predictable. Compared to the others, Zoro finished his fight the swiftest. Now, aside from Luffy, the remaining members had each triumphed over their adversaries and were making their way to the previously designated rendezvous point. At that moment, outside the royal capital, as the rebel army and royal forces prepared to advance towards the lair of Baroque works, a figure suddenly appeared above the two armies. What is happening? The rebels should be engaged in combat within the city with the royal forces. It was Crocodile. Upon noticing the massive gash between the two armies and the presence of Zero and Vivi at its edge, he quickly grasped the situation and shouted at Zero, the executioner. You dare to disrupt my plans? This ideal country has been painstakingly devised by me for quite some time. You've truly crossed the line. Zero met his gaze, replying with a calm demeanor, I've long harbored disdain for you. The state of this nation is a testament to your failures. And yet you still seek to harm my comrades. This day was destined for you. Regardless of whether we are your adversaries, your schemes are fated to unravel. Vivi interjected. Crocodile, where is my father? Where have you taken him? Return him at once. Gaka added, Indeed, surrender our king immediately, or we shall raze this land to the ground. Crocodile erupted in laughter. My men have already taken him to search for the historical texts. Even if you thwart this war, securing the Pluton will allow me to resurrect the dream of an ideal world. Haha. Pluton. Chapter 71. Urgent rescue. Crocodile suddenly descended to the ground. Once I acquire Pluton, you shall witness its true nature. For now, bask in the fury I unleash. Erosion cycle. With that, he forcefully pressed his hand against the desert, and an eerie suction force emerged beneath the feet of both armies, draining their vitality and leaving them as withered husks. Help me. What is happening? Why is my arm? The cries for salvation echoed around them, a chorus of desperation. In a swift motion, Zero unsheathed his sword, the dragon of surprise, and unleashed a gleaming arc towards Crocodile, who adeptly anticipated the attack and transformed into sand to evade it. Such agility, Zero remarked, preparing to coat his blade with Haki. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed above him. Crocodile, I found you. It was Luffy, accompanied by Belle, who had transformed into a great bird to transport him here. As Belle descended to the ground, Luffy landed beside Zero and Vivi. Zero, Vivi, little Robin. You're all here, exclaimed Luffy. Vivi princess, called out Belle. Eek, chirped little Robin. Luffy, Belle, are you both alright? Vivi inquired. Zero, Luffy, why did you arrive so late? If you had come any later, I would have defeated that guy. Luffy, that cannot be. Crocodile is someone only I can vanquish. With that, Luffy rolled up his sleeves, extended his arm, and proclaimed loudly, Crocodile, I will not allow you to escape again. Let us battle. Crocodile, Straw Hat Kid. The two immediately engaged in yet another fierce confrontation. Meanwhile, as Crocodile's previous attack was interrupted, the soldiers of the kingdom and the rebel forces hastily tended to the wounded. As for Zero and Vivi, they departed to rescue the nation's king, Cobra, the royal guard. Gaka initially intended to accompany them, but Vivi insisted he stay behind to assist the injured. Gaka was reluctant at first, but recalling the astonishing blade of light he had witnessed beside Zero, he reconsidered and chose to remain, entrusting the protection of Princess Vivi to Zero. As Zero and Vivi entered the city, the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates encountered an ambush set by the Elder of Millions, leading them to once again engage in battle. Fortunately, their foes were not formidable agents with devil fruit abilities, making the situation manageable, although the relentless onslaught of enemies still posed a significant challenge. Zoro, why can't we seem to cut through them? Sanji, get out of my way. Nami-chan, Vivi-chan, where are you? Usopp, we need to dispatch them quickly so we can regroup with the others. Don't come near me. Chopper, help. Chopper, Usopp, stop clinging to me. Nami, did I just hear someone calling for me? Never mind, I'll head to the agreed location first. In the front square of the palace, Vivi noticed Zero suddenly halt and asked curiously, what's wrong? That place something feels off. In the center of 0 Point Square stands the tallest clock. Vivi followed his gaze and looked over. At that moment, Zero recalled that in the storyline, Crocodile had seemingly planted a bomb here, intending to detonate it once both the rebel forces and the royal army had converged in this location, thereby annihilating them together. However, due to Zero's intervention, neither army had arrived as anticipated, leaving the status of the bomb uncertain. To eliminate any future threats, Zero decisively lifted Vivi into his arms and utilized the Moonwalk technique to transport them to this spot. Initially unaware of Zero's intentions, Vivi quickly grasped the situation upon seeing the suddenly protruding barrel behind the clock. Zero, I understand. As Zero concluded his words, the astonishing dragon swiftly executed a strike, shattering the clock before them and revealing two figures within. Vivi recognized them instantly. They were none other than Mr. 7 from the Baroque Works and his partner. How did you find this place? Their expressions reflected a hint of fear. This hiding spot was notoriously difficult to uncover, yet these two individuals had somehow arrived here. Particularly unsettling was the man's previous strike, which left them feeling inadequate as opponents. Vivi inquired, Mr. 7, what brings you here? Mr. 7 replied nonchalantly, ahem. We were merely taking a stroll, and somehow ended up here. Isn't it quite a coincidence? Zero. Is this shell before us also fortuitously present here? Mr. 7. If I were to affirm that, would you believe me? Without further ado, Zero directly materialized behind the two individuals, grasping the collars of their garments and lifting them. In a fleeting moment, he reappeared at the edge of the clock. With a powerful flick, the two soared into the sky like meteors. Vivi, Zero, what is this? Zero, I fear it may be a bomb. It appears to possess considerable power, likely capable of obliterating the entire royal capital without issue. Vivi's expression instantly turned to one of shock. Zero, fear not, for we are here, Little Red Sparrow. Little Red Sparrow, eep. Zero, deliver this bomb as far as you can and discard it outside the city. The little red bird nodded, flapping its wings as it grasped the bomb lodged within the cannon. Despite its seemingly fragile frame, it soared into the air, carrying the explosive away from the city. Noticing Vivi's worried expression, which conveyed her uncertainty about the bird's ability to accomplish the task, Zero approached and gently patted her shoulder. Rest assured, entrusting the bomb to it is the wisest choice. Our priority remains to rescue your father. Vivi replied, Zero, you are right. Let us hurry and descend. Zero, indeed. As the two descended to the ground, they fortuitously encountered a contingent of the navy. At the helm was a short-haired woman adorned with spectacles. Zero recalled her name to be Haki, who, as per the original narrative, seemed to share an enigmatic connection with Zoro. Haki regarded them, recognizing the notorious pirates before her. Just as she contemplated apprehending the duo, a recollection of Smoker's parting words resonated within her, urging her to uphold her own sense of justice. She also recalled the profound sense of helplessness she felt in her previous encounter with Robin, prompting her to offer guidance to the two, indicating that Robin and Cobra had ventured in that direction. Vivi, that leads to the funeral hall. Zero, why do you wish to assist us? Darsky, do not inquire any further. Let us hasten our departure. I fear I may have second thoughts soon. Vivi, nonetheless, we are truly grateful to you. Zero, thank you. Thus, under Dasky's guidance, the two continued their journey towards the funeral hall. After assisting them, Dasky, along with a contingent of Navy personnel, encountered the remaining members of the Straw Hat Pirates engaged in a fierce battle against the Elder of a Billion, and thus joined them in their struggle against the Baroque Works. Chapter 72, The Conclusion. Nico, Robin, is there truly nothing you desire above? As Robin delved into the historical texts, Zero entered through the rear passage and addressed her. At that moment, Cobra, who had initially intended to activate a trap, was astonished to see Vivi emerge behind Zero, and they immediately embraced, tears streaming down their faces. Robin, the executioner, you are indeed aware of my existence? It seems you even know what I seek. I find myself quite curious about your background. Zero shrugged his shoulders, acknowledging that he was not someone with a formidable background like Luffy or Sanji. At most, he possessed a system to rely upon, along with the foresight of the unfolding narrative. He continued, you need not concern yourself with my background. I, too, am in pursuit of historical texts and am well aware of the archaeologists from O'Hara. There's no need for such astonishment. I presume that after all these years and experiences, you would have learned to face things with composure. It seems, however, that this is rather sudden. Robin then exclaimed, flowers blooming beneath your feet. As arms emerged from the ground before Zero, she was taken aback to discover that he had appeared behind her, a sharp weapon glinting ominously at his neck. Zero, useless. You cannot defeat me. Robin chuckled, saying, truly the executioner. The world government has set your bounty even higher than that of the Straw Hat Kid. It appears there is a reason for that. However, I did not anticipate that not only are you immensely powerful, but your knowledge far exceeds my expectations. Cobra, Vivi, is that young man your companion who escorted you back? He is capable of restraining Nico, Robin. Vivi, yes, father. Without him, I fear Kusha and the others would have already confronted the royal army. Upon hearing this, Cobra urgently inquired, Vivi, what exactly do you mean? Thus, Vivi recounted the events that transpired outside the city to Cobra, particularly the astonishment that filled his eyes when he learned that Zero single-handedly halted two armies. Yet, in the next moment, he noticed the way his daughter gazed at Zero, a familiar look that seemed reminiscent of how Vivi's mother once looked at him. The conversation between Zero and Robin continued, and he had already retrieved the dragon. You must have some agreements with Crocodile, perhaps concerning the Underworld King? Although I am uncertain whether you will divulge the location of the Underworld King to him, you are well aware of his character after all this time. Regardless of the outcome, Crocodile will undoubtedly eliminate you once the deed is done. Therefore, would you consider joining me in the search for historical texts? After a moment of contemplation, Zero added, rest assured, I have no interest in the Underworld King. I place greater faith in my own capabilities than in external possessions. Zero asserted that his words were not intended to deceive Robin. On one hand, the authenticity of the Underworld King remains questionable. Prior to his journey, he had viewed the latest episode, yet the specifics regarding the Underworld King were not disclosed. Moreover, after such an extensive passage of time, one cannot dismiss the possibility that its power may have been exaggerated. On the other hand, Zero indeed prefers to rely on his own capabilities. The mightiest of weapons necessitate an equally formidable strength to wield them. Furthermore, possessing such a weapon undoubtedly invites the envy of many. Without sufficient strength, what use is there in its possession? Vivi, Zero, are you truly serious? Are you inviting this woman? She is none other than Crocodile's assistant. Zero, Vivi, rest assured. With my presence, she shall not stir any tempest. So, might you contemplate my proposition? Nico Robin. After initially being taken aback, Robin composed herself and turned to Zero, inquiring, what compels you to gather the historical texts? Zero, how to put it? It's merely out of curiosity, haha. Listening to Zero's playful remarks, Robin gazed at him intently, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Zero did not impose any demands. He approached the stone monument inscribed with historical texts and placed his hand upon it, inquiring of Cobra, Your Majesty, may I take this? Without hesitation, Cobra glanced at Vivi and responded, if you have a need for it, feel free to take it. After all, you have saved my daughter's life. Even if it is a precious item, I can discern what holds greater value. Zero nodded in satisfaction and, to the astonishment of those around him, promptly stored the stone tablet within the system, instantly receiving 500 experience points. In truth, his inquiry regarding Kabura's opinion was merely a formality. The historical tablet was destined to be taken, as he still had a mission to complete. Fortunately, Kabura acquiesced to his request. Zheng, oblivious to the nature of his relationship with Vivi and the emotions entwined therein, was convinced that if the need arose, even in the face of Crocodile's disapproval, Vivi would clandestinely procure the historical tablet and present it to him. Having secured the tablet, Zheng turned to lead Crocodile and Vivi away from this place. As he passed by Robin, she unexpectedly tossed him a vial of potion, remarking, that straw-hatted boy is likely engaged in battle with Crocodile now. Take this. It will prove useful. At midnight, Zero nodded and responded, thank you. Should you have a change of heart, feel free to seek me out. Our captain would be more than willing to welcome you aboard, and the Straw Hat Pirates would gladly embrace your presence. He was uncertain whether, after his intervention, Robin would still choose to align with their faction as per the original narrative. He could only extend his invitation to the best of his ability. If she ultimately decided against joining, Zero would have to devise an alternative plan. Subsequently, the trio departed, leaving Robin alone to silently gaze at their retreating figures. Her once assured expression now tinged with doubt. Who exactly was that executioner? In various locations across Alabasta, just as Zero and Vivi located Cobra, the heavens suddenly unleashed rain, dispelling an extended period of drought, ushering in refreshing air and a resurgence of life. Within the royal capital, the Straw Hat Pirates, with the assistance of the Navy, concluded their battle against the elder billionaires. After vanquishing them all, they hastened to the outskirts of the city, where they witnessed Luffy's triumph over Crocodile. Zoro exclaimed, Luffy. Usopp declared, I knew that guy could win. Sanji, with sparkling eyes, remarked, Nami, it's wonderful to see you again. Chopper had intended to cheer as well. But upon noticing Luffy's peculiar state, he rushed forward and, just as Luffy collapsed, transformed into his human form to catch him. Usopp asked, Hey, Luffy, are you alright? Chopper, what is going on with Luffy? Chopper replied, It appears he has been poisoned. Nami inquired, Chopper, can you concoct an antidote? Chopper shook his head, I can't. There are no materials available, and I am unaware of the toxin. Usopp panicked, what should we do? Is Luffy going to die? The group fell into a state of disarray. At that moment, a familiar voice called out, Everyone, I'm here. Hearing the voice, they quickly turned to identify its source. Zhangji stood not far away, greeting his companions with a warm smile while holding a purple bottle. Chapter 73. I want it all. In the nearby waters. Aboard a colossal vessel, Smoker gazed at the rejuvenated Alabasta, nourished by the life-giving rain. Beside him stood a striking woman draped in a red cloak, exuding an alluring presence. Smoker remarked, My apologies, Tina, for having you travel so far to arrange this artificial rainfall. Tina chuckled, I can't believe you actually said that. Is this the stoic Smoker I know? Haha. Smoker replied, Let us not jest. After all, we are contemporaries. Tina laughed softly, covering her mouth, then inquired, By the way, what compels you to go through such lengths for this nation? Smoker replied, You need not concern yourself too much. I have my own methods. Tina shook her head, declaring, How dull you are, before sauntering away with her captivating figure. Soon after, another individual approached, Major Apache. Smoker turned to him. "You're awake?" Apache responded, "Yes." "What has happened with that pirate?" Understanding whom Apache referred to, Smoker casually replied, "He escaped. We couldn't capture him." Apache determinedly stated, "Once I return, I must report this intelligence to my superiors. That fellow's bounty must exceed 50 million. Initially, he had thought his mission was merely to assist in apprehending minor pirates. Yet this one continually defied his expectations. Not only did he evade capture the first time, but he also decisively defeated Smoker in their second encounter. An infuriating turn of events. Smoker remained silent, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, on the Straw Hat Pirate's side, after consuming the potion brought by Zoro, Luffy miraculously neutralized the toxins within him, restoring his vitality. Perhaps due to the exhausting battle with Crocodile, he had yet to awaken. And with other companions also nursing various injuries, Vivi had taken them back to the palace for treatment. As for the rebel forces, despite Vivi's life being staked as assurance, some remained skeptical about the truth of the situation. However, having witnessed the so-called national hero Crocodile slay their comrades, doubts began to arise about their previous actions, especially when Icolum appeared with the injured child, a victim of the impersonated king. They began to comprehend the veracity of Vivi's words. When Cobra arrived outside the city, the rebel leader Koza was prepared to face the king's judgment, only for Cobra to grant amnesty for their uprising. He proclaimed that Crocodile, the enemy of Alabasta, had been vanquished, and those willing to rejoin the efforts to rebuild the kingdom would still be considered citizens of Alabasta, prompting tears of gratitude from the rebels. Consequently, the rebels joined in the reconstruction of the capital, given the considerable ruckus caused by the Baroque works. As night fell, everyone had settled down to rest. Zheng, feeling restless and devoid of sleep, decided to venture into the adjacent bathroom for a refreshing shower. Shortly after entering, a graceful silhouette quietly slipped into the bathroom, stealthily approaching Zheng from behind. Just as she was about to draw near, Zheng swiftly turned around and seized her hands, pinning them against the wall. Upon recognizing her, Zheng was taken aback. "Vivi? What brings you here?" Vivi's complexion bore a hint of blush, and through the ethereal steam, Zheng could discern her delicate, porcelain-like skin. "You didn't lock the door, so how could I not enter?" In an instant, Zero found himself at a loss for words. He assumed that at such a late hour, no one would enter, and thus had neglected to lock the door. To his surprise, Wei Wei seized upon this matter. "Is there anything that cannot be spoken of outside? Why come in?" With that, Zero attempted to take Wei Wei's hand to lead her out. However, she resolutely shook off his grasp, wrapping her arms around him from behind. "I don't want to." Zero pondered. "The truth is, I know that once this country is saved, you will leave. I merely wish for a little more time with you, that is all." "So, you have made up your mind?" "I do not know. I too wish to accompany you on this adventure. It may be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yet, after the ordeal with Crocodile, Alabasta needs me." Zero turned around and grasped Vivi's shoulders with both hands. "There is still time. Take a moment to ponder your decision," he urged. "Regardless, once you have spent a single day with the Straw Hat Pirates, you shall forever be one of them." Vivi nodded in acknowledgement, yet in the next instant, she averted her gaze and whispered, "And what about you, Zero? How do you perceive me?" Silence prevailed as he chose actions over words. Indeed, he had previously wavered, caught in indecision between Nami and Vivi. However, he now realized that to live in this world with trepidation, as he had before, would render his existence no different from what it had been. He had come to a profound understanding, to live freely, pursuing his desires and passions, to seek what he truly cherished, thereby achieving a sense of comfort and clarity in life. The two entwined in their affections, sharing a night devoid of speech. The following day, as the group regained their senses, even Luffy had awoken, clamoring for meat, a full 3 days ahead of the original timeline. Consequently, Cobra extended an invitation to all, hosting a banquet in the grand hall of the palace to express gratitude to the Straw Hat Pirates for their efforts in saving Alabasta. Once the meal concluded, Cobra proposed that they indulge in a refreshing bath at the bathhouse. Last night, Zero had taken a bath and spent the night in playful banter with Vivi, initially reluctant to proceed. However, he suddenly recalled a particular moment from the original narrative that piqued his interest, ultimately deciding to join. Indeed, Sanji inquired about the location of the women's bath, to which Cobra pointed directly to the other side of the screen, indicating it was adjacent, before leading the group to ascend the screen, eager to glimpse the scenery beyond. Have we truly reached this juncture? With a sigh, Zero stood at the edge of the pool, assuming the stance of the fishman karate. In an instant, a dragon of water materialized from the pool in response to his movements. The water dragon surged upward, effortlessly bringing those above back into the depths of the pool. However, as he was not a true member of the fishman tribe, this technique was merely a hollow imitation, derived from his mastery of 4th-level physical arts. Although its potency paled in comparison to that wielded by the authentic fishmen, achieving the desired effect was still well within his capabilities. Zero reprimanded several individuals, particularly Luffy and Usopp, cautioning them against emulating Sanji's poor behavior. Sanji was regarded as a cautionary example. Unable to retaliate, he could only weep in silence. Chapter 74. A new beginning. As night fell, after a day and night of recuperation, the Straw Hat Pirates had largely regained their strength and began to discuss their departure from Alabasta. However, Zero found it peculiar that, despite their storyline advancing by 3 days, Mr. 2 still contacted them, stating that the Mary was currently in his possession and instructing them to proceed to a specified location the following day. With no room for speculation, it seems that there are spies for Mr. 2 within the palace, which explains how swiftly they learned of their movements. Although they harbored doubts about Mr. 2, they ultimately acquiesced to his proposal. That evening, Vivi joined them, and Luffy and the others noticed her hesitation. They made an agreement with her to meet at the eastern port the following noon. If Vivi arrived at that time, she could board their ship and continue as their companion. Vivi nodded earnestly, assuring them she would contemplate her decision carefully. Consequently, before dawn the next day, they departed from their location. Upon reaching the designated spot specified by Mr. 2, he was already on the deck of the Mary waiting for them, fulfilling his promise. Nami astutely pointed out that perhaps he sought their alliance to evade the Navy's pursuit, to which Mr. 2 could only concede. Initially, Luffy was not fond of Mr. 2, having previously been betrayed by him, but upon hearing his explanation that had he not brought the Mary to this location, it would likely have been discovered by the Navy, he reconciled with him. In fact, the two even danced side by side on the Mary, had Nami not urged them to hasten with a punch. It is uncertain how long they would have continued their revelry. After much effort, the Straw Hat Pirates and Mr. 2's vessel finally set sail. However, after a brief period at sea, the Navy, akin to sharks scenting blood, quickly pursued them from behind, prompting Zero to marvel at the Navy's remarkable efficiency. I'll go take care of them. With a swift moonwalk, Zero surged ahead, drawing forth the formidable dragon blade as he approached the naval vessels. He unleashed a series of striking azure slashes, each one landing precisely upon the enemy's deck. In a matter of moments, he had decimated 7 or 8 warships. Mr. 2, was that the guy who defeated me back then? I never imagined he could take down so many naval ships. He truly is a man whom Crocodile fears. Usopp, every time I witness Zero effortlessly sinking ships, I am left in awe. He is incredibly powerful. Luffy, damn it, I want to join him. I can't let Zero steal all the glory. Bang. Nami delivered a punch to his head. Behave yourself. Don't create more trouble for us. Luffy. Meanwhile, Zoro and Sanji silently observed Zero's actions on the deck, one striving towards a higher echelon of swordsmanship, while the other gained a deeper understanding of aerial footwork. Unbeknownst to them, under Zero's subtle guidance, each of them began to grasp the potential of their future capabilities, their overall strength steadily rising. Soon, Zero returned to the ship, his expression grave, drawing the concern of his companions. Nami, Zero, what's wrong? Zero, I sense a multitude of powerful presences converging here. It seems our victory over Crocodile has drawn considerable attention from the higher-ups in the Navy. To be honest, this is quite troublesome. Usopp, no way. We should make a hasty retreat. I certainly do not wish to be captured by the Navy and thrown into prison. Chopper, prison again. No, please. Little Sparrow, Eep. Chopper, it says you cowards. What do you mean? Little Sparrow. A deer and a sparrow clashed, while Nami, preoccupied with the commotion, heard Zero's concerns and immediately instructed the others to adjust their course, hastening towards the eastern harbor. At last, by noon the following day, they approached the eastern harbor. However, to their dismay, the number of Navy ships in the vicinity surged dramatically. From above, the 2 pirate vessels appeared as prey ensnared in a web, precariously balanced. Mr. 2 and the others were puzzled. If they pressed forward, they had a high chance of evading the Navy's pursuit. Yet, the Straw Hat Pirates remained resolute in heading towards the eastern harbor. When he inquired of Luffy, he learned they aimed to rendezvous with their comrade on the eastern coast, leaving him momentarily stunned. As Zero prepared to target some Navy vessels, Mr. 2's ship unexpectedly changed course, steering in another direction while shouting that they too were allies of the Straw Hats. This caused Luffy and the others to shed tears, witnessing their doppelgangers diverting the Navy away. Luffy Bonchan. Wah in that moment, Zero, despite knowing the likelihood of encountering them again in the underwater prison according to the original narrative, felt a swell of emotion at the sacrifice made by others for their sake. When they arrived at the eastern harbor, they spotted Vivi and Kuji standing on the shore, gazing longingly at them. Luffy immediately prepared to dock the Mary, eager to bring Vivi aboard, but in the next instant, they heard Vivi's voice ring out, apologizing loudly. Everyone, I'm so sorry, but I can't continue this adventure with you. Though it pains me, this country needs me. I hope that one day we can meet again. Though he had anticipated this moment, Zero felt a deep sorrow upon hearing Vivi's words. The other companions shared in the reluctance to part with her, their eyes fixed on her figure, wishing to etch the memory into their minds. Luffy wanted to respond, but Nami interjected, cautioning that replying might attract the Navy's attention. After a moment of contemplation, Luffy raised his left hand, displaying the symbol of their camaraderie, prompting the others to do the same. When Vivi and Kuji saw this, tears welled in their eyes. and they too raised their left hands in a heartfelt response to the Mary's crew. As the ship gradually receded from view, Vivi could no longer contain herself, collapsing into tears. Kuji, though wishing to cry as well, gently patted her shoulder, offering silent support. Unbeknownst to her, not far behind, Cobra and Igaram watched her with heavy hearts. They too longed to comfort her, but held back, tears glistening in their eyes as they stood by her side. With the departure of the Mary, the Straw Hat Pirates concluded their adventure in Alabasta, setting sail towards their next destination. Chapter 75, Sword Techniques. Banana. Not long after leaving Alabasta, they finally evaded the Navy's pursuit. Truly, there was no respite. Nami had just lamented the farewell with Vivi when she attempted to enter the cabin, only to be met by a mature woman emerging from within. Offering her a cup of coffee, they braced themselves, except for Zero, who observed silently, his expression unchanged, as if he had foreseen Robin's arrival. Usopp. Oh no. I forgot to use my observation Haki. How careless of me. Sanji, a beauty. I'm coming. Nami. Aren't you that as Robin approached, she sidled up to Zero, draping her arm over his shoulder, her graceful form instantly captivating. Then, to Nami's astonishment, Robin spoke. Indeed, Crocodile has been defeated. May I join you? Zoro, impossible. You were our enemy. Nami, yes. In the face of their rejection, Robin merely smiled, her gaze fixed intently on Zero, her eyes conveying an enigmatic allure that made Nami instinctively wary. That woman. Zero, rest assured, everyone, she is someone I invited, not a nefarious individual. He turned to Luffy. Luffy, do you recall the historical texts I previously mentioned? Robin specializes in the study of these texts, and her collaboration with Crocodile was aimed at uncovering the truth behind them. After a brief pause, he added, by the way, Luffy, weren't you poisoned back then? The antidote was provided by Robin. Luffy tilted his head, seemingly pondering, but soon broke into a wide grin. I see. Then let her board our ship. I trust Zero. Nami. Luffy, how can you? Robin, by the way, I brought aboard the rewards I received from Baroque Works. It amounts to several million berries. Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement. Several million. Welcome to our crew, Robin. Sanji, I'll go prepare some tea for Robin. Usopp expressed some reservations, but upon seeing Luffy and Chopper joyfully engaging with Robin's flower fruit powers, he quickly joined their ranks. As for Zoro, upon hearing Zero's invitation for Robin to join, he quietly sheathed his sword. Like Luffy, he held deep trust in Zero's judgment. Thus, Robin quickly integrated into the group, officially becoming a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. A few days later, the Mary sailed across the ocean, with the crew discussing their recent adventures in the ship graveyard. At that moment, Usopp and Sanji noticed numerous wooden splinters raining down from above. What is falling from the sky? When they looked up, they were astonished to see a massive, dilapidated ship descending from the heavens, and those splinters were remnants of its wreckage. Usopp, Nami, and Chopper screamed, darting around the deck, while Sanji and Zoro wore serious expressions. Only Luffy gazed at the falling ship with unbridled enthusiasm, as if prepared to leap aboard at any moment. Do not panic. As Zero's voice resonated, the decrepit vessel above them was cleaved into several pieces by a brilliant azure blade. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji stepped forward, each showcasing their unique abilities to obliterate the debris that would have otherwise fallen upon the Mary, thus narrowly escaping disaster. Once the sea settled into tranquility, they breathed a sigh of relief. Zero approached Nami and gestured towards her wrist. Nami, how is the record pointer doing? Is it functioning normally? Nami checked and her expression turned somewhat peculiar. It seems something is amiss. This pointer is continuously pointing upwards. Could it be broken? Zero, could it be the Sky Island? Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly invigorated, eagerly inquiring about the situation of the Sky Island. Robin, continuing from Zero's comment, stated, indeed. This circumstance can only mean that the records were seized by the Sky Island. Luffy, there are actually islands that float. The Grand Line is truly remarkable, haha. Robin, not quite. It is not the islands that float, but rather the ocean itself. At this, Luffy became even more excited, suddenly leaping onto the wreckage of the previous ship, rummaging about in search of something unknown. Nami, does the Sky Island really exist? Robin, I have heard of it before. However, as a navigator, you should not be pondering the existence of the Sky Island, but rather seeking the path to it. Nami, accustomed to looking to Zero for guidance, asked, Zero, what do you think? At midnight, Zero nodded and expressed his trust in Robin, contemplating the possibility of their journey, although doubts lingered in his mind. Seeing the entire crew yearn for the Sky Island compelled Nami to devise a plan to reach it. Zero initially considered the existence of an upward ocean current, yet unable to pinpoint its exact location. He kept the thought to himself. Subsequently, Robin meticulously reconstructed the fragments of a fallen skeleton, deducing its origins in the wreckage of the ship from the wounds present. She boldly speculated that it might have been sailing in the skies for 200 years. The crew was awestruck by her analysis, especially Nami, who was taken aback by Robin's ability to glean so much from such remnants. Observing Robin's occasional glances at Zero, a sense of unease began to stir within her. Instinctively, she turned to Zero, who was just rescuing Luffy from an accidental fall into the sea, only to witness Luffy pull out a parchment resembling a treasure map. Everyone look. This is the map to the Sky Island. Laughter erupted as Nami snatched the map, examining it from various angles, but finding the clues insufficient. She then instructed Luffy and the others to dive into the sea to salvage the sunken ship for additional treasures. After a while, Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro donned Usopp's specially crafted diving suits and plunged into the depths, while the others remained aboard the Mary, monitoring their breathing apparatus and preparing for potential dangers. Not long after, the trio spotted a massive ship approaching the Mary, adorned at the bow with a colossal monkey, reminiscent of a pirate vessel. Soon after, a leader-like figure on the deck introduced themselves as the Monkey Pirates, here to salvage the sunken ship, and immediately commenced their operations. Zero, observing their lack of hostility towards the Mary, decided to let them be, reasoning that they did not appear particularly formidable and that Luffy and the others could handle the situation. However, it wasn't long before the leader received news that their crew had been attacked. Chapter 76. The mysterious and treacherous sea. Just after the monkey jumped into the water, the surface of the sea began to tremble violently. The crew aboard the Mary struggled to maintain their footing, and when they looked up, they were met with the sight of an enormous sea turtle. Zero estimated its size to be greater than that of the two giants they had encountered on Little Garden combined. Usopp exclaimed, "How can a sea turtle grow so large? Will it eat us?" Nami clutched Zero's arm tightly, exclaiming, "Zero, you are our only hope. You must protect us." Zero gently patted her arm, reassuring her not to be overly frightened. Beside them, Usopp and Chopper attempted to embrace Zero as well, only to be unceremoniously kicked away. Usopp exclaimed, "How unfair, Zero. You treat us differently." Chopper added, "Indeed, we are so pitiful." The little red sparrow perched on her shoulder feigned jealousy, prompting Zero to extend a finger and gently stroke its head, causing the sparrow to blissfully squint its eyes in contentment. As expected, once the colossal sea turtle made its appearance, it merely focused on its own consumption, indifferent to the Mary and the neighboring pirate ship, which allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. In the next moment, Usopp exclaimed, "Could it be that the remnants in that turtle's mouth belong to that ship? Have Luffy and the others been swallowed?" "Zero, what are you saying? Use your keen observation to take a good look." "Usopp, let me see." "Oh, they are not inside." "Phew, you scared me." As soon as Usopp finished speaking, he spotted Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji leaping out of the sea, each bearing a bag. It was unclear what treasures were contained within, but the expressions on their faces suggested they had acquired something of great value. The appearance of the trio immediately alleviated the anxiety of the crew aboard the Mary. After all, these three were known for their restless nature, and their safe return without causing any significant trouble was already a considerable feat. However, just as they stepped onto the Mary, the captain of the opposing pirate ship emerged from the water, landing on the railing and bellowing at them, "You lot, hand over what you have." Zero pointed ahead. "Take a look behind you." Following Zero's indication, the creature turned to gaze behind, and at that moment, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji followed the creature's line of sight, only to discover a colossal sea turtle emerging from the depths. Luffy exclaimed, "What a gigantic sea turtle." Sanji remarked, "Based on my years of culinary experience, turtle meat is notoriously difficult to prepare." Zoro questioned, "What on earth is this?" The creature shared a similar expression of astonishment. "What is this thing?" It turned out that none of them had encountered the sea turtle while submerged beneath the waves. At that moment, Robin commented, "The sky has darkened." They all turned their heads to survey their surroundings. Though it should have been daytime, an eerie darkness enveloped them. Nami asked, "What is this strange weather?" Usopp lamented, "The Grand Line is far too unusual. I want to return to the East Blue. Woe is me." Suddenly, Zero felt an unsettling presence, his expression shifting to one of gravity. As he drew forth the surging dragon, the little red sparrow transformed into the form of a long sword at his command. Nami, perplexed by Zero's actions, was taken aback when she noticed two towering peaks emerging abruptly behind the sea turtle. No, how could there be mountains on the ocean? As she gazed upward, she was astonished to see an unimaginably colossal humanoid creature, the two peaks merely its legs. Behind it, she could vaguely discern several similarly towering companions, brandishing their weapons toward their direction. Nami exclaimed, "A monster!" Usopp shouted, "Run for your lives." They hurriedly took their positions, swiftly maneuvering the ship's oars to escape, while Zero remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the gigantic humanoid, poised to counterattack should it strike the Mary. Regrettably, its exaggerated size rendered his observation skills inadequate. The distance was too great to perceive its full form. If only he could discern certain features, he might predict its true nature based on his narrative foresight and perhaps find a way to counter it. At last, the Mary departed from that ominous sea, daylight enveloping them, and the colossal humanoid and the sea turtle vanished from sight. Exhausted, everyone collapsed onto the deck, breathing in the fresh air of their narrow escape. Usopp remarked, "This ocean is truly bizarre. How could such a terrifying creature exist?" Luffy added, "That size is dozens of times larger than a giant. What on earth is it?" Robin shook her head, indicating her own confusion. Her usually calm demeanor was now tinged with disbelief. The Grand Line was indeed vast. Despite her extensive travels through various factions and years adrift at sea, this was her first encounter with such a creature. The little red sparrow chirped, transforming back into its avian form and perching on Zero's shoulder, unfazed by their earlier encounter. It nuzzled Zero's cheek, its adorableness eliciting a faint smile from him. However, after this encounter with the mysterious life form, Zero felt his strength was still lacking. Furthermore, their fortunate escape this time might not be replicated in the future. Thus, he resolved to strive for greater power. As he contemplated this, a familiar voice broke through. Indeed, that thing was terrifying. Huh. The group turned to see the ape-like captain from the pirate ship they had encountered earlier, who had followed them to this location. Without hesitation, Zero delivered a swift kick, sending him flying, feeling a measure of the dark shadow in his heart dissipate. Meanwhile, Nami organized the items that Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji had salvaged from the seabed, only to discover they were mere scraps, corroded by time. She then emphasized to the trio that as they were heading to Sky Island, the events that transpired on that ship could very well befall them as well, hence the need for vigilance. Afterward, Nami noticed Luffy joyfully playing with the armor, and her previously suppressed anger ignited, leading her to deliver a thorough beating to him, shattering the armor in the process. The sheer destructive force made Zoro raise an eyebrow, rendering him momentarily speechless. Once Nami had finished reprimanding Luffy, she received a permanent pointer from Robin, reportedly dropped by the ape, indicating the direction to Gaia Island. While she hesitated, Luffy, invigorated, decisively declared they should head to Gaia Island to seek a way to Sky Island. Thus, they adjusted the Mary's course towards Gaia Island. Chapter 77, Zero vs. Bosches. After sailing for a while, the Mary entered a region with remarkably pleasant weather. The little red sparrow flitted about the ship, frolicking with the seagulls, reveling in its freedom. Nami remarked, "This climate resembles that of a tropical island. We must be nearing Gaia Island." Upon hearing this, everyone gathered at the bow, scanning for signs of land. Zero intended to approach, but suddenly sensed something amiss. He looked up just as the little red sparrow descended onto the deck, landing with a soft thud, motionless. Little red sparrow. Chopper rushed over to assess its condition, prompting the others to gather around. Luffy inquired, "What's wrong? What happened to the little red sparrow? Who did this?" Usopp, on the lookout from the highest point of the Mary with his binoculars, reported anxiously, "I don't see any enemies." Chopper examined the situation, stating, "It appears to have been struck by a bullet, coming from directly in front of the Mary." Usopp responded incredulously, "How is that possible? If it was a bullet, that shooter must have extraordinary eyesight." "Are you sure, Chopper?" Before Chopper could clarify, Zero pushed through the crowd, crouching down to the little red sparrow, saying, "All right. Little red sparrow, wake up, no more sleeping." Chopper exclaimed, "Huh?" The little red sparrow chirped, "Eep." They watched as the little red sparrow stirred, shaking its body before standing up, flapping its wings, and flying onto Zero's shoulder, nuzzling his face, showing no signs of having been gravely injured. Upon closer inspection, Chopper realized the little red sparrow had healed completely, and a deflated bullet shell lay where it had fallen, leaving him in disbelief. "The little red sparrow is amazing." Nami scooped up the little red sparrow, expressing her concern, "I'm so glad you're all right. I would have been so worried." Usopp chimed in, "It's such a relief that the little red sparrow is fine." Luffy, filled with rage, demanded, "Who was responsible for that?" Seeing the group's expressions of anger, Zero remained impassive, though flames of fury ignited within his eyes. He then walked to the deck, gazing towards the island that was gradually coming into view. After a moment, he whispered, inaudibly to others, "The Blackbeard pirates, is it? Very well, I shall remember this." The little red sparrow recovered, and though Chopper intended to conduct another thorough examination, the little red sparrow took to the sky once more, showing no sign of returning to the deck. Zoro was well aware that, given this little one's vengeful nature, it was undoubtedly seeking out the enemy that had just attacked it. Thus, he merely informed Chopper and allowed it to proceed on its own. As for why the little red bird remained unharmed after the bullet attack, the explanation was rather straightforward. Its true form was a formidable longsword, simultaneously possessing the characteristics of a mythical beast and the powers of a devil fruit, rendering it impervious to mere bullets. Before long, they arrived at Gaia Island. Upon nearing the port, they noticed a multitude of vessels anchored nearby, each adorned with various skull motifs, indicating that they too were pirate ships akin to their own. This suggested that the island might not be as tranquil and harmonious as it appeared on the surface. The Going Merry docked, and Luffy and Zoro were the first to leap ashore. Usopp, Chopper, and Nami leaned over the railing, voicing their concerns that the two might attract trouble, prompting Nami to join them. Sanji observed Nami disembarking and wished to follow suit. However, in a fleeting moment, Usopp and Chopper clung to his legs, asserting that with only a handful of them left on the ship, it was imperative to safeguard the Going Merry and not abandon it. He initially intended to mention that Zoro and Robin were still aboard, but he realized that, unbeknownst to him, they had already ventured towards the town on the island, leaving him to remain and watch over the ship with the others. Zero and Robin wandered through the town, occasionally witnessing the scene of islanders engaged in fierce battles with pirates. The onlookers appeared to be quite accustomed to such chaos, with some even applauding and cheering for those who emerged victorious. Indeed, The description of the town as chaotic seemed entirely fitting. Robin inquired, Zero. I intend to search for clues regarding Skypiea on this island. What brings you along as well? Zero casually remarked. Well, I just want to take a look around. It's rather dull being on the ship for so long. Robin chuckled lightly and teased. Aren't you concerned that the young navigator might take an interest in you? What if she becomes jealous seeing us out together? Zero waved his hand, reassuringly saying, Fear not. It is merely a casual stroll, not a date. Waha. Suddenly, a man's figure appeared ahead, momentarily halting Zero's words. He soon heard the man's laughter, and an image of a certain individual crystallized in his mind. He recognized the man as Bosches, a formidable fighting champion and a member of the Blackbeard Pirates. Bosches was once again seeking a brawl, and the two individuals he targeted appeared rather frail, truly unfortunate for them. Moreover, there was a woman among them. One couldn't help but wonder whether Bosches would show mercy. Listening to the discussions around him, Zero reminisced about Bosches' exploits. He recalled that in the original storyline, Bosches was one of the few within the Blackbeard Pirates to exhibit a significant portion of his strength. Compared to others, his frequency of appearances was notably higher, and he was often seen bustling about in the New World. Correspondingly, he ascended to the rank of captain of the first ship 2 years later. Without immense power, Blackbeard would not have placed such importance on him, especially since he could contend with Luffy's brother, Sabo. Ultimately, even in defeat, he managed to orchestrate a surprise attack on the Revolutionary Army's base, marking him as a rather formidable adversary. It is noteworthy that, unlike Luffy and his companions, Bosches had already solidified his strength due to age and experience. His capacity to engage in a struggle with Sabo 2 years hence similarly implied that he possessed considerable power even now. Otherwise, he would not have been able to help decimate the Drum Kingdom alongside Blackbeard's crew. While it cannot be dismissed that the Drum Kingdom lacked powerful warriors, it nonetheless signifies that this man should not be underestimated. At that moment, Bosches gazed at Zero and let out his signature laughter. Waha, I am Bosches, a champion of combat. Let us engage in battle. Although uncertain as to why Bosches had targeted him, Zero remained undaunted. He turned to Robin and said, Robin, please wait for me over there. I shall handle this matter and join you shortly. Robin nodded, displaying no concern for Zero's potential defeat, and promptly moved to a nearby high stool, settling down to observe the impending confrontation between the two. Zero now faced Bosches. Well, it seems it is just the two of us left. Allow me to settle the score for the harm you inflicted upon Little Red Sparrow. Bosches, huh? Chapter 78. Have you heard of Flowing Cherry Blossoms? Ding. Side quest activated. Defeat the Blackbeard Pirates Jesus Bosches. Completing this task will reward you with 1950 experience points and 195,000 berries. Bosches, haha. Although I have no idea what you are talking about, as long as I am having fun, that is all that matters. With that, he cackled maniacally, leaping high into the air, raising his fist to strike down towards Zero. Clang. Boom. The agile Zero deftly thwarted the attack, causing the ground beneath to suddenly fracture. The fissures extended to the wall of a nearby building, which collapsed with a resounding crash, prompting pedestrians to flee in fear. Desperate to avoid the chaos of the battle, observing the ineffectiveness of the assault, Bosches launched another attack with his muscular legs. The sudden force akin to thunder striking on a clear day, compressing the air with a faint creaking sound. In the face of this astounding onslaught, Zero's expression remained unchanged. His leg flew forth like a tempest, colliding with Bosches's in a fierce clash. A resounding thud echoed between them as Bosches attempted to employ another part of his body for an attack, only to be met with an overwhelming thrust from his leg. In the next instant, he was forcefully propelled away by Zero's kick, sliding along the road and leaving a dark streak until he crashed against a building, breaking through it entirely. Without pausing, Zero continued his onslaught, raising his weapon and swiftly swinging it toward Bosches, unleashing several arcs of azure blade light that engulfed him once more in a cloud of dust. Around them, numerous pirates received word of the unfolding battle, some of whom were renowned figures of great strength upon the seas. Yet, as they beheld the scene, they could not help but ponder whether they could withstand Zero's attack. Most concluded they could not. What they did not anticipate was the booming laughter that erupted from the ruins. Wee-ha-ha-ha-ha. Bosches leapt from the debris, confronting Zero once again, his body marred only by minor abrasions from the skirmish, leaving onlookers to perceive him as a formidable creature. Bosches exclaimed, Truly, you are the executioner. Your prowess must extend beyond this. Allow me to witness your other skills. Zero was not surprised by this outcome, nor was he taken aback by Bosches' awareness of his codename. It was, in fact, something he had long anticipated. Knowing they selected their hunting targets based on the bounty notices, then do take a good look. With that, as Bosches charged once more, Zero also surged forward, enveloping his blade, the Dragon of Wrath, with armament Haki in an attempt to inflict greater damage upon Bosches. At the moment they collided, Zero swiftly raised the Dragon of Wrath and brought it down upon Bosches. In response, Bosches lifted his right hand, astonishingly managing to block the blade's edge with his iron-like arm. Clang! In a sudden transformation, Zero swept the blade of his weapon along his arm, aiming the tip directly at Bosches' head. To his astonishment, Bosch's ducked just in time to evade the strike, leaving Zero taken aback by the speed of his response. Could it be the Haki? To think that the rumors were indeed true. However, he was not the only one endowed with such prowess. As Bosch's words faded, a layer of Haki enveloped his left hand, and with a determined thrust, he directed a punch towards Zero's abdomen. In an instant, Zero reacted, retracting his dragon blade and leaping high into the air, causing Bosch's strike to land harmlessly below. What Zero did not anticipate was that after swinging his fist, Bosch's lower body lashed out like a venomous serpent, prompting Zero to hastily defend with his blade. Bang! A tremendous force surged through the blade, propelling Zero backward at an alarming rate. Instinctively, he drove the dragon blade into the ground, managing to halt his retreat, though he could feel the tide of battle turning against him. As Zero lifted his gaze, he found Bosch's striking a pose, his steel-armored elbow aimed directly at him. Grinning menacingly as he taunted, "Can you withstand this attack?" Wave elbow strike. A powerful, invisible wave erupted from his elbow, tearing through the ground and dislodging bricks in its wake, advancing with overwhelming momentum until it confronted Zero. Boom. The intangible wave collided with Zero, propelling forward with relentless force, ultimately breaching the walls of several nearby buildings before it finally subsided. Surrounding pirates could not help but murmur, "How formidable! Who does Bosch's belong to, possessing such tremendous strength? Has that man perished? What a pity, he seemed quite capable." Yet, death is not surprising. The Grand Line is merciless and unforgiving. Bosch's laughed boisterously. "How about it, Executioner? Does this move taste good?" Wahaha! At that moment, Robin could no longer remain seated. She stepped forward, her usually composed visage betraying a rare flicker of concern. It was not until she beheld the familiar figure re-emerge that her furrowed brow finally relaxed. Intriguingly, this rapid succession of emotions seemed to elude her own awareness. As the snow gently descended from the heavens, I turned to behold the horrific scene before me, my brow furrowing as I addressed Bosch's. "Even if this is a town of pirates, your actions could easily cause harm to others, don't you think?" Bosch's paused momentarily, then erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Truly, you are the Executioner. To command a bounty of 50 million, your prowess is indeed formidable, being able to withstand my tremor elbow strike. I wonder how high my bounty will soar once I defeat you." I eagerly anticipate it. Zero narrowed his eyes, and once again aimed the tip of the blade at Bosch's. "Is this all there is? How dull. Let us conclude this swiftly." With that, he unleashed the blade, and a vividly animated fire dragon surged forth from its tip, charging fiercely towards Bosch's. The onlooking pirates could almost feel the temperature of the air rising dramatically in that instant. Bosch's wore a grave expression as he once more directed the elbow of his steel arm at the fire dragon. "Watch me shatter your attack. Wave elbow strike." Boom. The invisible shockwave collided with the fire dragon, and to Bosch's astonishment, his assault barely held for a moment before being utterly consumed by the fire dragon, which continued its relentless advance. In the face of impending peril, he had no choice but to raise his steel arm and confront the fire dragon head-on. Boom, boom, boom. As the searing heat scorched him, Bosch's couldn't help but howl. Ah, it hurts so much. When the flames finally subsided, much of his clothing had been incinerated, revealing clear signs of severe burns on his body. Yet, even in his agony, Bosch's defiantly proclaimed to Zero, "Your attack is ineffective against me." "Wah? Zero, is that true?" Just as Bosch's was about to respond, Zero abruptly vanished from his location, only to reappear right before him moments later. With a dispassionate tone, he inquired, "Have you heard of the flowing cherry blossoms?" Chapter 79, Fated Enemies Flowing Cherry Blossoms? As this perplexing thought flickered through Bosch's mind, Zero's aura suddenly shifted. Without Bosch's noticing, Zero's palm had pressed against his abdomen, and in that fleeting moment, he felt as if cherry blossoms were blooming before his very eyes. Boom. After Zero struck Bosch's, his colossal figure was sent soaring into the sky, landing on a distant hillside. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. The hillside soon revealed a crack that violently split apart. "Phew, this fellow's physique is indeed formidable," Zero exclaimed. It is no surprise that these individuals belong to the Blackbeard pirates. Their prowess is scarcely inferior to that of ordinary rear admirals. Even the formidable Aokiji he encountered previously would likely falter against basis. However, for Zero, his own might seemed rather inadequate, especially after his recent upgrade, which had significantly augmented his strength. Aokiji was no longer his equal, let alone basis. Furthermore, after the completion of his last mission, Zero had utilized a skill lottery ticket to secure an opportunity for skill enhancement, applying it to his armament Haki, elevating it to the highest tier, akin to his Conqueror's Haki. In fact, upon reaching level 7, Zero was also capable of tentatively employing binding Haki, given that his Conqueror's Haki was already maxed out. Nevertheless, Zero deemed basis unworthy of such a technique, opting instead to resolve the matter with the comparatively weaker flowing Sakura. It was only upon hearing the notification of task completion that Zero sheathed his sword, the surging dragon, at his waist and approached Robin. The pirates ahead parted to create a path for him, their gazes filled with both fear and a hint of respect. Robin inquired, is it over? At midnight, Zero nodded. Once the two departed, the surrounding crowd began to murmur. That individual was capable of defeating Bosches. How terrifying. I recall having seen his bounty notice, which was approximately 55 million berries. 55 million berries. How formidable. Zero and Robin were strolling down the street, inquiring about information regarding the Sky Island. Robin took the opportunity to purchase some new garments, for her current attire was borrowed from Nami. While the outerwear sufficed, the inner garments were somewhat snug, a fact that Zero had learned from Robin herself. Subsequently, the two acquired a map that marked the location of an individual known for their lofty discussions of dreams, who might possess some insights into the secrets of the Sky Island. As they continued their walk, Robin suddenly posed a question. Is it time to speak of that individual now, Zero? Zero, have you ever heard of Blackbeard? Robin, Blackbeard? That name seems familiar. Perhaps I encountered it before. Is he not one of the members of the Whitebeard Pirates? It is hardly surprising that she is aware of Blackbeard, considering that Ace had previously sought information about him in Alabasta, and the Baroque work's intelligence-gathering capabilities are quite formidable. Naturally, if one is inclined to inquire, they would uncover the background of Blackbeard. Zero. Indeed, that Bosches is one of Blackbeard's subordinates. Robin, how did he come to seek you out? Zero shrugged and shook his head, saying, well, I cannot say for certain. It could perhaps be envy that I have a beautiful companion. Robin chuckled lightly, replying, I never anticipated you possessed a sense of humor. Zero. Ah, do I really appear so cold-hearted? Robin, who knows? After she spoke, she took a few steps forward, and Zero closely followed her. Suddenly, they both came to a halt upon noticing something. Robin, is that Luffy and the others? To their astonishment, Nami was dragging Luffy and Zoro out of a bar, and their condition suggested they had endured a severe beating. Just as Robin was about to approach, Zero gestured for her to stop, uttering a name that left her astonished. Blackbeard, over there. From that moment on, Zero fell silent, quietly observing the initial encounter between Blackbeard and Luffy. Robin, noticing this, slightly turned her head to join Zero in their shared gaze. That guy is talking nonsense. Dreams truly exist. A person's dreams never come to an end, do they? Blackbeard exclaimed, smashing a beer bottle onto the ground, grinning as he questioned Luffy. Luffy remained silent, merely staring back. Eventually, Blackbeard, feeling bored, remarked that he hoped they could find Sky Island before shaking his head and departing, with Luffy turning to leave as well. In that fleeting moment, Zero seemed to witness a pivotal shift in their destinies and the clash of their ideals, subtly hinting at their fated rivalry. Although it concerned Luffy's fate, he refrained from directly confronting Blackbeard at that moment. One reason was his uncertainty about Blackbeard's true strength. Who could say if he had other hidden tricks aside from the dark fruit? The other reason was his awareness that the opponent had allies present. Should he act recklessly, he could endanger his own companions. After all, they were nothing like Luffy and the others. They were genuinely ruthless pirates, capable of any outrageous act without hesitation. In this scenario, he was the only one who could stand against them, and his combat prowess was clearly insufficient. After careful consideration, he reluctantly allowed Blackbeard to depart. But he resolved that their next encounter would be entirely different. At that time, he would undoubtedly take action. For now, however, he intended to deal with those who had bullied Luffy and Zoro. He wouldn't let them swallow their pride while he could not. With that thought, Zero strode forward. Robin had assumed Zero would follow Luffy, but to her surprise, he turned and entered the bar from which Luffy and the others had just emerged. After a considerable time, Zero exited the bar, a noticeably more relaxed expression gracing his face. He nodded at Robin before stepping ahead, prompting her to follow suit. Robin, Zero, where did you just go? Zero, well, it's nothing much, just imparted some valuable lessons to a few pirates, encouraging them to embrace a more virtuous path. Robin, I see. The patrons surrounding the bar sensed an unsettling stillness and began to gather around. Upon witnessing the disheveled state of numerous pirates within, they were instantly rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. What had transpired? Why were they in such disarray? Among them was the notorious pirate, Bellamy, along with his crew, renowned as formidable marauders in these waters. Seeing Bellamy in such a battered condition raised questions about the man responsible for this chaos. Particularly striking was the sight of the bar owner, slumped on the ground in a dazed state, muttering what appeared to be incantations of a sinister nature. A chill of foreboding washed over the onlookers, prompting them to hastily depart without a backward glance, plunging the bar once more into an eerie silence. Chapter 8. The spirit of the ship. Zheng and Robin returned to the Mary and shared the intelligence regarding the Sky Island with their comrades. Subsequently, they unanimously decided to head towards the location marked on the map, where Montblanc resides. Just as they departed from the harbor, a colossal salvage vessel loomed ahead, strikingly similar to the one they had encountered before, even down to the captain, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a gorilla. Leave the treasures to us, pirate ship. Upon hearing this cordial greeting, Zheng refrained from engaging in idle chatter. Under the astonished gazes of his companions, he unleashed a blade of light, cleaving the opposing ship in two. He then calmly remarked, "Let us hasten our departure. We shall not squander time on such trivial pests." Not long after the Mary set sail, Blackbeard convened with his subordinates in the town. Upon seeing Bosches, bandaged and looking exceedingly feeble, he was momentarily taken aback. "Who has injured you, Bosches? We shall seek vengeance," Blackbeard declared. Bosches coughed up a mouthful of blood, responding, "The executioner from the East Blue. Poison Q, weak and weary." Interjected, "Executioner? I recall that fellow's bounty has yet to reach 100 million, has it not?" Bosches retorted, "Humph, his strength is vastly disproportionate to his bounty. However, I admit I was careless this time. Should we cross paths again, I shall not let him escape so easily." Blackbeard shrugged. "Since his bounty is under 100 million, there is no need for excessive concern. There are plenty of such insignificant pirates in the Grand Line. Bosches, you shall reclaim your honor on your own." Bosches laughed heartily. "Waha, as you command, Captain." Unbeknownst to him, he had silently caught the attention of the Blackbeard pirates. When the day comes that his bounty exceeds 100 million, he will undoubtedly face their relentless pursuit. As for who will ultimately prevail, that remains a mystery until their paths cross. Thud, thud, thud. It was Usopp working diligently to repair the Going Merry. After numerous battles, the ship had sustained significant damage. Despite their best efforts to protect it, regular maintenance was still imperative. Zoro remarked, "I can't believe the Going Merry has deteriorated so much. Usopp, perhaps it's time to replace it." Usopp, in response, hurled his hammer at Zoro, who deftly dodged it, and scolded, "Do not forget how we came to possess this ship." Zoro approached the two and remarked, "I have heard that some ships give birth to spirits. I wonder if the Mary also possesses such a phenomenon." Luffy seemed quite intrigued by this notion as he hurried over, grinning widely and listening intently, occasionally caressing the hull of the Mary and inquiring about the whereabouts of the ship's spirit. Zoro interjected, "A ship's spirit? Don't be absurd. How could such a thing exist?" Usopp, meanwhile, murmured the phrase ship's spirit several times, before eventually picking up a new hammer to continue repairing the Mary, his movements noticeably gentler than before. Unbeknownst to them, Zero suddenly nodded and smiled in a particular direction, prompting the little red bird to tilt its head in curiosity, puzzled by Zero's sudden amusement. The little red bird chirped. "Eek!" Gently caressing its head, the little red sparrow narrowed its eyes in apparent delight. Upon reaching the location marked on the map, they were greeted by the sight of a magnificent palace, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the group. Usopp even remarked on the immense wealth of Mont Blanc Kurikai. However, when he utilized his observation Haki to inspect the palace, he discerned merely a single wall facing him, with a small room behind it, prompting him to sarcastically comment on the owner's stinginess for constructing only one side of the house. Subsequently, the group disembarked, moored their vessel nearby, and commenced their search for Kurikai, the eccentric old man they had previously inquired about in town. During their quest, Nami stumbled upon a storybook resting on a wooden post not far away. The protagonist of the book was named Mont Blanc Nolan, sharing the same surname as the elusive Kurikai they sought. Nami exclaimed, "What a colossal liar Nolan is." Zero was engrossed in the storybook when he suddenly glanced at Usopp, who vehemently exclaimed, "That guy is not me." "Zero, is that so? I thought it was you." "Usopp, I already told you it wasn't me." He noticed that everyone's gaze was directed behind him and quickly turned around, only to see Luffy being pulled into the water by a pair of hands. Being the closest, he hurriedly leaped into the water. Sanji also intended to jump in to provide aid, but in the next moment, a bare-chested man emerged from the water and launched an attack against him. Unexpectedly, despite firing several shots from his gun, he failed to hit Sanji and decided to engage him directly. However, just a few steps into his approach, he suddenly collapsed. Chopper rushed forward to check on him, while Luffy was rescued by Usopp after the man fell. On the other side, Nami, "Zero, was it you who used your Conqueror's Haki to stun him just now?" Zero shook his head. "No, he fell down by himself." "Nami, then how?" Zero shrugged, indicating his ignorance of the situation. Subsequently, they carried the unconscious man into the house, where Chopper conducted a thorough examination and diagnosed him with decompression sickness, concluding that the man must frequently dive into the sea, which had led to this condition. Upon reflection, it appears that this individual is indeed the elusive Kalika, whom they have been seeking. His descent into the depths of the sea is likely a quest for evidence pertaining to his ancestor, Nolan, who once discovered the fabled land of gold. As the group engaged in discussions about the man, a familiar figure unexpectedly appeared at the entrance, none other than the leader of the salvaging crew, the ape brother, whom they had encountered at sea. Due to the narrowness of the doorway and their imposing stature, the two clamored to enter and inquire about Kalika's condition. However, after Luffy gently admonished them not to disturb his rest, they fell silent, refraining from further boisterousness. Once Luffy elucidated the circumstances, the duo expressed profound gratitude for the assistance rendered to Kalika, and they soon engaged Luffy in animated conversation. After a while, Kalika finally regained consciousness. When Luffy inquired about the route to the Sky Island, Kalika shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Suddenly, he began recounting tales of his connection with Nolan and how he arrived on this island. "My interest, however, lay solely in the means of ascending to the Sky Island. Listening to Luffy's persistent inquiries, Kalika pondered momentarily before retrieving a slightly yellowed notebook from the bedside cabinet, stating, "This is Nolan's diary from 400 years ago. You may find what you seek within its pages." Nami took possession of the diary, and as she spoke of wondrous entities such as the Wibba and Sky Fish, the Straw Hat Crew's eyes widened in astonishment, their curiosity piqued by such extraordinary revelations. Initially skeptical of the existence of the Sky Island, they now began to entertain the possibility that it might indeed be real, for the accounts were strikingly vivid. Chapter 81. Preparations before departure. Subsequently, Kalika escorted them outside, enlightening them about the unique climatic conditions of this maritime region. Kalika explained, at times, the sea's surface can transform from day to night in an instant, a phenomenon caused by something known as cumulonimbus. If the Sky Island truly exists, it is most likely situated above these clouds. Upon hearing this, Luffy and his companions were filled with exhilaration, finally grasping fragments of information regarding the elusive Sky Island. Zero suddenly inquired of Kalikai, "Previously, we encountered a colossal silhouette upon the ocean, one significantly larger than even the Sea Kings. What do you think it could be, Uncle Kalikai?" Kalikai replied, "Indeed, I have heard tales of such phenomena. However, I suspect it may be a mirage, considering the extraordinary climatic conditions of the Grand Line, which undoubtedly give rise to unique occurrences." Nami mused, "A mirage, you say? That is indeed a possibility." Zero expressed his support for this notion. For the circumstances at that time were exceedingly ambiguous. Whether it truly existed remains a matter of speculation, and thus he refrained from further inquiries. Meanwhile, Luffy and Usopp were exuberantly urging everyone to set sail for Sky Island, only to be met with Nami's annoyance, resulting in a brief scuffle that finally subdued their enthusiasm. After addressing Zero's question, Kalikai elaborated, "To reach the clouds of GD, one must navigate a specific upward ocean current." Nami exclaimed, "Is there truly a current that ascends towards the heavens?" Kalikai nodded, expounding on the principles behind this current, while also underscoring its perilous nature. Should they fall from the sky, their vessel would surely be obliterated. In an instant, Usopp, gripped by fear, clutched Zero's shoulder and implored, "Zero, please tell Luffy that we ought to abandon our quest for Sky Island. We might meet our demise." Zero pointed towards Luffy, and Usopp glanced over, only to find Luffy's eyes sparkling with excitement, clearly oblivious to the words of others. In that moment, Usopp felt utterly despondent. Luffy exclaimed, "I want to go. I want to go." The little red bird chirped, "Eek." Meanwhile, Chopper promptly translated, "It says it's fine, even if it falls. It has wings and can save Usopp." Usopp pondered, that could be possible. However, the next moment, the thought of the Mary possibly being unable to escape made him revert to his weepy demeanor. The little red bird, puzzled, gently tapped its head with its wings, bewildered as to why its comfort did not alleviate Usopp's sorrow. Subsequently, Kilike spoke about the anticipated timing of the ocean current, expected to emerge by noon tomorrow. Usopp, unable to contain himself, finally questioned, "Isn't this too coincidental? We just inquired about the information regarding Sky Island, and now you mentioned that the current will appear tomorrow. Are you deceiving us?" "Zero, Usopp. Usopp, do not hinder me. Zero, I must unveil this fellow's true nature." At that moment, Sanji emerged alongside the Monkey Brothers, carrying food and announcing that the meal was ready. It was during this time that Kalikai approached Usopp, engaging him in a discussion about the reasons behind the ocean currents and why they would manifest tomorrow at noon. Coincidentally, the hometown of the Monkey Brothers was experiencing the accumulation of the Impede Cloud, based on a frequency of 5 occurrences per month. It was highly probable that the next instance would indeed transpire tomorrow at noon. It was quite fortunate to encounter such a group of young individuals daring to chase their dreams within one's lifetime. His tone remained calm, his gaze indifferent, and his expression showed no signs of alteration despite Usopp's skepticism. Upon hearing this, Usopp felt a pang of guilt, realizing that his earlier remarks had been rather excessive. Ultimately, it was Nami who prompted him to apologize to Kalikai, allowing the matter to be put to rest. As they joyfully made their way to the house, preparing for a hearty feast, Zero suddenly called out to the group, "Speaking of which, Uncle Kalikai, you seem to have yet to mention where that upward current is located?" Kalikai replied, "It is just south of this island." He suddenly paused, as if struck by a thought, and urgently shouted to everyone, "Hurry and find the South Seagull, or it will be too late." Luffy and the others expressed their confusion, prompting Kalikai to quickly explain that the log pose can only point to the next island. But the sea of the Grand Line often shifts, making it difficult to maintain a steady course. At such times, special means are required to ensure the vessel does not drift off course. The South Seagull is precisely the type of bird that can assist ships in navigating southward. Kalikai called upon the Monkey Brothers to retrieve the bird-catching nets and instructed Luffy and the others, "You must quickly catch the South Seagull while I work with the Monkey Brothers to modify your ship to better withstand the upward currents. We only have one night, so hurry." Reluctantly, the group canceled their feast and ventured into the forest with the bird-catching nets. Before they departed, Kalikai provided them with a golden model of the South Seagull to help them remember its appearance, briefly mentioning the golden bell. Though time was too pressing for him to elaborate. Once Luffy's group disappeared from view, Kalikai felt that a few more hands were needed. So he instructed the Monkey Brothers to summon their subordinates to hasten the modifications of the Mary. As they first entered the forest, the sudden appearance of insects caused the Straw Hat crew to falter momentarily, realizing that this was the unique ability of the South Seagull. Yet that was the extent of their comprehension. Usopp and Zero split into teams, utilizing their observation Haki to swiftly pinpoint the exact location of the South Seagull. Robin then employed her flower fruit powers to capture the seagull in the trees and brought it back. This convenient ability sparked admiration among the crew, and Usopp proudly lifted his head, feeling immense honor in having learned observation Haki. The next moment, Zero remarked sarcastically, "You haven't even mastered armament Haki. Yet you take pride in learning observation Haki. What is there to be proud of when enemies can easily overpower you in close combat?" Usopp. Zero did not explicitly inform him that Usopp's awakening of observation Haki is indeed quite rare. Unlike typical precognitive abilities to foresee attacks, Usopp's observation Haki allows him to perceive objects over great distances, a skill he shares with Oka, a member of the Blackbeard Pirates, aligning well with his identity as a sniper. However, Zero believes Usopp still needs improvement, particularly in terms of his character, lest he finds himself in trouble from excessive praise. When Luffy's crew returned, Kuroki was quite astonished. After all, the South Bird possesses the ability to command numerous insects, making it exceedingly difficult for even those who are well acquainted with the South Bird to capture it in such a short span of time. Subsequently, Luffy and his companions had no opportunity to rest or even eat, as they assisted Kuroki and the Monkey Pirates in refurbishing the Going Merry. They ultimately completed their task before dawn the following day. Seizing the fleeting moments available, they consumed a modest meal before sinking into deep slumber, ensuring a smooth departure the next day. Chapter 82. Bounty exceeds 100 million. After the Straw Hat Pirates and Kuroki completed the ship's refurbishment, the Blackbeard Pirates coincidentally received news of their new bounties. Bash's Straw Hat Kid, 100 million berries. Roronoa Zoro, 60 million berries. That executioner has a bounty of 180 million? Blackbeard laughed heartily, haha. Their pirate crew's combined bounty amounts to 300 million berries. They are already formidable pirates of the Grand Line. Let us go claim their heads. Bash's, wahaha. Question excellent. Van Oka, Luffy, and the others remain oblivious to the fact that Blackbeard is approaching, intent on exchanging their heads for the title of Warlord of the Sea. At this moment, they are preparing to embark on the Going Merry, heading towards a location where the sea current is set to erupt. After a night of relentless modifications, the Going Merry has assumed a brand new visage. Not only has it been reinforced, but wings have also been added to its sides to facilitate gliding, regardless of their efficacy. Kuroki and his crew genuinely aspire to elevate the Going Merry into the skies. As they prepared to set sail, Kuroki arranged for the Monkey Brothers and their ships, along with their subordinates, to ensure the safe escort of the Going Merry to its designated location, instilling a profound sense of security in Nami and the others. The sea current is expected to emerge at 12 o'clock. Please prepare yourselves. The subordinates of the Monkey Brothers were briefing those aboard the Going Merry with the latest intelligence. Observing Luffy and his companions playfully teasing the South Bird, they felt an irksome frustration rising within them. Were it not for the Monkey Brothers nearby offering some comfort, they might have jumped onto the Going Merry to confront Luffy and the others. Luffy exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, look. Its head can only face south. It cannot gaze in any other direction. How amusing." Zero approached with keen interest, observing the unique avian species of this pirate world. The South Bird exclaimed, "Oh." Chopper translated, "It has turned its head now, no longer guiding you." As he spoke, the South Bird indeed turned its head northward, only to whimsically twist it back, provoking a hearty laughter from the crowd. At that moment, the South Bird suddenly let out a shriek directed at the small red sparrow perched on Zero's shoulder. However, upon receiving a fierce glare from the sparrow, it stood still, obediently gazing ahead from the railing. The small red sparrow chirped, "Eek." The South Bird responded, "Oh." This elicited another round of laughter from the group. Unexpectedly, as they neared their destination, a heavy bank of clouds materialized in the distant sky, and a massive whirlpool began to form on the ocean's surface. Instantly, the members of the Monkey Lion pirate crew relayed the message that the ominous kitty cloud had appeared, urging the Straw Hat Pirates to swiftly steer the Merry towards the whirlpool. Nami declared, "The compass is consistently pointing towards that cloud. The Sky Island must be situated above it." Upon hearing this, spirits soared, and the crew enthusiastically adjusted the sails, propelling the ship towards the whirlpool at maximum speed. Before long, the whirlpool fully formed, its diameter rivaling the colossal sea turtle they had encountered previously, its depths unfathomable, with the central dark void resembling the gaping maw of some great beast, poised to ensnare them at any moment. In Zero's eyes, there was profound astonishment. After all, in the world he had previously inhabited, one could at most witness waves towering a few meters high, Such an extraordinary natural phenomenon was indeed exceedingly rare. Had it not been for his ability to briefly linger in the sky with simulated moon steps, coupled with sufficient strength for self-preservation, he might have reacted with the same terror as Usopp and Chopper, who were crying out in fright nearby. Subsequently, the crew of the monkey pirates extended ropes, forcibly adjusting the Mary to align with the direction of the whirlpool, reiterating that as long as they did not reverse the helm, they should be able to ride the current. When the Mary finally entered the vortex, they ceased their advance, bestowing the most heartfelt wishes upon Luffy and his companions. The monkey brothers urged, "You must reach the Sky Island." Luffy responded loudly, "Thank you." No sooner had his words left his lips than a colossal sea king appeared before the Mary, its length comparable to several times that of the ship itself. Yet, even such a gigantic creature could not withstand the force of the whirlpool, as it was inexorably drawn deeper into the current, vanishing in an instant, which caused the crew aboard the Mary to feel fear once more. Usopp exclaimed, "Can we still go back? This is terrifying." "Zero, what are you saying? Aren't you the valiant warrior of the seas? Are you truly afraid?" Usopp, to everyone's astonishment, as the Mary crossed the whirlpool, it unexpectedly emerged into a tranquil sea, starkly contrasting with the surrounding tumultuous waves. Nami glanced around and remarked, "It seems this is an omen of the impending surge of the currents, which explains the disappearance of the whirlpool." Zero reminded everyone to hold on tightly, lest they be thrown overboard by the sudden surge of the rising tide. Little Redbird exclaimed in surprise. They quickly grasped the surrounding rails, while Luffy stood dazed on the deck, until Zero tapped him on the head, prompting him to find a secure place to brace himself for the impending current. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Wait, Executioner, Straw Hat Kid. I have come to claim your heads." Hearing this, they turned to the source of the voice, who was aboard a simple wooden boat bobbing on the waves, accompanied by other comrades. Luffy, Zoro, and Nami recognized him from their previous encounter in the town. Robin remarked, "That person is Blackbeard?" At that moment, they finally comprehended that he was the very target Ace had been relentlessly pursuing, a fellow member of the Whitebeard pirates. Blackbeard exclaimed, "Do not flee, Straw Hat. Executioner. Pirate Hunter, your bounty of 300 million is as good as mine. Ha ha ha." Bosch added, "We ha ha ha. I'm here to settle the score with you." Executioner. Nami inquired, "Zero, do you know them?" Zoro shrugged nonchalantly, his tone laced with indifference. Robin chuckled lightly, prompting Nami to cast a curious glance at the two, pondering if Zoro and Robin were concealing something from her. Luffy, equally perplexed, remained oblivious to their intentions until Blackbeard revealed the bounty, which finally elicited a response from the crew aboard the Mary. Usopp exclaimed, "Luffy, your bounty is 100 million berries. And Zoro's bounty is astonishingly high." Sanji interjected, "Let me see that. How infuriating. Why is my bounty absent?" Zoro remarked, "Only 60 million. It seems I have yet to reach my full potential." Luffy declared, "Zoro's bounty stands at 180 million, surpassing mine by 80 million. I refuse to accept this." Nami admonished, "You all do realize that the higher our bounties, the greater the danger we face, right?" Zero, it's all right. Since it has come to this, let's just go with the flow." Nami. Chapter 83. The Bottomless Sea. Zero. Beneath the surface of the sea, there was a stirring. Just as Zero's words faded, the ocean suddenly trembled, and the Mary rose gradually under the influence of a powerful current. In an instant, the current erupted, forming a colossal column of water that soared into the sky, instantly cleaving a gaping hole in the clouds above. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, and the onlookers felt a dizzying shift before the Mary, propelled by the surge, ascended into the air. As for Blackbeard's small wooden vessel, it was swiftly obliterated by the rising current, leaving its occupants to cling to a solitary piece of driftwood, adrift in the surging waters. Luffy, incredible, absolutely astonishing. Usopp, are we going to fall? Help. Reactions among the crowd varied dramatically. Zoro grasped Nami's hand to prevent her from falling. He had initially intended to assist Robin as well, but she had already secured herself to the deck using the powers of her Hana no Mi. Thus, he focused solely on the enchanting figure before him. Usopp exclaimed, "Something feels amiss. The ship seems to be drifting away from this current. We might plummet." Zoro responded, "It truly appears we are on the verge of falling." Nami, upon hearing her companion's urgent calls, quickly pondered a solution. In the next moment, she astonishingly commanded them to hoist the sails, harnessing the winds brought by the current to propel them towards the Sky Island. Zero, do not hesitate any longer. Follow Nami's instructions. Upon finishing his words, Zero gently placed Nami beside Robin. Once Nami was safely down, he leaped first beneath the ship's sail, and the others swiftly joined forces to bring it down. Indeed, just as the Mary set sail away from the current, the entire vessel was unexpectedly propelled into the clouds by the fierce winds. Zoro, everyone hold on tight. Luffy, this is amazing. Sky Island, here we come. Usopp, ah. Listening to the chorus of his companions' exclamations, Zero's heart swelled with excitement. His long-held yearning for the Sky Island now fully revealed as he joined in their jubilant shouts. Finally, after breaking through a thick layer of mist, the Mary carried them above the clouds, reaching the realm of the White Sea. Before them, aside from the vast sky overhead, lay a boundless expanse of whiteness. The Mary floated mysteriously amidst a sea of clouds, continually reshaping their perceptions of the world. Sanji, is this the world above the clouds? Luffy, haha. The Mary is actually floating on the clouds. How incredible. Chopper, those clouds look just like cotton candy. Zero. Sanji, it seems that Chopper is feeling hungry. Chopper, I am not. Zero. Sanji, were you calling for me just now? Zero, ha ha ha. Little red sparrow, eek. It fluttered away from Zero's shoulder, flapping its tiny wings and circling joyfully in the sky. Nami gazed at the world around her, her eyes brimming with astonishment. This must be the sky sea mentioned in the Nolan's notes. I never expected it to be real. Robin, indeed. It is my first encounter with such a place. Nami, after glancing at the directional pointer, she addressed the group. According to the pointer's indication, it appears that the Sky Island is not here. We are merely in the midst of the White Sea, so we must ascend further. Luffy, is that so? Then let us proceed. We shall find a way. At that moment, Usopp had already stripped off his shirt, preparing to leap into the sea of clouds for a delightful swim. Zero interjected. Are you certain you don't want to check if there is an ocean beneath before you jump? Usopp hesitated, then peered down at the cloud sea. Activating his observation Haki, he could only discern thick layers of clouds. Suddenly, beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and he fearfully leaped back onto the deck, hastily donning his clothes again, stammering, "What sky sea? That nearly cost me my life. It terrified me." The little red sparrow returned, landing once more on Zero's shoulder. Observing Usopp's antics, it couldn't help but flap its wings and chuckle, prompting Zero to join in laughter. "Oh Usopp, you truly are something else." Boom. Suddenly, a colossal octopus erupted from the sky sea, its tentacles poised to descend upon the Mary's deck when Zoro swiftly countered with his sword. The massive tentacle burst like a balloon upon impact, and they quickly realized that the creatures inhabiting this sky sea had evolved to possess exceptionally light bodies, enabling them to hunt and survive in this environment. As for those that had failed to evolve, they had long since plummeted below. When the giant octopus surfaced, it brought with it a few minuscule fish that landed on the deck, which they eagerly collected. Robin picked up a flat fish. Examining it closely, this must be what they refer to as sky fish. As soon as she spoke, Sanji had already prepared a fish fillet, while Luffy savored the rare delicacy. "Luffy, this sky fish is delicious." "Sanji, indeed, it's exceptional. The texture is unlike that of the fish below. We should take some with us." Zero approached, delicately picking up a piece of meat. As he savored the flavor, he did not forget to offer a bite to the little red bird. "Let me taste this. Ah, it truly is delightful." "Sanji, prepare more." The little red bird chirped in agreement. "You find it delicious as well?" Sanji inquired. The bird responded with another chirp of affirmation. "Very well, I shall procure some more." Nami interjected. "How can you all indulge in something that hasn't been thoroughly examined? Yet, it is indeed quite tasty." Sanji replied, "Since Nami-chan enjoys it, I shall prepare an even greater quantity." Luffy added, "Make sure to leave some for me." As they relished this unique delicacy, listening to the gentle whispers of the breeze and gazing at the boundless sea of clouds surrounding them, Zero couldn't help but exclaim, "How wonderful." It seemed that since his arrival in this pirate world, he had been consumed by an insatiable desire to grow stronger, neglecting to truly immerse himself in the marvels of this realm. Even the islands he had previously visited were merely fleeting glimpses due to time constraints. Unlike this moment where he could completely unwind and experience a profound sense of tranquility, Zero deeply engraves this sensation within his heart, as his body and spirit seem to merge with the surrounding world, becoming increasingly ethereal. The little red sparrow tilts its head, seemingly sensing the transformation within Zero. Its eyes narrow slightly, emitting a series of cheerful chirps, as if rejoicing in Zero's change. Suddenly, Chopper exclaims, "I saw a ship." That ship was destroyed and then vanished. The crowd turned to him, noticing his frantic demeanor, and approached to inquire. They then beheld, in the distant sea of clouds, a figure wearing a horned mask, rapidly advancing towards the Mary. Chapter 84. Unforeseen calamity. With a swift motion, the mysterious figure leapt onto the deck of the Mary. Having traversed the sea of clouds, and charged towards Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, knocking them back with a mere punch and kick. Zero had yet to ponder how the three had become so feeble when the enigmatic figure shifted its focus of attack, charging toward him. Instinctively, Zero drew his sword, the surprised dragon, only to realize he could barely muster the strength to wield it, resorting instead to the use of Conqueror's Haki. With a thunderous boom, an intangible pressure descended upon the mysterious figure, pinning him from midair to the deck below. In that instant of descent, the figure lost all capacity for movement, rendered completely immobile. As Chopper approached to assess the injuries of Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, a silhouette suddenly appeared atop the railing of the Mary. Clad in battered armor and sporting a grizzled white beard, he was accompanied by an oddly large bird. "I am the Sky Knight. To think you have managed to defeat it. You are not ordinary folk," he proclaimed, introducing himself and showering compliments upon the group. which left them in a state of bewilderment. Usopp inquired, "What is this fellow doing aboard the Mary?" Luffy remarked, "How peculiar." Nami questioned, "What happened to the three of you? Together, you could not even best that individual, had it not been for Zero." Robin speculated, "Could it be due to the thinness of the air?" With a profound awareness of his physical condition, it is indeed plausible, as Robin suggested, that he has yet to fully acclimatize to this unfamiliar environment. Following recent exertions, his stamina is gradually being restored. The Sky Knight spoke again. "You are from the Blue Sea, are you not? We are situated 7,000 meters above ground. Generally, Blue Sea dwellers find it exceedingly challenging to adapt here, especially considering the additional elevation of 10,000 meters above." Luffy exclaimed, "I seem to be recovering." "What did you say, old man?" The Sky Knight responded, somewhat incredulously, "Is that so?" Meanwhile, Zoro and Sanji were stretching their limbs, their expressions becoming more relaxed, evidently having regained their vigor akin to Luffy's. The Sky Knight was taken aback, astonished by the remarkable resilience of this group, who managed to recuperate in such a brief span of time. Truly a rarity. After a brief pause, he added, "I am a professional mercenary, and I can be hired for 500,000 ikus. Are you interested?" Luffy inquired, 500,000 ikus? What is that?" The Sky Knight hesitated momentarily. "Could it be that you emerged from that monstrous ocean current?" Observing their puzzled expressions, he elaborated, explaining that the monstrous ocean current was the towering column of water that had previously brought them here. He then mentioned that there were alternative routes to reach this place, which would be considerably safer. As for ikus, Zero speculated it to be the circulating currency of the Sky Island, serving a purpose akin to that of berries, though he was uncertain of the value difference between the two. After all, to enlist the Sky Knight's assistance for a mere 500,000 ikus seemed rather absurd. Recalling berries, he realized that although he had received rewards in berries for completing various tasks, he had never precisely counted how much he possessed. It appeared to be an opportune moment to thoroughly assess his holdings. Perhaps, in due course, he might even procure a devil fruit to add to his collection. As for consuming such items, Zero expressed that had he desired to eat one, he would have gathered it by now. However, the thought of potentially becoming a landlubber or being vulnerable to sea stone diminished his enthusiasm considerably. "Luffy, this is all your fault," Nami exclaimed in exasperation, seizing Luffy by the collar and shaking him furiously. She lamented that had it not been for Luffy, she would have had ample time to gather more intelligence and would not have had to traverse such perilous paths to arrive here. Zero was indeed aware that there were alternative methods to reach the Sky Island, yet he remained oblivious to the specific routes, as the original narrative had failed to elaborate on this matter. Ultimately, the only detail mentioned was Kaido's leap from the Sky Island, leaving much to be desired in terms of information. Thus, he chose not to mention it at that time, inadvertently leading to Luffy's unfortunate predicament. Fortunately, Zero gazed skyward, pretending not to notice. The little red sparrow tilted its head, its sparkling eyes filled with confusion. "Huh," the Sky Knight continued, "I must commend your courage. It is quite astonishing that you managed to arrive here in such a manner. In recent years, those who have traversed the monstrous sea currents have largely met with disaster. I must say, your fortune is remarkable." Luffy exclaimed, "Nami, did you hear that? He is praising us." "Ha ha." In response, a fist the size of a sandbag came crashing down. Thud. Luffy lamented, "Zero, what about that person just now?" Prompted by Zero, they hurriedly glanced at the spot where the enigmatic figure had collapsed, only to find it utterly vacant. Upon a moment of keen observation, it dawned upon him that he had silently departed from the vessel, the Mary. The Sky Knight remarked, "That fellow's departure is of no consequence. He was never of any significance." Subsequently, he tossed forth a whistle and addressed the assembly. Originally, it was priced at 500,000 ik per use, but this time, "I shall bestow it upon you gratis. Simply blow the whistle once, and I shall come to your aid." The whistle was grasped in Zero's hand. The Sky Knight introduced himself, "I am Conqueror, and this is my companion, Pierre, who has consumed the main fruit." Indeed, Pierre possesses the ability to transform into a Pegasus. Upon hearing this, the large bird beside him let out a resounding cry towards the heavens, and, before the eyes of the onlookers, morphed into the form of a Pegasus. However, upon witnessing this celestial steed, it appeared to diverge from the traditional depiction. Subsequently, Conqueror mounted Pierre's back and soared into the sky, vanishing from the sight of the crowd. Zero contemplated for a moment, realizing that Conqueror seemed to play a significant role in the unfolding narrative, and his strength was far more formidable than it appeared at first glance, warranting respect. At that moment, Zoro suddenly inquired, "Did that fellow not mention that the Sky Island is above us? How do we ascend?" They instinctively turned to Nami. Nami shook her head. "I have no solutions either." Luffy then suggested, "Right? Why not summon that fellow we encountered earlier to inquire further?" Nami replied, "That's not feasible, Luffy. That whistle can only be used once. It must be preserved for a critical moment." Zero promptly returned the whistle to his pocket, stating, "I shall keep this safe for you." Luffy replied, "All right then." Zero gazed at Luffy's expression, feeling a sense of exasperation. Even as one of Luffy's earliest companions, there were moments when he found it difficult to fathom his thought process. He consistently managed to perform actions that others could scarcely conceive. With a sigh of disbelief, it is no surprise that he is the most outrageous man in the world of One Piece. Subsequently, Chopper, using a telescope, spotted a location in the distance that resembled a waterfall. Their initial reaction was skepticism. They presumed it was merely a cloud formation that bore a resemblance to a waterfall. With no better alternatives at hand, the group decided to investigate the area, planning to devise a course of action upon arrival. Chapter 85. All members wanted before long. They reached the spot Chopper had identified as the waterfall. To their astonishment, it was not the cloud-like waterfall they had envisioned, but an authentic cascade of water pouring down from above. At that moment, Luffy suddenly noticed some peculiar clouds and, with unrestrained curiosity, extended his arm to touch them. To his surprise, his arm rebounded instantly upon contact, exhibiting remarkable elasticity. His playful spirit ignited. He leaped onto the clouds, bouncing joyfully from one to another. Usopp and Chopper, witnessing this spectacle, were filled with envy and eagerly joined Luffy, engaging in playful antics together. Zero also felt a desire to join in the merriment. But in the next moment, Luffy suddenly exclaimed that there was a structure resembling a grand gate ahead. He then returned to the ship with Usopp and Chopper, leaving Zero with no choice but to abandon his thoughts of ascending to the clouds. Robin seemed to perceive Zero's sentiments and, surprised that this man could exhibit such childlike whimsy, couldn't help but stifle a giggle behind her hand. Zero shot her a glare, and even the little red bird joined in with its chirps, as if voicing its dissent. Under Luffy's unreliable guidance, they turned left and right until they finally arrived at the location of the gate, which bore the inscription Gate to Heaven. This sparked the imaginations of the crew aboard the Mary, with Usopp even speculating whether they might have perished and arrived in this place. Zoro, it's possible. Heaven, huh? I'm quite curious about what lies within. Sanji, I wonder if the food is any good. Usopp, stop talking. You idiots. Zero, however, one must admit that this place bears a striking resemblance to the traditional notion of paradise. One might even encounter deities or celestial beings. Sanji, perhaps a beautiful angelic sister? Usopp, Zero, do refrain from embellishing the tale. I harbor a disdain for you all. Little Red Sparrow, eek. Zero shook his head with a faint smile. What he said was indeed not without merit. Above them existed not only winged angels, but also rulers endowed with godlike authority. Was this not reminiscent of the so-called paradise? The Mary entered through the door. Just as Zero had indicated, a winged old woman emerged from a nearby pillar. However, her wings were so diminutive that one could not help but question their authenticity. Even if they were real, it seemed improbable that she could lift anyone into the skies. Luffy exclaimed, "There's really a winged old woman." Sanji remarked, "Is this how angels truly appear?" "Surely not." Usopp added, "Zero, your ominous predictions have come true. The angelic grandmother has indeed manifested." Zero shrugged, conveying his own sense of innocence. Subsequently, the elderly woman introduced herself as a supervisor from the celestial realm and inquired about the purpose of their presence. Upon hearing her mention that entry required a staggering 1 billion ik, they all began to doubt their own understanding. Nami asked, "If we do not possess that amount of ik, can we still enter?" The elderly woman replied, "You can indeed enter even without money." Instantly, they felt a sense of relief. However, observing the peculiar expression on the woman's face, Zero contemplated mentioning the age-old adage that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Yet, seeing everyone so elated, he decided against dampening their spirits, for he had no alternative solutions to offer. Suddenly, Zero pondered, what is the conversion ratio between Bailey and ik? If it isn't too much, he still has a bit of savings. Just as he contemplated inquiring about it, a pair of enormous shrimp claws emerged from beneath the sea of clouds, clamping onto either side of the ship, swiftly propelling the Mary towards the entrance, akin to a wild stallion breaking free. In an instant, they soared up to the waterfall. In fact, Zero's speculation proved quite accurate. The moment they departed, the elderly woman with tiny wings turned around, dialed a number, and informed someone on the other end of the news regarding the Mary's entrance into the heavenly realm, seemingly aiming to put a bounty on the Straw Hat crew. It can be inferred that their journey to the Sky Island is fraught with challenges. As the Mary broke through the waterfall, the scene transformed into a slide-like pathway, carrying everyone upward. Finally, after a burst of white light, they shattered the barrier ahead and arrived in a new area known as the Kingdom of the Gods. Simultaneously, not far in front of them, an island surrounded by green and white came into view. It was likely their destination, the Sky Island. Oh, on the deck, Zero suddenly sensed a pair of eyes sweeping back and forth over him. No, it wasn't just him. It seemed that the entire Mary, along with its crew, was exposed to this gaze as they arrived in this place. There was something distinctly unsettling about this place. Usopp suddenly spoke up, as if he too sensed something amiss. Though he could not articulate the specifics, Zero immediately realized that this must be the ability wielded by Enel, the ruler of Skypiea, who had consumed the rumble fruit and possessed an extensive range of observation Haki. This type of observation Haki, also known as the mind net, enveloped the entire realm of Skypiea, starkly contrasting with Usopp's awakened version. Enel, with his mind net and status as an ability user, had declared himself a god. It was likely that he had already detected their presence upon their arrival in this place. Chopper. Usopp, what is wrong with you? Usopp, I might be suffering from neurosis. I feel as if someone is watching me. Is there a ghost on the ship? Chopper, a ghost. Little Redbird. Eek. Chopper, Little Redbird. Don't scare me too. Usopp, ha. While they were still exchanging playful banter, Zero had gently placed his hand on the hilt of his blade, remaining vigilant for any potential threats. After all, this journey to Skypiea was different with his presence. It was uncertain whether Enel would launch a preemptive strike against the Straw Hat crew. To be frank, in the original narrative, Luffy's victory over Enel was heavily reliant on luck, as the powers of the Gum Gum fruit were extraordinarily overpowered. In the world below, Enel's strength was comparable to Crocodile's, and, due to his mind net and other abilities, he might even surpass it. Even if Zero were to confront Enel, it would be difficult to assert that he could claim victory without reservation. Zoro had also noticed Zero's actions, but instead of inquiring, he mirrored Zero's movements, placing his hand on the blade wad Ikamanji, remaining alert to their surroundings. Nami, Zero, Zoro, what is going on? She observed their expressions, but after she inquired, the two exchanged a glance and shook their heads in silence, leaving Nami feeling rather perplexed. What was going on with these two? Shortly after, the Mary docked near Skypiea. Luffy led the way, jumping down, while Usopp, having forgotten his discomfort, leapt down alongside Chopper to frolic in the shallows. Sanji, while commenting on their immaturity, quickly changed into appropriate attire and jumped down, leaving Zoro momentarily speechless. Chapter 86. What feelings are you embracing? Zero leaped down alongside the Little Redbird. When he stood upon the cloud-formed shallows, his expression bore a hint of astonishment. The soft sensation was indeed a rare experience. Oh! Upon witnessing the bird soar from the cabin into the sky, Nanan followed suit, stepping out in a revealing swimsuit that accentuated her alluring curves. Particularly radiant under the sun's embrace, she leapt from the vessel, landing perfectly into Zero's waiting arms. When Zero beheld the exquisite figure of Nami cradled within his grasp, his eyes widened in surprise. Zero, what are you gazing at? Nami inquired, her countenance tinged with a bashful blush. Though reluctant to release her, Zero eventually set Nami down. You are quite mischievous. Nami playfully nudged her chest before wandering off to frolic in the shallows. Zero lightly touched his nose, and as he lifted his head, he caught Robin gazing at him with a significant look. Why was he looking at me? When his gaze collided with Robin's, she once again turned her attention to the book in her hands, as if the previous moment had never transpired. Zero. Hey, Robin, do you want to come down? Robin did not respond. Instead, she vanished from Zero's sight, leaving him somewhat puzzled. As Zero prepared to turn and follow Nami, Robin unexpectedly appeared, adorned in an equally alluring swimsuit, and seemed poised to leap towards him. Zero, hold on. As he finished speaking, his hands instinctively caught Robin's soft form. In that fleeting moment of contact, a sensation entirely distinct from Nami surged within him. So soft. Robin, how does it feel to hold me? Detecting the teasing tone in Robin's words, Zero promptly released her, instinctively glancing towards Nami's direction, who appeared oblivious to the situation at hand. Zero, I remarked to Robin. Your swimsuit. Robin, I forgot to buy one last time. This belongs to Nami, and it seems a tad small. Suddenly, Robin adjusted the straps of her swimsuit, revealing the inner curvature entirely before Zero. He swiftly turned away, waving his hand as he said, Let us go, let us explore the island. His voice held a hint of nervousness, which did not escape Robin's notice, prompting her to chuckle softly. In that fleeting moment, her smile was nothing short of exquisite. Luffy, hey, I found something that looks edible, but it's so hard I can't bite into it. Upon arriving beneath the tree, Zero was poised to use the shocking dragon in an attempt to unlock the mysterious object when, suddenly, a melodious sound resonated through the air. Everyone turned in unison toward the source of the enchanting music and beheld a remarkably beautiful woman. Her golden hair cascaded like willow leaves. Her skin was as pristine as snow, and, reminiscent of the elderly woman they had encountered earlier, she possessed a pair of delicate, slender wings. Sanji's eyes transformed into heart-shaped orbs, exclaiming, Surely, she must be an angel. As she approached, she gently took the coconut from Luffy's hands, skillfully carved a small hole in it with a knife, and deftly produced a straw, which she returned to Luffy. Introducing herself, she revealed her name to be Cornus. And beside her was a small white fox, which she also introduced as Cece. Luffy exclaimed, This is delicious. Usopp chimed in, Let me have a taste too. It's really quite good. Chopper eagerly added, I want some too, I want some. The little redbird chirped, Eep. With a decisive swing of his blade, Zero struck the tree, causing several large coconuts to tumble down, providing them with a delightful feast. This spectacle elicited a sense of wonder in Cornus, who cast curious glances at Zero, as if attempting to decipher some hidden truth within him. At that moment, a voice called out, Hey, Cornus, belly button. Reacting swiftly, Cornus turned to respond to the approaching figure in the distance, exclaiming, Father, belly button. To which Luffy inquired, belly button. Zero. This must be their way of greeting, right? Nami, intrigued by the mode of transportation under Cornus's father, inquired about it, and learned that it is called the Wyvern. Nami recalled that this Wyvern was also mentioned in the notes of Nolan, as the Sky Sea, Sky Fish, and Wyvern appeared before them. The so-called lies of Nolan seemed to be slowly materializing into reality. Soon, Cornus's father approached the group, introducing himself as Pagaya. He welcomed the Straw Hat crew and graciously invited them to his home. Unbeknownst to him, Luffy was atop the Wyvern, eager to test his ability to control it, but mismanaged his efforts and plummeted into the sea of clouds below. With an impassive expression, Zoro remarked, I wonder if this sea of clouds affects those with abilities? Sanji responded, who knows? It seems different, doesn't it? Luffy, Chopper shouted, and in a moment of folly, leapt down, forgetting that he too was a devil fruit user. The sea had a restraining effect on those with powers, and after his descent, there was no sign of movement for quite some time. They hurriedly launched a rescue for both Luffy and Chopper, finally managing to drag them ashore. Sanji exclaimed, you fool Luffy. Zoro added, Chopper, could you refrain from causing us more trouble? Luffy, Gulyalu. Chopper, Gulyalu. Zoro ascended to observe the situation of the two individuals, confirming that all was well before shaking his head and remarking, you ought to exercise a bit more caution. The ocean possesses a restraining effect on those with abilities due to the presence of sea stone, and these clouds, clearly formed from evaporated seawater, naturally contain a portion of sea stone, thus affecting the abilities as well. Usopp exclaimed, so that's how it is. Zero, you truly possess a wealth of knowledge. Sanji added, no wonder they transformed upon plunging into the sea. It makes perfect sense. Robin cast a surprised glance at Zero, intrigued by his understanding of this matter, which only deepened her interest in him. As Pagaya reiterated the difficulties of piloting the Wybra to the group, he turned to see Nami already riding the Wybra, soaring through the cloud sea with remarkable ease. Her adept piloting skills were far from that of a novice, leaving everyone in awe. Coney remarked to Luffy, navigating the Wybra requires a keen understanding of wind direction and weather conditions. Even I took quite some time to master it. Your companion is truly impressive. Luffy, feeling a mix of envy and admiration for Nami's swift mastery of the Wybra, could not help but retort, what's so great about that? Humph. Hey old man, can I have another turn on the Wybra? Hearing Nami's voice carried from the cloud sea, Pagaya nodded with pleasure and shouted back, reminding her to stay safe. Zero, I shall accompany you to ensure no unforeseen mishaps occur. With that, he activated the moonwalk and swiftly ascended into the sky. In a brief moment, the onlookers could only discern a minuscule black. Chapter 87. Capturing the priest's cornice guided Pagaya to lead Luffy and the others to their dwelling, where she elaborated on the various functionalities of the shells. For instance, the sound shell could record sounds and play them on repeat. The wind shell stored gusts of wind, harnessing their force for numerous purposes, notably powering the formidable Wibba. The heat shell emitted flames, which their kitchen utilized to prepare meals. There were also luminous light shells, which left the audience in awe. While they reveled in the wondrous experiences afforded by the shells, Sanji entered, carrying food, and inquired, where have Nami and Zero gone? Usopp replied, Nami rode off on Wibba, and Zero followed suit. Rest assured, with Zero around, she is in safe hands. Sanji lamented, he is alone with Nami. Had I known, I would have joined them. How envious I am. At that moment, Pagaya suddenly turned to Cornus, expressing, I have an ominous premonition. Cornus echoed, I too share your concern, father. Curious, the group pressed for an explanation. With Pagaya's consent, Cornus revealed, there exists a forbidden region near this island, known as the Divine Island Appiato. Approaching that island invokes divine retribution upon the trespasser. God. They exchanged glances, their expressions laden with trepidation. Cornus continued, the Sky Island is governed by deities. Within the realm of the divine, all our actions are observed, leaving us unable to escape their gaze. In an instant, Sanji and the others grasped the gravity of their situation, realizing that their arrival at this place had likely not gone unnoticed by the deity. Particularly, Usopp felt a sudden clarity regarding the discomfort he had sensed, suspecting it was linked to his observation Haki. As if struck by a thought, Cornus's demeanor grew grave. Should one inadvertently trespass into Appiato, return shall be impossible, for the priests will impose penalties upon intruders. I pray your companions refrain from such folly. Sanji exclaimed, damn it. I wonder how Nami is faring right now. I must retrieve her. Zoro reassured him, fear not. She is not an unwise woman. And Zero is with her. Since earlier, Luffy had been chanting, the Divine Island. How intriguing. I yearn to explore it, adventure awaits. Usopp shook Luffy's shoulder, admonishing, hey Luffy, do not entertain dangerous thoughts. Zoro and Robin, please persuade him. Robin chimed in, I too am somewhat curious to see. Disregarding Usopp's objections, they resolved to venture to Appiato in search of Nami and Zero. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, Nami had already arrived at the fabled Divine Island Appiato. This isle appeared ancient, with towering trees that had likely taken centuries to reach such heights, leaving even Nami astounded. Suddenly, Nami perceived a sound, redirecting Wibba toward the inner canal. Little did she realize the ominous significance of the island ahead. Had she known that entering might result in divine retribution, she would have turned back in a heartbeat. Before long, Nami approached a small vessel, slowing Wiba as she leaped aboard. What a dramatic breach. What could have attacked this ship? Where's everyone? She picked up a shell, curious about the noise emanating from within. Upon pressing the protruding top, she was met with an eerie recording. Flee. We have taken the treasures here. The god shall not spare us. The god is coming. From the audio, it was evident that they had ventured here in search of riches, only to suffer an unknown calamity at the hands of a being referred to as a god. After listening to the recording, Nami felt a chill wash over her. Suddenly, a loud clap echoed. Nami. Instinctively, she cloaked her fist in Haki and spun around to strike, only for her wrist to be seized in the next instant. Zero? As she discerned the figure behind her. Relief washed over her. It was Zero. Nami then enveloped him in a tight embrace, burying her face in his chest, her arms encircling his waist. What troubles you, Nami? Zero's mind wandered in a state of disarray, yet this occasion was evidently ill-suited for matters of the heart. He gently pried Nami's hand away and inquired with genuine concern. Nami, something seems amiss on this island. Sensing the tremor of fear in her voice, Zero reached out to pat her back. The contact felt somewhat slick, yet he maintained his earlier demeanor, offering solace to Nami while surveying their surroundings. This must be the fabled sky island ruled by Enel, he mused. Little sparrow, go take a look. With a chirp, the little sparrow ascended, but shortly thereafter, a sudden beam of light descended from the heavens, striking the ground not far from the two. They exchanged a glance. Despite her trepidation, Nami nodded resolutely. Thus, they prepared to investigate the source of the disturbance. As they approached, they overheard the voices of 7 Sea folk engaged in discussion. Nami gestured for Zero to remain silent. Her expression focused as she intently listened to their conversation. Zero, in his recollections, it seemed that these individuals were indeed the subordinates of Enel, known as the priests. After all, apart from them, there were hardly any others who could appear so brazenly on this divine island. Furthermore, Zero recalled that they seemed to possess the ability known as observation Haki, or the mind network. Being so close to them, it was likely that they had sensed something, rendering any eavesdropping futile. Although he was uncertain as to why these priests disregarded their presence, Zero complied with Nami's instructions and stood obediently behind Wyborg. Yet, he found it difficult to remain idle, occasionally grasping Nami's small hand to squeeze it or lightly scratch his palm. Were it not for the awareness that he was under the watchful eye of Enel's mind network, he might have succumbed to greater impulses. After a while, as the priests departed, Nami turned to Zero with a look of reproach, her ears tinged with a faint blush, though she refrained from taking any further action against him. Zero, we must leave this place swiftly. We may already be wanted by them. We need to inform Luffy and the others. Understood. With that, Nami mounted Wyborg and departed ahead, while Zero followed suit after the little red bird returned to his shoulder. Only after a moment did he realize that capturing the priests would have alleviated their troubles. However, seeing Nami grow increasingly distant, he set aside that thought for the time being. Chapter 88. The target is the treasure of the Divine Island. As the duo approached Angel Beach, where the Mary was anchored, they beheld Luffy and his companions surrounded by a group of individuals adorned with white berets. Much like conies, these beings possessed a pair of white wings on their backs, clearly identifying them as natives of this place. Usopp also noticed their arrival and suddenly called out, Nami, you're finally back. If we can gather 700,000 berries, we can resolve this situation. Surely you have that amount. Zero felt an ominous sense as he instinctively glanced at Nami, only to discover her expression had darkened. Suddenly, she accelerated, and before Zero could react, Nami had already collided with the leader of the group. Bang! The man fell to the ground, incapacitated. Some of his subordinates rushed over to render assistance, while others confronted Nami. Despite her repeated apologies, they remained unyielding. Ultimately, it was Gaia who stepped forward, suggesting they first assess the captain's injuries, which prompted them to temporarily relent. They then carried their captain on a stretcher and crawled away from the scene. Zero inquired of Robin, what is the situation with this group of individuals? Robin replied, I am uncertain as well. They appear to be some sort of enforcement division from the Sky Island. Usopp exclaimed, Nami, why did you suddenly collide with us? Our transgressions have just escalated. We are in deep trouble. Nami responded, I apologize. Upon hearing such a vast sum of berries, I instinctively felt it was unjust, and then As Zero overheard their conversation and was about to mention his own modest savings, Cornus suddenly interjected, suggesting they might face the dire punishment of exile. Upon hearing this, Usopp fainted instantly. The group adorned in berets re-emerged. Their leader menacingly declared, Humph, it's too late for you to attempt an escape. Surrender now, criminals. Noticing the connection between Cornus's companions, Gaia, and the Straw Hat crew, he added ominously that should they choose to shield the latter, they too would suffer the same fate of exile. The atmosphere grew tense, charged with anticipation. Listen up, apprehend them all, commanded the leader. Yes, the beret-clad troops drew their bows, preparing to strike at Luffy's group. In that moment, Zero stepped forward, his eyes widening as his Conqueror's Haki erupted forth. Buzz, crack, crack. Crack. One by one, they collapsed, eyes rolling back in defeat. The leader, still reeling from the sudden turn of events, was met with a fist that appeared out of nowhere, knocking him unconscious. Luffy could no longer restrain himself. Cornus exclaimed, "How could this happen?" Gaia remarked in disbelief. They dared to confront the enforcement team. The father and daughter exchanged glances, instinctively retreating further from Luffy's crew, fearing the repercussions of their involvement. After a moment, the leader groggily regained consciousness, leaving behind a parting threat. "The beret troops have shown you mercy. Prepare yourselves, the priest of Appiato will come to punish you personally. You're such a nuisance." Rubber, rubber, bang. The leader was sent flying, prompting Cornus and Gaia to distance themselves even further. Subsequently, the group engaged in fervent discussions about heading to the divine island of Appiato, with only Luffy and Nami expressing their individual thoughts. Eventually, Zero could no longer contain himself and remarked, "By the way, that divine island has existed for such a long time. It must have accumulated a great deal of treasure, right?" Nami's ears perked up, and she sprinted toward the Going Merry at an astonishing pace, calling out, "Everyone, hurry. We're off to that divine island to seize the treasure and then leave this place. Quickly, quickly." The group responded, with a playful grin. Zero couldn't help but notice how Nami's usual calm demeanor transformed completely when she exhibited her money-loving side. Seizing the moment, he swiftly scooped her up, utilizing Moonwalk to leap through the air, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves on the deck of the Going Merry. Luffy, who had intended to return to the ship, suddenly turned back. "Hey, can I take some of the food I just ate with me?" "Of course," replied Pagaya cheerfully. Sanji chimed in, "In that case, I'll join you. I excel at plating." Usopp added, "Do you have any spare ship repair parts? I'd like to take some with me." Pagaya readily consented. The trio then followed Pagaya to his abode, while the others boarded the ship. As they awaited their return, Konis unexpectedly arrived at the ship below. Zero noticed her presence and welcomed her aboard. Konis addressed the group, "If you're heading to God's Island, I have a shortcut for you. Let me share the route." Nami pondered for a moment, recalling her previous journey along that path, and politely declined Konis' offer. "No thanks, Konis. I know the way. I appreciate it, though." Surprised by Nami's refusal, Konis' expression shifted, which did not go unnoticed by Robin and Zero, who exchanged a glance. Konis continued, "In that case, make sure to stow the anchor. It's best to do it early since there's no seabed here." Nami nodded and instructed Chopper to transform into his human form to retrieve the anchor, which seemed to ease Konis' expression somewhat. After she departed from the Going Merry, Robin remarked to Nami, "What she said earlier was rather peculiar. Initially, she avoided mentioning God's Island and seemed fearful, yet now she offers us a shortcut. I find it puzzling." Nami shrugged, "It doesn't matter. Our goal is to go there anyway. Whatever she says won't alter our plans." Robin agreed, "That's true." Chopper asked, "Nami, are we really just going to take the treasure and leave? I heard that the deity there is quite terrifying." "Don't worry. We have several strong fighters on board, and we've even defeated one of the 7 warlords. Sneaking away with the treasure without anyone noticing is not an issue." Nami reassured him. Chopper replied, "Oh, that makes me feel much better." Zoro interjected, "I wouldn't go out of my way to grab treasure for you." Nami teased, "Oh, are you sure? Don't forget. You still owe me money." "When did that happen?" Zoro retorted. Listening to their banter, Zero quietly expanded his observation Haki. He recalled that after Konis left, an ultra-fast shrimp would transport them to the sacrificial altar of God's Island. Indeed, he sensed the colossal creature swiftly approaching the Going Merry. Moments later, a pair of massive shrimp pincers emerged from the cloud sea, clamping onto either side of the ship and lifting it onto its back, propelling them away at great speed. Chapter 89, Armed Grand Impact. Nami exclaimed, "What is happening? Why is our ship?" At that moment, she finally noticed a gigantic shrimp-like creature beneath the Going Merry, rapidly transporting both the ship and its occupants in a specific direction. Chopper panicked, running frantically across the deck, while Zoro suggested they simply jump into the cloud sea, asserting that he could manage alone on the ship. He prepared to leap onto the back of the ultra-fast shrimp, but Zero intervened to halt him. "Zero, wait a moment. Nami, take a look at the direction of this movement. It appears to coincide with the path we previously took to Appiato." Nami glanced thoughtfully. "It does seem to be the case." Robin, "So, is this entity below assisting us now?" Zero shook his head, and his words stirred Chopper's previously settled emotions once more. "It's not certain. It could also lead us directly before a deity, though the exact location remains unknown." Zoro drew his sword. "We could simply cut them down, couldn't we?" Zero gestured for him to look behind. Behind the ultra-fast shrimp, a swarm of serpentine creatures pursued them relentlessly, gripping tightly onto their trail. Robin completed Zero's unspoken thoughts. "I fear that even if we defeat them, we will still encounter other traps ahead." Nami replied, "In that case, what shall we do?" "Zero, let us first observe where they intend to lead us. We shall devise our plans upon reaching our destination." "Zoro, it matters not. I shall simply cleave that deity in twain." Chopper, Usopp, Luffy, Sanji, please hasten to our rescue. In the quaint abode of Pagaya at Angel Beach, Luffy and his companions observed the Merry drifting away, its bow directed towards them, as it swiftly traversed the sea of clouds. carried by a creature known as the supersonic shrimp. Initially, Luffy assumed that Nami intended to abandon them in search of treasure. But Pagaya enlightened them that this was a divine trial bestowed upon them. To rescue their companion, they must journey to Appiato and undergo the tests set by the deity. Coincidentally, Luffy and his crew were already bound for Appiato and did not resist the trial, with Luffy even brimming with excitement. It was only after Sanji delivered a well-deserved reprimand that Luffy calmed down. At that moment, Cornus stepped forward, offering the trio a shortcut to Appiato and informing them of the ships available at that location. The three eagerly embarked on their journey. Soon, they arrived at a place called Lovely Avenue. However, as they walked through the streets, the surrounding populace instinctively parted to clear their path, allowing the four to pass unimpeded. While Luffy noted the politeness of the people, Sanji sensed something amiss, observing that the gazes directed at them were rather peculiar. When he voiced his concerns, Luffy remained nonchalant, and they continued onward. Eventually, they reached a dock bustling with vessels, many of which were equipped with wind sails, sparking Luffy's excitement once more, as he even took a liking to one particular ship. Regrettably, the vessel Cornus had provided was a small boat named the Crow, which, though fitted with wind sails, paled in comparison to the one Luffy desired, prompting him to sulk. Once again, Sanji's caring nature surfaced, and Luffy was compelled to apologize to Cornus, reluctantly accepting the reality that they would have to search for Nami aboard the Crow. Just as they were about to set sail, Luffy suddenly inquired, "Cornus, what troubles you? Why do you tremble so?" Cornus's expression froze, her eyes widening in disbelief, realizing that she had inadvertently revealed her vulnerability from the onset. Sanji and Usopp also perceived the shift in atmosphere. Their curiosity piqued as they regarded Cornus. They harbored no doubts about Luffy's intuition, despite his frequent unreliability. His instincts were often spot on. After a moment of hesitation, Cornus divulged the truth. Her diligent efforts to escort them stemmed from a fear that they would flee along the way. Upon revealing this, she collapsed to the ground, covering her face in tears. The onlookers, hearing her words, were visibly alarmed, retreating as if anticipating a great horror about to unfold before them. Luffy, addressing Cornus, exclaimed, "If you are so fearful, why disclose such matters?" Even Luffy, with his carefree demeanor, recognized that in this realm under divine scrutiny, any act of betrayal could lead to a dire fate. Before they could ponder further, a tremendous roar echoed from the heavens, reminiscent of a colossal beast bellowing within the clouds, followed by a blinding beam of light descending ominously towards Cornus. In an instant, Luffy dashed in front of her, his fist enveloped in Haki, aiming to counter the impending bolt of divine retribution. Was he truly attempting to defy the deity's wrath? A fleeting thought crossed Cornus's mind as Luffy shouted, "Sanji!" Without hesitation, Sanji activated his Haki, grounding himself as he unleashed a flurry of kicks, mirroring Luffy's audacity in confronting the divine strike. As the bolt finally descended, Luffy proclaimed, "Gum Gum Pistol," while Sanji invoked, "Sky Meat," armed impact. A resounding explosion resonated, engulfing their surroundings in a blinding light, obscuring the outcome of their confrontation. At that moment, Usopp had swiftly relocated Cornus, both of them fixated on the brilliance, awaiting the resolution. At last, as the radiance faded, two silhouettes emerged from the shadows. Usopp jubilantly cried out, "Splendid! I knew they would succeed." Cornus whispered in awe, "Incredible! They actually resisted the divine." The crowd, witnessing the scene, gasped in astonishment at the invincible deity's failure to harm them. Some began to flee, murmuring about the impending wrath of a more fearsome divine assault, urging one another to escape swiftly. However, Luffy remained oblivious to their trepidation. He stood resolutely, one hand gripping the other wrist, gazing defiantly at the sky, declaring, "It seems that this so-called deity is not invincible after all." Chapter 90, Zoro's Sword Techniques Upgrade. As Luffy and Sanji united their strength to dispel the divine bolt, an elderly man riding a celestial steed descended from the sky, landing before them. It was Conqueror, the peculiar elder they had encountered upon their arrival. He regarded the two with astonishment, exclaiming, "You both possess remarkable strength. To withstand Enel's attack is no small feat." Luffy responded, "It's you, that odd old man." Conqueror, momentarily speechless, then addressed them, "Leave the girl to me. She is now on Enel's list and is in danger. I shall protect her." Usopp expressed his gratitude, and Sanji remarked, "You arrived just in time, alleviating a significant dilemma." Conqueror cautioned, "However, judging by your earlier display, repelling that attack was not a trivial task. Enel's abilities extend far beyond that. Are you still determined to proceed to Appiato?" Without hesitation, Luffy affirmed, "Of course. We must rescue our comrade. We fear no deity." Seeing the unwavering smile on Luffy's face, Conqueror found himself believing in his words, even beginning to anticipate what this man might accomplish next. In the original narrative, Luffy and his crew did not withstand the divine bolt. Had Conqueror not intervened in time, Cornus would surely have faced grave peril. However, due to Zero's intervention, Luffy and Sanji successfully dispelled the divine strike, altering Conqueror's perception of the Straw Hat crew. Subsequently, Conqueror escorted Cornus away, while Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp boarded the Crow, setting sail for the divine island known as Appiato. Upon their arrival at Appiato, the Mary, bearing Zoro and the others, also entered the divine island, arriving at a location reminiscent of an altar. Zoro leaped directly off the ship, surveying the surroundings of the altar. After finding no clues, he returned to the vessel just in time to hear Chopper inquiring about the altar's significance from Nami and Robin. Chopper asked, "What is the purpose of the altar?" Nami replied, "It was once used for worshipping the deities, where offerings and other tributes would be placed." Chopper questioned, "Offerings?" Robin added, "We are considered living sacrifices, you see." Chopper exclaimed in disbelief, "Is that so?" Zero, "I must say, Chopper, your courage seems a tad lacking." Chopper, "And no, that's not true. I want to be a brave warrior of the sea, just like Usopp." Suddenly, a little red bird chirped beside Chopper. Startled, Chopper tumbled down the staircase. And just as he was about to plunge into the Cloud River, a pair of arms appeared just in time to catch him. How perilous. He finally relaxed. But when he turned his head, he was met with the sight of a colossal lunging out of the Cloud River, jaws open wide. Clang. A blade of light sliced through the air from the Mary, cleaving the in two. Nami and Robin instinctively glanced at Zero, but he merely pointed towards Zoro, who was calmly sheathing his cursed blade, a serene expression gracing his face. "Zoro, congratulations on taking another step towards becoming a great swordsman." "Zoro, let's not kid ourselves. I still have a long way to go compared to you. I must continue to strive for improvement." "Zero, in light of this, shall we have a contest to see who can vanquish my hawk first?" "Zoro, haha, I would welcome that." Observing Zoro, whose face radiated determination, Zero felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In fact, in the previous world, Zoro was one of the individuals he admired the most, as he had consistently emerged in times of crisis to turn the tide. Moreover, Zoro boasted the largest fan base among the women, a testament to his charisma forged through sheer strength and valor. At that moment, Chopper, still shaken, climbed aboard the Mary and collapsed onto the deck. A small red bird circled above his head, provoking an irritated glare from him. "Little red bird, you are so mean." "No, I'm not scared." As the deer and the bird squabbled, the other four noticed a gathering of empty sharks encircling the altar, seemingly intent on confining them. "Nami, what should we do? The number of sharks is increasing." "Zoro, this is troublesome. Dealing with them one by one will be incredibly time-consuming. We must hold out until sunset." "Zero, this is perfect." As soon as he finished speaking, the Conqueror's Haki was unleashed, enveloping the altar and the surrounding clouds. The groups of empty sharks below remained oblivious, rolling over with their bellies exposed, drifting automatically above the clouds, seemingly losing consciousness. The distant empty sharks, noticing the tragic scene around the altar, were instantly struck with panic. Swiftly retreating along their original path, their speed surpassing that of before. Chopper exclaimed, "Zero, you are truly remarkable." His eyes sparkled with astonishment, realizing that the terrifying creatures he feared were effortlessly dispatched by Zero. Zoro couldn't help but add, "This Conqueror's Haki is incredibly effective. Too bad I cannot replicate it." "Zero, that may not necessarily be the case. There are indeed individuals who awaken their Conqueror's Haki later on. In my view, you are the most likely to possess it. Aside from Luffy." "Zoro, me too? Luffy has it as well." "Chopper, Luffy can awaken Conqueror's Haki?" "Nami, that fool can too." Zero nodded and continued, "Luffy's Conqueror's Haki shows signs of awakening. It merely lacks an opportunity." Zoro, seemingly indifferent to the prospect of awakening his own Conqueror's Haki, prompted Zero to refrain from elaborating further. After all, even in the original narrative, Zoro would only begin to manifest his Conqueror's Haki 2 years later during the skirmish with Kaido's pirate crew. Despite Zero's intervention, the awakening would still require considerable time. After dealing with the group of sky sharks, and with the Mary stranded on the altar and unable to navigate the river, Zoro proposed to explore the surroundings. Unwilling to remain idle. "If fortune favors me, and I encounter that deity, I shall eliminate him." Nami replied, "Aren't you afraid?" Zoro retorted, "What is there to fear? I neither offer prayers nor believe in gods. If my life is threatened, I shall simply cut down the source." Chopper's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Zoro is truly impressive." Zoro, as expected, possesses remarkable courage. "Count me in." "Nami, are you also going?" Zero, "I feel that staying here is a waste of time. It would be better to explore the surroundings, lest our visit be in vain. Perhaps we might even discover treasure." "Haha, Nami." Chapter 91. The secret to success lies in observation. Naturally, upon hearing Zero mention treasure, it immediately captivated him, and he insisted on joining the expedition. With no choice but to acquiesce, Zero agreed. Robin also expressed her intrigue, noting that this altar had existed for over a millennium, meriting a thorough investigation into its historical significance. It was evident that her archaeological spirit had been ignited. Thus, the crew aboard the Mary divided into 2 teams. Zoro, Nami, and Robin ventured into the depths of the Island of Gods to gather intelligence, while Chopper remained on the ship to repair the Mary. Little Bird was also left behind with Chopper to provide companionship. Without Chopper, he might be overwhelmed with trepidation. Furthermore, to ensure safety, Zero entrusted Chopper with the whistle obtained from Conqueror, cautioning him to use it only in critical situations. Chopper nodded earnestly in understanding. Subsequently, Robin used her abilities to lower the vines from the trees, and Zoro grasped a vine to leap from the deck to the opposite bank of the river. After receiving the returning vine, Robin followed suit. Upon their arrival on the other side, noticing Nami's hesitation, Zero swiftly scooped her up and, with a series of agile leaps, brought her to join them. Robin quietly remarked, "Had I known, I wouldn't have followed Zoro across." "Zoro, what are you talking about, Robin?" Robin smiled, her expression leaving Zoro somewhat perplexed. As the four vanished into the jungle, Chopper suddenly realized that it seemed he was the only one left aboard the Mary. "No, just a deer." Chopper's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Ah, I'm the most vulnerable one here." At that moment, Little Bird flapped its wings and landed on his head. "Are you saying I can rest easy with you around? All right, it seems I must rely on you. Thank you for keeping me company." With renewed determination, Chopper gathered his tools, preparing to repair the damage inflicted upon the Mary. Meanwhile, as they explored the vicinity of the altar, Luffy and his crew navigated the Cloud River, encountering a series of traps before arriving at a section known as the entrance to the trials. Initially, Usopp and Sanji hesitated over which trial to enter, but eventually, under Luffy's insistence, they chose the trial of balls. Unbeknownst to them, after traversing a dark tunnel, they encountered a sudden drop in the Cloud River, causing the crow's nest to plummet from midair. Fortunately, the river below cushioned their fall, sparing them from disaster. As they continued forward, the trio discovered countless white spheres suspended in midair, seemingly crafted from clouds. Gurgle Luffy's stomach growled. "Luffy, Sanji, bring out the bento. I'm hungry." Sanji, "No, we must wait until we find Nami and the others." Luffy, "I don't care. I'll get it myself." Seeing he could not dissuade Luffy, Sanji relented, allowing Luffy to feast. Usopp, noticing this, joined in, indulging alongside Luffy. While they were eating, a cloud sphere drifted into their midst. Usopp instinctively used his observation skills and was taken aback by what he saw inside. "Usopp, a snake. It's a snake." Before Luffy could comprehend, the cloud sphere suddenly burst, releasing a thick cloud snake that lunged at him, but Luffy swiftly kicked it away. Usopp immediately stood up, scanning the surrounding spheres with his observation skills, discovering an array of peculiar items within, including what appeared to be small bombs. He shouted to his companions, "Sanji, Luffy, be careful not to touch those cloud spheres. They're all traps." Luffy, "What? Traps?" Sanji, "There are cloud spheres blocking our path ahead." Usopp, "They're bombs, dodge them." Upon hearing this, Sanji quickly maneuvered the ship to the side, narrowly avoiding disaster, exhaling in relief. Usopp, "Sanji, don't let your guard down. The cloud spheres are closing in." Sanji, "Damn it. I'm just a cook, not a helmsman." Luffy, "I'll just knock them all away." Usopp, "No? I can't be sure how many bombs there are. If you hit one, it could capsize the crow's nest." As Usopp warned, if Luffy struck a bomb and it exceeded a certain number, the resulting explosion would be catastrophic for the three aboard the ship. Sanji, "Is this the trial of balls? What a nuisance." Suddenly, Usopp called out, "Who is that?" Sanji and Luffy turned to follow Usopp's gaze, spotting a rotund figure in white standing atop one of the cloud spheres. The figure appeared surprised, seemingly not expecting them to uncover the true purpose of the cloud spheres so swiftly, nor to be discovered so quickly themselves. He clapped in appreciation. "I am Shadeli, one of the four guardians and the overseer of the trial of balls. Your skills are impressive. Few have managed to see through these cloud spheres." However, Shadeli's tone shifted. "The trial of balls is notorious for its meager survival rate of only 10%. It won't be so simple for you to pass." As he spoke, Shadeli's cloud spheres stealthily approached the crow's nest and suddenly leaped towards Luffy. Luffy extended his arm, but Shadeli seemed to anticipate his move, sidestepping just before the punch landed. Then lunging towards Luffy, palm facing his face. Boom. A sudden shockwave erupted from Shadeli's palm, sending Luffy crashing into a nearby tree, where he slowly slumped down. "Sanji, Luffy." He charged at Shadeli, but like Luffy, his attack failed to connect, and Shadeli found an opening, aiming his palm at Sanji's face. Boom. Sanji collided beside Luffy, the force of the impact causing both to momentarily lose consciousness. Usopp, Sanji, Luffy. He was astonished that both had been defeated so swiftly, unbeknownst to him. While he was momentarily stunned, Shadeli's voice echoed from behind. "Well, it's just you left. You can join them." Chapter 92, The Explosive Chain Reaction. With a shockwave directed at Usopp's head, he unexpectedly ducked and rolled forward, swiftly turning to face Shadeli. How did he predict my attack? In Shadeli's mind, a perplexing thought had just flickered when Usopp aimed his slingshot at him, igniting the powder star. To the right. Anticipating the trajectory of the powder star with his heart net, Shadeli deftly evaded the attack, his expression remaining remarkably relaxed. Shadeli declared, "It's futile. Your attacks cannot reach me. My heart net enables me to dodge any assault." With a smile directed at Usopp, he charged forward once more. However, Usopp unexpectedly retrieved more ammunition from his bag, preparing for a preemptive strike. Whoosh! Shadley retorted, I told you, you cannot hit me. That direction is the right side. Usopp suddenly grinned mischievously. This move is far from simple. Shadley, puzzled, felt an ominous sensation as he gazed at the ammunition hurtling toward him. In an instant, the ammunition erupted, transforming into a multitude of tiny spheres. Prepare yourself. Powder star chain explosion. Usopp exclaimed. As his words fell, the spheres in midair detonated right before Shadley's eyes, overwhelming him in a cacophony of explosions due to their sheer number. Boom, 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 boom. The crow's round shook violently from the blasts, and Usopp struggled to maintain control, glancing back at Shadley, who slowly descended amidst the smoke of the explosions, plummeting into the Cloud River. How about that? My attack. Usopp laughed heartily. In truth, prior to this, Zero had discussed the types of observation Haki while teaching them, mentioning the heart net employed by the 4 divine officials as a typical example, albeit without revealing the user's identity. From that moment, Usopp had been devising countermeasures against such unique foes, and finally, on this day, he put his plan into action. A sharp whistle suddenly shattered the air in Appiato. It turned out that Chopper, while repairing the Mary, encountered another divine official descending from the skies, named Shura, accompanied by a massive bird known as the Three-Zhong bird, its wingspan exceeding several meters. Shura explained to Chopper the reason for his presence. According to regulations, divine officials like him were not permitted to come here while Luffy and the others underwent their trials. However, due to someone leaving the altar, the remaining officials were now allowed to hunt. Chopper realized he had been tricked by Zoro and the others, leaving him utterly flustered. With a swift motion, Shura brandished his spear and lunged straight at Chopper. Instinctively, Chopper dodged, but the spear struck the Mary's deck, igniting a fierce blaze in the area it pierced. This effect resulted from Shura's spear being modified with heat bay, capable of igniting high-temperature flames at its tip. If caught off guard, enemies would not only suffer the piercing pain, but also face the secondary damage inflicted by the flames. Chopper noticed the flames on the deck. Despite his fear, he felt compelled to leap over and extinguish them. Just then, Shura's attack came again, forcing him to evade, which inadvertently allowed the ship's rigging to catch fire as well. No, please do not attack this ship, I beg you. He implored Shura, but the latter paid him no heed. Instead, Shura appeared astonished, seemingly witnessing something unexpected. Following Shura's gaze, Chopper discovered that a little red sparrow was voraciously consuming the raging flames on the deck. Subsequently, it flapped its tiny wings and landed on the burning rigging, devouring the flames once more. Finally, it let out a satisfied burp, with a few sparks escaping its mouth, only to return inside, contentedly smacking its lips and defiantly gazing at Shura, as if to say, aren't you good at burning? Keep going. I'm not full yet. Chopper exclaimed. Little red sparrow. The sparrow chirped in response. Shura's forehead twitched with disbelief, astonished that such a creature capable of devouring flames existed. If he had known that the little red sparrow was a weapon-type devil fruit user, he would have been even more astonished. After all, in the isolated realm of Sky Island, encountering such a unique being was exceedingly rare. Resolutely, he turned to the Three-Zhong bird beside him, commanding, Three-Zhong, take care of this troublesome little creature. The Three-Zhong bird let out a howl, spreading its wings and lunging toward the little red sparrow. The sparrow soared into the sky, and the Three-Zhong bird executed a sharp turn in pursuit, the two of them quickly vanishing from sight. Shura declared, now it's just us. Let us continue the hunt. That was interrupted. Chopper gasped in alarm as Shura raised his spear, preparing to strike once more, when a voice intervened. Hold on. Shura looked up in surprise, only to find their former adversary, the old god of Sky Island, now known as the Sky Knight, Conqueror. Chopper realized that his whistle had summoned Conqueror and felt a surge of excitement. Upon recognizing each other, Shura and Conqueror immediately engaged in fierce combat, their differing spears clashing and sparking with intensity. Although Shura lacked a mount, he held his own, and the afterimages of their exchanges left Chopper in awe of their power. Seizing an opportunity, Conqueror used the hidden impact dial in his palm to strike Shura squarely in the face, sending him flying off the Mary. Wonderful, Chopper cheered. But his joy was short-lived as Shura, instead of plunging into the Cloud River, was caught by the suddenly appearing Three-Zhong bird, which carried him back to the skies. Not seeing the little red sparrow reappear, Chopper voiced his concern. That big bird. The little red sparrow won't meet with misfortune, will it? Meanwhile, with the Three-Zhong bird's involvement, Shura re-engaged Conqueror, and the battle raged on. Before long, after dodging Conqueror's attack, Shura suddenly found himself unable to move, as if bound by an invisible force, alongside Pierre, who had transformed into a Pegasus, both suspended in midair. Conqueror exclaimed, what is this? Chopper shouted, Sky Knight. Shura laughed maniacally. You have ultimately fallen into my trap. Prepare to die, Conqueror. Chapter 93, Second Form. A resounding voice suddenly echoed in the sky above the altar, prompting everyone to look up. A bird, larger than the Three-Zhong Shura mount, appeared before them. Its talons shimmered with a soft red light, its feathers of vivid crimson. and flames of gold and red blazed fiercely at the tips of its wings. Flames also billowed from its back and the brilliant tail, creating clusters of golden red fire that soared into the air. Around it, sparks erupted from the flames, rendering its presence even more extraordinary. Chopper widened his eyes, captivated by the sudden appearance of the firebird. The golden fur on its chest immediately drew his attention. Could this creature, with its call and golden chest, be the little red bird? Despite the altered sound, Chopper recognized it instantly. It was indeed his companion. Although he was puzzled by the transformation of the little red bird, Chopper felt a wave of relief, having worried for some time about its absence. Ganfuer exclaimed, "What is this creature? I don't recall Appiato having such a being. Where did it come from?" Shura replied, "This fellow." Just then, the little red bird emitted another sharp cry and, locking its gaze on Ganfuer, darted towards him at breakneck speed. Ganfuer was immobilized, helplessly watching as the gigantic firebird approached him with astonishing velocity. To his surprise, the firebird barely grazed him, its intense heat palpable in close proximity. Yet, in the next moment, Ganfuer felt a sudden relaxation wash over him, restoring his mobility. My rope cloud. Has it been severed?" Shura exclaimed, astonished. Though slender, his rope cloud was remarkably resilient, designed to restrict an enemy's movement unnoticed, a crucial tool for a priest. However, right before his eyes, that enigmatic firebird had incinerated it with a mere glance. What on earth was this creature? Abruptly, Shura heard the firebird's cry again. Noticing it was rapidly diving towards him, he shouted for the three-jong bird to attack the firebird, raising his spear, aiming directly at the creature. Whatever it was, it could not be forgiven for impeding the priest's punishment of the guilty. He yelled at the firebird, oblivious to the disdainful glint in its eyes as they locked gaze. With a swish, the two entities passed each other in midair. Ganfuer and Chopper closely observed the unfolding battle. Suddenly, they saw the three-jong bird, along with Shura, bizarrely suspended in the air. In the next instant, flames erupted from their bodies, and amidst their anguished cries, they plummeted into the cloud river, silenced. Ganfuer gasped, "This giant bird is incredibly powerful. Pierre, you must step up your game." Pierre replied, "Huh?" The little red bird, engulfed in flames, returned to the merry-go, transforming back to its original form just before landing on Chopper's hat. Its harmless appearance starkly contrasted with its prior display of power, defeating one of the four priests, Shura. Chopper exclaimed, "Little red bird, you were amazing just now. I had no idea you could transform like that." The little red bird chirped in response. Chopper, with a serious expression, said, "From now on, I'll look after you. Please take care of me." The little red bird chirped again. Ganfuer observed the exchange between them, sharing a silent glance with Pierre before they two descended onto the merry-go-'s deck. In the trial of the sphere, after Usopp's attack sent Shadley tumbling into the Cloud River, Luffy and Sanji returned to the Crow's nest. "Luffy, you're incredible. You've developed such fascinating ammunition." Usopp boasted. "Just average, traditional craftsmanship. My skills have always been impressive." Sanji added, "Though I want to say you've grown significantly stronger, I must admit it's commendable." Luffy laughed heartily. "Why are you laughing, Luffy?" "Sanji, do you believe I could let you experience my..." At that moment, as if sensing something, all three paused their banter, turning to see Shadley, previously struck by Usopp's explosives, reappear before them. However, he now appeared somewhat disheveled, his white clothing smeared with dark stains, and his glasses shattered, revealing his frantic eyes. "Look, Usopp, your enemy doesn't seem defeated yet," Sanji pointed out. "Stop with the sarcastic comments and let us get out of here," Usopp urged. Listening to the two casually discussing him, Shadley's pent-up rage erupted anew, and he bellowed at the trio, "I am one of the four priests, a messenger of the gods. How dare you treat me this way?" With that, he raised both arms, a series of white cloud spheres forming behind him, culminating in a dragon-headed mask, his ultimate move. Each cloud sphere contained a bomb. A single touch would trigger a chain reaction. "You may flee, but you cannot escape. You're so loud." Luffy's voice abruptly interrupted him. Before Shadley could retort, Luffy vanished from the ship, reappearing mere inches away. That speed. Sanji and Usopp immediately recognized it. Luffy had learned the movement technique, shave, which Zero had demonstrated. To their astonishment, Luffy had managed to master it. In the original storyline, Luffy only learned shave after witnessing it once from CP0, showcasing his immense talent. Since Zero had performed it multiple times in his presence, it was only natural for Luffy to learn it ahead of time, though the speed was beyond Sanji and Usopp's expectations. When had their foolish captain learned shave? "Sorry, but I'm in a hurry, so move aside." "Gum Gum Rocket." Luffy's arm stretched back, then he slammed both palms into Shadley's abdomen. Bang! Shadley's glasses flew off, his eyes bulging as he was propelled skyward. The ultimate move he had attempted to unleash reverted to a singular cloud sphere, unable to pose any threat to the trio. Chapter 94, Robin's Curiosity Swish. 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 This was the sound of the Sandians taking advantage of Ganfuer and Shura's battle to stealthily approach Appiato, preparing for a surprise attack. Due to Shadley's defeat by Luffy and his companions, and the subsequent fall of Shura into the Cloud River, Only 2 priests, Gadats and Ohm, stood as representatives to confront the fierce onslaught of the Scipians. One was tasked with the trials of the swamp, while the other oversaw the trials of iron. Despite their limited numbers, their formidable strength allowed them to withstand the aggressive advances of the Scipians. In the heat of battle, Gadats and Ohm systematically dismantled their opponents, significantly reducing their ranks in a remarkably brief period, showcasing their extraordinary prowess. This clearly illustrated why they emerged as distinguished priests among the denizens of Skypiea. Subsequently, the Scipian leader, the warrior Weber, along with a few companions, engaged in combat when they fortuitously encountered Luffy and his crew aboard the Crow's Nest. Their meeting was amicable, with neither side able to gain the upper hand, leading to a mutual agreement to part ways without conflict. The involvement of the Scipians in the chaos of Appiato allowed Luffy and his companions to traverse the trials of the swamp and iron unimpeded, bringing them closer to the altar where the Mary awaited. As the little red bird triumphed over Shura, Zero sensed the shift, reflecting inwardly on the fortunate decision to leave the little red bird aboard the Mary. Otherwise, relying solely on Chopper would likely have jeopardized their safety. Even with the later addition of Gonfall, it was doubtful he could rival one of the priests. After his musings, Zero gazed ahead. The group was traversing through a forest surrounded by towering trees. The dense canopy above allowed only a few shafts of sunlight to filter through, casting a serene ambience over the space. Suddenly, Nami appeared to spot something through her binoculars, her face alight with astonishment. Upon noticing the peculiar situation, he instinctively utilized his observation Haki to sense the surroundings, only to find that a similar expression to Nami's had appeared on his face. Robin and Zoro exchanged curious glances and inquired, "What's the matter? Have you discovered something?" Nami and Zero merely exchanged a brief look before shaking their heads. Zero then pointed towards the distance, suggesting, "Let us investigate that area. We are nearing the coast, and there may be something worthwhile to uncover." Thus, the 4 of them adjusted their course and continued toward the shoreline. As they journeyed halfway, a series of intense explosions erupted in the distance. Zoro glanced in that direction and remarked, somewhat exasperated, that incessant sound is reminiscent of Alabasta. Robin added, "It appears that this place is not at peace either." Zero suddenly inquired, "Do you recall the fellow we encountered during our first visit to the Sky Island?" Zoro responded, "I remember. What about it?" Zero observed the attire of the individual before him, noting its stark contrast to that of the Sky Island dwellers. And it was evident that it did not belong to the guard either. This suggested the possible existence of other races in this vicinity, potentially the very source of the recent commotion. He paused momentarily and instinctively glanced towards Nami ahead. Regardless of whether they were the instigators of this turmoil, it could prove beneficial for them. Was there not a divine presence here? The more chaos in Appiato, the greater their chances of acquiring treasures would be. Nami, walking ahead, caught the tail end of Zero's thoughts and seamlessly added, "Then I shall be immensely grateful to this group." Shortly after, they arrived at the coastline. Upon witnessing the half-structure before them, they were reminded of the incomplete houses on Gaia Island, particularly the one belonging to Kurikai. Zoro had previously commented on Kurikai's apparent stinginess. However, it seemed that the other half of the original house did indeed exist, right before their eyes. Nami remarked, at that time, "I found it peculiar that there was a staircase leading to the 2nd floor, yet no 2nd floor appeared. It seems the answer lies here." At the stroke of midnight, Zero nodded. "Undoubtedly, this Appiato is indeed a part of Gaia Island. Otherwise, the origin of this island would remain inexplicable. Soil, in the context of the original Sky Island, ought to be a rarity." Robin remarked, "If that is the case, then Appiato must have been washed ashore by the currents. And a portion of Gaia Island has now transformed into a sanctuary in the eyes of the inhabitants of the Sky Island." Zoro stepped forward and touched the half-ruined house. That eccentric old man from Gaia Island should have been aware of the existence of the Sky Island long ago. If he had clarified matters from the outset, we would not have encountered so many misunderstandings. Zoro expressed his disagreement with the words of his companion. "I comprehend the rationale behind his actions. To be frank, even if he were to share such matters with us, it is likely that few, aside from Luffy, would truly believe him. After all, without having witnessed the Sky Island firsthand, who could guarantee its authenticity?" Zoro conceded, "You make a valid point. Well, considering the assistance he provided us at that time, we should indeed be grateful." Nami seemed to have an epiphany, addressing the group with utmost seriousness. "If that is the case, then the Golden Country must indeed exist. It has not sunk beneath the sea but has been floating in the sky all along." Zero, haha, if Luffy were here, he would likely lose interest in that god. Treasures are the true driving force of pirates. Nami, alright, we cannot squander time here. Let us return to the Mary. Even if Luffy and the others haven't arrived, we can still enlist Chopper to join us in our treasure hunt. Haha, an endless bounty of gold awaits. With a smile on her face, she turned and headed back, leading the others into the forest. Zoro followed suit and casually remarked, "I am somewhat concerned for Chopper's safety, as well as the Mary. I fear that unforeseen troubles may arise." Zero exchanged a glance with Robin before they both followed the 2 individuals ahead. As they walked, Zero suddenly inquired, "What do you think, Robin? Joining our pirate crew has not disappointed you, has it?" Robin pondered for a moment and replied, "It's quite fascinating. Far more intriguing than my previous experiences with Baroque works. Especially upon arriving at Sky Island, these ancient relics from centuries past hold a significant allure for us archaeologists." Zero. Indeed, this will suffice. Robin, however, Zero, what is it? Robin suddenly leaned closer to Zero, whispering softly in a voice meant only for the two of them. "I don't know why, but my interest in you seems to have grown a bit more. When will you share your secrets with me?" Zero, Robin. "I eagerly await you to share your secrets with me." Upon witnessing Zero's astonished expression, Robin seemed to revel in her triumph, stifling a giggle behind her hand before swiftly approaching. Zero scratched his head, finding Robin's question somewhat perplexing. Noticing that they were gradually distancing themselves, he decided not to dwell on it and continued forward. Chapter 95. The Golden Birdcage. The four returned to the Mary. As soon as they arrived, the little red sparrow flapped its tiny wings and landed on Zero's shoulder, instinctively nuzzling against his cheek, seeking his affection. With a gentle smile, Zero praised, "Little Red Sparrow, you have done remarkably well. I have witnessed it all." Upon hearing this, Little Red Sparrow became even more enthusiastic. Chopper emerged from the cabin, accompanied by Conqueror and the ever-faithful Pierre. According to Chopper, Conqueror had sustained minor injuries in the battle against the Azuras. Fortunately, after receiving Chopper's medical attention, he was now largely unscathed. At present, he was temporarily guarding the Mary, preventing any other priests from launching an attack. The group expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards Conqueror, acknowledging that such a perilous undertaking was merely the result of a promise, and it was evident that Conqueror possessed an admirable character. Before long, Luffy and the others traversed a river of clouds and arrived at the location of the altar, where they reunited. As nightfall approached, and at Luffy's persistent urging, they made an impromptu decision to set up camp along the shore for the night. The darkness enveloped them, and they shared stories of the day's encounters. Luffy was munching on the leftover fish meat, and while chewing, he inquired of Sanji, "Sanji, how long has this fish been sitting around?" Sanji replied, "It should be about a day old, I suppose." Luffy remarked, "It feels a bit off." Sanji explained, "There's nothing we can do. We used to see plenty of empty sharks, but since arriving here, they have been quite scarce. Otherwise, you would have had the freshest catch." Zero, allow me to interject. "It seems I frightened them away, haha." Luffy murmured, "Why not keep one for dinner?" Bang. Nami clenched her fist, "Just enjoy your fish and don't distract us." Luffy, having resolved this minor interlude, they resumed their previous discussion. "Sanji, we have endured the trials of the sphere and even vanquished a priest. I recall witnessing 4 entrances to the trials, so there should be 3 more priests on this island. Nami, we have uncovered the truth about this island. In reality, Appiato is part of Kaya Island, which is the very prototype of the legendary land of gold." Luffy, "Is there truly gold?" Zero, "There is a significant possibility." Luffy, "Gold. Adventure. Gold. Adventure." Chopper suddenly exclaimed, "Sanji, you mentioned encountering a priest earlier. I too encountered a priest today, who seems to be named Ganfuer, Shura, Sadali, Gades. These individuals are the subordinates of Enel, known as the 4 priests." Chopper, Yes. Zoro, "This elderly gentleman seems to possess a wealth of knowledge." Ganfuer, "The 4 priests, since aligning themselves with Enel upon arriving here, have wielded absolute intimidation. Ordinary pirates are no match for them. I never imagined you would succeed in defeating 2 of them consecutively. You truly have my respect." Luffy, "Indeed, our companions are formidable." Chopper, "No, Luffy. It was actually Little Red Sparrow who truly defeated Shura. I could not discern his attacks at all. I feel so weak." Zero consoled Chopper gently, saying, "Do not be disheartened. Strength comes with time. Moreover, your greatest asset lies in your skills as a doctor. In terms of medical expertise, no one can surpass you." Chopper nodded fervently, his eyes misty, and he threw himself at Zero's feet, exclaiming, "Zero, I will certainly strive to improve. Thank you so much." Zero, all right. Luffy also made his way to the front of the Little Red Bird, giving it a thumbs up. "Little Red Bird, thank you for your hard work in protecting this ship and our companions." Hee. The Little Red Bird chirped in response, puffing out its chest to bask in the attention of the crowd. One cannot help but speculate that if its true form were that of a dog, its tail would surely be wagging high in the air at this moment. Subsequently, after a thorough discussion, they reached a consensus to remain here in search of clues to the fabled land of gold, pursuing the treasure chronicled by the legendary Norland. At that moment, their goals finally aligned. Later, the group split up to take action. Some ventured into the forest to gather provisions, while others stayed behind to assist Sanji with various tasks. Zero stood on the shore, sensing the empty fish beneath the Cloud River through his keen perception. Although the majority of the empty fish had fled in the wake of the daytime tyrant's intimidation, a few lingered behind. After much exploration, Zero finally succeeded in capturing a colossal empty fish measuring several meters in length. Robin returned with a massive blue crystal, which Nami initially mistook for a precious gem, her eyes sparkling with excitement. However, upon hearing Sanji's explanation that it was crystallized salt, suitable for prolonged use, she reluctantly diverted her gaze. Before long, their ingredients were finally gathered. As they relished the delectable dishes prepared by Sanji, they began to strategize for the following day's endeavors, with Nami taking the lead. Nami inquired, "Do you all recall the contents recorded in Nolan's journal? There is a particular sentence on the last page that piques my interest. 0. Is that the location of the treasure?" Nami nodded. "That's about right." The original words were that the treasure lies within the eye socket to the right of the skull. Usopp, what does that mean? Nami, look here. With that, she combined the maps of Jaya Island and Skypiea, which astonishingly formed the shape of a skull, and they instantly understood. Nami pointed to a specific location on the map. If you observe this map, it seems that the skull refers to the former Jaya Island. Hence, the treasure should be located here. Luffy, Nami is so impressive. Sanji, as expected of our navigator, she's truly enchanting. Zero clapped his hands, thoroughly agreeing with Nami's analysis. The little red bird chirped, "Eep." Chopper added, "It says it wants to treasure hunt too." Usopp exclaimed, "Sure. When we find the gold, I'll make you a golden bird cage. Wouldn't that be quite comfortable to sleep in?" The little red bird chirped again, "Eep." Usopp cried, "Don't burn me. Don't burn me. It hurts. I'm sorry. Zero. Save me." Luffy laughed heartily. "Ha! Usopp is being bullied by the little red bird too." Usopp retorted, "You come here too, Luffy." Luffy shouted, "No. Little red bird. It's burning me. It hurts." That wretched Usopp. The little red bird chirped, "Eep." Watching Usopp and Luffy being chased and scorched by the little red bird, Zero could hardly suppress his laughter. At that moment, he seemed to recall something and turned to Conqueror, pondering, "By the way, regarding the treasure you all are discussing, shouldn't the ownership belong to him? Are you certain you won't inquire?" After a moment's thought, he noticed Conqueror's silence, clearly indicating his reluctance to reveal his identity as an ancient deity, and thus, he chose not to disturb his companion's enthusiasm for treasure hunting. Chapter 96. Rumors of the New World. After everyone had enjoyed their meal, Robin noticed Luffy and Usopp gathered around the campfire and reminded them, "Make sure to extinguish the campfire, otherwise, it will reveal our location." They promptly surrounded her, performing a peculiar dance in front of her. "Robin, don't you know that after setting up camp, we have to hold a campfire party?" Nami interjected, "What are you all doing?" She turned her head, only to see Sanji and Zoro already stacking the framework for the campfire party, leaving her speechless. Zero gazed with a smile as they prepared for the bonfire party, offering no objections. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something amiss and looked up, only to be met with a myriad of glimmering green eyes emerging from the surrounding darkness. Nami exclaimed, "How terrifying." "What are they?" Usopp responded, "Are they man-eating beasts?" "Chopper, we must flee." Chopper protested, "Man-eating. Wait, I'm not a human." Usopp speculated, "Perhaps they might feast on deer." Chopper exclaimed, Conqueror remarked, "That resembles a cloud wolf, doesn't it?" As soon as he spoke, a pack of wolves with white fur emerged from the shadows, led by one that began to howl at the group. Chopper, once again in the role of translator, declared, "It says you are disturbing them with your bonfire party." Luffy, observing Chopper and the cloud wolf leader, uttered words that sent a shiver down Chopper's spine. "If you dare impede our bonfire, we shall strike you." Chopper retorted, "Not me, Luffy." Upon hearing this, Luffy turned, aiming his fist at the cloud wolf. He threatened once more, yet the wolf remained defiant, baring its teeth and preparing to pounce at the leader's command. "You are insufferable," Nami exclaimed, delivering a decisive punch that sent the cloud wolf leader sprawling to the ground. Zero prepared to unleash his Conqueror's Haki when, unexpectedly, this action piqued the cloud wolf leader's interest. Not only did it wag its tail in a display of submission towards Nami, but it also led all the cloud wolves to join the bonfire festivities, creating a lively atmosphere. Conqueror, observing Luffy and his crew engaging merrily with the fierce cloud wolves, could not help but marvel. To be able to frolic with such formidable cloud wolves, you truly are remarkable. Zero walked over and sat beside Zoro, the flickering flames illuminating their faces, strikingly vivid against the backdrop of the dark forest. Zero smiled and said, "Isn't it so? Our pirate crew always manages to pull off some unexpected feats. Even after being aboard for quite some time, I sometimes feel a tad out of sync with them." "Ha ha ha," Conqueror replied. "However, from you, I have learned about the origins of this place, the island of Gaia. I wonder if you are curious as to why Appiato is also referred to as the sacred domain." Robin approached, leaning against a tree, and said, "Do share. I find it quite intriguing." Her head slightly turned towards the trio, and even in the darkness, her blurred silhouette was strikingly alluring. Conqueror nodded, grasping a handful of soil, and declared, "What I hold in my hand is the revered Bas, which all inhabitants of the Sky Island yearn for. It brings forth life and nurturance. Just as you see the towering trees surrounding us and the colossal beasts that dwell here, all are bestowed by the Bas." Zoro interjected, "If that is the case, why do the Sky Islanders not choose to reside below, where such resources abound? Furthermore, I recall you mentioning that there are alternative means to descend from here. Therefore, it shouldn't be too arduous to journey down from this place." Zero shook his head, stating, "This is not the same, nor is it realistic." Observing Zoro's perplexed expression, he continued, "The Sky Islanders lead a life entirely distinct from ours. Their existence is sustained by clouds and shells, and they have established a fixed way of living. It would be exceedingly challenging for them to adapt to such a drastically different environment below. Moreover, Zero paused momentarily, hesitating as he gazed at Conqueror, saying, "The inhabitants of Sky Island generally possess wings, a rarity below. If they descend, they might become coveted trophies for certain influential figures. Such occurrences are not unheard of. I have heard tales of a mermaid island within the Grand Line, where peculiar preferences of certain individuals have forced mermaids into hiding. The true world is indeed darker than we can fathom." Zoro inquired, "Is that so?" Robin appeared to reminisce about some troubling past, her expression turning grave as she added, "Though it may sound exaggerated, this is indeed a reality." Conqueror remained silent, his demeanor seemingly unchanged by their discourse, perhaps indicating his long-standing disapproval of the notion of Sky Island dwellers relocating to the surface. Suddenly, Sanji approached, exclaiming, "I just heard you mention the existence of mermaids. Is that true? The legendary merfolk?" Zero nodded. "Indeed, it is true. The malevolent dragon we encountered earlier was a merman, residing in the same realm as the merfolk." Sanji seemed to recall the visage of the merman, his countenance darkening. Sensing his distress, Zero hastily interjected, "The true merfolk do not resemble that vile dragon. On the contrary, many are quite exquisite, differing only in their lower halves." Upon hearing Zero's clarification, Sanji's expression shifted, and an epiphany struck him as his eyes transformed into hearts. Repeatedly uttering, "Mermaid princess," Robin then turned to Zero, inquiring, "Zero, you possess knowledge of the existence of mermaids? Have you truly encountered them?" Zero, "Who knows?" He chuckled silently, causing Robin to furrow her beautifully shaped brows. Zoro, mermaids. Unbeknownst to him, he had already reclined backwards, his gaze fixed on the sky, seemingly lost in thought. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper appeared to be quite intrigued by the topic as well, rushing over to listen to Zero recount the tales of mermaids, completely disregarding the bonfire party. Chopper, "Zero, do mermaids ever come ashore?" Zero, "I have heard that when they reach a certain age, their lower bodies can transform into legs, allowing them to come ashore." Usopp, "To be honest, mermaid princess, I find myself quite intrigued as well." Zero, "If you ever have the chance to see her, you'll know what the mermaid princess looks like. Haha. Usopp, what? How mysterious." Luffy, "A mermaid is still a fish, right? Can we eat her?" Zero, "Well, Luffy, your idea seems rather perilous." Luffy, with a hint of regret, replies, "It's a pity I can't eat that." Zero spoke of the peculiar races he had encountered in the original narrative, such as the Longhand tribe with their dual-jointed arms and the enigmatic speaking skeletons from the mysterious seas. This revelation left Luffy and his companions in awe, as if their worldviews had been entirely reshaped. Eventually, the Cloud Wolves joined the conversation, with Chopper translating Zero's words for them, creating an unexpectedly harmonious scene. Chapter 97. Enel's sense of crisis in the dead of night. Everyone had succumbed to slumber. Usopp suddenly sprang up, his hurried demeanor suggesting an urgent need to relieve himself. After he had relieved himself by the shore, he was startled by strange noises emanating from the direction of the Mary. Thud, 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 rubbing his eyes. He found himself enveloped in thick fog, unable to discern clearly. Habitually employing his observation Haki, he glimpsed a vague figure hammering against the ship's hull. It seemed to sense his gaze, turning to reveal a grin that sent Usopp into a cold sweat. Before he could fully articulate his alarm, a hand reached out from behind him, silencing his words. Instinctively, he attempted to struggle, but a voice from behind brought him to a state of calm. "Do not be afraid. It is I." Zero released Usopp's mouth, wiping his somewhat sticky palms on his body before addressing Usopp. "Would you like to go and take a look?" Usopp replied, "Go over there? But that place." Zero reassured him, "Rest assured, with me around, you are completely safe." Observing Zero's earnest expression, Usopp swallowed hard, feeling an undeniable sense of security. After a moment's hesitation, he agreed to accompany Zero. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves by the side of the Mary. Usopp rubbed his neck, recalling how Zero had lifted him by it moments earlier. Fortunately, the ordeal was brief, or he might have met his demise suspended in midair. Upon their arrival, Usopp let out a soft exclamation, realizing that the sounds he had clearly heard from the opposite riverbank were now absent, and the peculiar figure he had seen earlier was nowhere to be found. Zero, do you recall the spirit of the ship I mentioned to you? Usopp displayed an expression of disbelief. Could it be? At midnight, Zero nodded. Indeed, the Mary should be repairing herself, striving to allow us to set sail once more. Usopp hurriedly began to circle the ship, and indeed, he discovered scattered nails and several wooden planks near a gaping hole. He stared blankly at the items on the ground, a surge of complex emotions rising from the depths of his heart, and he couldn't help but call out to his surroundings. "Mary, is that you?" Zero, enough of calling for it. If it wishes to emerge, it shall do so. You have more pressing matters at hand. With that, he handed a hammer to Usopp and turned towards the toolbox at the back, retrieving another hammer to mend the ship's gaping hole. More pressing matters, Usopp murmured, his eyes suddenly clearing. Indeed, the Mary itself is repairing, and I cannot afford to squander time. I must lend a hand. With that, he raised the hammer, took up the nails, and joined Zero in the restoration of the Mary. After a while, Zero, why are you staring at me? If you have something to say, just say it. Usopp, Zero, why don't you step aside and let me handle this? Zero, why? Usopp pointed at the spot he had just struck, where the opening seemed to have widened slightly. Zero could only force a smile, opting to assist him instead. Thus, the rhythmic sound of hammering once again echoed around the Mary. At that moment, Zero observed Usopp diligently repairing the ship and suddenly sensed something. Looking up, he noticed a vague figure retracting its head, prompting a smile to surface on his lips. The Mary. Meanwhile, somewhere in Appiato, the Sandians, unable to breach the defenses of the two priests, began to tire and gradually lost some companions over time, ultimately deciding to retreat. Just as Gadaz and Ohm prepared to pursue the Sandians, they received a message from Enel, halting their advance and redirecting them to the Shrine of the Gods. Before long, they stood before a grand entrance inscribed with the character for God. Before they could enter, a dispute erupted between them, stemming from the belief that failing to annihilate the Sandians was due to one another's shortcomings. As the doors swung open, their altercation escalated from outside to inside, where the attendants of the shrine, clearly accustomed to such scenes, refrained from intervening, allowing them to bicker freely. Suddenly, a thunderclap erupted from the heavens, striking down between them with such swiftness that it forced them to stagger back, both turning to gaze at the spot where the lightning had struck. Lord Enel. The figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, materializing on a long bench within, gazing at the two. You have grown negligent. Do you not fear meeting the same fate as Shandia and Azura? The two exchanged glances, and it was Ohm who spoke first. Lord Enel. What exactly is the situation with those two? Enel tossed an apple into the air, catching it between his teeth as he replied. They were defeated by those sea dwellers. Judging by your astonishment, I presume you thought it was Gopher. Haha. Gadaz's fist struck the cloud in frustration. Those sea dwellers actually, Enel interjected, it's regrettable now. And Gopher has already mingled among them. Previously, I delineated your operational area. That is no longer necessary. I declare that from this moment forth, the entirety of Appiato shall serve as your arena for trials. You are no longer bound by rules. Go forth and obstruct those sea dwellers at your leisure. Suddenly recalling something, he added, the Sandians are also within Appiato. I shall dispatch all divine warriors. Do not let me down. Ohm questioned, Lord Enel. Is it truly necessary to mobilize so many? Enel bit into another apple. Do not underestimate those sea dwellers. One among them eludes my comprehension. Should you fail to contain them, I may have to intervene myself. Not only did Ohm and Gadaz's expressions shift to surprise, but the attendant beside them also displayed disbelief. Someone could threaten Lord Enel? Enel clarified. It is not a matter of threat, merely a concern. Gadaz pressed. Who is this individual? Enel replied, you will know upon encountering him. Ohm asserted, whoever he may be, he shall not escape my iron trial. I am no weakling like Shanya or Azura. Gadaz countered, that man's life belongs to me. Ohm retorted, let us see who encounters him first. I refuse to be outdone. Gadaz challenged, we shall see. Enel interjected once more, halting their dispute. Do as you wish, time is of the essence. Wrap up all matters on this island swiftly. Yes. Chapter 98, Ineffective Assault. The following morning, everyone was astonished to find that the Mary had been completely restored. Although it bore numerous signs of repairs, it was once again seaworthy. Usopp boasted to the others about having completed the repairs overnight. Sanji remarked on the effort, and Zero chimed in. Usopp, let us not forget that the Mary worked hard as well. Usopp chuckled. Indeed, haha. Sanji queried, what are you two discussing? Usopp dismissed it with a wave, preparing to lower the ship from the altar, leaving Sanji somewhat perplexed. However, despite the repairs, the damage the Mary had sustained was not as severe as depicted in the original narrative, thanks to Zero's unintentional protection. Therefore, Usopp and Zero had not spent an excessive amount of time on the repairs the previous night. Usopp merely hoped that the Mary could carry everyone for a longer voyage. Nothing more. As Usopp was about to lead Chopper down the stairs to lower the Mary from the altar with the crow's nest, Zero suddenly called out to stop them. Usopp asked, "What's wrong, Zero?" Chopper inquired. Zero gently touched the little red bird perched on his shoulder and nodded, signaling it to take flight. With a cheerful chirp, the little red bird soared into the sky, its form expanding magnificently until it resembled the creature Chopper had encountered previously. Luffy exclaimed in wonder, "Wow, is that the little red bird? It can grow so large. How incredible." Nami added, "It's hard to believe that such a tiny creature could transform into something so immense, unless I saw it with my own eyes." Upon hearing Nami's words, Zero's thoughts took a playful turn. As he took a step forward, he stumbled slightly but quickly regained his composure. With determination, he leaped into the air and landed gracefully on the back of the little red bird. Strangely, although the bird's back was ablaze with golden red flames, Zero felt no sensation of burning. Instead, it radiated a comforting warmth beneath his feet. Without hesitation, he called out to Usopp, "Throw me the rope." Usopp, catching on, swiftly secured the bow of the Mary and tossed the other end of the rope towards Zero. Zero grasped the rope. The little red bird immediately understood and flew ahead, gradually assisting Zero in lowering the Mary from the altar. with a resounding crash. The Mary finally returned to the Cloud River, accompanied by a magnificent burst of clouds. Once Zero and the Little Red Bird landed on the deck of the Mary, they initiated their plan, dividing into two teams. One team, Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, Chopper, Robin, set off to seek treasure, while the other team, Nami, Zero, Usopp, remained for support. As they watched the Mary depart, Luffy and the others embarked on their quest for gold. Zoro declared, "We should go this way. The skull's right eye indicates we should turn right." However, in the next moment, Zoro turned and headed down the left path. Luffy retorted, "Honestly, Zoro, when will you overcome your sense of direction? It's clearly this way." With that, he walked towards the right. Sanji interjected, "You two fools. If you wander off, don't expect me to come looking for you. What do you think, Robin?" He turned to Robin, only to find her still gazing at the departing Mary. It was only after he prompted her that Robin examined the map Chopper had handed her and pointed to a route different from Luffy's and Zoro's. "According to this, we should be heading south." Zoro responded, "Is that so?" Luffy chuckled, "Wrong way again." Sanji exclaimed, "You two idiots." Zoro shot back, "What did you say, curly brow?" The two instinctively prepared to argue, but upon hearing Chopper mention that Robin and Luffy had already advanced a considerable distance, they merely exchanged some heated words before following suit. As they proceeded, Chopper suddenly sensed something amiss. He noticed a root in the rear that appeared to have a different color from the surrounding plants. Moreover, it seemed to move. "What is going on? Am I imagining things?" Chopper thought, growing increasingly frightened as his gaze remained fixed behind him. The others noticed Chopper's demeanor and turned to inquire, only to collectively observe the unusual, moving root. Luffy exclaimed, "What is that? It's moving." Zoro added, "It seems so." "What could it be?" Chopper, trembling, replied, Right? I noticed it earlier." Just then, their expression shifted to shock as they realized that the massive root was, in fact, a part of a gigantic serpent. With a thunderous roar, the serpent lunged toward them, prompting a frantic escape. Chopper cried out, "What should we do? Am I going to be eaten?" Luffy exclaimed, "What a huge snake." Robin remarked, "It must be influenced by this forest. I must say, its size is truly remarkable." Sanji urged, "Everyone, scatter. We need to find an opportunity to counterattack." Zoro declared, "Watch me. I'll slice it with my sword." With that, Zoro leaped onto a branch and unleashed a blue blade of energy toward the serpent below. 36 troubling winds. The blade struck the serpent, causing it to emit a pained roar and redirect its attention to Zoro above, coiling itself and launching toward him. Fortunately, Zoro jumped away just in time, avoiding being swallowed whole. Upon landing, he exclaimed, "Such a massive creature, yet it moves with incredible speed." In the next moment, upon witnessing the corrosive venom from the serpent's mouth devour the ground where he had just stood, he realized that this creature possessed not only terrifying destructive power but also a strong toxicity. He shouted to the others, "Run! This beast is poisonous. If it bites you, it will be perilous." Luffy exclaimed, "It's a venomous python." He attempted to strike the serpent with his rubber arms, but the serpent's skin proved too resilient, rendering his attacks less effective than Zoro's blade and nearly leading to his own consumption. Sanji, recognizing the gravity of the situation, shouted, "Everyone, we really must escape." Luffy suggested, "Let us split up. We'll regroup once we're out." Chopper agreed, "Okay." Robin nodded as well, using her abilities to extend arms from the branches and leading the way out. The group dispersed, fleeing in various directions. After a while, once they had evaded the serpent's pursuit, they paused, only to find that their companions had vanished, leaving them in a bewildering and unfamiliar environment. Chapter 99. The First Trial of the Impact Bell. Meanwhile, the Mary, propelled by the crow's bow, glided slowly along the Cloud River. Conqueror sat on the deck, recounting tales related to Sky Island to Zero, Nami, and Usopp, who listened intently. Conqueror began, "In fact, before Enel, I was the god of this place." Usopp waved his hand dismissively, "Don't joke around, old man. That is not amusing at all." The little red bird chirped, "Chirp." Nami added, "Indeed. No matter how you put it, that is just too absurd." Zero, "I must admit, I harbor a flicker of belief." Noticing the three individuals gazing in his direction, he absent-mindedly rubbed his nose and spoke. If he were not the ancient deity of the Sky Island, there would be no need for him to engage in such a fierce battle against Enel's priest for the sake of this nation. Whether it be for the protection of the inhabitants of the Sky Island or for us, he would not need to go to such lengths. Ganfuer, I appreciate your trust. Young man. Zero smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. Ganfu continued, "For 100 years ago, when Apayao first made its appearance here, it was nothing short of a divine blessing for the people of that time. Zero, I never expected to discover the indigenous people here, did you?" Ganfuer nodded, "Indeed. When they first landed on Apayao, they encountered the Sandia people. A conflict ensued on Apayao, ultimately resulting in the expulsion of the Sandia. This has led to their enduring desire to reclaim Apayao." Usopp, somewhat irate, exclaimed, "So you all are the villains, then?" Pierre immediately lunged forward, biting Usopp's head. "Little Redbird, eek." The meaning of its words remains a mystery, but Pierre, looking aggrieved, released Usopp's head, leaving Usopp writhing in pain. Ganfuer refrained from offering an explanation, tacitly acknowledging the previous inhabitants of Sky Island as marauders. Zero sighed inwardly, understanding the long-standing animosity that the Sandia held towards the Sky Islanders. Nami suddenly inquired, "Could you elaborate on Enel?" Ganfuer pondered for a moment before responding, "6 years ago, I am uncertain from which Sky Island they emerged. That Enel, accompanied by 4 warriors, appeared and swiftly defeated my goddess army along with the Sandia, subsequently seizing control of Appiato and ruling this land." As he recounted this painful episode, his expression grew complex, revealing a tapestry of anger and regret in his eyes. "Zero, when we first appeared here, we were indeed attacked by the Sandians, correct? What prompted such an action?" Golfer replied, "Occasionally, the islanders attempt to steal boats and flee, and the Sandians naturally perceive them as foes, launching an assault. My aspiration to become a Sky Knight stems from a desire to rescue as many as possible. It is possible that the Sandians mistook you for those who escaped from Apaya." The feeling of helplessness overwhelmed Zero. The inhabitants of Skypiea truly exhibited extremities. Fortunately, Kaido had yet to arrive here. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly teach the Scypian people a lesson they would deeply regret with a single blow of his thunderous might. Ganfuer interjected, "By the way, I had meant to ask yesterday, what exactly is this gold you speak of?" Upon hearing his inquiry, Zero realized that the concept of gold seemed rather foreign to the inhabitants of the Sky Island. After all, their realm was composed solely of clouds, and the most precious resource to them was the base, which bestowed life and growth. In comparison, gold, the hard currency of the surface world, would hold little significance here. It was only natural that Ganfuer remained unaware of its value. No wonder he had appeared unfazed the previous night, while his companions engaged in fervent discussions about seizing the gold from Appiato. The lack of understanding stemmed from this very reason. Aware of this, Zero chose not to elaborate further, should they comprehend the worth of such an item. It might incite unnecessary troubles. Better to avoid complications than to invite them. Thus, he deftly shifted the conversation, while Nami and Usopp, observing Zero's response, tactfully refrained from clarifying the concept of gold to Ganfuer, likely having gleaned some understanding themselves. Later, as Ganfuer elaborated on the notion of aerial combat, Usopp, intrigued, posed a question. In response, Ganfuer produced a red shell, adorned with numerous tiny holes, resembling the shell Usopp had encountered at Konis's abode. He instructed Zero to place the shell atop a wooden barrel and declared, "You may attack it with any weapon of your choosing." "Zero, do you have any weapons?" "A fist would suffice, wouldn't it?" "Ganfuer, if you're not afraid of pain, then it is indeed an option." Thus, Zero clenched his fist and brought it crashing down upon the shell. Bang! Zero suddenly emitted a soft gasp, gazing at the intact shell, which he recalled to be a type known as an impact shell, capable of absorbing the force of impacts and subsequently releasing it. Ganfuer raised his hand, intending to speak, but Zero interjected with a remark, quite intriguing. "Let me test its limits." With that, he lifted his fist once more. His forearm enveloped in a layer of shimmering black energy, and then he struck down with tremendous force. Boom! This time, the attack was entirely different from the previous one. Not only did the Mary shake under the impact, but fierce waves of force also radiated outward, spreading in all directions. The crowd barely managed to hold onto the railing to prevent being swept away. Usopp shouted, "Zero, stop. The Mary cannot withstand this impact." Zero immediately retracted his fist, and the turmoil aboard the Mary ceased abruptly. Nami, unable to contain herself, rushed forward and tapped Zero on the back, reproaching him, "Zero, honestly, please refrain from such actions next time. It's quite frightening." In truth, despite her fierce approach, her touch was exceedingly gentle. Had Luffy and the others been present, they would undoubtedly have protested loudly, questioning why the treatment varied so drastically among them. Zero, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and expressed his apologies to those present. He then held the impact shell in his hand and remarked, "This item is of rather good quality." Ganfu wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. In that fleeting moment, he had feared that the impact shell might have been damaged, yet it appeared to be completely unscathed. Clearing his throat, he turned to Zero and suggested, "Place it upon the wooden barrel and press down on the central protrusion to see what happens." Zero contemplated for a moment, choosing not to heed Ganfu's counsel. Instead, he aimed the impact shell at a towering tree not far away and, under the gaze of the onlookers, pressed down on the prominent center of the shell. Boom! A colossal, invisible shockwave surged towards the tree, instantly cleaving the massive trunk, which measured several meters in diameter. In half. Crash! The upper portion of the tree toppled at an angle, startling a cacophony of wild beasts and birds. Fortunately, it did not fall towards the direction of the Cloud River, or else the Mary would have been unable to proceed any further. After use, only fragments of the impact shell remained in Zero's hand. He picked up a piece and said, somewhat sheepishly, "I apologize. It seems I have damaged it." Ganfu inquired. Chapter 100, Side Effects. What is that? Though the impact shell was rendered unusable after Zero's first attempt, Ganfu was nonetheless deeply astonished. After all, the impact shell had been a long-standing artifact in the Sky Island, and he had never heard of anyone who could render it inoperative after a single use. Such power could rival even Enel, he mused. Meanwhile, in the shrine, Enel observed the same scene through the mind network. He could also sever a giant tree. But to achieve such destructive force with the impact shell suggested that the man's prowess was perhaps more formidable than he had initially surmised. A sudden thought crossed Enel's mind, causing his expression to shift unnaturally. Noticing this, a nearby acolyte inquired, "Lord Enel, is something troubling you?" Enel did not respond but instead murmured to himself, "With such a being like Aokiji now in existence, I wonder how it will affect my plans. Perhaps I should investigate." The acolyte's face paled at this revelation. Their deity, Enel, was finally preparing to take the field. This is the item frequently utilized during aerial combat. Known as the impact shell, it can absorb shocks and subsequently release them, posing a significant threat to ordinary lives if wielded skillfully. Ganfu explained as he retrieved another impact shell. After his explanation, he glanced at the fragments at Zero's feet and added, however, "The potency of the attack released by the impact shell is contingent upon the user's source of strength. An assault from a young man like him is something even Enel would struggle to withstand." Usopp, filled with pride, declared, "Of course. Zero is the mightiest among us on the ship. Enel is no match for him. Ha ha ha." Nami nodded in agreement. Zero merely touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. Deep down, he was acutely aware that relying solely on such shock shells, even with a significant enhancement in strength, would likely fail to inflict any harm on Enel. After all, Enel possessed the power of the Rumble fruit, rendering his body elemental and capable of transforming into lightning. Aside from Haki and Sea Stone, it was quite challenging to find anything that could threaten him. Of course, Luffy's fruit ability was an exception. Moreover, even if he were to sustain a fatal injury, he could use the electric currents to re-stimulate his heartbeat, much like Doflamingo, who had pushed his fruit abilities to their limits and possessed various means of self-preservation. In fact, in his previous world, opinions among fans regarding Enel's strength varied widely. Some claimed that had it not been for Luffy, Enel would have easily ranked among the 7 warlords, while others argued that he could rival the 4 emperors, though the debate ultimately yielded no definitive conclusion. Subsequently, Conqueror spoke of a rare ancient shell known as the Repel Shell, which boasted a power exceeding that of the Shock Shell by more than 10-fold. However, due to its overwhelming force, it could impose significant strain on the user's body and even pose life-threatening risks, resulting in limited usage among individuals. In addition to these 2 types, numerous other shells could be utilized in aerial combat. For instance, the heat shell could serve culinary purposes as well as be fashioned into weapons. One of the 4 priests, Shura, wielded a spear crafted from a heat shell. Additionally, heat shells could be placed in the mouths of animals, granting them the ability to breathe fire, as demonstrated by Shura's mount, the Sanji bird, which could unleash flames based on this principle. Nami remarked, "So that is how it is." Usopp replied, "Hearing this makes me quite intrigued. If used effectively, it should significantly enhance our capabilities." Upon hearing this, Ling immediately turned to Ganfu and inquired, "If possible, may I collect some of these shells? I find them quite fascinating." Ganfu did not decline and nodded affirmatively. "Certainly, that is not a problem at all." Zero expressed his gratitude with a simple thank you, and Usopp gave him a thumbs up in return. Naturally, Zero preferred ancient varieties of shells, such as the repulsion shell, which were far more practical than the impact shell as one progressed further into the storyline. As for any adverse effects, with proper physical training, one could minimize the impact to the barest minimum. He then cast a peculiar glance at Usopp, which sent a chill down Usopp's spine. Meanwhile, after a night of recuperation, the Shandians launched another assault on Aokiji. The previous night, Enel had eavesdropped on their plans using his mantra, dispatching his divine soldiers for an ambush and placing priests at strategic locations to prevent any incursions into the shrine. In the original narrative, the Shandians had barely entered the island before they clashed fiercely with the Shura. Ultimately, the battle concluded with the war demon Wiper using the repulsion shell to slay Shura, albeit sustaining injuries in the process. Due to the previous defeat of Shura by the Little Red Bird in its second form, they had not encountered Shura this time, but they still engaged in skirmishes with Enel's divine soldiers. Boom, boom, boom. The air resonated with the sounds of consecutive cannon explosions throughout Aokiji, accompanied by the clashing sounds of divine soldiers employing repulsion and cutting shells in retaliation, instantly turning the atmosphere lively. "Observe as I deliver a fatal blow with the cutting shell," exclaimed one divine soldier, leaping into the air from the impact shell beneath his feet. He unleashed invisible blades from the cutting shell in his grasp, toppling a Shandian warrior to the ground. As he landed and began searching for other foes, he suddenly heard a singing voice emanating from the path below. Peering down, he spotted a man wearing a straw hat. "Humph. Intruding in this place and daring to show such disrespect to Lord Enel. Watch as I teach you a lesson with the cutting shell." The divine soldier leapt down from the branch, poised to attack the man below. However, it seemed the man had eyes in the back of his head. Before the soldier could close the distance, he abruptly turned and extended his arm towards him. Bang! With a single strike, the divine soldier was knocked to the ground, unable to rise. "What the heck? I thought it was a goat. What a letdown," Luffy remarked, furrowing his brows in disbelief. "Forget it. Let's keep moving." With that, Luffy resumed his singing, his unique melody echoing through the jungle, attracting Wiper, the war demon, to his presence. Wiper confronted Luffy first, demanding, "What are you doing here, Sea Dweller?" Luffy was about to respond when Wiper reiterated, "I want to go easy on you." Let us finish you off together. Hearing this, Luffy clenched his fists. His fighting spirit ignited as he gazed defiantly at Wiper. That makes it much simpler. Let us have a duel. The two faced off. Chapter 101. Have you ever seen? Bang. Wiper fired a cannonball, which, upon striking Luffy, was deflected back by Luffy's inflated air shield. Boom. The explosion erupted behind him. Wiper fired several more cannonballs, only to have them all returned by Luffy's same tactic. This won't work on me, Luffy shouted at Wiper, prompting a raised eyebrow from him as he retrieved another shell from his magazine to load into the cannon. Boom. The cannon fired once more. This time, unlike before, it unleashed a powerful gust of wind. Luffy braced against the wind as Wiper pulled the trigger. The air exploded, igniting the gas emitted from the shell. How dangerous. Fortunately, Luffy narrowly evaded the blast, sustaining no significant harm, but the ignited gas bomb created a massive hole in the trees behind him. Witnessing such destructive power, Luffy had no choice but to dodge frantically under Wiper's onslaught. Eventually, growing impatient with evasion, Luffy coated his arm in Haki and launched another rubber attack. I won't lose to your cannon fire, rubber rocket. Wiper, unyielding, fired another gas bomb. In an instant, their attacks collided, resulting in a fierce explosion. Perhaps due to the dwindling gas in Wiper's shells, Luffy broke through the barrier formed by the gas bomb in a single exchange, delivering a powerful blow to Wiper's abdomen. Bang! Wiper was sent flying. Luffy, standing firm, let his Haki dissipate. Though his clothes were somewhat disheveled, he remained unscathed in battle. He was eager to pursue Wiper, but failed to notice a massive python opening its gaping maw behind him, lunging towards him. What? Where am I? Luffy's voice abruptly ceased, leaving only footprints on the ground. Meanwhile, Wiper struggled to rise from the ground, realizing Luffy had vanished from sight, thus turning his attention to the bandaged protrusion in his palm. If I use this again, even my body won't withstand it. This time, I must take down Enel. Without finishing his thought, Wiper hoisted the cannon, utilizing the wind shell beneath his feet to propel himself deeper into the jungle. On another front, Chopper found himself besieged by a joint assault from the Shandians and Divine soldiers, retreating in haste while regretting his presence in such a perilous location. Robin, on the other hand, had a much easier time. Upon arriving at the ruins, she encountered a Divine soldier's attack, which she effortlessly dispatched thanks to her abilities. In contrast, Sanji, though also in the jungle, continually brushed past Shandians and Divine soldiers without ever encountering them directly. He was perplexed, having heard the sounds of battle yet finding no one in sight. As for Zoro, he found himself facing one of the few formidable Shandians, Bram. The opponent wielded firearms that emitted flashes of light during attacks, obscuring the vision of his adversaries. Moreover, Bram excelled at employing cloud and wind shells in combat, leveraging remarkable mobility that had proven insurmountable for any Divine soldier he faced prior to encountering Zoro. Initially, Zoro had no intention of engaging, as his focus lay on the priest. Thus, he merely evaded or deflected Bram's gunfire with his sword. However, Bram relentlessly pursued him, forcing Zoro into combat. For most swordsmen, firearms were their nemesis, making close-quarters combat exceedingly difficult. Yet Zoro was an exception. Under Zoro's tutelage, he had begun to develop his observation Haki. Although not at Usopp's level, he could still discern the trajectory of bullets at close range. Consequently, when Bram fired, Zoro closed his eyes and, at the moment the bullets were about to strike, sliced them in half. Clang, 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 clang. Before Zoro, countless sparks erupted, yet they could not breach the barrier forged by his blade's light. Realizing he could not inflict harm, Bram circled around Zoro, attacking while searching for an opening. Suddenly, Zoro came to a halt. Though Bram was unsure of the reason, he would not let this opportunity slip away. He swiftly moved closer with a cloud-like speed, intent on striking him down. In the next moment, he heard Zoro proclaim, "Have you ever witnessed a flying slash?" Bram, taken aback by this query, barely had time to ponder it before Zoro raised his sword, positioning it beside him. 36 troublesome winds. A spiraling blade of light shot forth from Zoro's sword, striking Bram midair. With a resounding crash, Zoro sheathed his sword, gazing down at his fallen adversary with a sinister smile and said, "A survival game, you say? I shall join in." In a certain ruin of Appiato, a Sandian wielding a cannon fired a projectile, shattering the divine weapon before him. Just as he was about to depart, a figure clad in the same divine attire appeared before him, with long hair and a stout build. The seemingly unremarkable man was recognized by the Sandian as the commander of the divine warriors, Grand Mountain. "Your cannonball is not made of Sky Island materials, but rather the minerals of the Blue Sea, iron, correct? And what of it? Such a thing poses no threat to me." Despite Grand Mountain's assertion, the Sandian, Jiabao, remained undaunted, aiming his cannon at Grand Mountain and declaring, "Anyone who hinders us from defeating Enel must be dealt with." With that, he launched the cannonball. Unexpectedly, as the projectile neared its target, it altered its trajectory through an unusual maneuver, hurtling back towards Jiabao himself. Consequently, Jiabao was struck by the heavy iron ball, sent crashing into a nearby tree, struggling to cough as he fell to the ground. "Cough, cough. Allow me to end your life with a slashing blow." Seizing the moment, Grand Mountain lunged forward, ready to deliver a lethal strike with his blade, only to suddenly sense something amiss. He turned just in time to see a black shoe filling his vision. Neckmeat. Bang. Grand Mountain's eyes rolled back as he was knocked out in a single blow. Jiabao watched as Grand Mountain collapsed. A tall man clad in black leather pants appeared before him. The man lit a cigarette, strolling towards Jiabao, and, upon nearing, inquired, "Say, have you seen my companions?" Chapter 102. You think I don't exist, do you? While the Straw Hat Pirates engaged in multifaceted battles in Appiato, an uninvited guest had boarded the Mary. Bare-chested and with 4 thunder drums slung across his back, he gazed at the group with an indifferent expression, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Ganfor's demeanor grew serious. "What brings you here?" The man waved his hand dismissively, responding with a hint of exasperation. "No need for such an attitude. After all, it has been 6 years since we last met." Zero stepped forward, meeting his gaze. "Are you the deity of this place?" Enel? Enel let out a boisterous laugh. "Indeed, I am the god of this nation, the sovereign of all." Nami and Usopp's expression shifted dramatically. Gonfal interjected. "What is your purpose in all of this, Enel?" Enel replied, "Purpose? Whether it be myself, these Blue Sea folks, or the Scipients. Our ambitions are ultimately aligned. We all seek the fabled land of gold that once existed on this island." Gonfal questioned, "More gold?" Enel, surprised, remarked, "I didn't expect you to be aware of it as well. Are you also intrigued by this land of gold? Perhaps I should count you among my allies." Ha ha ha. As he strolled, he brushed past Zero and approached Gonfal. His demeanor was exceedingly relaxed, as if taking a leisurely walk. Yet none present dared to let their guard down. Suddenly, Usopp stepped forward. "Enel, you must leave the Going Merry at once. This vessel cannot withstand your meddling. If you do not depart, my 8,000 subordinates will not let you off easily." He brandished his slingshot, aiming it at Enel, though his arm trembled. His tone was resolute and powerful. Unexpectedly, Zero displayed remarkable bravery, stepping forward solely out of concern that Enel might wreak havoc aboard the Mary. His courage had significantly improved compared to before. Enel's expression darkened, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, reappearing behind Usopp with his finger extended menacingly. "Why not just remain quiet?" Nami shouted, "Usopp." As Usopp attempted to turn, the crackling sound of electricity surged behind him. An overwhelming sense of danger suddenly enveloping him. It was too swift. There was no escape. Realizing he might not evade the impending strike, his instinctive gaze darted toward Zero, only to find him vanished from his previous position. Simultaneously, another voice echoed behind him. "Enel, do you think I am invisible?" Whoosh. In that instant, Zero seized Enel by the head, forcefully pushing him aside, deliberately bypassing the railing of the Mary and plunging downward into the colossal tree below. Boom. The tree toppled with a resounding crash. Chirp. The little red bird cried out, swiftly soaring from the deck of the Mary, transforming into its second form, racing towards Zero. Side quest initiated. Defeat the god of Sky Island, Enel. Completing this task grants 2,500 experience points and 1 skill lottery ticket. Nami dashed to the edge of the Mary's deck, calling out loudly in the direction where Zero and the little redbird had disappeared. "Zero?" Usopp, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death, slumped to the ground, exclaiming, "Thank goodness, I thought I was done for." Gonfor approached the edge of the Mary, his tone grave as he remarked, "That young man, he actually managed to confront Enel." Before he could finish, he suddenly turned, glaring toward the bow of the ship. "Do not hide and skulk." Nami and Usopp quickly glanced over. In the next moment, 2 divine soldiers leaped from below the ship, standing on the railing of the Mary and introducing themselves. One was named Zhongwu and the other Xiaowu, vice priests of the shrine, come to avenge their elder brother. Usopp observed their physiques, recognizing a striking resemblance to one of the priests they had previously defeated, Sadali, and realized they were likely targeting him. Gonfor inquired, "Is your elder brother Sadali?" One of them spun around, affirming, "Indeed. If it weren't for you, elder brother Sadali would not have met such a fate. I shall make you pay with your lives." With that, he charged at Gonfor, palm outstretched toward him. Gonfor instinctively shielded himself with his cloak, only to suddenly catch a whiff of a foul stench, wrinkling his brow as he sensed he had been tricked. The assailant leaped back to his original position, spinning with his companion. "We brothers possess 4 shells, the fart shell, the heat shell, the wind shell, and the slashing shell. Care to guess which attack comes next?" Usopp protested seriously. "Attacking with farts? This is an unfair battle." Nami grimaced, "How disgusting." The 2 instinctively distanced themselves, but Usopp suddenly remembered he needed to protect the Mary, halting his retreat and positioning himself between Gonfor and Nami, leaving Nami bewildered, unsure of his reasoning. As Zhongwu and Xiaowu prepared to strike again, Gonfor charged ahead, aiming his spear at one of them, thrusting fiercely. The assailant laughed boisterously, raising his palm to counter Gonfor's attack. However, Gonfor crouched down, lifting his spear and launching the man into the air. Seizing the opportunity before the man could react, Gonfor aimed at his face and unleashed the impact shell. Bang! The man was sent flying. "Zhongwu!" The remaining one shouted, chasing after his fallen comrade to rescue him, but Gonfor's voice rang out from behind, "You can join him." Bang! After a wave of impact, he too was sent flying by Gonfor. Both men landed in the cloud river below, mercilessly mauled by the leaping cloud sharks. Their survival prospects grim. With the battle concluded, Usopp and Nami gazed at Conqueror in astonishment, repeatedly exclaiming their admiration. Incredible! So powerful! It's no wonder he was the previous god of Sky Island. I finally believe it now. Pierrot screeched and flew over, biting Usopp's head. This time, the little redbird did not intervene, leaving Usopp to suffer in Pierrot's grip, pleading for mercy. At that moment, having vanquished the two vice priests, Conqueror turned to the duo, saying, I apologize, but I am concerned about that young man in Enel's battle, so I must leave you. After summoning Pierrot, Usopp was finally freed from the bird's clutches. The two watched as Pierrot, transformed into a Pegasus, carried Conqueror away toward the direction where Zero and Enel had departed. Nami remarked, Usopp, it seems we've been left behind. Right? As a mere weak woman, you must protect me. Usopp retorted, who are you calling a weak woman? Thud. With a bump on his head, Usopp replied, sorry. Chapter 103, a pirate's battle. Just as Nami hesitated on whether to follow Conqueror, a small boat descended from the cloud river ahead of the Mary, revealing their old acquaintances. Konis and Pagaya, along with a little girl dressed in the attire of the Sandians. They explained their purpose, to escort the Mary and its crew to the exit of White Sea, also bringing the repaired Wibba that Luffy had previously requested. Pagaya remarked. Repairing the ship was no easy task, and it was quite complicated. Nami sensed an underlying message in Pagaya's words, staring at the restored Wibba, lost in thought. Somewhere in Apaya, hey, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Robin, where are you? Chopper called out the names of his companions in a place resembling a ruin. Behind him, one of the priests, Gatus, alongside a divine soldier, scrutinized a photograph to confirm whether Chopper was indeed the one they sought from the Sea of Clouds. Indeed. This is it, the pet of those Sea of Clouds people, Gatus declared, leaping behind Chopper to grab its attention while simultaneously declaring war. However, he habitually forgot he was rolling his eyes and neglected to speak, leaving Chopper perplexed by his actions, prompted by his divine soldier assistant. Gatus utilized the wind shell to leap into the air, raising his hand to conjure a massive swamp clouds to hurl down. While tossing it, he explained the effect of the swamp clouds. If you are struck by my swamp clouds, you will be unable to breathe and will slowly perish. However, he mistakenly targeted the assistant, and the massive swamp clouds directly landed on the assistant's head. Chopper watched helplessly as the assistant struggled to push the clouds away, only to succumb to suffocation, collapsing to the ground. Doctor! Doctor! Someone save him! Chopper exclaimed, realizing, wait, I am the doctor. Realizing the situation, Chopper hurriedly dashed forward, inadvertently evading the murky clouds projected by Gatas, who inwardly cursed in frustration. After a frantic attempt at rescue, he managed to revive the fallen aide, who immediately expressed gratitude to Chopper, thus severing ties with Gatas and choosing to stand with Chopper against him. To Gatas' surprise, this was the moment he truly understood rage. With a resounding thud, he unleashed a powerful punch, accelerated by the concealed wind shell in his elbow, knocking the aide to the ground. The speed was so swift that Chopper was taken aback. By the time he registered the aide's plight, thoughts of escape flooded his mind. I utilized an ancient breed of wind shell, boasting over tenfold the power of a standard one. However, its overwhelming force often resulted in torn sleeves. Watching Chopper retreat further, Gatas maintained his composure, speaking leisurely until he suddenly surged forward, overtaking Chopper in an instant. With a barrage of attacks raining down upon Chopper, the disparity in their strengths became evident, compounded by Chopper's instinctive urge to flee. He soon found himself battered and bruised, collapsing to the ground. Before consciousness faded, Chopper was flooded with memories of his comrades protecting him. Scenes flickered through his mind, culminating in the moment when the little red bird transformed into its second form, shielding the Mary and himself from the clutches of the priest. It was precisely due to my cowardice that I sought to escape, while my friends stood resolutely in front of me, defending me. This cannot continue. I must rise and embrace my identity as a true pirate. Thus, Chopper rekindled his fighting spirit and slowly advanced towards Gatas, finally grasping his calf. Let me go. Gatas retaliated with a forceful kick, but Chopper, utilizing leg enhancement, leaped into the air, gazing down at him. Foul. The sky is not your domain. Descend at once. Gatas declared, activating the wind shell to ascend. Unbeknownst to him, Chopper had stealthily snatched one of the wind shell-embedded shoes, leaving Gatas to flounder awkwardly in midair. Seizing the opportunity, Chopper executed a powerful hoof strike, sending Gatas plummeting into the murky clouds below. As Chopper descended, he noticed Gatas attempting to struggle free, prompting a fearful shout from him. In response, Gatas accelerated with the wind shell, his inverted position allowing him to dive even faster, vanishing from Chopper's sight. It is worth noting that in Oda's original manga, Gatas, due to the effects of the wind shell, fell into the sea and encountered a companion. Together, they opened a hot spring inn, leading a life of comfort. Upon witnessing this scene, Zero mused about Oda's creativity, finding the circumstances somewhat outrageous, a priest enduring such a fall with no repercussions, his resilience rivaling that of Kaido. Wonderful, he didn't come back up. Chopper sighed in relief, plopping down onto the ground. However, a sudden sound behind him jolted him back to alertness. Who is there? Chopper? Is that you? Sanji. Recognizing the newcomer, Chopper rushed forward, clinging to Sanji's leg. Lamenting the ferocity of the recent battle, Sanji could only offer reassurances, proclaiming that Chopper was finally capable of standing on his own. This acknowledgement sparked a gleeful dance from Chopper, who could hardly contain his joy. Now that he had found Chopper, where were Zoro, Sanji, and Robin? I must quickly locate Robin. I cannot allow her to come to harm. Thus, Sanji and Chopper, each accompanied by a reindeer, set off to search for their companions. As they walked, Chopper inquired, Sanji, what is it? Can you use observation Haki? That would surely make finding them easier. Unfortunately, I cannot. Oh, I see. Your expression seems rather disdainful. I do not. Damn it, I will train rigorously in Haki upon my return, then Robin will surely fall head over heels for me. Hee hopeless. Unbeknownst to them, Robin was not too far away, traversing the depths of an ancient ruin, having descended into a more magnificent subterranean world. A soft thud echoed as she landed. Dust swirled around her. The commotion had frightened the local fauna into retreat, leaving an eerie silence in the aftermath. As Zero grew increasingly impatient, a figure slowly emerged from the dust before him. Approaching Zero, the figure declared, You've hurt me. Humph, without such provocations. You would threaten my companions, and I cannot permit that. Ha ha ha, such bravado. Let me gauge your true strength. Come forth. Chapter 104, Clash of Titans. Clang. Join me in battle, O fearsome dragon. Zero spoke, raising the astonished dragon before him, its blade enveloped in a shroud of armed color, and flashed a grin at Enel. The edge of the sword seemed to mirror his smile, glinting with a chilling brilliance at its tip. Swish. Zero swiftly appeared before Enel in an instant. Enel was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to react, instinctively attempting to endure the assault with his elemental form. It was only when the blade emanated the chilling aura of death that he abruptly transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from the spot. With a resounding crash, the blade's radiance erupted before the startled dragon, the forceful strike cleaving a long fissure in the ground below, which extended to the trunk of a nearby tree. Splitting it in two, each half crashing down with a thunderous roar. What just transpired? Reflecting on the earlier scene, Enel displayed an expression of astonishment. It was not due to the strike before him. He could have easily achieved such a feat himself. However, the sensation of impending death that accompanied the blade was something he had not experienced in a long time. At that moment, perceiving Enel's bewilderment, Zero resumed his stance and spoke slowly. For those with natural abilities, aside from substances like sea prism stone, there exists another power that can inflict harm upon you. And that is Haki. Enel elongated his voice in curiosity. Haki? What is that? I have never heard of it before. Zero, why not give it a try to find out? As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards Enelu once more, swiftly maneuvering behind him to deliver a strike. Clang. Enelu intercepted Zero's assault with his golden weapon, unleashing a flurry of sparks that cascaded between them, each droplet eroding the clouds beneath, leaving minuscule marks. Suddenly, Enelu felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, and in the next moment, crimson liquid erupted forth. Instantly, he unleashed a surge of electricity from within, enveloping himself in a protective aura, which ultimately forced Zero to retreat. It was only at that moment, as he felt the throbbing pain coursing through his body, that Enel came to believe the man's earlier claims. He indeed possessed the ability to inflict harm. Realizing this, Enel began to reassess the man before him. As a native of Qinghai, you are worthy of being a rival to a deity. He raised his finger, pointing decisively at Zero. 10 million volts. A blue electric light rapidly coalesced at Enelu's fingertips, and in the next instant, it shot towards Zero with tremendous force, as if intent on devouring everything in its path. Confronted with this current capable of incinerating even the largest sea kings, Zero gripped the dragon of surprise tightly. The blade's edge once again igniting with brilliance as it collided with the electric surge. Boom. A violent shockwave erupted upon their clash, radiating outward and causing their garments to ripple wildly, settling only after a considerable time. Zero tilted his head, directing the blade's tip towards Enel. It seems that even gods are not all that impressive. Enel's forehead bulged with tension as he struck the thunder drum behind him, instantly conjuring a thunderbird poised to take flight before him. At 30 million volts, the thunderbird was unleashed. Crackle. The thunderbird flapped its wings, resembling a mere bird yet possessing a speed akin to lightning, arriving before Zero in the blink of an eye. The moment Zero swung the blade of the thunder dragon towards the thunderbird, a brilliant radiance erupted upon contact. The sword technique, apple. Ziz. Ziz. The blade and the thunderbird clashed, generating a searing heat that enveloped the surroundings. In a moment of decisive clarity, I withdrew, and the collision between the two forces erupted in an explosion. Boom. The silhouette of Zero retreated rapidly, his mind racing with thoughts. Indeed, Enel's strength was far more formidable than it appeared in the anime. Unlike the previous encounter with the Navy captain, this did not evoke the same sense of pressure. It became evident that Luffy's victory over Enel in the original storyline was significantly influenced by luck, based solely on the abilities displayed moments ago. Alongside Enel's vast network of lightning, few within the Navy could rival him. It was likely that he possessed the strength of a warlord of the sea. Suddenly, as Zero contemplated his next course of action, a bolt of lightning flickered to his right, revealing Enel's form. This is the price you must pay for offending a god. 30 million volts, lightning beast. He struck the thunder drum, summoning a ferocious lightning creature resembling a wolf or tiger before him, which charged once more at Zero. With a fearsome roar, the lightning beast bared its electric fangs, poised to sink its teeth into Zero's very flesh. Zero seemed to finally take notice of the thunder beast that had suddenly appeared beside him, slowly turning his head, only to find that the creature was almost upon him. At that moment, Enel displayed a fierce expression, as if he had already foreseen the imminent scene of the thunder beast striking Zero. However, a sharp cry suddenly pierced the air. Following that, a fiery red figure descended from the sky, its claws seizing the thunder beast that was about to lunge at Zero, pinning it firmly to the ground. Bang! The thunder beast let out a roar, attempting to rise in defiance, only to be met with a blast of flames from the fiery figure, which obliterated it in an instant, leaving behind only a charred mark on the ground. The little red sparrow, with a chirp. The little red sparrow nodded at Zero before transforming into a streak of crimson light, landing in his palm and morphing into a long sword that he grasped firmly. Zero sheathed his sword, raising the blade before him. His fingertips glided along the sword's length to its tip, feeling the exhilaration conveyed by the little red bird perched there. And he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement himself. We are to battle together once more, little red bird. In contrast, Enel's expression was one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that his assault would be so effortlessly thwarted. Indeed, this man was formidable. At that moment, Enel seemed to have an epiphany. He planted his weapon into the ground, raising his right hand towards Zero, and uttered words that surprised him. After my recent evaluation, you possess the qualifications to accompany me. What do you say? Would you like to join me on this boundless land? Pausing for a moment, Enel continued, according to the original plan. This trial was essentially a game to select companions. From the initial 82 participants, I will choose the final 5 to journey with me to that dream destination. As a strong individual, you may be granted a place early on. What do you think? Consider becoming one of us. Upon hearing this, Zero regarded him with a look of incredulity, as if appraising a fool. This fellow must be quite deranged, he thought. Without a moment's hesitation, he declined. No, thank you. I wish to assist our captain in becoming the Pirate King. As for your offer of companionship, I'm not interested. Enel had anticipated that Zero would acquiesce. Yet he was taken aback by the swift refusal. Furrowing his brow, he grasped his weapon once more, aiming it at Zero while shaking his head in disappointment. It's a pity you want to join us. Thus, I have no choice but to ensure your demise here. With that, the two adversaries once again charged at one another, engaging in a fierce clash. Chapter 105. Underestimating the enemy. At that moment, as Zero battled Enel, a figure hovered in the air, observing their confrontation. No, it was a person accompanied by a flying horse. To be able to contend with Enel to such an extent, that man is truly powerful. Ganfu were mused, his gaze locked on to the unfolding battle. If he could defeat Enel, perhaps we and the Shandians might find a path to reconciliation. Victory is imperative. Beside him, Pierre nodded in agreement. However, his posture suggested a reluctance to approach too closely, wary of being caught in the collateral chaos of their fierce conflict. The battle between Zero and Enel rages on. Boom. Zero once again thwarted Enel's assault. Observing his expression at this moment, he appeared remarkably at ease. In truth, this was indeed the case, with the assistance of the little red sparrow. Enel's attacks could no longer inflict any harm on Zero, and the pressure from earlier had quietly dissipated. In stark contrast, Enel felt an overwhelming surge of intense energy whenever Zero's longsword drew near, as if he were on the verge of being consumed by flames at any moment. The dilemma lay in the fact that his very essence was lightning. It defied logic for lightning to be incinerated. Suddenly, he recalled the scene where his thunder beast was vanquished by that fiery sparrow, leaving him uncertain about the aforementioned predicament. Nevertheless, if an attack of 30 million volts proved ineffective, surely an assault of 60 million volts would yield results? With this thought in mind, Enel slightly bent forward under Zero's gaze and struck the thunder drum behind him. This time, it was 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Roar. A sound even more resounding than before erupted from the forest, followed by the emergence of a colossal thunder dragon, entirely composed of lightning, charging towards Zero with unparalleled might. At last, this encounter bore some semblance of difference. Zero charged forward, the crimson energy coalescing upon his longsword, and subsequently collided head-on with the thunder dragon. To Enel's astonishment, his thunder dragon was unexpectedly cleaved in twain by Zero's sword, the rupture extending from its very front to the tail, instantly severing it in half. Is this truly your most formidable attack? Zero remarked languidly. It still falls short, Qinghai dweller. Enel, incensed, unleashed a tempest of electrifying energy that enveloped his entire being, intertwining into the magnificent form of a colossal thunder deity. Behold my ultimate manifestation, 200 million volts, the thunder god. Even if you wish to flee now, escape shall be impossible. With a crackling sound, as Enel spoke, a spear of lightning rapidly coalesced in his grasp. In that moment, his every movement bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary thunder god, endowed with extraordinary might. Whoosh! The lightning spear was launched forth by Enel. Suddenly, Zero burst into laughter. Now this is truly exhilarating. I shall play with you wholeheartedly. With a flourish of his sword, he unleashed the fiery technique known as the Fire Dragon, Phoenix version. With a swift motion, the dragon surged forth from Zero's longsword, ferociously lunging towards the spear. Following the release of their attack, neither combatant lingered in place. They charged once more at one another. Boom. A violent explosion erupted at the moment of their collision, causing the very fabric of space to tremble and sending nearby trees crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, across various locales in Apaya, curious onlookers took notice of this extraordinary commotion, wondering who had instigated it, while some prepared to investigate the source of the disturbance. Except for Luffy, who remained trapped within the belly of the giant serpent. Having just discovered a piece of gold he wished to cherish, he was reminded of his confinement and, in a moment of distraction, discarded it, resuming his search for an escape route. Thankfully, Nami was not present. Otherwise, Luffy would undoubtedly have to contend with her affectionate punches. At that moment, Ganfor managed to steady himself amidst the tremors and, seeing that the chaos below was subsiding, called out to Pierre to descend and investigate. With a squawk, Pierre obliged, carrying Ganfor down to the scene. Upon arrival, their expressions morphed into sheer astonishment. Not only had the surrounding trees been toppled, but a massive semicircular crater had formed in the center, where a man stood, his longsword transformed into a red-feathered bird perched upon his shoulder, emitting a series of chirps. This individual was none other than Zero. Ganfor leaped down, inquiring about Zero's condition. "How are you, young man? Are you all right?" "Not much. Just let Enel escape," Zero replied. He had not received any notification from the system regarding the completion of his task. Using his observation Haki, he sensed the absence of Enel's presence, indicating that he must have fled. "Damn it. Had I known, I would have used Conqueror's Haki to ensure his defeat." Zero, filled with resentment, remarked that he had underestimated his opponent, failing to exert his utmost effort from the very beginning. He had not anticipated that Enel would resort to such tactics, fleeing when faced with defeat. How could this behavior possibly align with the title of a deity? Although Ganfor, who was opposite Zero, was unaware of what Bakon was, he expressed his regret by saying, "To have forced Enel to this extent is quite remarkable. I never anticipated that you possess such formidable strength." Zero smiled, his thoughts lingering on the old man, pondering that perhaps he had had enough. Failing to defeat Enel was already a significant setback, and yet, there he was, still offering praise. Ganfor, after speaking, cast another glance at the scattered debris. He couldn't help but feel that both their strengths were rather exaggerated, capable of unleashing devastation akin to a natural disaster. It was hard to believe without witnessing it firsthand. Consequently, he found Enel's power increasingly inscrutable. What level of strength must he attain to rescue the divine crew that once followed him and save this nation? Subsequently, the two parted ways. Ganfor mentioned he would check on the shrine, while Zero, concerned for his companion's safety, intended to return to the Mary. Just as they departed, others began to arrive at the scene. What kind of assault could have caused this? Was it truly Lord Enel? No, there were traces of another. Someone had fought alongside Lord Enel here. Who could it be? They were no longer present, leaving the outcome of the battle unknown. At that moment, they suddenly recognized their foes across from them and swiftly resumed their standoff, rallying toward one another amidst a chorus of battle cries. In the ruins of Sandora, Enel trudged to the nearly desolate streets, his gait unsteady, his right hand pressed against his shoulder, his expression weary. It was evident that during the recent confrontation, although he had managed to escape, his body had sustained grave injuries. The final sword technique had nearly overwhelmed him, consuming the majority of his stamina, leaving him no choice but to seek refuge in the Sandora ruins for a brief respite. That man, when next we meet, I shall not let him escape. Enel gritted his teeth in determination. In the following moment, he sensed something, lifting his gaze toward a particular direction, his expression shifting to one of surprise. How could there be someone here? Chapter 106, A New Weapon? I wonder how he is now. On the Mary, Nami leaned against the railing, staring blankly at the distant forest, deeply worried about Zero's current predicament. As for the other companions, while she harbored concerns for them as well, she reasoned that they were merely in search of treasure and should not encounter great peril. However, Zero had faced the so-called god of the sky, Enel, which was undoubtedly far more dangerous. Moreover, she was slightly troubled by the unsettling sounds that had occasionally emanated from the island. She wondered if they were somehow related to Zero. Usopp, I think she turned around, intending to tell Usopp on the deck that she wished to check on the situation on the island, only to suddenly be enveloped in a warm and familiar embrace. What are you up to? Hearing Zero's voice again, Nami quickly looked up, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. Zero. Yes, I'm back, he replied with a smile, holding Nami close once more. She made no resistance, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Suddenly, Zero, you're back? Upon hearing Usopp's voice from behind, the two released each other. Nami, her cheeks flushed, turned away, while Zero maintained a composed demeanor as he responded to Usopp. Yes, I'm back, but unfortunately, that Enel managed to escape. Usopp gasped. No way, he fled? Wait, if I heard correctly, did you just say Enel got away? Zero nodded. Usopp was astonished, exclaiming that he was the god of this sky island. He had thought that Zero had escaped from Enel's subordinates, but it turned out that Zero's strength had grown so formidable. Zero, enough of this discussion. I find myself somewhat concerned that he may return to assault the Mary. Usopp gasped. That makes sense. I must prepare myself. Zero, are you prepared? As he spoke, Usopp had already turned his back towards him, striding purposefully towards the cabin, seemingly in search of something within. Zero glanced at Nami, who shook her head in response, indicating her lack of understanding regarding Usopp's intentions. They decided to let him be. Shortly thereafter, the sound of clinking and clattering emanated from the cabin. On the other side of the ship, Konis and Pagaya were also privy to the conversation between the two. Initially, they were skeptical. But Pagaya remarked that if Enel had not been defeated and had overheard their exchange, he would undoubtedly unleash a storm of wrath upon them. However, the absence of any ominous signs of thunder indicated that Zero might indeed be speaking the truth. Realizing this, both of them displayed expressions of disbelief. Struggling to fathom that the seemingly gentle man aboard the ship could rival their god of the sky, Konis began, "Father, that man might." She did not finish her thought, but Pagaya understood her implication. He remained silent, for after all, certainty is a rare commodity. They were merely ordinary individuals who had risked their lives to arrive here, and it was already beyond their limits to contemplate further. Yet, Konis pressed her lips together, and a glimmer of determination began to shine in her eyes. Zero was acutely aware that they were discussing him, and he also knew that. Apart from the two of them, there was a little girl from Sandia on the ship. Although he had long forgotten the original reason for their presence here, he found himself unconcerned. Later, Nami inquired about Ganfer's whereabouts, to which Zero replied that he had gone to the shrine. Nami chose not to press further and instead shifted the conversation towards their upcoming plans. As their discussion progressed, Nami's expression suddenly changed. "What are you doing?" In an instant, Zero turned his gaze towards Nami, only to witness the little girl from Sandia leap off the railing. Simultaneously, Nami, after the girl had plunged into the water, shed her clothing, revealing her upper body clad solely in a bikini, preparing to leap into the sea to rescue the child. Zero firmly grasped Nami's wrist. "Stay here. I shall go." With that, he leapt from the deck, momentarily suspended in midair using the moonwalk technique. As the little girl began to sink, he seized her hand, pulling her back to safety. "Let me go." The girl protested, struggling to free herself from Zero's grip, but her efforts were futile. Zero held her securely as they landed back on the ship. Nami swiftly retrieved a towel, wrapping it around the girl to shield her from the chill. At that moment, Cornus and Pagaya emerged from a corner of the deck, anxiously inquiring about the girl's well-being. However, when they turned to look at Zero, they were frozen in place, startled by the enormous head looming behind him. "Zero, behind you," Nami exclaimed. As Zero slowly turned, a colossal python's head came into view. His initial thought upon seeing it was that this seemed to be the legendary Sky Sovereign, Apaya, who had lived for centuries. In the original storyline, it appeared that there was an unspoken connection between it and Luffy. Reflecting on this, Zero instinctively employed his observation Haki to sense the colossal serpent's interior. But he discerned nothing and had to abandon the effort. Suddenly, the giant python let out a deafening roar, and its peculiar movements confirmed Zero's suspicions. Luffy was likely already swallowed whole. Observing the python's inclination to approach, Zero unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, an aura of terror emanating from his gaze. This caused the serpent's eyes to regain a semblance of clarity, betraying a hint of fear, and to the astonishment of onlookers, it turned and retreated back into the depths of the forest. "Zero, you all go ahead. I shall follow and observe." "Nami, Zero, why?" "Zero, Luffy is inside the creature." "Nami, no way." Her eyes suddenly filled with terror, as if she had realized something dreadful. When her gaze returned to Zero, he had already utilized the moonwalk to traverse the sea of clouds between the Mary and the island, delving deeper into the forest. Without hesitation, Nami turned to Cornus and Pagaya, saying, "Please maneuver the ship to the designated position. I must follow her onto the island. If we encounter any danger, just call Usopp from the cabin." With that, she leapt from the deck of the Mary onto the formidable vessel brought by Pagaya, ready to venture into the island. Unbeknownst to her, as she jumped, the little Sandia girl also leapt after her, leaving Cornus and Pagaya exchanging glances atop the Mary. "Father, let us heed her words. After all, we are here to assist." Agreed. Having reached a consensus, the duo prepared to navigate the Mary towards the location Nami had indicated. Chapter 107. The turmoil of the clouds. It did not take long for Zero to catch up with the Sky Lord that had swallowed Luffy. He accelerated with the moonwalk, positioning himself directly in front of the colossal serpent to intercept it. Now, the question remained, how could they extract Luffy from the belly of this beast? With arms crossed, Zero stood still, as a little red sparrow flitted around him in circles, incessantly chirping. It seemed to offer him methods akin to those used to induce a colossal python's digestion, including peculiar items to facilitate the creature's excretion. Upon hearing these suggestions, Zero resolutely shook his head. "Too troublesome. I might as well make it regurgitate, as that would be the quickest solution." No sooner had he uttered these words than the python abruptly went into a frenzy once more. The enormous trees around it were ruthlessly severed, reminiscent of mere toys in its wake. Following this, it opened its vast maw and suddenly unleashed a torrent of liquid in Zero's direction. Observing the corrosive pits forming upon the clouds, it was evident that the substance was toxic. Goodness, this creature is seriously ill. Zero swiftly evaded, not wishing to test his fully armed Haki against the vile venom. But the chances of failure were minimal. The prospect was simply repulsive. At that moment, as he maneuvered to avoid, a stout tail suddenly descended from an overhead angle. Instinctively, Zero raised his hands to shield himself, only to be propelled away by the force. Whoosh. Crash. Under that immense power, Zero was sent plummeting beneath the clouds. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he had arrived in the land of Sandora. As depicted in the original narrative. Hey, Chopper, be careful not to fall. He heard Sanji shout from below. Chopper quickly turned his head to respond, don't worry. I'll be careful. After saying that, he swiftly turned back, feeling a twinge of fear upon glimpsing the ground below. Not long before, Chopper and Sanji had been unable to locate the other members and decided to ascend to the shrine in hopes of fortune, climbing steadily up the enormous vines. Just as they passed through a cloud layer and prepared to continue their ascent, a long white whip suddenly shot down from the clouds, striking above them. What is happening? Chopper exclaimed, frightened and falling. Sanji, witnessing this, jumped up to catch Chopper, curling his body to mitigate their impact as they landed on the clouds. Upon standing, the white whip attacked once more, and Sanji covered his legs with Haki to confront it. Clang. Sparks erupted before Sanji. What kind of weapon is this? Clouds? How can they be so solid? Sanji grumbled, yet remained vigilant, applying force once again to kick the white whip back. Simultaneously, a man wielding a long-bladed weapon appeared before them, accompanied by a colossal dog towering over them. Sanji and Chopper recognized him. Having previously been informed by Conqueror about the four priests, including their characteristics and powers, they were indeed Priest Ohm and his pet, the sacred Ohm, Sea Dweller. You possess strength to withstand my iron clouds, but with Sacred and me here, you shall not ascend. Sanji lit a cigarette, responding without hesitation in that case. I'll have to incapacitate you before proceeding. Chopper exclaimed, Sanji, you're so cool. Just as the two exchanged heated words, Weber landed on the clouds with the cannon, unhesitatingly firing a shot at them. Boom, boom. Explosions rocked the clouds, drawing their attention to the newly arrived Sandian. Following Weber's entrance, Conqueror descended on Pierre from the vines, confronting Ohm, demanding answers about the devastation at the shrine. Questioning the whereabouts of his divine team and what Enel intended to do. But that was not the end. A gigantic south bird also dropped Zoro onto the clouds, landing right among the group. Upon landing, Zoro remained oblivious to the battlefield's changes, greeting Chopper and Sanji before turning to Ohm, threatening, there's a fierce-looking guy here. Hey, hand over the gold. Weber, where did this guy come from? Conqueror, aren't you from that ship? Chopper, Zoro, Sanji, is he an idiot? Ohm, humph. Since you've all arrived, I can dispose of you collectively. The situation once again became tense. Suddenly, Conqueror took the initiative, charging at Ohm with a spear, prompting Weber to aim his cannon at Conqueror, halting his advance. Conqueror, don't obstruct me. Weber scoffed, it matters not. Anyone who steps on Appiato's soil is my enemy. Especially you, the former god, I must eliminate you. With that, he fired another cannonball at Conqueror, forcing him further from Ohm, as Conqueror landed amidst the ruins. Several priests and Sandians emerged, engaging in chaotic battle with cannonballs and shockwaves, while Conqueror and Weber clashed amidst the tumult. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding cannon fire erupted in the clouds, thick smoke billowing skyward, attracting even more distant onlookers. At this moment, Sanji discarded his cigarette, addressing Ohm, all right. Let us not waste time. We still haven't found Robin, and I'm quite irate. Saying this, he once again coated his legs with Haki and swiftly moved across the clouds, quickly closing in on Ohm, then leaping high to deliver a powerful kick. In response to the fierce assault, Ohm calmly uttered a single word, sacred. At once, the colossal dog appeared at Sanji's side with astonishing speed, striking Sanji midair. Bang. Sanji was sent flying. Chopper shouted, Doctor, Doctor, and rushed towards Sanji. Ohm continued, actually, my primary profession is beast tamer. Sacred has learned many techniques under my training, including boxing. As Sanji descended, sharp iron clouds suddenly pierced upward from beneath him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He narrowly evaded, only to see the same traps emerge behind Chopper, urgently shouting, don't come over. Pfft. Chapter 108, Task accomplished, defeating the four priests. Oh, and by the way, the iron cloud traps you just encountered were set by me. One misstep could cost you your life, Ohm remarked. Watching as Sanji was forced away by Sacred and the iron cloud traps, with a little tail following behind. Nearby, Zoro frowned. What are those two doing? He seemed somewhat disappointed in their antics, then unsheathed his cursed sword, pointing its tip at Ohm. All right, since my companions have left you to me, it's time for me to have a duel. Hearing Zoro's declaration, Ohm regarded him intently, a flicker of interest gleaming beneath his sunglasses. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Ohm noticed that Zoro had navigated through a path laden with iron cloud traps, yet every step he took was precisely upon safe ground, as though he had foreseen the traps, which took him by surprise. Zoro, noticing Ohm's expression, smirked, I'm not that foolish chef from earlier. Such traps are no challenge for me. Ohm, could it be you possess the observation Haki? Zoro, who would bother with that? I only utilize observation Haki. Upon finishing his words, Zoro suddenly lunged towards Ohm, the blade shimmering with a chilling crimson light, the edge closing in an instant. Swish. Ohm's weapon unexpectedly elongated. Clang. The cursed blade collided with the iron cloud. Ohm intended to utter some taunts, but the weapon in the swordsman's hand suddenly emanated a dark aura, swiftly enveloping the entire blade. Ripping sound. the iron cloud was sliced apart. By the time Om realized this, numerous cracks had already appeared on the iron cloud. He immediately transformed it into a wall, augmenting its density and thickness, thus averting the calamity of having the iron cloud obliterated by the cursed blade. Observing this, Zoro jumped back, to which Om remarked, "Strange swordsman, your blade can indeed cut through my iron cloud, but that is all there is to it. My iron cloud can morph into various forms. You will not breach my defenses. That remains to be seen. How can one know without trying?" Zoro replied with a smirk, preparing to strike at Om once more, only to be momentarily distracted by the sudden appearance of a gigantic hound. The colossal beast stood upright, racing in circles atop the ruins, sharp iron clouds erupting from its back, extending upward and soon encircling the area in a semicircular formation. Om declared, "You are only now noticing? It is too late. Once the trial of iron commences, there is no escape. My trial has a survival rate of 0. Zoro, however, seemed unfazed. "Although I am unsure of where our foolish chef has wandered off to, allowing this great dog to wreak havoc, it matters not. My fighting spirit has ignited. I hope you can provide me with more enjoyment." Whoosh. His figure flickered as he launched another fierce assault against Om. Clang. After initially suffering from the effects of Haki, Om instinctively reinforced the density of the iron cloud whenever he attacked, seeking to withstand Zoro's lethal strikes. Yet, this was merely sufficient for defense. Faced with Zoro's agility, comparable to his own mastery of Haki, each of Om's counterattacks was deftly evaded or parried, gradually placing him in a position of disadvantage. Unlike the original narrative, bolstered by his mastery of Haki and nascent observation Haki, Zoro dominated the confrontation from the outset, leaving Om without an opportunity to retaliate. Realizing he could not contend with Zoro, Om deliberately maneuvered him towards an area dense with iron cloud traps, hoping to utilize the terrain to his advantage against the swordsman before him. Unexpectedly, Zoro unleashed a blade of light that forced Om back. Into Om's astonishment, Zoro drew 2 additional weapons from his waist. "It seems you have no other means. I shall conclude this swiftly," Zoro stated, biting one of the blades and continuing unaffected. First life, 36 troubles of wind. Second life, 72 troubles of phoenix. Third life, 108 troubles of wind. In an instant, the blade cut forth. Buzz. 3 azure blades shot from Zoro, intertwining in a spiraling assault, akin to a fierce beast lunging at Om. Om hastily transformed the iron cloud into a wall, attempting to fend off Zoro's assault once again. But the wall barely held for a moment before being pierced by the blade, striking him fiercely. Splatter. Blood gushed from Om, and he collapsed to the ground. Thus, all 4 priests were defeated one after another by the Straw Hat Pirates. Meanwhile, the battle between Conqueror and Wiper had yet to reach its conclusion, escalating towards a boiling point. Surrounding them were fallen Shandians and divine warriors, mirroring Om's fate, having met their demise prematurely. As for Sanji and Chopper, although they initially found themselves ensnared by the iron cloud trap due to the giant dog's escape, they eventually discovered the creature's weakness. It obeyed any command given to it, seemingly trained by Om in a peculiar direction. Upon realizing this, Sanji lost interest in battling the giant dog, allowing it to leap down from the clouds and hasten towards the site of Om and Zoro's battle, only to find their conflict had already concluded. Sanji then lamented to Zoro, "Damn you, green algae head. How dare you steal my opponent? I haven't had a proper fight yet." Zoro sheathed his 3 blades without hesitation, retorting, "Whose fault is it you arrived so late? Had you come sooner, perhaps I would have sliced you both up." Sanji fumed. "What did you say?" Zoro, equally incensed, lunged forward, grasping Sanji by the collar, ready to reignite their internal strife. Chopper, standing nearby, quickly interjected, "Sanji, Zoro, please, do not argue. Aren't we supposed to be finding our other companions?" Hearing Chopper's plea, the 2 reluctantly set aside their grievances, though they still huffed in defiance. "Humph." X2 Chopper continued, "By the way, we seem to be trapped by this iron cloud. It appears we cannot escape." Zoro scoffed, "This thing? I can slice through it effortlessly." Sanji added, "Me too. A mere kick will suffice." Chopper inquired, "Boom. What was that sound?" The 3 turned towards the source of the noise. Above them, a dark cloud was slowly gathering, flashes of lightning flickering within, as if brewing something ominous. Chapter 109, Dark Thunder. Moments earlier, Zero had arrived in the land of Shandora, encountering 2 familiar faces, his companion Robin and the recently met Enel. At this moment, Enel appeared less disheveled than before. It was uncertain whether his injuries had healed. Although he had sensed Zero's arrival with his Haki long before, upon seeing Zero, his expression shifted, and he gritted his teeth. Addressing Zero, "You again." Robin cast a puzzled glance. "Do you 2 know each other?" Zero shrugged. "I just engaged in some discussion above, and I did not expect him to be here, nor did I anticipate your presence as well." Robin, "I am an archaeologist. Wherever there are relics, I must go. Furthermore, I am curious to know who initially promised to assist me in the search for historical texts, yet has only now made an appearance." Zero, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "So, Miss Historian, I take it you have unearthed some clues?" Observing Zero's reluctance to engage in further debate, Robin chuckled softly, "If I am not mistaken, there must exist a text here that records the true history. It seems that as I intended to search above, he arrived." She gestured towards Enilu across the way, And Zero suddenly grasped the implication. Turning to Inoue, she inquired, "So, what exactly do you intend to prevent our dear archaeologist from discovering? Should you fail to provide a reason, I assure you that your demise will be rather unpleasant." Inoue appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such direct confrontation. He instinctively considered rebutting her, yet his mind involuntarily recalled the recent battle, during which he felt he was on the receiving end of a one-sided assault. Thus, he shifted the conversation, stating, "As a deity, I previously foretold that the number of Appayato would ultimately dwindle to 5. Only 5 may accompany me to the land of that ideal paradise. I am merely fulfilling the prophecy I once proclaimed." "Zero, is it merely for this trivial reason?" Inoue exclaimed with wide eyes, raising his voice. "Trivial? Do you not comprehend that this is a challenge to the divine?" "Zero, what of your doubts? Moreover, I shall demonstrate the demise of the divine before your very eyes." With that, he unsheathed the surprising dragon, a confident smile gracing his lips, entirely dismissing Inoue. Robin observed Zero's demeanor, as if he radiated an intense brilliance, involuntarily instilling a sense of belief in his words. However, at that moment, Inoue suddenly raised his hand. His expression grave, halting Zero's subsequent actions. With a malevolent grin, he declared, "It appears a little insect has escaped. Divine retribution." Immediately, Inoue pointed his finger toward the heavens. And a surge of lightning flickered and danced at his fingertips, as if harnessing a terrifying energy. Zero found Robin's actions somewhat perplexing. Unbeknownst to them, on a nearby reef beside the Mary, an injured warrior was disclosing Inoue's nefarious plans to Pagaya and Konis. This malevolent being intended to obliterate the entire Sky Island, leaving no one to escape. It was imperative to relay this urgent news to all the inhabitants of the Sky Island. Upon hearing this revelation, the faces of the two transformed in an instant. Suddenly, dark clouds began to coalesce in the sky, swiftly forming into a shape reminiscent of thunderclouds, which then unleashed a colossal bolt of lightning, cascading downwards. Boom! The thunder struck with astonishing speed. Instinctively, Pagaya pushed Konis away. But he and the critically injured warrior found themselves within the perilous reach of the lightning, plunging into a dire situation. In the nick of time, a figure materialized beside Pagaya, raising a gigantic umbrella towards the impending thunder. Crash! The lightning struck the umbrella with a deafening roar. To everyone's astonishment, the thunder abruptly fell silent, leaving only a few flickers of electric arcs dancing upon the surface of the umbrella, and then it ceased entirely. The figure revealed itself to be Usopp, who had just been clamoring about preparing for the situation. Finally, he had managed to create this insulating umbrella just in time. Regrettably, due to limited materials, it was only of this modest size. Had it been larger, it might have withstood an even more formidable assault. Nonetheless, there was now a glimmer of hope against Enel's might, and Usopp chuckled heartily. Meanwhile, the trio beside him gazed in astonishment at the umbrella, marveling at how effortlessly Enel's attack had been thwarted. What manner of man was this? Enel, witnessing this turn of events, found it hard to believe. How could his lightning have dissipated so easily? Was it truly possible that a mere umbrella could withstand the judgment of a god? Today's unforeseen events were overwhelming, surpassing even those of the past 6 years. Enel's mind momentarily faltered, and Zero seized the opportunity, unleashing a blade of light towards him, intent on delivering a fatal strike. Buzz! The blade sliced through the remnants ahead, cleaving them in two, prompting Robin to voice her concern. Zero, be cautious not to damage the ruins. This place is exceedingly precious. Zero, acknowledged. I shall exercise caution. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from the opposite side, and Zero once again unleashed a slash of his blade. Boom! The relic before him was cleaved in two once more. Zero, I apologize. Robin, you have truly provoked me this time. Upon hearing Enel's voice, both turned their gazes upward. He stood atop the highest point of the nearby ruins, surveying them from above. His demeanor remained as haughty as before, yet one could not help but wonder if he perched so high out of fear of Zero's blade. Without waiting for their response, Enel continued, While I would like to commend you on your performance, this farce must come to an end. Divine judgment. Crack. As his words fell, a colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, broader than any previously witnessed, aimed squarely at the two below. Zero once again unleashed a blade of light, charging towards the roaring thunder, and in the blink of an eye, the two forces collided fiercely in midair. The sound of crackling electricity filled the atmosphere. The two entities clashed violently, neither yielding an inch. Just as Zero intended to envelop the dragon with his overwhelming force and swiftly conclude the battle, the thunder that met the blade of light suddenly contracted at an astonishing speed, as if its energy was being condensed, resulting in the blade being shattered by the thunder, which then came crashing down upon Zero. Enel burst into laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. This is my first attempt at using this technique. Although I have yet to employ it against anyone, you shall be its inaugural test subject. Dark thunder. At that moment, the thunder, having been compressed, transformed into a pitch-black hue, its power exponentially greater than that of the previous lightning strike. Boom. The dark thunder descended, enveloping the entire area in a strange, ominous darkness. Chapter 110, Zero's Defeat? Zero. Robin called out frantically, her face etched with concern. Just moments ago, as the dark lightning was about to strike, her first instinct was not to confront it but to push herself away, and in the next instant, the dark thunder fell, completely shrouding Zero. As the chaos began to subside, Robin was horrified to discover a chasm several meters wide in front of her, where Zero had been but was now nowhere to be found. Suddenly, the little red bird's eyes turned blood red, transforming into its second form, wings unfurling as it lunged at Enel. To her dismay, she was promptly struck down by yet another dark thunder, vanishing before Robin's very eyes. Enel cackled, "Ha ha ha. How about that? Even you and your pet cannot escape the judgment of the divine." Robin retaliated with six-petal flower. Multiple arms manifested on Enel. Yet they failed to make contact, passing through him as if he were merely an illusion. "It seems not everyone on your ship possesses the ability of Haki. In that case, I shall capture all of you at once." Enel squinted at Robin, ignoring her futile attempts to grasp him, and pointed skyward. Crack. A bolt of lightning appeared above the clouds where Zoro and the others had been battling crashing down with a thunderous roar. Not only did it obliterate their landing spot, but it also pierced through the clouds above them. Losing their footing, they fell from the sky, landing together in the land of Shandora. Also descending were the massive serpent on the edge and Nami, who had just arrived, along with a little girl from the Sandia tribe named Aisha. Upon realizing their location, they were all astonished. "We're back in the homeland of the Shandians, Shandora?" Weeble exclaimed. "Shandora? Is there gold here?" Zoro queried. "Ouch. Why did we suddenly fall?" Nami winced. "Aisha, are you all right? This is our homeland." Aisha responded. Sanji, with keen eyes, spotted Robin and rushed over, his eyes turning into hearts as he showered her with affection. However, upon noticing Robin's distressed expression, he inquired with concern. When Robin recounted Zero's fate, he was momentarily stunned. Zoro, Chopper, and Nami gathered around, listening intently as Robin recounted the events, all gazing towards the unfathomable pit ahead. Nami's expression grew vacant, murmuring words of disbelief, unable to accept the sudden turn of events. Zoro gritted his teeth, drawing three swords, glaring fiercely at Enel. "Robin. Was it that guy who defeated Zero?" Sanji, trembling slightly as he lit a cigarette, his bloodshot eyes revealing his fury, muttered, "He actually defeated our comrade, Chopper." At the edge of the pit wore a look of incredulity, astonished that such a powerful man could be bested. It wasn't just the Straw Hat Pirates who reacted this way. Conqueror and Weeble also aimed their weapons at Enel, ready to charge into battle. Yet, in the face of their collective fury, Enel merely clapped his hands and laughed, that there may be a few stragglers elsewhere on the island. The strongest should be gathered here, right? Let's see who emerges victorious. If only the last 5 remain, I can take them to the 36 troublesome winds. Before Enel could finish, Zoro launched a blade of light toward him. In an instant, Enel transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing atop another structure, initially displaying anger. His expression shifted to surprise as he sensed something. "I can feel the same aura from your slash. You possess the Haki that man spoke of?" Zoro retorted, "Humph. You're not worthy to mention that man." With that, he dashed toward Enel, agilely leaping across the buildings. When he was merely a few meters from Enel, he slashed once more. Enel dodged while extending his finger towards Zoro, electric sparks dancing at his fingertip. Divine judgment. Boom. Lightning crashed down. And Zoro hastily raised his sword to defend. It was still struck to the ground. Fortunately, a figure lunged at Zoro, rescuing him from the brunt of the lightning's impact. Once they were both safe, Sanji turned to Zoro and said, "Zoro, this enemy is beyond what you can tackle alone. Let us join forces." Zoro nodded in agreement, ready to confront Enel once more. Meanwhile, one wondered, where had their foolish captain gone? If only he were here, perhaps the battle would be a tad easier. Just as Sanji pondered this, Nami suddenly interjected, "Luffy is inside that serpent's belly." They followed Nami's pointing finger to see the giant serpent wailing at a stone altar. A sight both bizarre and unsettling. "In the serpent's belly? What does that mean?" Sanji questioned. "I don't know. I heard it from Zero," Nami replied. "Is that so?" They had no reason to doubt, for the man's words had always proven accurate. If he said Luffy was in the belly of the serpent, it must be true. Now, their dilemma arose. How could they extract Luffy from the serpent's belly? Just as Sanji was about to propose a plan to split up, some to hold Enel at bay while others rescued Luffy, the massive serpent began to convulse strangely. A part of its body protruded toward the sky, then slammed against a nearby building, as if something was wriggling within. The serpent could no longer contain itself, its mouth gaping wide as its muscles convulsed violently, expelling various fragmented objects. Finally, a figure leaped from the serpent's mouth, exclaiming, "I'm finally out." The members of the Straw Hat Pirates were filled with joy, calling out Luffy's name. Enel, the ruler of the sky, was equally astonished to discover that there was someone inside him. Moreover, his observation Haki had failed to detect the man's presence. How had he accomplished that? On the other side, Gonfall remarked, "That boy with the straw hat was indeed inside him." Weber added, "That Straw Hat kid." Chapter 111, Straw Hat Pirates vs. Enel. As Luffy emerged, he immediately spotted his comrades and swiftly extended his arm, appearing beside them in the blink of an eye. Isa gasped in amazement, exclaiming, "His arm can stretch." Once he landed, Luffy turned to see the enormous python, exclaiming in surprise, "How did that python catch up to us?" Sanji replied, "Hey, Luffy. Didn't you just come out of its mouth?" Luffy responded, "Huh? Did it eat me? I thought it was just a cave." Isa retorted, "Is your captain an idiot?" The others were left speechless. They proceeded to inform Luffy about Enel, particularly mentioning how Zero had been struck down by Enel's attack. Luffy immediately wanted to jump into the abyss to rescue Zero, but was suddenly blocked by Zoro. Luffy, I believe that guy won't just die like that. Especially with the little red bird accompanying him. Instead of going down there to save him, shouldn't we settle the score with Enel? What do you think? Zoro expressed his thoughts calmly, yet his tone conveyed unmistakable anger. Luffy glanced at Zoro, a smile appearing on his face as he nodded. You're right. Let's give Zero some closure. He then faced Enel, assuming a battle stance. Seeing their captain in this manner, the others rallied around him, prepared to engage Enel in a decisive battle. Sanji instructed, Robin, you and Chopper should stay back and provide a support, given that Enel is a Logia user. Nami interjected. I can use Haki too. Don't underestimate me, Sanji. Luffy exclaimed. Nami can do that? Impressive. Chopper added, Haki? I envy that. I want to learn it too. Robin agreed. All right then, we'll support from the back. Thus, the battle between the Straw Hat Pirates and Enel commenced, led by Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Nami, while the others provided cover from behind. Enel observed their strategy without rushing to attack, seemingly dismissive of their presence. Gonfall and Weber prepared to assist, fully aware that they could not harm Enel. Weber sought an opportunity to use Seastone to temporarily nullify Enel's powers, aiming for a decisive strike. As they finalized their plan, a sudden gust of cool wind swept through, lifting leaves from the ground and swirling them in the air. When they descended, the battle erupted. Armament Haki, hardened. Luffy initiated, coating his fist with Haki, followed closely by Zoro and Sanji. Nami sought an opportune moment to strike. Knowing she lacked the prolonged endurance of Haki like the others, while contemplating how to use her weather staff to assist Luffy and the others. Rubber, stamp. Luffy's leg shot forward toward Enel, who anticipated the attack with his Haki, effortlessly sidestepping it. He was acutely aware of the threat that Haki posed to him, refraining from recklessly engaging in combat with his elemental form. Furthermore, he showed no signs of his previous injuries from the fight with Zero, understanding the potential peril of underestimating his foes. Even though he faced what he deemed mere insects, these insects now possessed the means to inflict harm upon him. Luffy, is that the same move again? Let's try this. In an instant, Luffy vanished from his spot, reappearing behind Enel to strike him with an elongated whip-like leg. Yet again, Enel foresaw Luffy's attack, transforming into lightning and disappearing, reappearing behind Luffy. 10 million volts. A fierce burst of lightning erupted before Enel, striking Luffy directly. Zoro and Sanji shouted Luffy's name, rushing to offer support, only to be astonished that Luffy appeared unharmed. Enel's eyes widened in disbelief. Luffy spun around, delivering a punch that sent Enel flying, exclaiming, I'm made of rubber, electricity doesn't affect me. Boom. Enel crashed into the ruins behind him, raising a cloud of dust. Robin furrowed her brow, wanting to say something, but ultimately refrained, recalling Zero's situation. Chopper exclaimed, this is amazing. Luffy is so strong. That god can't harm him. Gonfall remarked in astonishment, that young man with the straw hat is immune to Enel's lightning? Rubber? What is that? Weber echoed his surprise, as the concept of rubber was entirely foreign to them on Skypiea, leaving them astounded that Luffy could completely resist Enel's electric attacks. Crack. Enel pushed aside a nearby stone, a trickle of blood oozing from his mouth as he struggled to comprehend Luffy's immunity to his lightning. Anger began to swell within him. First, he encountered someone who could counter his lightning with Haki, then he had been forced to flee during his battle with that man. And now there was a rubber man who could disregard his electric attacks. One after another, they were challenging the might of a god. He struck the two thunder drums behind him with his weapon, summoning two thunderbirds that soared towards Luffy and his crew. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. The thunderbirds raced towards them at incredible speed, exploding before them and creating a semicircular crater in the nearby clouds. However, Luffy and his crew had already evaded the danger zone and launched another aggressive assault on Enel, with a rapid succession of steps. Zoro and Sanji approached Enel from either side. Three-sword style, tiger hunt. Enel leapt into the air to evade Zoro's attack, but the structures behind him crumbled under the force of the slash. Seeing this, Sanji used the ground to propel himself, executing a single leg kick towards the airborne Enel, only to have his attack blocked by Enel's weapon, forcing him back to the ground. But it wasn't over yet. Luffy extended his arm once more, rapidly delivering a flurry of punches towards Enel in midair. Rubber, machine gun. Bang, 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 bang. This time, Enel could not evade, and countless punches rained down upon him, sending him hurtling away once more. Boom. As Enel crashed into the ruins, the crew halted, gazing intently at the spot where he had fallen, pondering the effectiveness of their recent assault. Chapter 112. Chase Battle. A sudden flash of lightning illuminated the area behind Weber, signaling the reappearance of Enel. Contemplating for a moment, I remarked, you are somewhat obstructive. A flat, emotionless voice emerged from Enel's lips as he pointed a finger at Weber, arcs of electricity dancing at his fingertip. 10 million volts. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Weber. To Enel's astonishment, Weber abruptly turned and leaped, entangling his legs around his waist. In the next moment, Weber felt his strength dissipate. Why? He exclaimed in disbelief. A triumphant expression crossed Weber's face as he replied, surprised. Aren't you? I managed to acquire a piece of sea prism stone just for you. At that moment, Luffy and his companions noticed the commotion between the two and turned to witness Enel being restrained by Weber. That guy actually has sea prism stone. No wonder. Nami exclaimed. Sea prism stone. Luffy grimaced at the recollection of an unpleasant scene. Look, Sanji shouted, as Weber pressed his palm against Inaru, shouting, Inaru, this is specially reserved for you. Rumble ball. Boom. A resounding explosion erupted from Inaru's chest, creating a pit in the ground behind him. The impact sent Inaru crashing to the ground, while Weber fell back, panting heavily. One arm hanging limply, evidently suffering from the backlash of the rumble ball's effects. Just as they thought it was over, a surge of electricity suddenly enveloped Inaru's body. Could it be that he is using the current to stimulate his heart? Nami wondered. Damn it, this isn't over. Zoro exclaimed. Everyone, now that he has immobilized, go. Thus, they all leaped into action, unleashing their most powerful attacks, Gum Gum Pistol. 3 sword style, 108 troubling winds. Shooting star, shoot. Boom. The area where Inaru stood was bombarded with a fierce onslaught, raising clouds of dust that obscured their vision. After a brief pause, as the dust settled, they looked back to find no trace of Inaru. The ground was merely a bit more indented than before. Where did that big ear guy go? Luffy asked. Damn it. Did he escape? Sanji replied. I saw him. Aisha's voice cut through the tension. Turning to her, Weber inquired, and Nami asked, Aisha, what did you see? I saw Inaru heading in that direction, she pointed. Robin remarked, this little girl seems to possess abilities akin to Inaru and the priests. At that moment, Goffer stepped forward, stating, I believe I know where he went. Really? Then please lead us there. Nami urged. Goffer nodded. Clenching his fists, Luffy declared resolutely, that guy won't get away. I'll send him flying. Under Ganfer's guidance, the group sprinted toward the direction Aisha indicated. They hadn't run far when Weber said, Aisha, you should stay here. No. I want to go with you. She insisted. It's too dangerous. Weber retorted. I don't want to be alone here, and my abilities might help defeat Inaru. I want to contribute. Weber gazed into Aisha's eyes, recalling his mission, and with a determined sigh, he lifted her up and ran alongside her. In a cavern on Appiato, Inaru stood on the deck of a massive ship, one hand clutching his chest, the other bracing against the wall. I can't believe I've been forced to flee again. Curse those damn sea dwellers. After enduring Weber's rumble ball attack and the subsequent barrage from the Straw Hat Pirates, he felt his body tearing apart. As if he might collapse at any moment. Were it not for his lightning abilities stimulating his heart, he might have succumbed. Shaking off the thought, he pressed forward, eventually reaching a control platform on the ship. With this arc maxim, I can journey to the limitless land, even if I lose to you. I shall destroy this place before I leave. A sudden thought crossed his mind, and a smirk appeared. Ah. And that golden bell the sea dweller mentioned. I'll take that too. Such treasures are worthy of a god. Inaru burst into laughter. Suddenly, his mirth was cut short. Damn it, they keep pestering me, trying to thwart my plans. His mantra allowed him to hear everything happening within Skypiea, enabling him to execute divine retribution against those who dared to insult his majesty. Through this ability, he sensed Gonfer leading Luffy and the others toward him. Without hesitation, he grasped the control levers, powering the arc maxim as it began to ascend. Crack. Crumbling stones rained down from above. The arc maxim, crafted from an unknown material, broke through the surface rock without a hitch. Finally, it burst forth into the outside world. This insignificant Appiato is of no concern. Once I reach the limitless land, all will be the domain of the gods. Inaru laughed once more. At that moment, a loud shout resonated from below. Found you. He looked down to see those he had encountered in Sandora following him, led by the rubber man who could ignore his attacks. Stretching his arm, Luffy latched onto the side of the ship, using his rubbery elasticity to leap onto the deck. The others attempted to leap from above but were struck down by Inaru's lightning. Damn it, don't hurt my friends. Luffy shouted, extending his arm toward Inaru, who grinned wickedly, preparing to accept Luffy's challenge. The clash between them was imminent. Chapter 113, The Thunderous Finale. Now you stand alone. Do you really think you can challenge me? Inaru taunted. Clenching his fists, Luffy replied, I'll save those words for after I defeat you. As he spoke, Luffy enveloped his fist with Haki, extending his rubber arm to launch an attack. In the next moment, his opponent dodged with a tilt of his head and mockingly retorted, futile. With my mantra, I can foresee your attacks. You cannot defeat me. How annoying. Luffy complained, and in an instant, his body vanished from sight, having activated the shave technique. Inaru looked up just in time to see Luffy hovering in midair, rapidly throwing punches. Rubber machine gun. The countless fists rained down upon Inaru, yet he remained unfazed. Instead, he gracefully maneuvered through the barrage, adeptly evading Luffy's relentless strikes. Realizing his attacks were ineffectual, Luffy withdrew his fists, landing back on the deck to contemplate how to land a hit on Inaru. Previously, the priest Satoru had been unable to evade thanks to Luffy's overwhelming speed. But Inaru possessed not only impressive martial skills but also the enhancement of a devil fruit, making him a far more formidable opponent to capture and defeat. Inaru continued. It is useless. As long as your fists carry your will, I will sense it. At that moment, Luffy had a sudden revelation and entered a state of astral projection. While this temporarily rendered Inaru's mantra ineffective, it also left Luffy unable to attack. However, he devised a plan to strike Inaru by hitting the golden wall behind him with his fists, which proved effective, but also compelled Inaru to utilize his other ability, electromagnetic forging. As the name implies, this technique heated weapons with electricity, inflicting burn damage upon his adversary. Initially, Luffy attempted to seize Enel's weapon with his hands, only to yelp in pain from the searing heat. He quickly realized the necessity of dodging with shave while seeking an opportune moment to strike. Rubber stamp. After yet another failed assault, Luffy suddenly noticed black smoke billowing from the ship. The smoke coalesced into a mass resembling dark clouds, gradually enveloping the entire area above. Enel, stowing away his weapon, sneered, "Have you finally noticed?" Luffy asked, "What are you up to?" Enel replied, "Noticing now is too late. My thundercloud has spread across the entire Sky Island. Soon, the people of this nation shall face divine judgment. Curse it, stop this at once," Luffy exclaimed. Enel laughed heartily. What a jest. The real spectacle is just beginning. 10,000 thunder. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark clouds above erupted with flashes of lightning, striking the forest, the sea of clouds, and even the distant Angel Island. The continuous crackling of thunder resonated throughout the world, and witnessing this apocalyptic scene, Luffy grew furious. Charging once more toward Enel, who smirked in response, ready to engage him again. After dodging another of Luffy's attacks, Enel began to feel the strain. Luffy had evidently grown stronger during their duel, transitioning from being nearly impossible to hit to landing 5 or 6 strikes out of 10. While Enel's declining stamina contributed to this, he realized he could no longer afford to waste time. Seizing Luffy's extended arm, Enel pinned it against the massive golden wall, using electromagnetic forging to mold the gold into a colossal sphere, effectively immobilizing one of Luffy's hands. "My hand," Luffy cried out. Enel taunted, "You sea dwellers wanted gold, right? Now, I present this gold to you. Surely, you are pleased." With that, Enel kicked the golden sphere away, sending Luffy tumbling off the ship. Once the deck fell into a semblance of quietude, Enel returned to the control platform, observing the relentless thunder crashing down before him. "Well, the troublesome pest has been dealt with. Now retrieve my golden bell, destroy this place, and proceed to my endless land." Yahahaha. At that moment, beneath the immense vines at the center of Appiato, the Straw Hat Pirates had gathered, including Goffer, Wiper, and Aisha. Initially, they had not planned to converge at this location, intending instead to ascend to the Arc Maxim separately. However, upon learning of Enel's scheme from Robin, they deduced he would inevitably ascend to the top of the vine to claim the legendary Golden Bell. Subsequently, Usopp had fortuitously arrived at this spot, while Mary was left in the care of Pagaya. Konis, who had been with them, ventured to Angel Island to relay the news of Enel's impending destruction, facilitating an evacuation. At present, Usopp was enthusiastically presenting his invention to the others. "Look, this insulating umbrella will protect me from Enel's attacks. Truly, I am the world's greatest inventor." Chopper gazed at the unremarkable umbrella, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "Usopp, you are amazing." Zoro took the umbrella and examined it. The moment he opened it, the canopy revealed numerous patches, prompting doubts among the group regarding its efficacy. Usopp attempted to defend his invention, but Nami interjected, "By the way, we likely have limited insulating materials on our ship, and Enel's lightning is no ordinary strength. Is it possible that this umbrella is only good for one use?" Usopp broke into a cold sweat. "Aha, speaking of which, where did Luffy go? I haven't seen him." "Don't change the subject." Meanwhile, Wiper was explaining the origins of the Golden Bell and the Scipions to Aisha. She realized that Wiper and his companions sought to reclaim Appiato not only to return home but also to ring the bell that symbolized the friendship between their ancestors and Nolan. After Wiper finished his account, Robin interjected, "In truth, the descendants of Nolan have always believed in the existence of Sky Island and longed for the day when the Golden Bell would ring again. This is also our captain's foremost desire in coming here." Wiper responded, surprised, "You mean, Nolan's descendants as well?" He had always thought that only the Scipions fought alone for the legendary bell, but now he realized that the descendants of that man, like Nolan, were also striving below alongside them, stirring complex emotions within him. Chapter 114, Dominance. Subscription requested, as Enel ascended towards the massive vine, aiming to seize the Golden Bell. Not only were the Straw Hat Pirates and Goffer poised for action below, but Luffy also reappeared, dragging a colossal golden tree, sprinting quickly from the base of the vine, swiftly approaching the Arc Maxim. "Stop!" Hearing Luffy's resounding shout from below, Enel unleashed a bolt of lightning that struck the ground ahead of him, severing a vine from its source, causing Luffy to plummet once more in a state of panic. Unexpectedly, he managed to grasp one of the vine's branches, swinging back and forth at its base, thus avoiding a fall. Enel, bemused by Luffy's fortuitous luck, refrained from delivering another thunderous assault and instead stood at the edge of the deck, addressing Luffy, "Ahahaha, since we have a bit of time left, allow me to show you something intriguing." Before Luffy could voice his question, Enel abruptly vanished from the deck. The next moment, Luffy noticed something peculiar. Turning his gaze towards the distant sky above Angel Island, he beheld a colossal, spherical thundercloud slowly descending. What could that be? Meanwhile, below, Luffy's companions also observed the unimaginably large thundercloud. Usopp cried out, "We must flee. This place is not safe." "Ahe," Nami added. "I can sense the violent energy concealed within it." Robin remarked, "How could something of this magnitude exist?" Chopper lamented, "If only Frankie were here, boo-hoo." Gonfall knelt on one knee, a look of despair etched on his face. "Have we truly been forsaken?" faced with an assault potent enough to obliterate an island. Even they, the remaining formidable warriors of Skypiea, found it nearly impossible to survive such an attack, let alone anyone else. Suddenly, Zoro exclaimed, "Usopp, look over there." Usopp responded, "What am I supposed to be looking at? It's the end of the world. That looks like Frankie?" Frankie? Moments prior, that damned Enel. Zero sat atop the enlarged form of the little red sparrow, simultaneously discerning the direction back to Appiato while vehemently cursing Enel for his unpredictable tactics. Moments ago, after being unceremoniously cast down from the clouds alongside the little red sparrow, they had finally managed to return to the realm of the Sky Islands, only to realize that their current position was far from Appiato, prompting them to ascend to even greater heights. Upon confirming the location of the Sky Island, they set forth directly towards that destination, ultimately arriving at the surrounding waters of Angel Island. At that moment, he had not anticipated that Enel possessed not only the official moves at his disposal but also a clandestine technique to compress lightning, exponentially enhancing its power, which caught him utterly off guard. He inwardly lamented, was this the preferential treatment bestowed upon him as a traverser? Refund me. No, I demand a ticket refund. Amidst his grumbling, he also noticed that as he approached this vicinity, the sky was incessantly illuminated by flashes of lightning, presenting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Surely, this must be the myriad of thunder unleashed by Enel in the original narrative? He had hoped that by returning to this place, he might prevent such a calamity. Yet reality inexorably steered towards this very outcome. Suddenly, Zero pondered, could it be that during his absence, the plot had advanced? Given the personalities of Luffy and his companions, it was entirely plausible that they had learned of his being blasted beneath the clouds by Enel, and might indeed take action, prompting Enel to unleash his thunderous wrath prematurely. Just then, he heard the chirp of the little red bird, snapping him back to reality. He gently patted its back and replied, "Yes, I see it." In alignment with Luffy and his comrade's perspective, he too observed a colossal, spherical thundercloud slowly materializing above Angel Island, exuding an overwhelming sense of dread upon the surrounding skies. Below, ships continuously departed from the territorial waters of Angel Island, desperately attempting to escape this perilous locale. As Konis had forewarned the populace, Zero, while utilizing his observation Haki to perceive Angel Island, discerned a scarcity of life forces. Nevertheless, gazing at the scene reminiscent of a natural calamity, Zero remarked impassively, "Though the people have fled, your repeated provocations irritate me. Hence, do not expect to have your way." The little red bird chirped in response. Under Zero's command, it accelerated towards the ominous thundercloud below, its tail trailing a spectacle akin to a shooting star. The inhabitants of the Sky Island took notice of this unfolding drama, exclaiming, "Look, what is that? Why is it heading towards the Sky Island? It's dangerous. Hey, you there, don't stop. Keep moving. The thundercloud is approaching." The keen-eyed members of the Beret Brigade spotted Zero atop the little red bird and urgently beckoned, "Hey, that man, don't approach it. Run away." Seemingly galvanized by Konis' presence, the residents of the Sky Island united, shedding their indifference. Some even rushed to the gathering place of the Sandians, disregarding past grievances and conflicts, bringing them along in their flight for survival. Regrettably, in response to the cries from below, neither the little red bird nor Zero halted. Instead, they surged forth with even greater speed towards the ominous thundercloud. At last, Zero reached the very heart of the Sky Island, while the terrifying thundercloud hovered ominously above, poised to descend at any moment. Crackle. Lightning sporadically erupted from the cloud, striking the buildings below, causing them to collapse from the top down, and igniting fierce flames due to the sudden surge in temperature as they fell. Thud. Ling stood upon the clouds, gazing intently at the stormy horizon before him. His expression was serene, yet his eyes reflected a scene that resembled a cataclysm. Suddenly he spoke, "This spectacle is truly a rare sight. If only I had a mobile phone to capture this moment and share it on social media, I am certain it would swiftly garner 99 likes. Oh." The little red sparrow tilted her head, seemingly unable to grasp the meaning behind her master's words. Ahem. Jinyu concealed his embarrassment with a cough and then adopted a serious demeanor. "Little red sparrow." Upon hearing Jinyu's call, it immediately transformed into a longsword, seamlessly flying into his hand in the next moment. A low hum resonated. As he felt the continuous surge of power emanating from the sword and the exhilaration of Little Red Sparrow, Jinyu took a deep breath and slowly remarked, "By the way, my Conqueror's Haki is fully leveled, yet I have yet to employ the technique of binding. It seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? Haha. Then let's utilize it, the highest application of Conqueror's Haki, binding." A thunderous roar echoed, heralding the impending descent of colossal lightning. Chapter 115, directly ascending to level 8. In the heavens above, Enel sensed Jingyu's arrival through his keen perception. Upon realizing that Zhengyu intended to counter his enhanced assault with the Arc Maxim, he could not help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. You overestimate your capabilities. Such power is beyond human endurance. Even you shall not resist." He envisioned the scene in which that man, alongside the floating island below, would be utterly obliterated by the descending storm, while he himself would seize the golden bell and step onto boundless land. As Zhengyu unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, a visible crimson aura gradually enveloped his form, imparting an otherworldly allure to his appearance. Simultaneously, the longsword in his grasp became encased in a radiant red energy, rendering Little Red Sparrow an entirely different entity. Its original hue now intensifying its commanding presence. Little Red Sparrow seemed to revel in the ceaseless flow of power, emitting a vibrant hum, as if filled with delight. Is this what binding truly feels like? Feeling the surge of power within his body, Zero sensed that even in the presence of the four emperors, he possessed the courage to engage in battle. Of course, whether he could prevail was an entirely different matter. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt into the air, his form vanishing into the spherical thundercloud in an instant. Crackle, crackle. The thundercloud erupted violently from within, bolts of lightning surging uncontrollably into the outside world, casting a more terrifying shadow over the realm. What was happening? Why did the thundercloud suddenly come to a halt? Was it about to explode? Stay back. Hurry. As they debated, a brilliant crimson light ignited at the center of the thundercloud, expanding rapidly as fissures appeared on its surface, soon enveloping the entire sphere. Finally, with a resounding crack, the thundercloud shattered in an explosion of blinding light, taking the lightning within it into oblivion at that very moment. Moreover, the surrounding dark clouds were instantly cleared, revealing the bright sky above for all to see. Simultaneously, a figure materialized above the sky island, descending like a deity, leaving an indelible impression on the onlookers, who were overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of awe. Was that a true god? Had the divine come to rescue them? How wonderful! O divine being! Shouts of reverence erupted from the crowd, and soon they bowed their heads on the deck, expressing their awe and devotion in their own ways. On the Apaya, the Straw Hat Pirates and their allies were equally astonished. They had believed that the situation was beyond redemption, that the sinking of the Sky Island was a foregone conclusion. Yet, unexpectedly, their comrade had single-handedly dispersed the massive thundercloud. Nami had begun to weep, covering her mouth. I knew it. That guy wouldn't be so easily defeated. Usopp dashed about, exclaiming, I saw it. I saw it. It was Zero who shattered that enormous thundercloud. He is my comrade. Chopper chimed in. Zero is truly amazing. Meanwhile, Robin murmured, he possesses such strength. I find myself increasingly intrigued by him. Zoro and Sanji remained silent, seemingly still reeling from the event of Zero single-handedly dismantling the thundercloud. After a while, they exchanged glances, each recognizing the unyielding spirit in the other. The companions of Zero displayed a similar reaction, and it is no surprise that both Gonfal and Weber were utterly astonished, remaining in a state of disbelief for an extended period. Though Zero noticed the devout demeanor of the inhabitants of the Sky Island directed towards him, he merely raised an eyebrow and shifted his gaze skyward. There, one adversary remained unresolved. Upon ascertaining Enel's location, Zero commanded the Little Red Sparrow to transform into its second form, carrying him aloft. With a powerful flap of its wings, they shot upward into the air. In mere seconds, they emerged above the clouds, where Enel was enveloped in crackling lightning, poised to escape as he had previously. Enel, you shall not flee. Suddenly, Zero recalled that he possessed a skill known as taunting. Without hesitation, he directed this ability at Enel, who abruptly halted his transformation into lightning, turning to glare at Zero with a furious expression. Without a moment's pause, Zero unsheathed his blade, the stunning dragon, leaping from the back of the Little Red Sparrow, and unleashed a fierce, dark crimson arc of energy towards Enel. Buzz. Slash. The blade's radiance arrived in an instant, enhanced by the Conqueror's Haki, slicing through Enel's form before soaring into the heavens, scattering like glimmering droplets. Even in death, Enel's expression was one of astonishment, seemingly unaware of the inevitable defeat that awaited him. Clang. As Enel's body descended helplessly from the sky, Zero maintained a stoic demeanor. Had it been the former version of himself, he might have felt burdened by the act of killing. But the experiences within the trial space had rendered him indifferent to such matters. He returned to the back of the Little Red Sparrow, receiving the notification of task completion, and finally remarked with a touch of sentiment, it seems I have grown stronger once more. Congratulations on completing the side quest. Defeat Enel. Earn 2,500 experience points and 1 skill lottery ticket. Moreover, after this trial, Zero's attributes interface underwent yet another refreshing transformation. Character, Zero title, Unrivaled Warrior level, LV. 8, 2,201 2800, Strength, 1280 Stamina, 1280 Agility, 1280 Skills, Conqueror's Haki LV3, Perfected, Armament Haki LV3, Perfected, Observation Haki LV2, Martial Arts LV4, Swordsmanship LV5. Taunt LV1. In addition to leveling up, his attribute values surged dramatically, surpassing 1,000 points. In terms of direct combat capability, while he previously could barely defeat a Navy Rear Admiral, the enhanced version of himself might now be able to contend with admirals or even the 4 emperors. However, due to the absence of actual combat experience, Zero could only vaguely speculate on his newfound strength. Yet there was no doubt that he had ascended to the ranks of formidable powers within the pirate world. Correspondingly, having reached level 8, his experience points exceeded a staggering 10,000, making rapid advancement like before impossible. Thus, he would have to rely on skill lottery tickets and other items to grow stronger. Speaking of which, it seemed he had just acquired a skill lottery ticket. Chapter 116, System Patch? Subscription requested. Oh, it appears there is a new addition. Zero suddenly noticed that on his attribute panel, a new description had appeared under the title Invincible. Invincible, within 30 minutes. All attributes increase in accordance with the number of enemies defeated. For every 10,000 enemies vanquished, all attributes rise by 5, with a maximum limit of 30. Note: once the time elapses, the enhanced attributes will not be retained, and the count of defeated enemies resets to 0 for recalculation. Zero distinctly recalled that before the upgrade. He would occasionally glance at the system interface, but at that time, he had not noticed any such explanation. This left only one possibility. This new feature must have become visible only after his upgrade. Goodness, it turns out this was merely a patch. Setting aside this query, the effectiveness of this formidable ability was indeed quite remarkable. If fully stacked, the combat power could soar by 30, or perhaps even more. However, one must consider the practicality. Achieving a full stack of 30 would require the defeat of 60,000 foes within 30 minutes. An almost insurmountable task given the sheer number of adversaries and the limited time frame. Although he possessed the Conqueror's Haki, according to the original narrative, it would only be worth attempting during the War of the Best. Thus, Zero merely cast a fleeting glance at this new feature and, finding no other supplementary functions, promptly closed the attributes interface. Suddenly, he recalled the exaggerated reaction of Inara when he had previously employed the taunt ability. If only his taunt skill were enhanced further. Perhaps it would be worth trying, but for now, he decided against it. After another moment of jest, Zero communicated with the little red bird, instructing it to head towards Appiato. There, he had another task to accomplish. Before long, the little red bird arrived at the center of Appiato, at the location of the colossal vine. He did not immediately seek out Nami and the others. Instead, he ascended to the top of the vine. At that moment, the Arc Maxim was bizarrely suspended in midair, relying on the energy previously stored by Inara to avoid plummeting, yet without a controller, it awkwardly remained in that position. Upon the arc, Luffy gazed up at the sky, arms crossed, contemplating how to ascend, while the other hand was ensconced within a massive golden orb. When Luffy spotted Zero and the little red bird landing on the deck, he joyfully greeted them. Zero, little red bird, you finally made it. Haha. Zero smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, as your crew member, I understand precisely what you require at this moment, and that is why I have come. Luffy did not respond verbally. Instead, he simply grinned widely and gave Zero a thumbs up. However, Luffy. Zero pointed to the enormous golden orb behind him. Do you want me to help you remove that orb? No need. I'll have use for it later. In that case, let us depart, Luffy. All right. The little red bird flapped its wings again, and Zero and Luffy leapt onto its back, soaring into the sky. True to the nature of a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. Even with the massive golden orb burdening Luffy, the little red bird maintained its remarkable speed, gliding steadily through the wind, much to Luffy's astonishment. By the way, Luffy, I've already dealt with Enel. Doesn't matter, he was never my target to begin with. Haha, true enough. That puts my mind at ease. Hiki. Before long, the little red bird broke through the cloud layer, revealing a pristine white world beneath, along with an ancient golden bell. That's it. Little red bird, set me down. I want that man below to know that Nolan was not deceiving him. His decades of effort were not in vain. With that, Luffy leapt off the little red bird's back, standing before the golden bell. Taking a deep breath, he stretched his arms, which were bound by the golden orb, backward. And upon reaching his limit, he forcefully retracted the golden orb. Rubber, golden cannon. A resounding sound suddenly echoed through the sky, capturing everyone's attention. They all looked up, reminiscing about the legends of the golden bell from centuries past. Below the vines, Weber and Goffer also heard the bell's chime, filled with emotion. As if something deeply rooted within them was gradually dissipating. The sound continued to resonate, reaching Kurocake and others beneath the Sky Island, who looked upward in awe. Relieved that Luffy and the others had turned the tide of danger, while simultaneously confirming that Nolan's accounts from 4 centuries ago were indeed truthful. The land of gold truly existed. Finally, unable to contain his emotions, Kurocake cried out, "How wonderful! I was so worried about you all. I'm so glad you're safe." Oh, father. Having completed Luffy's plan, the two returned to their companions on the back of the little red bird. As for the massive golden orb in Luffy's possession, Zero easily removed it and disposed of it onto the Arc Maxim to be taken back. When Zero was about to greet them, Nami was the first to rush over, embracing Zero tightly and refusing to let go. Sanji, watching from behind, bit his collar in frustration, tears welling in his eyes, before ultimately turning away, unable to bear the sight of such envy-inducing affection. Hee. Feeling the playful gazes of the group, especially Robin's ambiguous stare from a distance, Zero awkwardly scratched the back of his head and simply closed his eyes, returning the embrace, eliciting a wave of sighs from those around. In the wake of Enel's defeat by the Straw Hat Pirates, the inhabitants of Sky Island returned to Appiato. Their expressions filled with excitement as they held a substance known as BAS, which was in fact mere sand, tears glistening in their eyes. As if they had long awaited this moment, that very night, Luffy and Usopp took the lead, reigniting a grand bonfire party in Appiato. Both the Scipians and the Shandians joined in jubilantly, dancing with delight. In that moment, after 4 centuries of unceasing conflict, particularly following the dreadful calamity brought by Enel, they seemed to grasp what was truly necessary, setting aside their grievances to coexist harmoniously. Even Weber, who had previously harbored disdain for the Scipians, came to understand the importance of peace after being guided by his village chief and Conqueror. Chapter 117. Let us see your performance similar to the festivities in Alabasta. This celebration lasted several days. On the 5th night, while others were fast asleep, Luffy quietly approached Nami's side to awaken her. Nami. Nanny. Luffy covered her mouth to silence her, then whispered, I know where there is more gold. Let us sneak away and retrieve it. Instantly, Nami was wide awake. Although Zero had already confiscated all the gold Enel had left behind, leaving nothing for the Scipians, she would never turn down more gold. Upon hearing that there was more elsewhere, she nodded enthusiastically, responding, I'm in. However, their conversation had become too loud, waking Usopp and the others, as well as the Scipians and Shandians, who gazed at Luffy and his companion with admiration, marveling at their boundless energy. Zero awakened, casting a glance at them before succumbing once more to slumber. His profound fatigue was a consequence of being regarded as a deity by the indigenous people of the Sky Island during their prior skirmish. Despite his earnest attempts to convey that he was merely an ordinary individual, the enthusiastic inhabitants continued to express their gratitude in their own fervent manner, even going so far as to offer introductions to their daughters. Naturally, under the piercing gaze of Nami, Zero awkwardly declined their generous overtures. Yet he could not escape becoming the focal point of their attention. Before long, his companions roused him from his brief rest, and he could only stifle yawns as he observed their preparations. After considerable deliberation, they concluded that it was time to embark on their journey. However, before their departure, there were still matters to attend to. Thus, Luffy, accompanied by Sanji, Nami, and Chopper, ventured into the belly of the giant serpent to retrieve the gold that he had previously discovered within. Usopp engaged in trade with the Sky Islanders, exchanging rubber and other unique commodities, while also acquiring a substantial number of the extinct Sky Island shells from Conqueror, as per their earlier agreement aboard the Mary. Zero and Robin made their way to the location of the Golden Bell. Previously, Luffy had knocked the bell down from the clouds, preventing Zero from retrieving the historical text in time. Thus, he accompanied Robin on this quest to find the Golden Bell. Upon their arrival, they witnessed the Sky Islanders and the Shandians working together to pull the bell from the sea of clouds. Zero swiftly utilized his Moonwalk technique to reach them and lend his strength in the recovery effort. When the Golden Bell was finally restored to shore, awe illuminated their faces as they gazed upon the legendary relic with profound reverence. Regrettably, one of the bell's beams had broken, rendering it somewhat incomplete. While they admired the bell, Robin focused intently on interpreting the inscriptions on the historical texts. Upon completion, a hint of resignation crossed her features as she remarked that the information pertained to Poseidon, lacking any accurate historical details. At that moment, Zero pointed to a few lines of unusual script adjacent to the historical text, saying, Robin, take a look at this. Being privy to the original storyline, he understood the significance of those words but could not explain why he comprehended that particular script while finding the historical text inscrutable. He opted to let Robin decipher it herself. Robin translated the inscription, I have arrived here, guiding these words to their ultimate destination, GOLD. Roger. Instantly, a cascade of questions flooded Robin's mind. Had the Pirate King been here before? How did he understand the ancient script? What did these words signify? At this juncture, Gonfall remarked, that must have been inscribed by Roger. I never imagined that the pirate from the Blue Sea, who visited here 20 years ago, would also discover the Golden Bell. Robin inquired, do you also know Roger? Gonfall reminisced, indeed, I had dealings with him 20 years ago, and he left quite an impression. By the way, he bears a striking resemblance to your captain. Zero. Luffy's full name is Monkey D. Luffy. You are referring to this, right? Ganfuer. I see. They are all part of the D family? Robin. D? Ganfuer shook his head, offering no further elaboration. Though Robin was curious, she chose not to dwell on it and continued her examination of the historical text before her. Yet, it is evident that the significance of the D family may be intertwined with the century of loss. Those who possess the will of D are destined to leave their mark on history. Even the name of one of the future Yonko, Blackbeard, carries the D. Everything affirms that the mystery surrounding the D lineage is profoundly intricate. Like Ganfuer, he chose not to disclose this revelation, for it would be too early for the Straw Hat Pirates to bear such weighty information. Observing Robin engrossed in her study of historical texts, Zero inquired, is it possible that these inscriptions are connected to the ultimate destination of the Grand Line, Raftel? A spark of realization struck Robin, and she swiftly responded, I understand. What Roger likely meant was that we must connect the stones that record the information to uncover the true history. As you mentioned, Zero, this is indeed a pathway leading to Raftel. Zero, so, my dear historian, at this juncture, you surely do not regret embarking on this voyage with us in search of historical texts, do you? Robin pondered for a moment and then turned to Zero, saying, well, that ultimately depends on your future conduct. Zero blinked in confusion, unsure of the meaning behind her words. However, in the presence of so many onlookers, he deemed it prudent to seek clarification at a later time. Since the historical text before him did not pertain to Robin's interests, his enthusiasm for it waned. Nevertheless, due to the connection between the collection of historical texts and Zero's mission with Ling, he inquired of Gonfor and the leaders of the Shandians whether he could take possession of the historical documents. To Zero's surprise, they readily consented to relinquish the texts, asserting that the Straw Hat Pirates were benefactors to all of Sky Island and that the historical records held little significance for them. Thus, they permitted Zero to reclaim the text chronicling Poseidon into his system space. Experience points gained, 500. Remarkable, the divine methods are truly beyond imagination. Silence. Did that individual not claim to be no god? Yet, as the two prepared to depart, they even suggested gifting the severed golden beam to express their gratitude for saving Sky Island. After exchanging glances, they readily consented. Thus, a group of individuals wrapped the golden beam in cloth and triumphantly made their way towards Luffy and his companions. Chapter 118, The Battlefield of Shura. Land of Sandora. At that moment, Luffy and the others were gathering the gold extracted from the giant serpent's body alongside the immense golden wall from the Arc Maxim. In preparation for their departure, Usopp exclaimed, "Why haven't Zoro and Robin arrived yet? We're about to set off." Nami replied, "Let us wait a bit longer. They should be here soon." She occasionally glanced into the distance, her brow furrowed, perhaps due to the prolonged wait or some other reason. Suddenly, Luffy, who was shouldering the golden wall, shouted, "Look, they're coming." The group quickly turned their attention, and upon spotting Zoro and Robin followed by a multitude of people, as well as a massive object wrapped in cloth, they were momentarily taken aback. Usopp, seemingly struck by a realization, broke into a cold sweat. That thing. It can't be the cannon they've been hiding, can it? As he spoke, the others imagined the shape of a cannon, and indeed, it bore a resemblance. Uncertain why they hadn't produced this cannon-like object sooner, panic set in when they saw Usopp bold in fear. They all turned and fled in a frenzy. "Run! They're coming to reclaim the gold! Zoro, Robin, let us escape together." Zero and Robin exchanged a glance, both wearing expressions of bewilderment. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Luffy and the others suddenly dart away, one of the Sky Island residents inquired with confusion, "Are you not taking this gold?" Robin replied with a smile, "It seems they have no use for it." "Is that so? How can that be?" Originally, Zero intended to carry the golden beam to keep pace with them. However, after some contemplation, he realized that the Mary might not be able to accommodate such a weight. Therefore, he opted to draw the dragon sword. The others were puzzled by his sudden action, but in the next moment, they witnessed him leap onto the golden beam, his sword glinting. A portion of the beam unexpectedly fell, which Zero caught in time, hoisting it onto his shoulder and sprinting away. Robin chuckled, remarking, "What a greedy man indeed." With that, she followed suit, leaving the remaining crew members exchanging bewildered glances as they watched their departing figures. When Zero caught up with the group, their eyes fell upon the golden blocks on his back, their curiosity piqued about their origin. It was not until Robin joined them that they learned from both of them that the cannon-like object had been gifted to them by the Sky People. Nami immediately contemplated returning to gather the remaining gold, but Zero interjected, "Nami, have you considered whether the Mary can even hold this much gold?" Hearing this, she glanced at the golden blocks on Luffy and Zero's backs. Although disappointed, she acknowledged Zero's reasoning and abandoned her plan, continuing to run alongside the others. Nonetheless, as they ran, Nami couldn't help but grumble, "Usopp, the Mary is still too small. It can't fit all this gold. We need to get a bigger ship." Usopp protested vehemently, "I refuse. The Mary is my most important companion. I would never part with her." Nami retorted, "What did you say?" Observing the brewing argument, especially Usopp's indignant expression, Zero opened his mouth to speak but ultimately shook his head in resignation. The materials of the Mary were simply too ordinary. No matter how much they repaired her, her fate would ultimately be to be replaced. When that day arrived, Usopp would surely be the most heartbroken of them all. Later, under the guidance of Konis and Pagaya, they navigated the Mary to the end of White Sea, where the ship would descend once more. "Farewell, Luffy, everyone." They bid their goodbyes. Just then, a south bird suddenly descended from the sky, flapping its wings and landing squarely on Luffy's head, excitedly chattering away. "It says not to forget it. It wants to return to," Chopper translated. In unison, the Mary surged forth into the flowing clouds, hurtling towards the gate. After traversing a winding cloud path, it suddenly plummeted straight downwards. Realizing the imminent event, Luffy and the others widened their eyes, while the little redbird bristled with flames, seemingly on the verge of transforming. In the next instant, a gigantic octopus erupted from the clouds behind them, ensnaring the entire Mary with its tentacles. Following that, the head of the octopus puffed up dramatically, akin to a hot air balloon, drastically slowing the Mary's descent and allowing it to float gently downwards. "How fascinating," Chopper exclaimed. "You nearly scared me to death. I thought we were doomed." Usopp added, "Ha ha, how amusing. That octopus is hilarious." Luffy laughed. "Be quiet. You nearly frightened me to death just now," Nami admonished. "Sorry," Luffy replied, his voice laced with remorse. Amidst the clamor of his companions, Zero gazed up at the Sky Island, which was gradually receding from his sight, feeling a wave of nostalgia. He suddenly realized that he had truly enjoyed the wonders of the Sky Island over the past few days. Preoccupied as he was with appeasing the enthusiastic Sky People at the banquet, Zero suddenly shivered, dispelling the unpleasant memories that invaded his mind. He silently vowed that after traversing the Grand Line, he would return to Sky Island for a delightful visit, albeit secretly. By that time, he hoped to have grown stronger, allowing him to venture anywhere, even at the lofty heights of 10,000 meters. Moreover, if fate permitted, he could even bring along his beloved. As he pondered, Zero instinctively glanced at Nami, only to find her standing alongside Robin. The two possessed strikingly different auras. Yet they both radiated an enchanting allure that could only be described as breathtakingly beautiful. Ah, if only Vivi were here as well. He wondered how she was faring at that moment. For some inexplicable reason, he recalled the scene of Nami and Vivi glaring at him, accompanied by a squinting Robin, which gave him a slight headache. The chaos of such a situation was truly bothersome. Suddenly, a familiar sound resonated in his ears. Before him appeared the image of the Sky Island inhabitants ringing the golden bell, and he realized they were bidding farewell to the Mary. A smile graced his lips as he silently acknowledged their gesture. I have received your bell's chime. Thus, accompanied by the melodious peal of the Sky Island bell echoing into the distance, the Straw Hat Pirates' journey to Sky Island came to a close. Although they had amassed a considerable amount of gold, the most significant treasure was the rare experience they had shared. Undoubtedly, in many years to come, the tales of this adventure would occupy a substantial place in their memories. For Zero, this expedition marked a distinct turning point in his growth as a formidable force. For having reached the 8th level, he was now qualified to contend with the strongest of the seas. Chapter 119, the master of Haki having departed from Sky Island, the crew aboard the Mary was engaged in discussions about how to handle their newfound gold. Luffy excitedly exclaimed, I want a statue. A statue. Sanji chimed in, Nami, I desire a locked refrigerator. Chopper added, I want medical books, lots and lots of medical books. The little red bird perched on Zero's shoulder chirped, Eep. Chopper translated, it says it wants plenty of food. Hearing the multitude of requests, Nami felt a headache brewing. Even with so much gold, we should wait until we sell it before deciding what to purchase. After all, with this abundance, resources should not pose a problem. Robin, who had been reading on a stool, suddenly looked up and said, By the way, Ms. Navigator, it would be wise not to sell all the gold at once. Selling only a portion would be prudent. If so much gold flooded the market, it could lead to complications. Nami pondered this, recognizing the validity in Robin's words. She realized that possessing such a vast amount of gold might attract unwanted attention. Then let us sell a portion first and save the rest. I will think about how to manage it. At this moment, Zero, noticing everyone sharing their thoughts, added, Let us not forget that the Mary is in dire need of repairs. If possible, we should find a place to refurbish her, or else we won't get very far. Usopp quickly chimed in, Zero's right. I am not a professional. I can't spot many of the minor issues. Luffy declared, in that case, we should find a shipwright since our journey is far from over. Nami agreed, all right. Let us finalize our plan. We will sell a portion of the gold while simultaneously seeking a place to repair the Mary and find a shipwright. Luffy added, and we need a musician. How can a pirate ship be without music? Nami sighed, why must it always be about musicians? Zero, it is indeed possible, after all. Sometimes the ship can be rather quiet, and having a musician aboard could certainly liven things up. Luffy, a musician, and a shipwright too. Let me ponder what other types of companions I might desire. Observing their spirited discussion sparked by the topic of musicians, Zero smiled softly, choosing not to partake in their debate. Instead, he shifted his gaze toward the window, lost in contemplation, though his mind had already activated the system interface. Ding. You are now using a skill lottery ticket. 3, 2, 1, congratulations. You have earned a skill level upgrade 1, allowing you to unconditionally elevate an incomplete skill by 1 level. Is it this again? Suddenly, Zero furrowed his brow, initially hoping to acquire a new skill, only to discover it was yet another opportunity for skill enhancement. It appeared that such items constituted a significant portion of the prize pool. Otherwise, he would not have drawn them consecutively. In the next moment, he realized that, aside from this, there seemed to be no other means to elevate the skill level and its potency, thus alleviating his disappointment at not obtaining a new skill. Zero glanced at his skills. The body technique and swordsmanship, for now, he was uncertain of their maximum levels. Even though leveling up would enhance his strength, he presumed the improvement would be marginal. The newly acquired skill, Taunt, operated under a similar principle. Thus, after careful consideration, Zero decided to invest this opportunity to upgrade his observation Haki, as it was the only ability he could ascertain would reach its peak level after enhancement, potentially awakening certain traits as well. With the system's notification chiming once more, his observation Haki finally reached its maximum level. He then turned to his companion, secretly activating his observation Haki, and soon he perceived Sanji rising to leave the room. However, in the next moment, as the scene shifted, he realized that Sanji had merely turned around, and at that instant, it dawned on him that he had likely awakened a trait akin to Charlotte Katakuri's ability to foresee the future. Estimating the time, he discerned he could glimpse approximately 2 seconds into the future. Although this duration was brief, in battles among the powerful, every millisecond mattered. 2 seconds could afford him ample opportunity to react. Moreover, with his level increasing, the potency of his skills was gradually intensifying. Upon reaching the next level, the time for future foresight would undoubtedly extend once more. With this thought, Zero couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. At that moment, a notification rang out. Congratulations. You have simultaneously leveled up Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and Observation Haki to their maximum levels. activating the achievement title of Haki Master. When utilizing Haki, the power, range, and effects of your skills will all increase by 10. Ah, what is this? Unexpectedly, Zero found himself with an unforeseen gain, a surge of exhilaration coursing through him. At that moment, his attributes interface updated once more. Character, Zero title, Invincible Warrior, Master of Dominance level, LV. 82700128800, Strength, 1280 Stamina, 1280 Agility, 1280 Skills, Conqueror's Haki LV3, Perfect, Armament Haki LV3, Perfect, Observation Haki LV3, Perfect, Martial Arts LV4, Swordsmanship LV5, Taunt LV1 undoubtedly. Disregarding the solitary level of taunt, he could now be regarded as a versatile warrior. Not only were all his attributes exceeding 1,000, but he also possessed 3 skills that had attained their maximum level. As he gazed upon his title, its effects materialized, likely yet another enhancement from the system. At this juncture, Zero began to contemplate his forthcoming enhancements. Firstly, he aimed to continue completing side quests to gain experience. Although he was still approximately 10,000 experience points away from the next level, the path to advancement was arduous. However, with a steady and gradual approach, he could focus on uncovering historical texts or similar artifacts, allowing for a gradual accumulation of experience. Secondly, he contemplated whether he could enhance the potency of his skills through self-training. In comparison to the unique skill of taunt, he believed that martial arts and swordsmanship could be salvaged to some extent. Waiting for an opportunity to upgrade skills would render him too passive. Thirdly, Zero pondered the possibility of developing new skills to bolster his capabilities comprehensively, such as acquiring some medical knowledge from Chopper for unforeseen circumstances. As for the fourth, Zero contemplated for a moment and ultimately decided to temporarily set aside the fourth plan, for it still felt somewhat distant to him. It was prudent to proceed steadily and methodically, step by step. Unbeknownst to him, after he completed a new round of training, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp aboard the ship seemed to sense something, turning their gazes in his direction. Upon observing Zero in a meditative state, they merely found it curious, assuming they had misperceived something, and subsequently turned away. Little did they realize that this was an instinctive reaction from a user of Haki when sensing an extraordinary presence. Had they known that their companion had grown to a formidable strength capable of rivaling even the admirals and the 4 emperors, their astonishment would have been immense. Chapter 120. Entrance ticket to the sub-dungeon. Robin, is the log pointer functioning normally? Nami glanced at it and furrowed her beautiful brow. No. The Mary is airborne, and we are utterly unable to ascertain our position. We may have to wait until we descend onto the ocean's surface. Zero, it's nothing. I have faith that Nami can restore everything. After saying this, he stepped out of the cabin and happened to catch Sanji looking up with a puzzled expression at the balloon octopus overhead. So he too glanced upwards. In the next moment, Zero turned to survey his surroundings and sensed that something was indeed amiss. He then turned back, locking eyes with Sanji. Sanji, Zero. You feel it too, don't you? Zero nodded solemnly and remarked, the octopus has shrunk, and he swallowed hard before continuing. The Mary's descent seems to have accelerated. Sanji's eyes widened in alarm as he shouted, everyone, hurry. Prepare for landing. The Mary is about to fall. Upon hearing Sanji's cry, the crew rushed out of the cabin. Usopp, initially indifferent, suddenly looked up at the octopus and, with his keen eye, noticed that it indeed appeared smaller than before. He too shouted, it's true. The octopus has shrunk. We're going to fall. In a frenzy, he dashed about the deck, clearly panicked, until Zero placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, calm down, Usopp. Have you forgotten about the secret weapon we brought from Sky Island? Luffy exclaimed. Secret weapon? Usopp still has that? Awesome, haha. Chopper's eyes sparkled with excitement. Show me, Usopp, that secret weapon. Usopp replied, what weapon? He seemed momentarily lost in thought. But then his expression brightened with confidence. Ah, I remember. I still have that secret weapon. Let me show you my bounty from Sky Island. With that, he leaped onto the railing of the Mary. Though his legs visibly trembled, he shouted resolutely, Usopp, ah. Suddenly, a rope from his waist shot out, wrapping around the Mary and securing itself to the opposite railing. Taking a deep breath, he jumped, swinging beneath the Mary. Without pause, he reached into his pouch and began affixing shells in a systematic manner to the underside of the ship. However, a moment of doubt struck him. He realized he had yet to devise a way to ascend. As this realization dawned on him, he cried out, just as a familiar screech echoed nearby. A large bird, resplendent in fiery red feathers, swooped down from the ship, grasping Usopp effortlessly and transporting him back to the deck. The bird transformed back into its original form, perching proudly on Zero's shoulder, as if demanding praise for its feat having narrowly escaped the peril. Usopp gasped for air. That scared me to death. Sanji inquired, Usopp, what about your secret weapon? With renewed vigor, Usopp stood tall, hands on his hips, declaring, with my wind shells to support us, and even using the wind-blowing shells, we will definitely land safely, hehe. Just as he finished speaking, the octopus suddenly contracted violently, causing the Mary to plummet rapidly. In the next instant, a series of wind shells unleashed a powerful gust, momentarily slowing the Mary's descent. However, their joy was short-lived as Zero recalled the gold in the cabin. realizing this was likely the cause of the octopus's swift shrinking. When he looked up again, the octopus emitted a swift sound and shrank to about the length of an arm, causing the Mary to plummet once more at an alarming rate. Nami, think of something, Zero urged. Usopp, where's your secret weapon? Sanji echoed. Don't panic. The wind shells are coming, Usopp shouted. With a series of explosive sounds emanating from beneath the Mary's deck, the descent began to slow. Finally, as the ship neared the ocean's surface, it made a resounding splash but remained intact, clearly showcasing the effectiveness of Usopp's Sky Island shells. In that moment, the Usopp felt a lingering apprehension. He burst into laughter. I told you, in times like this, you can always rely on me, your most dependable partner. Haha. However, sensing no one echoed his sentiment, he turned to find the crew eagerly gazing at the surrounding waters, completely overlooking him. Well, since we're back, I'll prepare some food for everyone to celebrate, Usopp announced. Food. I'm starving. Sanji and Luffy chimed in. Hearing their banter, Zero couldn't help but smile slightly. Yet, suddenly sensing something amiss, his expression shifted. Nami, who had been smiling, noticed Zero's change and curiously asked, "What's wrong?" With a tone of gravity, Zero remarked, "Everyone, let us postpone our meal. There appears to be a situation." Usopp responded, "A situation? Allow me to utilize my observation Haki." Upon doing so, he discerned that both individuals exhibited signs of distress. They swiftly turned their gaze towards their surroundings, only to behold beams of light cascading from above, illuminating the deck of the Mary. In that moment, they realized with astonishment that the location where the Mary had descended was, in fact, a naval base. Upon reflection, it seems that this base is reputed to be impregnable. A fortress that is easily defended yet difficult to assault. Interestingly, the highest echelon of the base is represented by a major general from the headquarters. Although this individual did not showcase his prowess in the original narrative, relying instead on cunning to exemplify his identity as a strategist. The very fact that he holds the rank of Major General, rather than that of a branch officer, suggests that his martial abilities may indeed be extraordinary. Simultaneously, as this realization dawned upon him, a voice resonated within his mind. Ding. Side quest initiated. Safely depart from the Naval Fortress G8 within 30 minutes. Completion of this task will yield 700 experience points and a ticket for a team dungeon. A team dungeon, you say? Zero found it somewhat strange that side quests actually offered rewards, inexplicably reminding him of the familiar mechanics of dungeon raiding in games. On the edge of a certain shore, the highest-ranking commander of the fortress had just witnessed the Mary plummeting from the sky. As he gathered his fishing gear, he sighed, lamenting, "I can't even enjoy a moment of peace." Suddenly, he paused, sensing a powerful aura of Conqueror's Haki descending upon the vicinity. Chapter 121. The Epic Enhancement of Conqueror's Haki. Is this Conqueror's Haki? Jonathan suddenly realized, his previously nonchalant expression now marked by astonishment. Furthermore, this was clearly an exceptionally potent version of it. Red-haired? White-bearded? Countless titles of formidable warriors flashed through Jonathan's mind, each one dismissed in turn. He contemplated that although his naval fortress appeared formidable, it was essentially just that in appearance. There was truly nothing worth attacking. Could it be a declaration of war against the Navy? Realizing this, Jonathan's expression changed dramatically. Instinctively, he reached for the communication snail in his backpack, intending to contact his aide Drake. To his surprise, someone actually answered. "Commander, where are you? Hurry over, there's an urgent matter." Hearing the frantic voice on the other end, Jonathan knew without looking that this overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki had likely caused significant unrest at the naval fortress. He quickly instructed, "Calm down. Gather everyone who can move. The adversary must be the pirate ship that just descended from the sky. I will head over first. Once you arrive, we shall act together." Meanwhile, in the sky, before Drake could finish speaking, Jonathan hung up, gazing toward the pirate ship faintly visible on the ocean ahead. He mused that given the intensity and range of that Conqueror's Haki, the G8 naval fortress likely had very few personnel remaining. After all, most of his subordinates were fresh recruits with no experience in battle, except for certain special units, and were naturally ill-equipped to withstand the overwhelming pressure emanating from a powerful foe. He could only hope that more personnel would be available by the time they arrived. With such thoughts, Jonathan employed Moonwalk and swiftly moved toward the Straw Hat Pirates. A few minutes earlier, aboard the Mary, as powerful lights illuminated the ship, exposing everyone to the Navy's gaze, Luffy was the first to rally his companions. "Guys, let us charge out." Usopp protested, "No way. There are too many of them. Even the Mary cannot safely leave this place." "Luffy, don't forget, this ship has sustained too much damage." Luffy retorted, "Damn it," Nami suggested. "How about we temporarily leave the Mary here? As long as they don't spot us, they might mistake the Mary for an unmanned vessel. After all, who would believe a ship could descend from the sky?" Seeing the glimmers of agreement among the crew, Zero stepped forward and declared, "There is no need for such complications. I have a solution." All eyes turned to him. He walked slowly to the bow of the ship, standing firm amidst their confused gazes. As they began to comprehend what was about to transpire, an immense force suddenly surged from him, shooting skyward. Boom. The crew aboard the Mary widened their eyes in astonishment. Although Zero faced away from them, they distinctly felt as if a terrifying beast was fixating on them, as if they were about to be devoured whole. Yet, In the next moment, that sensation dissipated as if it had never existed. Although the cold sweat dampening their backs subtly hinted that what had just occurred was all too real. Notably, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp experienced this feeling with particular intensity. Having trained in Haki, they possessed a deeper understanding of such pressure, thereby gaining further insight into Zero's formidable strength. At that moment, a single thought echoed through their minds. When did Zero become so formidable? As for Luffy, he merely cast a curious glance at Zero during the eruption of his Conqueror's Haki, his face alight with eager anticipation. Distinctly unlike the astonishment displayed by others. Bang, 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 bang. As Zero unleashed his formidable aura, the surrounding lights shattered one by one, plunging this maritime expanse into a profound silence and solemnity. Meanwhile, among the nearby structures, the Navy personnel, poised for action, suddenly collapsed to the ground, including those oblivious to the presence of the Mary, who were also caught in the impact, some even plunging into the water, falling from great heights, their fates unknown. After a cursory estimation, it appears that at least several thousand individuals have succumbed to the overwhelming might of the Conqueror's Haki, though the precise number remains unknown. It is certain, however, that it has not reached 10,000. After all, I have not received any indication of the activation of the title's effects. Although the more distant naval forces may have been spared due to their distance, there is no doubt that my Conqueror's Haki has significantly enhanced compared to before. Particularly, the augmentation from the title of Haki Master has further amplified both its range and potency, resulting in such terrifying lethality. Fortunately, I adjusted the range of my Haki. Otherwise, at this moment, Zero felt a sense of reflection, relieved that he had not inadvertently affected his companions, perhaps due to the rapid advancement in his levels. The frequency of utilizing Conqueror's Haki had been rather low. Thus, when he initially activated it, he instinctively encompassed the entire vicinity within its influence. Upon noticing his companions' reactions, he promptly adjusted the range of his Haki, averting an awkward situation. Nevertheless, he remained quite pleased with their performance. Although their exposure to Conqueror's Haki was fleeting, they had genuinely experienced its essence, and the fact that none had faltered indicated their gradual strengthening, significantly surpassing their portrayals in the original narrative. Most astonishing to him was the reaction of the pirate crew's captain, Luffy. Observing him, not only was he entirely unaffected by the Conqueror's Haki, but he appeared eager to engage with it, leading Zero to surmise that Luffy was on the brink of awakening his own Conqueror's Haki. With just a little encouragement, the second individual aboard with this formidable ability would surely emerge, and coupled with Zoro, who already possessed the potential for it, one could only imagine the seismic impact their eventual awakenings would have on this world. Zero felt a subtle anticipation rising within him. He was already contemplating how to awaken the Conqueror's Haki in both himself and his companion. Just as the surrounding lights extinguished, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates abandoned their previous plans, preparing to stealthily relocate the Going Merry while Zero stunned most of the Marines with his Haki. Usopp exclaimed, "All right, I see it. There's an exit to the right. Quickly, steer hard to the right." As soon as his words left his lips, everyone mobilized, adjusting the direction of the Going Merry to the right and hastening towards that path. However, shortly after the ship set sail, a figure suddenly appeared before it. I thought it might be someone else. It turns out to be you, Straw Hat Pirates. Chapter 122. Tension rising. Chopper shouted, "Marines." When Jonathan emerged in front of the Going Merry, everyone immediately prepared for battle, casting wary glances in his direction. Usopp grumbled, "Damn it, why now?" Zoro remarked, "That Marine can actually hover in the air. Could he also use the moonwalk like Zero?" Jonathan landed on the bow of the Going Merry, effortlessly jumping onto the deck. Despite the hostile stares from the crew, he appeared unfazed, walking towards them while saying, "That Conqueror's Haki you displayed earlier was impressive. If we were to judge by its intensity, even the emperors of the New World might pale in comparison." He suddenly halted in front of Zero, fixing his gaze upon him, and declared, "So, it must be you, the executioner." Without receiving a response from Zero, Jonathan assumed his silence was acquiescence and continued, "The naval dossier I possess contains your information. At that time, I found you quite remarkable, especially to garner such attention from influential figures right at the onset of your maritime journey." Influential figures? Zero raised an eyebrow at this term. He believed he had maintained a low profile. How had he still managed to capture the attention of certain individuals? Indeed, it seemed that exceptional talent could not remain concealed, no matter the circumstances. How vexing. I had no idea your Conqueror's Haki had reached such heights, given time. It should rival that of the most formidable pirates upon the seas today. This is my highest commendation for you. Zero remained noncommittal. Yet the expressions of those around him revealed a hint of astonishment. They had not anticipated that Zero wielded such influence in the eyes of the Navy before them. Usopp declared, "Of course. This guy is a future crewmate of the Pirate King, so he must be formidable." Navy. Luffy chimed in, "Absolutely. I am destined to be the Pirate King, and Zero is certainly no slouch." Pirate King? Jonathan tilted his head, intrigued as he gazed at Luffy. In the next instant, he recognized Luffy's hat, which sparked a connection to a certain red-haired figure in his mind. "Red-haired, is it? It seems your captain is no ordinary pirate." Jonathan suddenly rubbed his temples, a hint of discomfort evident in his voice. "However, your presence here is quite bothersome and has caused me considerable trouble." Zero shrugged. signifying that this was beyond his control. In the next moment, Jonathan's tone shifted dramatically, though I am unaware of the reasons for your presence here. This territory falls under my jurisdiction. As the highest-ranking commander of this base, I must take a stand, faced with the overwhelming intensity of his Conqueror's Haki. The new recruits were unable to withstand it, but even if I were the last one standing, I would not allow you to escape. The Navy's mission is to capture every pirate. Suddenly, he thrust out his palm. Zero initially intended to evade, yet in the blink of an eye, Jonathan's hand was firmly pressed against his chest, unleashing a sudden and powerful shockwave. Boom. Zero was abruptly hurled backward, soaring over the railing of the Mary and crashing onto the immense boulder behind, leaving a half-moon-shaped dent in its wake. Luffy exclaimed, "Navy, how dare you lay a hand on my comrade?" Gum stamp. His legs elongated as he swung towards Jonathan, only to be seized by him, who then spun him overhead and slammed him back down, blocking the path of his comrades who were intent on rushing to his aid. Zoro, after much effort, broke free and unleashed a blade of light towards Jonathan. 36 troublesome winds. Buzz. Yet, as the blade approached Jonathan, he effortlessly raised his palm and dispersed it, causing Zoro to exhibit a look of disbelief. Sanji enveloped his legs in Haki and charged at Jonathan, leaping high to deliver a crushing blow from above. To his surprise, Jonathan easily grasped his leg and yanked him down, placing his other hand upon Sanji's abdomen. Boom. A dull thud echoed as Sanji's body was sent flying like a sandbag, crashing onto the ground with a thud, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth unbeknownst to him. Chopper rushed forward to assess the damage. Jonathan then casually shook his hand, and despite having defeated several opponents, he spoke with a nonchalant tone. "By the way, before coming here, I was a vice admiral. Escaping under my watch is not so simple." The situation escalated rapidly. The main forces on the ship had dwindled to just 3, Usopp, Nami, and Robin. How could this be? Nami gasped in disbelief, failing to notice the Navy officer who had just felled her companions now silently approaching from behind. "Little girl. At a critical moment, you mustn't turn your back to the enemy." Jonathan's expression suddenly shifted, and just as he turned, a powerful impact surged from the side. Bang! Another explosion reverberated across the Mary's deck, this time sending Jonathan flying, and Zero followed suit, disappearing in the same direction as Jonathan. "Leave now. I will handle him." As Zero's voice echoed in the ears of his crew, they hesitated to depart until Luffy stepped forward, declaring, "Trust Zero. We must go." Nami protested, but Zoro interjected, "Nami, listen to the captain." Sanji remained silent, seemingly in agreement with their sentiments. Nami suddenly glanced at the 3, noticing their unwillingness. Even though they resolved to heed Zero's advice and leave, their gazes remained fixed on the direction Zero had vanished, clearly grappling with a difficult decision. It dawned on her that she was not alone in her reluctance to depart. Yet, their strength was insufficient, leaving Zero to confront the Navy alone. The recent defeat of Luffy and his companions served as the starkest testament to the Navy's formidable power. Realizing this, Nami felt a wave of despondence wash over her. Until Luffy's words rekindled her spirit, "We must grow stronger. Otherwise, how can we ascend to the pinnacle of the world alongside Zero? I am destined to become the Pirate King." With renewed resolve, they swiftly mobilized to follow the path previously designated by Usopp. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted, followed by a man's voice from the water behind them. "We are the Special Forces of Navy Fortress G8. Pirate vessel ahead. Halt at once." A fierce battle seemed imminent. Chapter 123, The Fierce Duel with the Vice Admiral. As Luffy and his crew found themselves encircled by the Navy, Zero arrived at a partially demolished building. A small red bird delivered something inside before transforming into a streak of red light and landing on Zero's shoulder, tilting its head towards the ruins as if pondering why the Navy officer had yet to emerge. "Come out already. As a Vice Admiral, I trust you are not so feeble." Just as Zero's words faded, Jonathan's voice resonated from within. "Really, do the youth of today hold no respect for their elders? Even I felt a twinge of pain just now." In Zero's view, Jonathan's naval cloak had mysteriously vanished, revealing a simple white shirt underneath. That languid demeanor reminded Zero of another Marine officer, Kizaru, with whom he bore an uncanny resemblance. However, it struck Zero that, in the original storyline, Jonathan and Akainu were old friends. This relationship felt curiously familiar. Unbeknownst to Jonathan, who continued speaking, "By now, my subordinates must have surrounded your comrades. It won't be long before I can send you to meet them." "Are you certain?" Zero raised an eyebrow and declared, "My companions are not as fragile as you might imagine. Moreover, I must resolve this swiftly and join them. A vice admiral is hardly qualified to obstruct me." Whoosh. Just as the thought crossed Jonathan's mind, Zero's figure materialized before him. He executed a swift strike, unleashing a brilliant azure blade of energy directed at Jonathan. Buzz. The blade burst forth in Jonathan's field of vision, causing his pupils to constrict. In an instant, he contorted his form, flattening himself like a delicate sheet of paper. Boom. The blade struck the wall behind him, tearing an unfathomable rift, and the structure they occupied began to tremble uncontrollably. Once the commotion subsided, Zero regarded Jonathan, who had reverted to his original form, and remarked with an air of surprise, "Not only can you employ the techniques of shave and moonwalk, but you can also execute the challenging defensive skill of paper drawing. Truly, you are deserving of your rank as a vice admiral." As for Zero himself, He had managed to replicate the techniques of shave, moonwalk, gale step, and finger gun, but had not practiced steel due to a lack of training conditions. After all, the use of Haki could sufficiently bolster his defenses. He felt that mastering paper drawing would require an elevation of his physical prowess to at least the next level. And witnessing Jonathan's adeptness with it was indeed astonishing. Jonathan tilted his head, his gaze towards Zero laced with trepidation. He had assumed that the man before him excelled solely in Conqueror's Haki, but was taken aback to discover his proficiency in shave, executing it with a speed so rapid that he could scarcely perceive it. So, who exactly is this man? While mulling over this question, Jonathan launched his attack against Zero, extending a hand towards him, reminiscent of his previous encounter aboard the Mary. Unbeknownst to him, a crimson glow emanated from Zero's eyes. With the foresight of predicting the future, he seized Jonathan's hand in the next moment. Ignoring his own astonishment, Jonathan heard Zero calmly articulate, "As you approach, accelerate your arm with a speed akin to shave," creating the illusion of vanishing and reappearing. While this tactic is quite effective, most would be unaware and thus fall prey to your assault. However, it is unfortunate that, pausing to observe Jonathan's incredulity, Zero continued, "I am not just an ordinary person." Bang! A powerful blow struck Jonathan's abdomen directly, sending him flying once more. Seizing the moment while he adjusted his position in midair, the assailant flickered and, in the next instant, appeared above Jonathan, delivering another crushing strike. Boom! Jonathan, unable to execute his paper drawing technique, was struck downwards, the immense force propelling him through several layers of flooring. Boom! 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 Finally, Jonathan crashed onto the first floor, barely coming to a halt. Yet, the saga did not conclude here. Instead, Zero elevated the dragon blade high above, unleashing a torrent of luminous slashes that cascaded down like rain, severing through multiple floors, targeting the formidable Jonathan below with relentless precision. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. As the continuous tremors reverberated within the structure, it quaked violently until the very foundation began to crumble, ultimately collapsing with a thunderous roar. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure gradually emerged. Zero, the architect of this destruction. At that moment, the little red sparrow flapped its wings and alighted upon Zero's shoulder. He gently stroked its head, chiding. "Where did you wander off to just now? Do not stray too far next time. I want to go searching for you, understand?" The little red sparrow promptly nodded, nuzzling against Zero's face, which softened his reprimand towards its errant flights. Although Zero maintained a stern demeanor, he held a profound trust in the sparrow's prowess. After all, its second form had exhibited remarkable capabilities in previous battles, even defeating one of the priests with merely a glance. Thus, he believed that even when faced with more formidable adversaries, it could evade capture effortlessly. Just as Zero prepared to depart and reunite with his companions aboard the ship, he suddenly noticed the tide receding. Zero noticed that the sea level had dropped slightly, which filled him with confusion. In the next moment, he suddenly recalled events from the previous storyline, and an ominous premonition surged within him. "Is it only now that you realize? How tardy of you?" From the ruins behind Zero, Jonathan's voice echoed once more. "Is this truly your ultimate objective?" Zero turned around and spoke to the beleaguered Jonathan, a fleeting expression of surprise flickering in his eyes. Had it been the rear admiral he encountered earlier in Alabasta, he would have surely succumbed to the initial wave of attacks. Yet, to his astonishment, he managed to endure until now. Truly, he is deserving of his rank as a vice admiral. That said, Jonathan's condition was far from optimistic. The exposed parts of his body bore wounds both large and small, and he swayed precariously, as if he might collapse at any moment. Fortunately, he leaned against a stone, tilting his head back as he spoke. "This may not be my true objective, but since I cannot prevent you from advancing, I shall at least ensure you are confined here. Without the sea, no matter how formidable your strength, you shall be unable to depart with your vessel. This is one of the few actions left to me." After a brief pause, he continued, "By the way, I have already summoned reinforcements. Even if you manage to escape, you will still have to contend with the encirclement of the Navy. Do not say I did not warn you." Zero listened intently to his words, only to realize later that Jonathan had succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 124, Safe Departure. As Zero retraced his steps, he soon beheld the silhouette of the Mary and the figures of his companions. The sea beneath had receded entirely, leaving only a few lively shrimp and crabs. At that moment, his comrades were scattered around the stranded Mary, fending off the encroaching Navy from all directions. As Zero arrived, he witnessed Luffy utilizing his elongated rubber arms to gather all the Navy personnel together. With a powerful stretch, he propelled them backward, launching them away with a formidable rubber rocket cannon. "Zero, you have returned," Nami exclaimed joyfully, the first to express her delight, while the others looked at Zero with equal enthusiasm. However, the joy of his return was somewhat overshadowed by the dire circumstances they found themselves in. Usopp explained the situation. "Here's what happened. The seawater was suddenly drained, and the Mary cannot carry us away. If we wait for the Navy to regain consciousness, escaping will be nearly impossible." Zoro suggested, "Let us abandon the ship and make our way on foot. We can look for a Navy vessel outside. The priority is to leave this place." Usopp countered, "Zoro, what are you saying? Have you forgotten how much we've been through with the Mary?" In response to Usopp's query, Zoro merely twitched his ear, seemingly indifferent. Luffy chimed in, you heartless swordsman, do you lack any feelings? Usopp retorted, hey, Luffy. That's not an insult. Luffy laughed, is it not? Haha. While they deliberated on their escape, Zero had circled the Mary and then spoke to himself. My current strength should suffice. Time is running short, so I might as well give it a try. He suddenly turned to the group, stating, everyone, please return to the ship. I have a way to help us leave here, along with the Mary. His tone was unwavering, instilling a sense of trust in his words. Though puzzled, they complied, gradually making their way back to the Mary. The little red bird, initially perched on Zero's shoulder, was called up and begrudgingly flew to the railing of the Mary, unable to divert its gaze from Zero. Chopper turned to Usopp, asking, do you know what Zero plans to do? Usopp shrugged, indicating he was equally in the dark. Suddenly, he recalled Zero's earlier actions around the Mary and gasped. Could it be that Zero intends to? Chopper tilted his head, confused by Usopp's reaction. Luffy, seated at the bow of the Mary, called down, Zero. Do you need assistance? Zoro added, yes, let us know if you require help, Zero. Hearing their remarks, Zero shook his head, indicating he did not need assistance. He positioned himself beneath the stern of the Mary and suddenly reached out, grasping the hull. With a resounding thud, he lifted the ship. The crew on deck lost their balance, and even the figurehead of the Mary widened its eyes in surprise. Once they regained their footing, Zero shouted to Usopp. Where's the exit? To the east, right over there. Usopp replied. All right, hold on tight, Zero declared. He took a step forward, adjusted his stance, inhaled deeply, and hurled the Mary toward the direction Usopp indicated. With a resounding boom, the Mary shot forth like a cannonball toward the eastern horizon. In the next moment, Zero vanished from sight, only to reappear midair, racing towards the Mary at astonishing speed. Within mere breaths, he landed on the deck, sailing alongside the ship. Luffy exclaimed, incredible. Haha. Zoro added, the Mary has taken to the skies once more. Usopp remarked, what a powerful wind, whoosh, as they soared past a towering cliff. The vast ocean unfolded before them, prompting ecstatic cheers as they finally left the Navy stronghold G8 behind. As the Mary departed, a notification echoed in Zero's mind. Ding. Congratulations on completing the side quest. Safely depart from Navy stronghold G8 within 30 minutes. Reward, 700 experience points and a team dungeon entry ticket X1. Suddenly, Zero exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had completed the task within the designated time. To be honest, had it not been for the time constraint, he might have adopted a more gentle approach, rather than the rather radical one he had just employed. Indeed, he acknowledged that his previous actions had been somewhat excessive. Reflecting on it, the entire process had been rather perilous. After all, had he aimed incorrectly or encountered any unforeseen circumstances, the Mary would have faced utter ruin. Moreover, others might have truly had to follow Zoro's suggestion and seek refuge on a Navy vessel to escape this predicament. Thankfully, they managed to emerge from that situation unscathed. Even so, Zero likely harbored no regrets. In the original narrative, Luffy and his crew had initially heeded Nami's advice to abandon ship for their safety before attempting to reclaim the Mary. Ultimately, they found themselves evading the Navy within their stronghold, only to be encircled by them, essentially returning to square one. Although they eventually escaped, Zero despised such a passive state. Perhaps as his strength grew, he preferred to confront challenges head-on. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to hurl the Mary from its stranded position. Employing the simplest and swiftest methods without disrupting the main storyline was indeed the optimal solution. Of course, this was also a measure taken without hindering Luffy and the others' development. With a thunderous roar, the Mary finally returned to the surface, and the crew on deck erupted in jubilant exclamations, marveling at the thrill of their escape. Especially as Luffy rushed to Zero, clamoring for him to repeat his earlier feat. Nami, who had only just regained her composure, swiftly appeared behind him, delivering a couple of resounding punches that whisked him away. Nami, you're such a nuisance. Luffy, I'm sorry TT observing this familiar scene. Zero couldn't help but smile, as the little red sparrow perched on his shoulder, its eyes narrowing, seemingly on the verge of slumber. If you're tired, then sleep. Zero gently stroked the soft feathers atop the little red bird's head, feeling the warmth gradually radiating from his fingertips. Suddenly, he remarked with a hint of nostalgia. By the way, little red bird, are you male or female? Should I find you a mate? Chapter 125. The collective training. The Mary continued its voyage for a while longer without encountering the pursuing Navy, allowing Zero to finally breathe a sigh of relief. After all, the rear admiral they had encountered earlier was an acquaintance of Admiral Akainu, making it uncertain whether Akainu might come to apprehend their group out of loyalty to his old friend. Furthermore, even if they were to face other admirals or formidable figures like Garp, it would be quite daunting. While Zero himself felt indifferent, it was still premature for his companions to confront such high-caliber adversaries. At that moment, Chopper unexpectedly approached Zero's side. Noticing the hesitation in Chopper's demeanor, Zero directly encouraged him. Chopper, you can speak your mind. Chopper stuck out his tongue and then earnestly gazed at him. Zero, please teach me Haki. Zero, with a curious demeanor, inquired, What compels you to wish to learn Haki? After a moment of contemplation, Chopper replied, I aspire to become a self-reliant pirate, and if possible, I wish to protect my comrades as well. Upon hearing Chopper's heartfelt words, Zero felt a profound sense of satisfaction and agreed to Chopper's desire. Yet, in the next breath, he gently cautioned, "It is commendable that you seek to grow stronger, but do ensure that your training in Haki does not detract from your medical skills." Chopper nodded earnestly in response. Unexpectedly, Robin seemed to have overheard their conversation and approached them, expressing, "I too wish to learn the Haki you speak of." Might that be possible? It was somewhat unexpected for Zero to learn that Robin harbored ambitions of mastering the art of learning. Upon realizing that she was indeed one of the key players, he hesitated only briefly before responding, "If you wish to learn, you are certainly welcome to give it a try. However, I must warn you, my teaching methods are rather rigorous." Suddenly, Robin broke into a smile, her feminine charm radiating effortlessly, leaving Zero momentarily entranced. "In that case, I shall express my gratitude for your guidance, Teacher Zero." Ahem. Ling cleared her throat a few times, attempting to mask her earlier embarrassment. However, Robin seemed to have perceived her subtle discomfort, as she once again covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her face blossoming with a radiant smile. Zero rolled her eyes, yet her mind was already envisioning the moment when Robin would master the use of Haki. The summoned arms would transcend mere simplicity. Even a straightforward slap could instill deep regret in any adversary who dared to confront Robin. Of course, this remained a mere fantasy, as the proficiency in Haki is heavily contingent upon the individual's innate abilities. It seemed that even with the powers granted by the Hana no Mi, the endeavor of enveloping each arm in Haki would be an arduous task, let alone the magnitude of effectiveness Robin could achieve. Nevertheless, once acquired, even without the synergy of the Hana no Mi, possessing a defensive capability akin to Nami's would undoubtedly enhance her combat prowess. The matter concerning Chopper and Robin seemed to trigger a switch. Upon their return, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji approached with serious expressions, gazing intently at Zero. "Zero, how can we become as strong as you?" Zero cast a glance at them and instantly understood that the encounter with Admiral Jonathan at the naval fortress must have instilled a sense of defeat within them, prompting their eagerness to become stronger swiftly. However, what he could not disclose was that the rapid acquisition of such power was largely attributable to the inherent system he possessed. While the completion of tasks relied on individual effort, it was ultimately the efficacy of the system that played a pivotal role. Had he arrived in this world devoid of any system, he might have been swiftly dispatched by Alrita upon his arrival. He rubbed his nose thoughtfully and then stated earnestly, "In truth, considering your current abilities, as long as you diligently practice, whether it be Haki, swordsmanship, or kicking techniques with the passage of time, you will not be far from those top-tier warriors." Zoro was the first to respond, "If I am to become a great swordsman, my current strength is still woefully inadequate. Especially after battling Mihawk, it feels as though the gap between us is only widening. I can hardly wait for our next duel. I must become stronger swiftly." Luffy tightened his hat and stepped forward, echoing Zero's sentiment, "I aim to be the Pirate King. The foes ahead will only grow stronger, and I too must enhance my strength." Sanji, who had unknowingly lit a cigarette beside them, chimed in after Luffy. "While I do not seek the same notoriety as those two, for me, it suffices to be a carefree chef and to protect the people aboard the ship." Meeting the gazes of the three, Zero suddenly smiled. "Very well then. I shall do my utmost." The trio was filled with elation. The following day, Zero commenced teaching his companions the fundamentals of Haki and its further enhancement. Luffy and Zoro, possessing the potential for Conqueror's Haki, were deliberately guided by Zero to awaken and apply this powerful ability. Furthermore, he imparted to them the advanced application of Conqueror's Haki known as Conqueror's Binding, though the timing of its use would depend on their individual efforts. For Sanji, Zero focused on enhancing his kicking techniques, teaching him the methods of Storm Kick and Moonwalk from the 6 styles, thereby granting him a certain degree of aerial and long-range combat capability. Chopper and Robin were also provided with training methods for armament Haki, which they quickly mastered due to their natural aptitudes. Although they were merely at the introductory level, their strength had already seen a significant increase. Robin had even begun to apply armament Haki to her arms transformed by the flower fruit. Although her initial progress was less than ideal, the results of her improvements were remarkably impressive. Despite Zero's substantial training in Haki, he refrained from teaching them the advanced applications of flowing cherry blossom. Firstly, he believed that trying to learn too much at once would hinder their ability to digest the knowledge effectively. Secondly, the current foes they faced did not necessitate the use of flowing cherry blossom. Ordinary armament Haki sufficed. As for Usopp and Nami, since their preferred types of Haki differed and Nami leaned more towards a supportive role, Zero decided to let them develop in directions that suited their strengths. For instance, he encouraged Usopp to refine his observation Haki further, exploring possibilities for synergy with the abilities of the Sky Islands B, enhancing his long-range attack capabilities. Meanwhile, Nami was advised to continue honing her armament Haki to bolster her self-defense, ensuring she would not be at a loss even when facing Logia-type users. Concurrently, Zero entrusted Usopp with the task of investigating potential upgrades for the weather stick, as the current version might falter against more formidable enemies. Thus, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates were all assigned a subsequent training regimen by Zero. He eagerly anticipated the brilliance they would soon manifest. Chapter 126, Fame Spreads Far and Wide Naval Headquarters. In a brightly lit office, 2 figures were present, the fleet admiral, a man known as Sengoku the Buddha, and Admiral Akainu Sakazuki. Before them lay a bounty notice, prominently featuring the face of the man they referred to as the executioner, Zero. Due to the presence of this man, both wore serious expressions. Sengoku inquired, "Is what you just said true, Sakazuki?" Akainu nodded, "Yes, according to intelligence from Naval Fortress G8. This man has nearly influenced all the Navy personnel within the fortress with his Conqueror's Haki. Such a level is comparable to that of Shanks." Sengoku mused. "How old is this kid? I recall he has been at sea long. What is his background?" Akainu replied, "Unclear. According to the reports, he can utilize several of the 6 styles and possesses exceptional swordsmanship. Even Admiral Jonathan is no match for him. Clearly not a novice." Sengoku responded, "I see." Akainu continued, his tone suddenly urgent, "Admiral, allow me to capture him. A pirate of this caliber will only bring chaos to the Grand Line. He must be imprisoned in the deep-sea prison, or else we will face another troublesome adversary like Shanks." At that moment, a languid figure sauntered into the room. Dressed in a manner that signified his rank, the man, Kizaru, interrupted, "What has made our Admiral Sakazuki so incensed? May I inquire?" Akainu retorted, "Borsalino, what brings you here?" Sengoku added, "Kizaru, next time you enter, kindly knock." Kizaru waved his hand dismissively. "You two are quite intimidating. I get it. He then seated himself nonchalantly, urging, "Now, please, continue your previous discussion." Akainu, with a grunt of disapproval, turned back to Sengoku, "Admiral, what do you think of my earlier suggestion?" Sengoku pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "No, the admirals must remain stationed at headquarters. We cannot mobilize for a single pirate." Akainu sprang to his feet, his voice charged with emotion. "Admiral, but this pirate is no ordinary one." Sengoku interjected, "That is irrelevant." He firmly rejected Akainu's proposal. However, after a moment's thought, he added, "Let us raise the bounty for him. I will report this matter to higher authorities, or else those antiquated officials will not take it seriously." Noticing that Akainu still had more to say, Sengoku decisively concluded, "All right, let us leave it at that. I have other matters to attend to. You may take your leave." Akainu protested, "Admiral." He called out again, but Sengoku ignored him, placing the bounty notice aside and returning to his paperwork. Reluctantly, Akainu exited. As for Kizaru, after observing Akainu leave, he followed suit but suddenly remembered something. He returned to take the bounty notice that Akainu had been examining. Sengoku shot him a glance, and Kizaru casually remarked, "I'm just having a look." Sengoku quipped, "If you wish to see it, just take it with you." With a flick of his hand, Kizaru turned back. Unbeknownst to Sengoku, as Kizaru turned, a look of keen interest crossed his face upon seeing Zero's image on the bounty notice. How intriguing indeed. The following day, a new bounty notice for Zero was dispatched from naval headquarters to the world, setting his bounty at an alarming 350 million berries. Upon the sight of the newly issued bounty poster, those unfamiliar with Zero were taken aback, primarily due to the brevity of time since the last announcement and the astonishing figure displayed. Smoker remarked, "How is it possible that man's bounty has increased again? What has he done?" Apache expressed his frustration, "Damn it, that guy has grown stronger, hasn't he?" Vivi added, "Zero's bounty has risen so significantly. I hope they can coexist peacefully on an island in the New World." Mihawk observed, "An intriguing fellow." To which the red-haired pirate responded, "Is he a companion of Luffy's crew? Quite impressive, surpassing even Luffy's bounty. It seems Luffy has some serious work to do, ha ha ha." Mihawk replied, "I've heard that this individual possesses a Conqueror's Haki comparable to yours. Are you not more intrigued now?" The red-haired pirate responded with interest, "Is that so? I find myself rather eager to see. However, during this time, I sincerely hope for their tranquility, especially considering the unrest following the incidents involving Blackbeard and Ace. Whitebeard has been rather restless. I must find an opportunity to have a serious discussion with Whitebeard." Mihawk, seemingly indifferent to such matters, accepted the drink offered by the red-haired pirate and indulged. Observing this, the red-haired pirate chose to join him in a hearty toast. Zero was utterly unaware that he had drawn the attention of a prominent figure within the Navy and that he was gaining notoriety across the globe. It was only natural for him to have a bounty placed upon his head, considering the severity of their actions at the naval fortress, which far exceeded the mere escape from the Navy depicted in the original narrative. Furthermore, Zero had triumphed over a formidable adversary, Jonathan, a former admiral of the Navy, which significantly escalated their threat level. Naturally, as Zero had exerted the most effort during that critical juncture, the Navy had chosen to raise his bounty alone, leaving the fates of his companions still in a state of uncertainty. At this moment, Zero stood upon the deck of the Mary, clutching an object resembling a card. Upon closer inspection, the card was square-shaped, with a deep crimson back adorned with golden patterns along the edges, while the front displayed the image of a locked door. Zero gazed at the card, and in the next moment, a luminous subtitle appeared before his eyes, Team Dungeon Entry Ticket, upon use. It grants access to a randomly generated narrative dungeon. Only upon completing the main quest can one escape from the dungeon realm. Number of participants allowed, 5 to 10 individuals. As Zero gazed at the line of subtitles, an inexplicable sensation washed over him, reminiscent of being immersed in a video game. However, upon reflecting on his own attribute panel, He suddenly realized that perhaps he had long been ensnared within the realm of the game, had he not? He glanced around, observing his companions on the deck, each engrossed in their own pursuits. Some were honing their formidable skills, while others, fatigued from their training, lay sprawled on the deck, succumbing to slumber. A few were vigilantly surveying the surrounding waters, promptly reporting on the unusual climate. Within the cabin, the occasional clatter of metal echoed, likely heralding the antics of a certain long-nosed individual immersed in some inventive endeavor. Ah, and there was also a fellow donning a straw hat, making his way to the kitchen, incessantly lamenting his hunger and urging Sanji to hasten in preparing a meal for him. Zero beheld everything before him, and then turned his gaze to the card in front of him, slowly articulating, "It is time to venture into this so-called team dungeon. I hope it yields some valuable treasures upon completion." After speaking, he silently murmured within his heart, "Use." Chapter 127, The Dungeon Unveiled. In the next moment, the card emitted a radiant golden light, and the emblem representing a door on its surface unfurled, revealing an interior space resplendent with vibrant colors. Subsequently, the entire card transformed into specks of starlight, and with a melodious chime, it vanished before Zero's eyes. Zero blinked, somewhat perplexed by the current situation. So, was this a successful application? Why was there no indication of anything? Had I perhaps erred in my method of usage? Just as Zero was musing over the possibility of having received a counterfeit product, he suddenly noticed a thick mist coalescing around him, becoming increasingly dense to the naked eye. The others on the deck also recognized this anomaly. Luffy leaped to the bow of the Mary, surveying the area while exclaiming, "This fog is incredibly thick." Usopp emerged from the cabin, equally astonished. Why did it suddenly become foggy? What is happening? Zoro, roused from his slumber by the commotion, also noted the unusual mist and spotted Nami on the second floor, directly asking, "Hey, Nami, what is going on? I wake up to find all this fog. Where are we?" Nami frowned in response, "I'm not sure. I've never encountered anything like this before, and I have no sensation of it. It's quite strange," Robin suggested. "Shouldn't you check the log posts?" Nami looked down and indeed found the log post behaving erratically. "Oh, it really is. The needle has been spinning continuously, which is very unusual." At that moment, Sanji called out from the lookout, "The fog is too thick. I can't see anything around here." Usopp approached the railing, instinctively activating his observation Haki. However, due to the fog's interference, he could only see a vast expanse of white, prompting him to worry. "I can't discern anything. If this continues, the Mary might run aground." Chopper gasped, "Run aground? Are you saying the Mary will sink?" The mere thought of a sinking ship sent a pallor to Chopper's face. Observing his distress, Zero stepped forward and addressed everyone, "Calm down, don't panic. We've been through so much. It's just a thick fog." Chopper, recalling their recent adventures, felt a surge of resolve. Zero is right. I am a true pirate now, and I mustn't succumb to fear in the face of such challenges. Little Red Bird, eat. Having overheard the encouraging words, Chopper became bashful, exclaiming, "Little Red Bird, you rascal, your praise is making me embarrassed." Little Red Bird internally mused, "Forget I said anything." At that moment, Usopp interjected, "Did you all hear that noise?" Luffy leaned closer, tilting his head. "Noise?" Zoro pressed, "Usopp, clarify. What noise?" "I didn't hear anything." Usopp gestured for silence, while Zero scanned the surroundings, and in the next instant, both turned their gazes skyward. In the sky, something loomed above. "Everyone, take heed." As they echoed the alarm, the cacophony above became apparent, resembling a multitude of birds flapping their wings in unison, heading towards them. Nami, startled, shouted, "What is that sound?" They all turned their attention upwards, preparing for battle while trying to discern the origin of the noise. Yet, even Zero and Usopp struggled to see clearly due to the oppressive fog. "Eep!" A shrill cry suddenly pierced the deck. It was Little Red Bird, who had transformed into its second form, radiating warmth that dispelled some of the chilling atmosphere. Little Red Bird then gazed skyward, its beak agape as a torrent of ferocious energy gathered within, and in the next moment, it unleashed a massive fireball into the sky. Boom! Zazzup! The fireball cleaved through the mist, allowing them a fleeting glimpse of the source of the earlier noise, figures soaring through the air with wings. What are those? A collective query echoed in their minds. Ding! Main quest activated. Main quest 1. Explore the dungeon world. An exploration rate of 100 is required to escape. Current exploration rate, 0. Reward for completion. Main quest 2. Defeat 50 Gene Warriors, the Eagle Men. Completion grants 500 experience points. As the system's notifications resounded in his mind, Zero realized that he and his companions were already ensconced within a team dungeon, likely facing the first wave of dungeon monsters. It appeared that this dungeon leaned towards exploration, necessitating the collection of relevant information to uncover the means of escape, indicating that this world might be quite vast. Compared to previous straightforward side quests, this team dungeon was notably more intricate, and the enigmatic reward piqued curiosity. Moreover, Zero surmised that the mysterious figures overhead were the Eagle Men mentioned in the main quest. Endowed with the ability to soar through the skies, such foes might prove challenging to contend with. In summary, Zero could only glean this information from the two tasks. As for what lay ahead, they would have to wait and see. For now, the priority was to navigate through this initial wave of challenges. With that thought, Zero shouted to the group, ensuring his voice reached their ears. "Everyone, prepare yourselves. An attack may be imminent." No sooner had he spoken than a flurry of black dots descended rapidly from the fog above. Upon discerning their true nature, shock washed over them. "Usopp, it's spears." "Sanji, damn, there are so many." "Zoro, everyone, protect the Mary and yourselves." Luffy leapt into action, raising his arms to his chest. "Watch me." Armament Haki. He swiftly coated both arms with Haki, and as an uncountable number of spears rained down, his rubber limbs struck out with blinding speed, launching them back, as if innumerable arms were firing at once. Goma Goma no Gatling gun. Whoosh, 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 clang, clang, clang. The onslaught of spears was abruptly thwarted. Facing Luffy's Haki-infused rubber limbs, they were sent flying before they could reach the Mary, alleviating much of the pressure on the crew. The Eagle Men above seemed taken aback by this outcome and initiated yet another round of attack, this time with a significantly greater number of spears descending once more. With resolve, the crew rallied to protect the Mary in their own ways. Chapter 128. The Eagle Men clang, 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 clang. Spear after spear descended from the shrouded mist. While Zoro unleashed a flurry of sword slashes, Sanji activated his Gale Kick, and Luffy employed his rubber machine gun, each employing their aerial tactics to intercept the majority of the spears above the going Mary. The little red bird, initially eager to assist, was dissuaded by Zoro, who cautioned that its attacks might ignite the ship, leaving it to sulk in a corner while awaiting a more opportune moment to strike. However, a few spears, overlooked by the group, unexpectedly plummeted near Nami and Usopp, causing them to scurry behind the main fighters, where they finally felt a sense of security. Nami intended to take refuge behind Zoro, only to discover Robin already standing there, prompting her to frown in displeasure and instead position herself behind Zoro. "Come on. Lend a hand," Zoro exclaimed as he executed another slash, casting a reproachful glance at Robin. "Is that too much to ask? Just because I may appear older than you doesn't mean I'm not a delicate woman who requires protection," Robin playfully retorted from behind. A flicker of surprise crossed Zero's eyes. He had not anticipated this hidden facet of Robin. However, the present circumstances compelled him to maintain his focus. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resumed his aim at the descending spear above, unleashing another radiant slash with the dragon's blade. Without uttering a word, Zero observed his surroundings, endeavoring to uncover a means to break the stalemate. Before long, the barrage of spear attacks suddenly diminished, prompting the group to transition from defense to offense. Zero, Zoro, and Sanji launched their assaults towards the heavens. Meanwhile, Luffy could only watch helplessly from the sidelines, as the range of his rubbery arms was somewhat lacking compared to his three companions. Ultimately, their efforts bore no fruit. Just as Zero and Sanji prepared to ascend using the Moonwalk technique, the figures of the Eaglemen abruptly became discernible through the thick mist, fully revealing themselves to the onlookers in the next instant. It was then they recognized that the figures before them possessed heads resembling those of eagles, while their bodies below were distinctly human, with their exposed upper torsos adorned with conspicuous feathers. Furthermore, upon their backs, each bore a pair of white wings, spanning approximately 2 meters, which granted them the remarkable ability to soar through the skies. Zero gazed upon the avian figure revealing its true identity, strikingly reminiscent of the legendary eagle-headed beings from a bygone world. This must surely be the objective mentioned in the second main quest. However, the appearance was rather peculiar. Indeed, a veritable purveyor of devil fruits. Could it be that the system is deliberately forging a connection with the native realm? Zero signifies a complete lack of understanding. Luffy, what on earth are these creatures? Why do they possess the heads of eagles yet the bodies of humans? It is quite bizarre. Can they be consumed? Zoro, regardless of their nature, they shall be cleaved. Robin, are they akin to Chopper as so in type? No, they appear somewhat dissimilar. The quantity is astonishing. Nami, what on earth have we stumbled upon? Woe is me. While the group remained in awe, a faction of the Eaglemen had already descended upon the deck of the Mary, launching an assault upon them. There was no time for contemplation, they immediately plunged into combat. Initially, Zero contemplated using the power of the Overlord's color to incapacitate them all. However, upon reflection, he recognized this as a splendid opportunity to train his comrades. Thus, he chose to maneuver through the battle while keenly observing his companion's circumstances. He deduced that the three-dimensional attributes of this flock of eagle men ranged approximately between 50 and 100. Although this was not particularly high relative to his own capabilities, their wings endowed them with remarkable agility. They could not only evade incoming attacks using their wings but also launch sharp-feathered arrows at their targets, causing considerable trouble for his allies. Of course, this was merely in the early stages of their adaptation. For those who had undergone rigorous training and cultivation, the tide of battle gradually began to shift in their favor. In the eyes of Zero, the most remarkable presence is undoubtedly Luffy. Each time the Eagle Man launches an attack, Luffy perceives it in advance with his observation Haki, seizing the opportunity to counterattack during the Eagle Man's moment of vulnerability, ultimately knocking him down with a single blow. Even when the Eagle Man fires sharp feather arrows at him, Luffy adeptly deflects them with armament Haki, effectively compensating for the inherent weakness of the gum-gum fruit against bladed weapons. Beside Luffy, Zoro, with every stroke of his sword, manages to diminish the Eagle Man's vitality significantly, all without employing armament Haki. It appears that these adversaries do not pose enough of a challenge to warrant his more formidable techniques. The duo's extraordinary prowess results in a pile of fallen eaglemen surrounding them, greatly alleviating the burden on their comrades. Meanwhile, in the skies, Sanji and the Little Red Bird have cornered the remaining eaglemen. Having mastered 2 techniques from the Marine 6 styles, Sanji's combat effectiveness has undoubtedly increased. He accelerates through the air using Skywalk, dispatching the approaching eaglemen with powerful kicks one after another. Notably, he skillfully avoids the merry-go, suggesting that, like Zoro, he finds little difficulty in battling the eaglemen. For those enemies at a greater distance, he employs Gale Kick for ranged attacks, effortlessly countering their sharp feathered strikes even in midair. Observing Zoro's impressive performance, he quickens his pace, clearly driven by his competitive spirit. The Little Red Bird has also defeated its fair share of eaglemen, with each fiery projectile it launches dispelling some of the fog that hinders Sanji, occasionally taking down an eagleman caught in its path. Of course, it must exercise caution to avoid landing on the merry-go, which has become somewhat frustrating. As for Usopp and Nami, they find themselves in a more precarious situation. Given that one specializes in ranged attacks while the other focuses on support, they struggle to cope with the intensity of the battle. Whenever they are overwhelmed by the number of attacking eaglemen, Zero steps in to assist, preventing any significant mishaps. Robin and Chopper's performance can only be described as commendable. Their mastery of armament Haki is still in its infancy, and they currently exhibit only their inherent abilities. With 6-petal flower and enhanced strength, each uses their unique techniques to thwart the eaglemen's onslaught while simultaneously attempting to integrate Haki into their attacks during the fray. Zero, upon noticing the situation, couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, reflecting on the fact that this team dungeon run had proven worthwhile, at the very least. His companions were gradually becoming stronger, which was already a significant gain. Chapter 129, to his surprise, it could speak. Ding. Congratulations on completing main quest 2, defeat 50 Gene warriors, the eaglemen, and earn 500 experience points. As the system's notification of task completion resonated, Zero glanced around the battlefield, observing that only a scant few eaglemen remained standing, their figures scarcely visible in the sky. He realized that this initial wave of attacks was likely drawing to a close. To his astonishment, he discovered that the enemies defeated by his companions were also counted towards the side quest tally. Otherwise, the number of foes he had vanquished alone would have fallen short of the requisite 50 Gene warriors. It appeared that the team dungeon operated somewhat differently from the original world. However, from a certain perspective, this was rather convenient, particularly for Zero, as he could rely on the assistance of his companions, making the completion of tasks considerably less arduous. Zero felt a flicker of curiosity. If his companions had their accomplishments in vanquishing foes recorded within the mission, would they, too, receive notifications from the system akin to his own? It seemed prudent to seek an opportune moment to inquire subtly, he pondered. In the next moment, he observed that the exploration level of the primary mission had reached 30. Just as he began to contemplate the implications, a cacophony erupted from the misty skies. The sound buzzed incessantly, distinct from the noise accompanying the arrival of the eagleman. This time, it was more concentrated and piercing. What could it be? Zero murmured. Usopp exclaimed, could it be that the eaglemen are attacking us again? Please, no. The others, who had initially believed the battle was drawing to a close,